for the ones who get it done.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. The 125th U.S. Open tees off today at Oakmont. This is arguably the toughest golf course in the world, folks. World number one Scotty Scheffler is the betting favorite, of course, with Bryson DeChambeau and Jon Rahm also in the mix. Six-time runner-up Phil Mickelson acknowledges this might be his last chance to complete a career Grand Slam. And don't look for any red numbers in this tournament. I'm telling you, I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Thursday morning. Well, nice job by the Phils. Impressive win yesterday. Quality win. Well-played baseball. I mean, there were some miscues, but for the most part, a game where they pitched and they hit. And,
Luzardo!
Yeah, credit to Luzardo,
Looked
credit
pretty
to Bohm.
sweet.
Yeah, you know, it's 2 in a row. It's not pom-poms time yet, but
But he fixed what ailed him.
Listen,
And he's
clearly,
no longer tipping.
Clearly. So that was a real good step yesterday. We'll get into it and take your reaction, 215-592-9494. Obviously, want to hear from you in particular if you were with us at the game yesterday. Saw so many of our listeners, and it was very gratifying and fun to hang with so many of you. Also, the Eagles, the offseason, obviously, they're now in that phase where they start looking toward training camp in 6 weeks. We're going to look back to the season that was and the reaction to the Super Bowl, primarily through the lens of the nation and how we sense they reacted to our squad winning a Super Bowl, which, frankly, I thought the Eagles got underchanged in that process. So we'll talk about it all with you at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
That was a fun day.
It really was. Yeah.
The TV face of the Marlboro Man.
Marlboro Man, yeah, sure.
They never smoked. He was not a smoker himself.
But he died of lung cancer.
He was never a smoker. Okay. He was hired for the job after being seen in a photo with his friend, John Wayne.
Oh, how about that?
And hired on the spot. Hey, you look rugged. You want to, pretend like you're smoking?
Be on the billboards.
Be the Marlboro Man?
I remember that, man. I mean, not when he was hired, but I remember that. Those billboards were around.
A long time.
I don't feel like I've seen it in a long time.
Well, they can't anymore. They're not allowed, right?
Why not? They still advertise. Smoking's still advertised.
No, not like that, dude. Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I don't think you
like,
can
you can't have like a mascot. I know they can't do Camel Joe anymore. Like all that stuff's like not allowed anymore. Yeah, they changed the laws.
That's odd, but fair enough.
The original Marlboro Man who did not smoke was so principled that he eventually quit being the Marlboro Man, even though he didn't smoke.
Look at him.
Because his kids would ask him, hey, why do you represent this company that you don't really take Stetson after 12 years of being the Marlboro
That's
Man?
Pretty good. All right, look, that's a great fact. So let's get to it today, guys. Obviously, Phil's, bring it to the table. Again, it was really great being with so many of you yesterday at the game and seeing Luzardo pitch the way he did and Bohm hit the way he did. So hopefully they can keep this going. Now, look, the Mets won. They're still 5 games back, but the Phillies gained a little bit of wild card space. So quality day for the Phillies. Quality day, and we enjoyed being a part of it. You can join us today.
Amazing.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll detail all the stuff with all the listeners. 215-592-9494. Let's get to the Eagles here, right out of the gate. So it's been 4 months since the Super Bowl. And it's been 8.5, 9 months since the Eagles season started. I don't think I have to remind you what happened. They had a dominant regular season, had some contention in there, started kind of odd. But once they got on a roll, they got on a big roll, and they absolutely, in a way that is rare in modern football, decimated 2 teams at the end. They absolutely destroyed Washington in the NFC Championship game and obviously Kansas City in the Super Bowl. And Saquon Barkley and Ross Tucker, both in recent weeks, have talked about what's up with the Eagles not getting more acclaim. Now, I want to drill down today on this concept. Do you agree with Saquon and Ross, and by the way, if you do, and with me, because I agree with them, that the 2024 Eagles, simply on a national level, have not gotten proper respect and acclaim for the unbelievable accomplishment of how they did it? It wasn't just that they won the Super Bowl. It was how they did it. It was how dominant they were. Listen to Saquon Barkley a couple weeks ago. He was on with that podcast with Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship. Listen to what Saquon said.
I firmly believe when you look at our team that we had last year, I think we're a top 5 team of all time. And I tell my boys this all the time. Like, if you really look at the season outside of the first 4 games, like, it was belt to ass. How dominant you guys were on defense and how dominant we were on offense and special team. Yeah. People don't realize how great of a team that actually was.
All right. So, John, do you agree with Saquon that the Eagles got shortchanged in the process of, post-Super Bowl national discussion? And if so, and it goes for everyone, 215-592-9494. Do you agree with him? And why do you think the Eagles got shortchanged? John, your thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I do agree with him. When you go back, well, it's easy to forget. Go back to the box score. Yep. The first 3 quarters of that game, they had 6. We had,
40.
14. No, hold on. I'm talking about after 3 quarters. We had 14, 24. Yeah, we were way up there. 17, 24, 34 to 6 after 3 quarters. Feels more like the finals, more like the result, more than the 40 to 22 final score.
Yeah, 40 to 6 is how the game felt.
34 to 6 feels more accurate. It was such a drubbing, such a complete thumping, and that was let's go back to the 55 to 23 NFC Championship game against where we beat the Commies as well. Dominant finish, like the 85 Bears hung on the Patriots. What were they, 46 to 10, I think?
46 to 10, yeah.
That it felt similar, and didn't feel like in the follow-up it was celebrated in the same way. We should be respected. I believe we are respected. I just hope it's respected like the 85 Bears respected.
Yeah, and it's not. And John,
hold on.
And it's not.
Is it not?
It's not.
I look at the when you look at the big picture, like, okay, this upcoming year for the Super Bowl odds and things like that, we're in a cluster for the second best odds for the Super Bowl behind just the Bills. That feels like respect.
No. You're conflating issues here. Here's the bottom line, guys.
My point is they're giving us the respect of, hey, that's the team that won it last year, so we're going to doff our caps to them. Yeah, that's what teams do every year. It doesn't feel real enough for the display, the butt whooping, the thumping that they put out there at the end of last season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really fascinated and curious to hear what everyone listening right now, what you think. Do you agree with the contention Eagles were shortchanged, and if so, why? Now, let me just frame it this way. So all these like ESPN shows and NFL Network shows, I watch some. I mean, most I don't. Some are nauseating, frankly. But I, like anybody, I consume a lot of stuff, and a lot of it also comes to me on social media. Even if I don't see something live, you see these clips on social media. So you get enough over time to get a feel of what's being said out there. And I'm telling you, over the last 4 months, I haven't seen anybody on a national level have a conversation about, are the Eagles amongst the best teams in football history or modern football history? Like, zero. How many times have I seen it? Zero. Now, look, the best that I've seen, I mean, I'll tell you some of the best. Obviously, the 85 Bears, John referenced it. I didn't see the 70 Steelers. We know they were incredibly dominant. They won 4 in a row. They had like 37 Hall of Famers. We know there was the 72 Dolphins. They were undefeated. We know there were teams in more modern times like the Cowboys under Jimmy Johnson, the 49ers, both
the Ravens team. They
didn't have an offense.
There was no offense to speak of. I'm telling you, I thought my team was better than
Broncos
that
were
team.
good, but Montana and Rice's 49ers with Lott, the Steve Young team that destroyed the Chargers in the Super Bowl. I mean, there have been some hellacious teams. By the way, I think Seattle was probably the best team in the last 15, 20 years until the Eagles. That Seattle group that had a number one ranked defense. See, here's the thing, guys. Eagles had a number one ranked defense. They had an offense with all sorts of players. They had a 10-game winning streak. They destroyed teams in the playoffs. They destroyed the last two. And the other and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid's Chiefs couldn't get the ball past the 50-yard line until deep in the third quarter.
23 first-half yards.
Yeah. And like somehow all these shows... Now, let me give you my reasons, at least as I see it. Now, I'm curious how you size it up. Your thoughts, 215-592-9494. Here are my reasons of why, as I perceive it. I'm gonna lump two together in one. I think some is going to come back on me in an ironic way, but I'll say it. I think on a national level, there is a lack of belief or respect for both Hurts and Sirianni. That combination is not viewed as the heft, obviously, of like Mahomes and Reid. It's just not. Okay, that's number one, putting them together. Number two, these are my theories. Tell me if you agree or disagree. Number two, I think there is some, on a national level, where people don't want to just push the Chiefs aside because of their accomplishments in recent years. Like, they had 1-2 in a row, and I think sometimes people are like, you know what, I don't want to crown this other squad as greater, because the Chiefs have won more, which is true. And it reminds me like when the Sixers in 83 popped in. I'll use the word popped in. Beat the Lakers. Lakers won in 80. Lakers won in 82. Lakers, by the way, came back and won 85. Celtics are in there. And I think sometimes like when a team just pops in, even if it's the best in that group, they don't quite get the credit because you got like another squad or two. And the Chiefs have one more. I think that is a factor. I think the Eagles' defense was disrespected because it was misunderstood, because the Eagles' best defensive players are all young, or if they weren't so young like Zach Bond, not known. Like the four Eagles' best defenders, Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, and Zach Bond, I mean, until the Super Bowl,
no one saw them coming.
Most people in America have no clue who they are. So it's not like you have year-to-year excellence that it's understood. So I really think the defense was not... I don't think that the nation understood how good the defense was. I also think the Super Bowl final score twisted this conversation around. I mean, think of it this way. If 40-6 had been allowed to continue, first off, it could have just stood 40-6. Okay? Eagles could have kept their starters in. Maybe it stays 40-6. Who knows, right? But what if the Eagles kept the starters in and kept going? I mean, would it have been 54-6?
Well, before it was 55.
Right. I mean, that's a different score. 54-6 is a different score than 40-22.
Feels way different.
And I think the reaction would have been very different. And I'm going to give you one more why, in my opinion. And I'm really fascinated where you come down on this today. I think it is some anti-Philly sentiment. I think it is some, you know what, just not a big fan of that town and their fans and their teams. And so I'm just not going to give it to them. They're my theories. You tell me where you stand on this whole thing. 215-592-9494. Because I do think they were shortchanged. Do you agree? And if so, why? Talk to us. 215-592-9494. We'll get into the Phils quite a bit today, but want your theories on why the Eagles have been shortchanged. Because the 2024 Eagles, honestly, they deserved more. They really did. More acclaim. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, just off and rolling.
This team is happy to be where they sit right now.
I'm not happy with it. I want the acclaim.
I get that. I think this team is sitting poised to...
That's a whole different issue.
Even though this is a really challenge... Everything, we need to talk about the fact this season sets up in such a way, this schedule in such a way. This is next to impossible.
It's a lot.
But we are a next to impossibly great team.
All right, so where do you stand on all this? What do you make of it? Do you agree with my premise, which is Saquon's premise, which is what Ross Tucker said? We'll play that audio as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Temperatures are rising. It's going to be a hot one out there today. So the last thing you want to deal with is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. Don't worry, though. Call Horizon Services right now. You can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services, they're here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's hot outside, because you should always be relaxed and stress-free in your home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll work with you always to make sure the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services expert technicians, you know the job's going to be done right the first time. So contact Horizon. Keep your home comfortable and worry-free year-round, no matter the season. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork.
I might be an idiot.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet. Apply.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Today, sunshine, hot and more humid, high 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at delltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phil's off after picking up the first series win in a while, 7-2 over the Cubs. Nice bounce back for Jesus Luzardo, allows just 1 run on 5 hits, striking out 10. Alec Boehm, a pretty good day at the bank.
Cabrera's 1-1. Swung on, hit in the air, high in the air to left. It's pretty deep. Happ is back at the track, at the wall, and he's out of room. It's gone. Oh, just a towering fly ball straight away left field, and Alec Boehm with a 4 RBI day as he launches his 6th home run of the season to give the Phillies a 7-1 lead.
Scott Fransky, the call. Boehm went 7 for 13 in the series with Chicago. Eagles reportedly hiring LSU's director of player personnel, Preston Tiffany, according to CBS Sports' Matt Zenit, presumably to join their front office. Top pick Jahad Campbell signed his contract, leaving only Drew Makuba unsigned of the Eagles' 10 draft picks. And the Indiana Pacers up 2-1 in the NBA Finals after a 116-117 win over OKC. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com. Mostly sunny, high 92. It's currently 68. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, a lot of good vibrations and a lot of good feelings.
Passed away yesterday. The Beach Boys. Yep.
Wow.
The guy who did all the writing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
he was the Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yep.
Give us a lot of Beach Boys.
I'm going to. That was my plan. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
The
was
guy
at
was
the game.
Just an incredible talent.
Yeah.
Just beyond.
It was great.
Incredible talent.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's true. So I was at the game, then I was working out, getting ready for frickin' Fritz.
Proud of you.
That loser.
You saw no time jersey yesterday. You're like spirit animal. It was great.
Who was wearing a jersey?
I know. I said you saw Anthony in jersey. You're like your coach. Your
My
life
God.
coach. I love it.
Love Anthony.
I
What a
thought
dude.
That was really cool.
He was awesome.
He was awesome.
Yeah, great guy.
Awesome.
I was troubled yesterday by how much belief that I sensed in Joe.
Well, he's a wise guy. I mean, he's got a lot of wisdom.
Was everyone just acting like that? Was everyone pretending for Joe's benefit? But it felt like you had overwhelmingly strong support within our group.
Well, listen, they're long-time
Do they
listeners.
know Jack? Have they met Jack? Have they seen Jack?
Well, probably.
And compared the age of the two of you, or the fact that, when you talk about one of the events is tennis,
right?
And Jack actually played tennis.
Yeah,
it
but
was one of his sports that he played in high school.
But you know what was
for 4 years?
A prevalent topic amongst, the callers that were there with us yesterday.
Everyone was thinking that you were going to win.
We
words.
had
people saying upset to camera. We had people saying 3-2 upset. What's wrong with that?
They recognize, as I do, his lack of heart.
Did they? Well, you're
is.
trying to pin it on, quote, lack of heart.
But it's there.
How much heart do you really need to compete against you?
I guess we'll find out. I mean, that's a reasonable question.
It's really the crux of your whole thing here. It's the crux of your whole thing.
Two things. No, that's not the...
Oh, and you're a better athlete.
Natural skill.
Yeah, of course.
Natural skill.
From when you were 8.
Yeah. Let's go to the phones. All right, Eagles, why do you think they were... do you agree that they were shortchanged nationally? Why do you think they were shortchanged? Hit us up, 215-592-9494. Tom calling us from down south, kicking us off. What's going on, Tom?
Yo, Joe, how you doing,
Yo,
man?
Tom.
Hey, I wish I could have been there for that yesterday.
It was fun, Tom. Wish you were there. It was a really good time.
Man. Hey, the final score still burns my ass at 40-22 for the record. But, I think...
Not impressive enough for your
Well, certainly
taste?
for the nation.
It should have looked bigger, badder, tougher because we were the biggest, baddest, toughest team but it wasn't even close. And I wish it did accurately depict that.
Yeah,
better.
it ticks me off too, Tom. Go ahead, man. What are you thinking?
Well, I think it's a disrespect for both Hurts, but even more so Sirianni, because they don't see that they're buying into this guy. And I wouldn't have believed it, but whatever he's doing, he needs to keep doing. And then you said about the Chiefs, they don't want to shun the Chiefs away. Well, that's even more so. I could come back and say that should even more so give it for the Eagles that stopped a team that got to the Super Bowl 3 straight years in a row, which is pretty damn hard to do, by the way. And they didn't win the third one, but they stopped a repeat. Would have been the first time. Repeat, that would have been the first time that ever happened. The Eagles had a lot of pressure on them, man. And it goes back to the Philadelphia sentiment. Joe, they just don't like us, brother.
Well, I do think that is a very central theme here. I do. James, do you agree with that? It just feels like it's a Philly disrespect.
100%.
Right?
Yes. People have to, there's an extra barrier that people have to get through to give Philadelphia credit because they are so averse to it.
I agree.
There's only one thing to do, Joe. Just take it and use it as fuel. As
that's true.
Hey, they don't even want to give us the
Major
respect
League style. Can we peel off of national media, each is a face of a national media person?
And just, hey, we'll go win 2 in a row, but let's go win the next one first.
Sure. No, all right, Tom, excellent phone call, and I agree with you, and I think the anti-Philly thing's a big part of it. By the way, when you call in today, your chance to win a $100 gift card from Wild Fork Foods. Give the gift of flavor this Father's Day. Obviously, Father's Day is coming up. Visit one of Wild Fork Foods' greater Philadelphia retail locations today. You can pick up Wild Fork gift cards for Dad. Of course, dads can shop online or in stores, so can you, for same-day shipping to his door. Visit wildforkfoods.com. That's wildforkfoods.com. All right, so the great John Wayne, tough guy John Wayne, played a lot of fictional characters, passed away on this day back in 1979, so 46 years since John Wayne was alive. In honor of John Wayne and the many fictional tough guys that he played, we ask you today at 215-592-9494, who is the ultimate fictional tough guy or gal? Can't be creature guy. Can't be. We need it. We need a human in a movie or a show. It's really freaking tough. Who's the toughest? Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Wild Fork $100 gift cards. John Ritchie, what are you thinking?
I think Han Solo was tough.
Bad answer.
Yeah, not great.
It's a horrible answer.
No, it's not. He was carbon frozen, and he just took it, man.
He didn't have any other choice. What was he supposed to do? Not take it?
He took it, and then afterwards didn't complain a whole heck of a lot. I don't know. Seemed tougher. Yes, it's tough to be a smuggler, an intergalactic smuggler. Just living that life, you have to be tough from the get-go.
I'm shocked you didn't say Darth Vader, by the way, but that's a whole nother thing. Seltzer, tough.
I'm trying to decide if I should take a haymaker or not. What do you think? Yes or no? I have 2 answers.
There's
one
so many big ones available. I think you should.
Okay, I think this guy takes a beating more than any character I know. Takes a beating more than any character I've ever seen.
I know where you're going.
And just keeps coming. Where am I going?
John Wick.
I'm going with John Wick.
Wow.
Ultimate tough
It's
guy.
so
Unbelievable tough guy.
I wanted to leave that. I was hoping.
That's why I asked. That's why I asked.
Okay, look, it sets the tone. Certainly better than Han Solo. By the
John
way,
Wick is so cool, and I don't think you appreciate
You should
John
watch those.
Wick.
I'll watch
They're
it
really
again.
entertaining.
I'll watch it again.
Yeah.
Terminator 1 count, right? I mean, it's machine guy.
No, he's a machine. Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, he's a machine.
Hold on. He's part machine. He is.
No, that's RoboCop.
That's RoboCop. Yeah, Terminator's all machine.
Terminator's all machine.
Yeah, remember,
No,
he's like
not.
the
He's got-
exoskeleton.
He's got the cybernetic. I mean, he's got
Yeah, but it's machine.
a
But it's
human
But it's machine.
underneath. He's got the organism. He's got the human organism.
No, I think he's got
living.
human on the outside. He's
Yeah.
machine on the inside. He's got skin, but it's skin that's not like normal skin. It was generated by the smart people who could AI figure it out. Not quite AI. Rhea, tough guy or gal? What do you got?
John McClane from Die Hard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love him.
Went through a lot. Had to walk on some broken glass in the bare feet.
Hey, John, come out to L.A.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
We'll have a few drinks, have a few laughs.
Look, big answers, guys. Come on. Big answers for tough guy. Or girl. Big ones. What do you got? 215-592-9494. Thinking a couple from the movie about boxing around. Rocky Balboa! You know why, John?
I was going to take that.
Because I
just
couldn't.
You could.
How could I choose against Rocky? And you guys would probably override it, and then Rock would get disrespected. So I'm preventing Rocky from being disrespected by saying Rocky frickin' Balboa, our guy, tough guy. Look, give us a big time answer. You can win the $100 gift card to Wild Fork Food. Speaking of answers, what Ross Tucker said recently about the Eagles being shortchanged in the national discussion. We'll get to that. Phone calls on all of this. Your thoughts on why the Eagles are disrespected. What do you make of it? And more about the Phillies game yesterday, not just us being there, but what a terrific win it was by the Phils. And obviously Luzardo and Bone primarily starring. We'll get to that as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, your phone calls. Who's the tough guy or gal, ultimately, from fiction? Tell us on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar, resort. Well, that could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, you want dining, bars, pool, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature System Spills with an off day. After taking 2 of 3 in their series with the Cubs 7-2, nice return to form for Jesus Luzardo. Struck out 10 over 6, allowing only 1 run. Alec Bohm, a 4 RBI day, including a solo shot. Phil's welcome in the Blue Jays for the weekend. Eagles apparently looking to replenish their front office after a couple departures, said to be hiring the director of player personnel at LSU, Preston Tiffany, for CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz. I remember TJ McConnell. Well, he just helped the Indiana Pacers take a 2-1 lead in the NBA Finals over OKC. McConnell became the first player in Finals history to come off the bench and record 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Mostly sunny, high 92, currently 68. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94
CarmenChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question: do you think the national media has given the 2024 Eagles enough credit for potentially being one of the best NFL teams of all time? Yes or no? Have the Eagles gotten the acclaim nationally that they deserve? Yes or no? You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. I'll tell you one team that's certainly not going to get historical acclaim if they win a championship, but they might win a championship, John, is the Indiana Pacers. Are they really?
That's amazing.
Guys, are the Indiana Pacers really about to win the NBA championship?
Bench crushed it last night,
Like, what-
including TJ McConnell.
What is going on?
Good for TJ.
Next thing you know, the Houston Texans are going to win the NFL Super Bowl. Like the Indiana freaking Pacers? Are you kidding me?
I just wanted a series, and it looks like we got one.
Oh, we definitely got a series. I am really, really surprised. I mean, more than anything, that the Pacers they're 2 games away from winning the championship. Like,
TJ McConnell's 33.
Well, I remember when we felt, because I was there, and I think we as a group were there, like it was time to move on after the Toronto series. He felt a little overmatched in that series. I think it was that series. I'm almost positive. And I remember it was like, all right, let's move on from TJ. And they did. And man, was that a mistake. Because think of who the backup point guard. Who had been the backup point guard since then? I mean, they had who was the
that guy and that other guy.
Yeah,
The
we're
guy
right.
and the guy.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to think of the one. Who's the scrappy guy? Beverly.
Oh, yeah.
He
He
was-
was here for a
He
minute.
was 2 years ago for about a half a season.
Yeah.
Who else have they had backup point guard guy? Because they've stunk, whoever they are. They're either too young and not good, too old and not good, or middle-aged and not good.
Oh, the guy who shoots weird.
Oh, yeah. That guy.
That guy.
The
He had
old
a playoff
Suns, the
game
old
for them.
Suns
Yeah.
player.
Campaign.
Campaign.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I mean, really.
Lowry?
Who?
Lowry?
Oh, Lowry,
for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, sure. Love him, but I mean, as old as... Can't be older in the NBA than this. I mean, I love Kyle Lowry, but my God. And
He's
TJ
like our age almost, Kyle Lowry.
All right, so the Pacers might actually get it done. By the way, life advice with the Hammer coming up at 9:15 today. You can certainly let us know what you need some help with, and I'll try to give you some good advice. Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways you can interact with our show in addition to the regular phone lines. All right, let's go to the phones. We're looking for who is an ultimate tough guy or tough gal from fiction. But more than anything, and also Phillies conversation, but more than anything, do you agree with the sentiment that the Eagles were shortchanged when it comes to acclaim after that season, not just that Super Bowl, that season? Remember, they had a 10-game winning streak in there, guys, and a number 1 ranked defense. And then also, why do you think it has happened? Let's go to Steve in Cherry Hill. We were hanging out with him yesterday. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, guys. Morning. It was a pleasure meeting everyone yesterday.
It was
a
great,
good time. Beautiful day, but it was a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think that got shortchanged only because the last, 5 or 6 years, our division stunk, except for Washington last year. So I'm guessing they're going about, years past that our division wasn't that good. I'm just going on that. But I don't know your thoughts on that end of it.
Well, I mean, I'll give you although Washington was totally legit. But, yeah, the other 2 teams weren't. But most divisions have 1 team that stinks, and many have 2. Think of it this way. When you play 17 games and you play 2 teams in your division that stinks, that only represents 4 games. You still have 13 other games. I mean, that's
Right.
more than enough to get to size up, what does this team have versus the other teams? And then, by the way, so it's those 13 games. Then it's 4 other games in the postseason, one of which was against Washington. We'll discount that. So you had, let's not discount it. You had 17 games against teams other than the Cowboys and Giants. If the nation can't wrap their head around the greatness of the Eagles based on 17 games against non-Giants and Cowboys, then they're then it's dumb. They're dumb people.
Right. So, on the other note, who are the Phillies going to trade for a center fielder? Is it going to be Bohm still now that he's hitting the ball, or Castellanos, or Stott? I got one of them 3 being traded.
Man, I don't know, Steve.
For a center fielder, we need it.
I tend to think it'll be none of them. I tend to think that it will be a minor leaguer.
I think it's going to be a shakeup. One of them guys, they're getting to be, besides yesterday, they're just a boring team to me. So I think they got to shake it up a little bit. And now's the time.
Well, I hope they do. I really hope they do. Yeah.
I hope to get rid of one of them guys. But anyway, my answer would be Rambo.
Oh, Rambo's a good answer.
Good answer.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Super
strong
one.
out of the gate, Steve. Appreciate that phone call, man. Really good answer. Gary in Whitehall right now. Gary, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Good, buddy.
Doing well, Gary.
Hey, listen, the Eagles thing, for all the years, you guys never won a Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. 2017 comes, we win one. Oh, you guys caught lightning in the bottle. You barely beat Brady, who shelled out his best performance in a Super Bowl. So we got one there. We get another one in 2024. We destroyed the Commanders in the NFC Championship game. We destroyed the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and we still get disrespected. I was telling James, all we got to do now is kick everybody's ass and win another one.
Yeah, I do know. But Gary, here's what's annoying about it. It's going to be hard for the Eagles, not impossible, but it's going to be hard for the Eagles to be more dominant than they were. That was, I don't know one person, and we all have love in our heart for the 2017 Eagles. Love and appreciation. I don't know one person that thinks it was a better team than this one that just happened. Number one ranked. Do I think Jalen could play better? I do. Not so much in the Super Bowl, but for the season, yeah, I do. But I don't think Saquon can play better. I really don't. Offensive line, I think, was number one. AJ and Devontae do what they do. The defense was number one in football. I don't know much of a reasonable path for how they can be better. I really don't.
Right.
It's almost embarrassing. Like when you run through the list, that is an embarrassment of riches. Both sides of the football. Just it feels unfair almost, but I'll take it.
I mean, theoretically, Gary, you could have a new crop of rookies, not only this year but over the next couple of years, that is similar to what just happened with the rookies, and so you have more of that. I'm not saying it's impossible, because look, you can make it. Look, the '84 49ers went 15-1. And people thought that was the best Niners team. And then you had the team in '89 that beat the Broncos. I don't know what that score was, but that was nuts. Then you had the team
in
55 to 10.
55 to 10. Yes,
I won a block.
Yes,
on
correct.
That one and won a lot
correct.
of money.
Then you had the Niners team in '94 with Steve Young that set the NFL record in the Super Bowl with 6 touchdown passes. So it's maybe that's the best one. So I mean, it is possible to keep it going. But, that's not easy, man. There's a reason.
That 49ers team had those dumb numbers. Remember
I don't.
That 49ers team
with the
it
three-dimensional.
Had the shadow
94
numbers.
I know.
Where the regular number, but then a black outline behind it.
Loved it.
It was just so weird looking.
I thought they were the best uniforms I'd ever seen.
Oh, no
When
way.
Deion got in that
they tried
uniform,
to make the 3D looking numbers, and you thought that was cool?
I thought that was amazing. That and the Charlotte Hornets with the teal.
Oh, God. Everybody loved those.
Sign me up for that.
No
The starter jacket, that was the go-to.
Oh, everybody had them.
Get me an Alonzo Mourning, Larry Johnson, teal Charlotte Hornets.
That was a great team. I mean, you want to talk NBA Jam's glory.
Yes.
But,
and then they didn't get along, and then that was the end of that.
Mm-hmm.
Gary, give me an answer, my man. Fictional, tough guy. Who do you got?
Well, we're going to go with the bare-knuckle champion, and that's Philo Beto.
You got it, pal. Gary, appreciate the phone call. All right, let's get to the Phils from yesterday. So, couple things obviously stood out, one of which is right out of the gate, boom, 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 3 runs. So, credit to a bunch of guys getting a little bit. By the way, notable, Trey Turner leading off against a right-handed pitcher.
Yep.
So, it happens.
Yeah. Yeah,
it happens.
We thought it was going to happen.
Yeah. So score one for the Hammer 2 days ago. He said, "What's going to be the first?"
Well, we agreed with you. You just got to talk first.
You know what?
You got to go first. That would have been all of our answer.
I don't know about that. Score one for the Hammer. Early victory for tomorrow. Just saying. No, it is notable. Rob Thompson did it, and I think it was the right move. Look. The concept, I had no problem with the concept of a righty against a lefty against a righty. I had no problem with Bryson Stott up there. I think it's sound thinking, as long as the player plays well enough to justify getting the most at-bats on a team, which he did not, and did not over the stretch of about a month and a half. I mean, he started out initially decent, but it's been pretty lame lately. So, but notable that yesterday it happened. Baton has been passed. Trey Turner is now the leadoff hitter, not the leadoff hitter in the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll see how long it lasts. Let's hope it's the whole season, because if it is, that's a sign that it need to change again. So we'll see. And Schwarber's going to have to totally settle in, middle of the lineup, and that's it. That's the plan. Could be altered, but that's the plan.
How
as
hard
of now.
and fast do you think this is set?
At least a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's Trey Turner's job.
It feels like it should be
his job.
Pretty dyed in the wool right now. If that's the terminology.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long. How long does it hold out
Rob
if
Thompson
he starts to do awful Trey things? Where Trey, we know Trey can plummet. Trey has not been plummeting.
No,
he's
been playing well. So anyway, that's notable. So they get all those runs in the first. RBI ground out by Bohm, Kepler hit, JT hit. Boom, you got a 3-0 lead. All right, let's go a little deeper in the game. It was good to see Kyle Schwarber, after struggling for a stretch, go yard.
Here's a swing and a drive way back to right, and that will end the drought for Kyle Schwarber as he hits one off the facing of the second deck. It falls into the lower seats, and Schwarber with his 21st of the year. And that's the Kyle Schwarber we know, especially in the month of June. It's 4-0 Phillies.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Just so cool to see that live. The flick. Everyone knows by the sound. And there goes.
That's
really
awesome.
Cool to see.
All right, so Bohm was the offensive star of the day, though. He had 3 different hits in which he drove in a run or more, including this one in the 4th.
The pitch. Swung on. Line to right. That's a base hit into right center. Kemp will score. Turner's coming home as well, and Alec Bohm does deliver the 2-out, 2-run single. And the Phillies now lead it 6-1 here over the Cubs.
So at that point, you pretty much know the Phils are going to win the game, but he tacked on another a couple innings later.
Cabrera's 1-1. Swung on, hit in the air, high in the air to left. It's pretty deep. Happ is back at the track, at the wall, and he's out of room. It's gone. Oh, just a towering fly ball straight away left field, and Alec Bohm with a 4 RBI day as he launches his 6th home run of the season to give the Phillies a 7-1 lead.
So that's all good stuff, but, and I mean this is no disrespect to Bohm, it's all got to take a backseat to what was the story of the day. Let's go back actually a little bit earlier in the game. We're going out of sequence here, but when Jesus Luzardo did this.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out anyways, and that's number 10 on the day for Jesus Luzardo, his 4th double-digit strikeout game of the season.
Let's be real. That's the story of the day.
And they're a great lineup, the Cubs, too.
Oh, they are. They can score.
I mean, if it was as simple as him tipping pitches, great. You correct that. You get right on back to being a guy that has Cy Young stuff, and you just get right back on track, especially with Nola out.
Without skipping a beat.
Especially with Nola out, because here's the deal, guys. With no Nola or not a good Nola, you need Sanchez and Luzardo and Ranger to, I mean, and by the way, think about that. I mean, you got 3 lefties, 2, 3, and 4, whatever order you want to put them. Luzardo, Sanchez, and Ranger. That's pretty amazing, man. So that was a fun game to be at. It was a quality win. I'm not going to say my Phillies heart is settled down. I still got some rough spots in there with all sorts of players I'm, aggravated with these days. But Rhea, that was a quality. It was a quality win yesterday.
I'd love to look at the record when they score first, because it just seems every time they score first, they have a different attitude.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I know it's got to be a great record, but it just felt, it was Luzardo. Because
he was the guy.
I was scared.
He was the guy.
That it was just going to fall off a cliff.
And they were able to win a game comfortably in which they did not use the main relievers. So that's a couple days in a row now. You haven't seen the Stroms and the Kirkereens and all that.
And everybody got a hit except for Johan.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so your reaction on the Phils, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Man, what a great game yesterday.
Yeah, Nick, good seeing you, buddy, man. That was a fun time.
That was awesome. And I think you're wrong. The highlight of the day was actually Anthony thumping everyone up there on that platform with his trivia question.
Well, I was embarrassed.
Not everyone, Nick, because I got it right. Just saying.
Oh, I didn't see that, James.
Oh, yeah, buddy. And I was like, Joe, how can you not get this?
That was maybe my worst miss on a trivia question of all time.
Wow.
It was bad.
What was it?
Let me just say this, Nick. I also think that Anthony was so hurt by me missing it. I think he's now like less
disappointed in you. He's like,
oh, he's very disappointed. All right, Ray, here's the question. Ray, we're going to give it to you and everyone listening.
Oh, God.
We'll give you like 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay.
I thought about it for about 45 seconds, couldn't come up with it. No, we won't do 45 seconds because it's radio here. But here we go. The question was, there's only one Eagles player that caught a touchdown pass from Donovan McNabb, Nick Foles, Carson Wentz, and Jalen Hurts. Who's the one player?
One player.
Yeah. And I was so stuck on Ertz, and it just framed my brain, and I couldn't get to the player.
Starting with McNabb.
So McNabb through Hurts. I mean, Bradford wasn't in there. I mean, he's in there, but he's not named in the question. So it's McNabb, Foles, Wentz. Now remember, Foles came back.
Yeah.
So whichever version of Foles, and Hurts. You got about 5 seconds. Who do you got?
Oh, I was going to say Selleck, but Selleck wasn't here.
I thought of him too.
Yeah, with Hurts.
It's a biggie.
It's a big, and it's not. It's got to be a wide receiver.
Deshaun Jackson. Because he came back.
Yeah.
And Nick, I felt like a world-class boob when I missed it. I felt like Fritz, frankly.
I was trying to think of somebody who'd just been here forever, but I forgot that he came back.
I just totally.
That's a good question.
It's a really good question.
It really is.
But I should have gotten it. Anyway, Nick, it was a great time, man.
He embarrassed all of us with that one. But, yeah, Jen and I both felt like that was the best game that we've ever been to. And we hardly watched the game. Just hanging out with you guys was awesome.
That's awesome, man. No, we had a blast. All right, Nick. Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Small world. Jen actually happened to go to middle school with James, so they got to reminisce about.
Yeah, we found out yesterday.
So crazy.
Same class.
Wow.
Like we're 2 years together.
How
7th
many
and 8th
kids?
Grade. We were listed names back and forth. It's like, yep, I know him. Oh, I dated him.
way.
This, that, whatever. Yeah, it was hilarious.
That's great.
Yeah, it was really cool.
That's so
and
good.
the funny part was Nick was like, Jen always tells me that she went to school with a James Seltzer. It's like, obviously not the same James Seltzer. Turned out it was the same
And
James
it
Seltzer.
was.
Isn't that hilarious?
That's so good.
That is something else.
All right, Nick, who's the ultimate tough guy or gal from a fictional standpoint?
I have to pivot here because I couldn't think of him in a fictional role that was worth it. But if you mess with my dog, I feel the same way. John Wick, man.
Well, he's already been said. You got to give me a different answer.
Ooh, he's been said. Oh, Odiork and Nobody, man. That guy got hit.
Odenkirk. Yeah.
You got it, Nick.
Sure.
Appreciate that,
Funny
man.
answer.
All right, up ahead, a tough guy for sure, because anyone who plays catcher in Major League Baseball is a tough guy. Ben Davis. Ben joins us in studio on the Phils, and we'll see if Ben agrees with the premise. Eagles nationally shortchanged, and why? What the theories are. We'll see what Ben says. Joe Cameron and John Ritchie, your theories as well. Let us know on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's the best place, obviously, to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And anybody that picked Indiana, you're doing pretty good so far. Look, you can make the smarter plays with new performance trends. If you want to check out if a player, is consistently playing well during the playoffs or maybe flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And then obviously after the tip-off, I mean, things get great. You can combine live prop bets in-game, and you can create same-game parlays for your chance to win big. Do it all at FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a deal. That's a win-win. You win the bet, you win the $5 bet. You also get $200 in bonus bets. Where? At FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Father's Day, give Dad something timeless. A luxury watch from Cozy Jewelers. Whether he's into classic styles or bold designs, Cozy has the perfect timepiece to match his vibe. And when you're shopping for something this special, you need to step up to the 5th C. That's Cozy. You already know cut, color, clarity, and carat, but Cozy brings it all together with unbeatable service and selection. So stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square and make this Father's Day unforgettable.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time, It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This former
Lamar Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. This is why they play the game, folks. Don't look now. The underdog Pacers are 2 wins away from their first ever NBA championship. It's a fun stat that Indiana is 8-0 in the playoffs when Caitlin Clark is cheering them on in person. But more telling indicators are that Tyrese Halliburton was locked in early finally, and the Pacers posted a 49-18 bench points advantage over the Thunder. That's that Pacer depth. I'm Lamar Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Pitch swung on, ripped up the middle, and Horner can't handle it. Bounds off the heel of his glove, goes on out into center, and here comes Kepler home to score. A rocket off Realmuto's bat, and it's 3-0 Phillies.
Sure are. Taking what the Phillies did yesterday, too. But there's nothing that we were digging more than the Eagles. And I just don't think they got the acclaim. All right, we'll see if you agree or disagree. And if you agree, what do you think the theories are? Again, a lot of Beach Boys today with Brian Wilson passing away yesterday. So I hope you're having a good start to your day. You can join us 215-592-9494. And that, not on the phone lines, but in studio, is what Ben Davis has done.
Ben Davis in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Top of the morning to you, Ben.
And the rest of the day to you, lad.
Well done by you. I thought I could maybe throw you a curveball.
No.
You know,
and the rest of the day to yourself, lad. Ben, you and your lad you look like you're cut from the same cloth. I mean, you are definitely kin, since we're talking, Irish and kin and all that.
Congrats to your son, man.
Awesome job by your son.
Very excited. It's really a cool time of his life and his teammates, and the fact that they're going to the World Series is just, they got their charter flight into Omaha yesterday, and they play tomorrow night at 7:00.
How many games do they have to win? Sorry.
Well, it's double elimination. Okay. So they play tomorrow night against Oregon State. So we'll see how they do.
Man.
See how they do. Just to get there is really cool. One of 8 teams in the whole country. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Your son, is he the same size?
He's bigger
height,
than me.
What height, weight? He looks like a monster.
Yeah, he's bigger than me. He's taller than me, but he doesn't weigh as much. He's only about 225.
Damn kid.
So what's he, 6'7"?
No,
6'6"?
he's like 6'5". Yeah, he's like 6'5".
Tall-looking kid out there.
That's
but
awesome,
I cannot deny him. That's for sure. That's
another thing.
I cannot deny
you
him.
Truly could be twins. I mean, like fraternal, maybe even bordering on identical twins. That's
his hair's
amazing.
a little dark. Well, it's bleached right now, but his hair's a little darker than mine.
That's great.
Yeah.
So Ben,
Must be really proud.
We'll get to the Phils thing because obviously there's a lot to do there. But let's start with you with the Eagles. So you've been listening driving in.
Yeah.
You know my premise, and it's Saquon's premise, and it's Ross Tucker's premise. We're going to play the Ross audio soon. That the Eagles just didn't get enough acclaim nationally after what they accomplished. Do you agree with that? And if so, why do you think that happened?
1,000%. And I agree with everything that you put out there. First and foremost, they don't want it to be the national team. It's Philadelphia. There's a stigma about Philadelphia. We can't give them their props. That's one, like you said. Number two, they don't want it to go over the top of Big Red and Mahomes. And the national commercials, the Skechers commercials that Big Red's doing, the State Farm commercials that Mahomes is doing, all these things, these national promotion, they can't have the Eagles be better than that tandem. There's no way. Sirianni, who's Sirianni? This guy never played. Who is he? He's some high school football coach. Now it so happened to be in the NFL.
I think that really hurts us.
I did too.
100%.
I did too.
And even just going way back 5 years, I think Nick 5 years ago hurts us as much as anything.
You mean the way he started
in terms
here?
of national perception. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
That starting press conference, the debacle.
Well, even the
that
October
was.
stuff. I mean, it wasn't
The first year with the flower and all that.
I mean, I think a lot. Look, maybe the nation has
Well, I
changed.
think it's all of it until
It's all of
when
it.
he, it was the yelling at the fans, this, that.
Totally.
It's the whole Frank, that all that stuff.
All that, stomping off the field after the Chiefs game in 2023, and so it has added up to. I just think the Eagles got really shortchanged.
Yeah, and it's your quarterback not being an outgoing guy.
That's part of it too. Personality.
Yeah, personality is not what Mahomes is. He's not that funny guy. I agree with all the points that you made, and I think they're legitimate.
Well, we'll see where everyone stands on it. 215-592-9494. Do you agree with the premise Eagles got shortchanged? And if so, why? I mean, I laid out 5 or 6 reasons earlier. We all have laid out a few. Like, what do you think it's about? It's a combination, clearly. But it's really irritating because, I know Kelsey said, we're from Philly and, we don't care what they think of us. But I do. I do. I do.
really do.
I do care.
It's a misnomer.
I want that acclaim. I want my team to be seen as because here's the deal. That might have been the best team this century. Do I think the Eagles this past season were better than the Cowboys in 1992 or the 49ers in 94? I do not. But do I think this was maybe the best team this century? Yeah, might have been.
I said it right after the Super Bowl, remember? I said the salary cap era thing. I was like, this should be talked about as one of the great teams of the salary cap era, because they are.
I totally agree. All right, what do you make of it? 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Tom in Dover. What's going on, Tom?
What's going on, everybody? How everybody doing?
Good, pal.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, listen, man, I called in because, Ben, man, I watched your son play on Sunday, man. The kid is good, too.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I was scanning through the TV, and they said, Ben Davis' son. And I said, man, it must be Ben from the radio. So let me look at it. And you know what, man, that kid is big, though, man. So, Ben, you
he
must
looks
be
real
you.
big.
He's a big boy.
On TV, man, for real.
Well,
Ben,
thank you.
I can guarantee you, Tom, Ben is big. Yes.
And Tom, you know what I'm telling Ben privately? It's what he should be telling his son, which was I used some of my major league money to help raise you.
Yeah.
You use some of your NIL money to help me.
Remember
for the
LeVar Ball? That's the angle thing you want to be in that area. LeVar Ball.
Yeah,
and it's going to snow today too.
I call it NIL Dad. Okay.
Yeah, Joe, I think he's gonna get some MLB money too, though.
I would agree.
Kid can play, man.
Yep.
Yeah, kid can play. But listen, man, I just called in this morning, man, because I've been, I'm constantly listening, even if I'm not calling. I've been hearing all this Jalen Hurts talk and the Philadelphia Phillies talk. I hate to just make everybody mad this morning, but the Phillies ain't going nowhere, so you can forget about that.
I don't know about that. We'll see.
No, they're not going nowhere.
Well, do you acknowledge you're going to? Do you acknowledge you're going? Are they going to get? Hold on. Are they going to get to the playoffs, Tom?
Even if they do get to the playoffs, Joe, we already know what happens when they get there.
Well, that's your theory. We'll see.
I mean, it's too many good teams in the National League that's better than them. Better than them. So I'm not feeling that.
Okay.
But as far as the Eagles go, man, I think that team, this team that just passed this year that won a Super Bowl, is better than that 49ers team that you talk about. I don't even think there's no comparison. I think we played them in the NFC Championship. We would have stomped them too.
Well, if you're saying the 94 49ers or the Montana one in 89, I would disagree with you.
Yeah, I probably would too.
Because remember, it was easier pre-salary cap to have great players and keep great players. I mean, imagine if this Eagles team had kept Hargrave. Imagine if they had all that they had, but yet you still had, T.J. Edwards is probably better than Nakobe. Love Nakobe. T.J. Edwards probably better. We could come up with a couple examples. But look, they were a loaded squad. I mean, I can't tell you it's impossible, Tom. I just will tell you some teams I saw growing up I'd put above the Eagles. But, I mean, the Eagles really might have been the best this century. And I didn't hear one person nationally say that. And I didn't hear one person say the Eagles are amongst the 5 best this century, which I'm certain they were. Certain.
Hey, Joe, let me say this to you, Joe.
Sure.
We've been having this debate on the job a lot. we lost a bunch of players to free agency after winning Super Bowls. But Joe, if you keep it honest, man, those players that we lost, man, they didn't really play good.
Reddick. I'll tell you what, the Reddick thing, and Hargrave got old. I know.
That's just like this year, man. I'm wholeheartedly feel as though like Milton Williams and Sweat, man.
Oh well, those guys. That's a different. Well, we'll see moving forward. We'll see on that one. Tom, give me a great answer. The ultimate fictional tough guy or tough gal?
Oh, I couldn't think of nothing, man. When James asked me, man,
Are you kidding me?
With Henry Winkler, the Fonz.
The Fonz? Okay, I mean, all right. I mean, I love the Fonz, but
of course he was tough. I mean, he was supposed
tough,
to be tough.
But I'm thinking of like
to be, but
he's a 40-year-old guy hanging out with teenagers.
Him versus Rambo.
Yeah,
all right.
Supposed
Like
to be tough.
who wins?
What are we doing here?
Like I'm thinking about Sarah Connor.
He's supposed to be tough.
It is what
Why
it
would you
is.
do
Wait,
that?
we said 10 minutes into the show.
Yeah, we said the Fonz, and I love the Fonz. I mean, I don't want to disrespect the Fonz. Don't give me the Fonz over Sarah Connor. She saves the world.
Oh wow.
You have a knack.
It is what it is, man. I mean, come to the table with a better answer than the Fonz. Don't make me scold you.
The other thing about the Eagles team,
yes,
as we segue,
yeah,
they don't have that iconic defensive figure. They don't have the Ray Lewis. They don't have the LT. You know what I mean?
Although Jalen Carter is really great, but
I know, but it's not a national thing.
Nation doesn't know him.
Exactly.
Nation doesn't know.
Like, how much longer does the nation have to wait to realize that this guy is a beast?
Then he wasn't even a first-team All-Pro.
That's what I'm saying.
He wasn't even in the top 5 for Defensive Player of the Year.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you, man.
Time has arrived.
All right, up ahead, what Ross Tucker said, which is part of what triggered this conversation. We'll get to that. Rob Thompson with an update yesterday on Bryce Harper, some interesting information. Some of what Sirianni said earlier this week, plus Reuben Frank at 7:40, and your calls on all of this. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
If you've been putting off replacing your old drafty windows, I'm telling you, now is the time to call Window Nation. I had my windows replaced. The difference in my home's comfort over the summer, it's just incredible. My AC runs less. House is quieter, and frankly, it just feels more secure. And the offer they have right now is one of the best.
Rhea's absolutely right. We, at my house, we got 3 new windows from Window Nation. We could not be happier. The house is cozier when it should be. It stays cool like I want it to as well. And we don't have to do the thermostat dance like we did in previous years when the weather started getting warmer. It's amazing. And this offer that Rhea is talking about, too, that's phenomenal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 more windows completely free.
On top of that, you can get it all done now with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 full years. It is the smartest home improvement decision you can make, especially with their lifetime warranty and the fact that their windows are assembled right here in the USA.
And you're getting the best of the best. Window Nation was just ranked #1 by Forbes for best window installation companies. But be sure to act fast because this incredible sale ends on June 30th.
Get peace of mind for the summer and beyond. Schedule your fast, free estimate with Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com.
The Phillies battle the Blue Jays at the bank. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a home run for Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years, and how they can certainly help you as well. Well, I've been a patient of PI Dental now for 2 decades, and for me, it's been year-to-year maintenance. I've been in, good shape and fortunate, of course, but also under the great care of PI Dental Center that has helped Keep Me There with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. If you are in good shape with your teeth, good for you. Keep it there and do it at PI Dental Center. Year-to-year maintenance, the best in the business. But if you got a big old problem, and I know there are thousands throughout the Delaware Valley that do, big pain, maybe you don't like the way you look and it actually creates a self-esteem issue. Well, if that's the case, and maybe this goes back to childhood. You never got it resolved, always wanted to. If that's the case, know that PI Dental Center, the originators of the Teeth in a Day, which is a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere one day, know that they can really, really help you. They can fix you. Get yourself there. Located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies open a series against the Blue Jays tomorrow at the bank after taking 2 of 3 from the Cubs, courtesy of a 7-2 victory. Jesus Luzardo rebounded 10 strikeout performance, just 1 run over 6 innings. Pacers surprisingly up 2-1 in the NBA Finals over the Thunder after a 116-107 win. Now, teams that win Game 3 of a 1-1 NBA Finals have gone on to win 80.5% of the time, and Indiana remains unbeaten after a loss in the 2025 postseason, improving to 5-0 per ESPN. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, high 92. It is currently 70. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A comeback. Arm is feeling spry. Okay. I mean, good for him.
Put spry in all caps.
He did.
Yeah, yes.
And I'm happy for him. I mean, they want to see the kid get hurt. So,
the kid.
No, I
so
mean,
now you're being,
what?
Demeaning, I think, is the word we're looking for.
Now, right.
Well, I am being demeaning. There's a lot to demean. Hence my demeanment.
There's a lot to
demeanment. I don't think that's a word.
I don't know if that's.
Ben, have you been following this the last?
100%.
What do you think here, man?
I think it's going to be a fun competition.
A lot of demeanment.
Yes.
Hey,
Are you going to get in there and catch for it, Ben? I've nominated you as a potential catcher.
I know that. I know.
You're welcome.
Is that
It depends on the time and place, but I wouldn't
contribute.
I wouldn't be adverse
see,
to
look
it.
at this.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. He's part of the show.
Throw the gear on, throw my cup on.
Something to consider.
Yeah.
So we got to get. I mean, he's got to get 8 defenders. 8 others. He's the pitcher, and he gets to bring 8 defenders. So we got to really figure out who the umpire is. Like no games. Like no shadiness. Like I know they were talking about Tim Donaghy for the basketball. Ref. I'm like, no way. I'm not taking a guy that can flip him $100. Fritz flips him $100 and wins. I'm not doing that. No, seriously. Tim Donaghy.
You think he would do that in that situation?
I mean, I know I would. Like, he'll give you 100. I'll give you 101. You know what I mean?
So you got more money than Fritz. Why don't you just say that?
I think. Listen, Steve Javy lives around here. He's a retired ref. You still see him on TV. I think
Steve Javy's dying to do this.
I think Steve Javy's probably a WIP. Hey, whoever knows Javy, tell him the Hammer wants Javy to be our basketball referee.
I could get my friend Mark Lindsay.
And who is he? Is he one of the refs?
We played Aston Middletown together.
Okay.
We went to Malvern and graduated Malvern together.
Yep.
And he's been an NBA ref for the last, 20 years.
I mean, there's so many from here. That's very, yeah. Tom Washington is from here.
He's a crew chief of his group.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, no, I appreciate
This
that.
is real deal here.
Yeah. I mean,
What an
there's
embarrassment for whatever ref has to
overqualified.
do this, though.
Yeah.
It's like, man.
Sorry, Mark, for throwing your name out there.
All right, well, someone that knows one of these guys, Tom Washington lives here. He's been reffing a long time. Javi, obviously, is an NBA ref legend. So someone get to one of these guys, and we need refs. I mean, I'll take Javi as the baseball umpire. We need umpires. We need an umpire, and we need a first base umpire and an umpire behind home plate. We don't need a second base and third base umpire, but we need 2 umps. First base, home plate. Just putting it out there. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go to Corey in Pottstown. Corey was with us yesterday. What's going on, Corey?
What's going on, guys? It was so good to meet everybody there yesterday. I feel good about putting faces to names now, or names to faces. I don't know how that goes. I can't remember.
It was fun, Corey. That was great, man.
Real quick, big shout out to Nick from Bucks. What a sweetheart. Got his number yesterday. Him and I and Jen, we talked for a while, and he was awesome. So want to give him a big shout out. And also a conversation that him and I had yesterday. Mr. Ritchie, you are a good-looking man. I want to say this right now.
Jeez.
Have you ever heard the phrase "outkicked your coverage"?
Oh, yeah, buddy. Good point.
Yes, I agree with you, Corey. Thank you, though, for the compliment.
Watching you on YouTube, I now know why you look like a real man now, because your woman takes care of you.
Well, thank you,
that?
Corey.
That's great.
She's amazing.
Yeah, she was awesome. I really enjoyed meeting her. That was so cool.
James, you hadn't met her before, right?
First time. It was awesome. Yeah, we had a moment. It was
great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She was awesome. Joe, I just want to say it was good going back and forth with you about our little heartache from that Tampa Bay game when I brought up Joe Juravicius. And we went back and forth with each play right before leading off to that.
So let me say, well, you're right. Let me just say this, everyone who doesn't know the conversation, which is everyone else, Corey, but you and me. So Corey says to me on my deathbed, meaning his deathbed, he goes, on my deathbed, shortly, right before I die, I'm going to say 2 names. And I'm going through my brain. I'm trying to. So first when I go, Nick Foles, I'm thinking Foles because it was his first Eagles Super Bowl. And before I even get to the second name, Corey goes, Joe Carter and Joe Juravicius. I'm like, oh, my God. So, Corey, that's how deep it is for you. On the deathbed, you think you'll be thinking of Juravicius and Joe Carter.
I literally said to you, Joe, we could win 6 straight championships. And on my deathbed, that's the only thing I'm going to think of. Only because I thought that those 2 teams were so good. And to go down the way they did, I don't think it'll matter how many championships we win. I'm always going to remember those 2 names.
Well, listen, we all have that pain, for however long we've lived, for what represents the old days that when our squad lost. I mean, my older siblings still talk about, the 77 Phils. Obviously, people go back to the 64 Phils.
Those ones hit especially hard, too, because 08 hadn't happened yet for us. For people our age, like that we had not won yet anything.
But
Zero.
But, Corey, I will tell you this, and I hope this resonates with most people, because I want people to feel more joy in their heart than less. I can tell you unequivocally, the Juravicius one doesn't hurt me as much as it used to, because the Eagles won a Super Bowl and then won another. I'm not saying it doesn't still cut, but it's not the same, man. It's not like it was before 2017. Now, the Joe Carter one, for me, still hits just as deep.
Because of the age, I think.
I think the age I was, and,
And it was the first true, real, big moment heartbreak we had like that, like in a championship, that type of thing.
Well, it was such a singular moment. It was
the only two times ever it's happened.
Yeah. I mean, there's really only 2 times I can think of where a championship dream, not in a prior round,
gut punched you,
died in a second. Joe Carter and Patrick Kane.
Yep.
Like where it ended in 1 second, you went from the dream being alive to a second later, the dream has died. It's the only 2 I can, Now, Kawhi, but that was in the second round,
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Anyway, Corey.
The Joe Carter one gets me more because I loved that Phillies team.
Well, me
that
too.
was probably one of my favorite Phillies teams.
Yeah.
So, That's why that hits me hard. As far as the game yesterday, I actually became that guy that I usually despise at Phillies games. I was that guy that was talking so much with everybody. Every time something happened, I went, "What happened? What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?"
Yeah. That's okay,
So
Corey.
It was a great time yesterday.
It's fun. Give me a fictional tough guy or gal. Who do you have?
He's more crazy, I guess, than tough, but I'm still going to throw him out there. Martin Riggs from Lethal Weapon.
Yeah.
He's both. He's both.
Listen, he
So
jumps off
tough.
a building to help a guy not commit suicide. I mean, that was a big time move right there. So no, Riggs was
Big time move from Riggs there.
I mean, listen, that's it was
Well,
awesome.
unconventional.
Yeah, a little unconventional, probably
But
not
successful.
Probably not in the playbook, but it worked. All right, coming up in a minute, something Ross Tucker said it was recently, which kind of framed our conversation today. Really interesting from Ross. We'll get to that in 1 minute. All right, guys, Father's Day obviously is coming up soon. My advice: get him a great gift from Family and Company Jewelers right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They've got a tremendous selection of Father's Day gifts. One of the best certainly you can get is the handcrafted pocket knife from designer William Henry. They also have chains and pendants and a massive selection, not of ties, of designer watches. So skip the ties, ditch the ties this year. For your father, your grandfather, whoever it may be, get him something different. Get him something special. Get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers online at FamilyJewelers.com. They're wonderful people. Junior, the entire squad down there, FamilyJewelers.com. Well, the Eagles, speaking of squads, were an incredible team in 2024. Absolutely ridiculously good. And Saquon first said it a couple weeks ago, and then Ross Tucker said it 2 weeks ago. They don't think the Eagles have gotten enough national acclaim, and I agree with them. Matter of fact, all of us here agree with them, with what they accomplished. Let's listen to something Ross said on our show 2 weeks ago.
I'm wondering why last year's Eagles team has not gotten more discussion as being one of the all-time greats.
I agree.
After the fourth game of the year, when they went to the bye, they didn't lose again the whole year when they had their quarterback. I mean, that is very, very rare to do. And then when's the last time a team was really that dominant in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl? I mean, that felt like the Super Bowls when we were in the 80s. Remember when we were kids and it was like every year was a blowout?
Yep.
That's what it felt like. And by the way, they didn't just do that. They did that to the back-to-back defending Super Bowl champs who were trying to be the first team to ever win 3 in a row, and they got annihilated. I can't really put my finger on why not a single person outside of Philadelphia has had a serious or honest discussion about where this Eagles team ranks.
That's a great
among the all-time great. Listen, you guys know I go on these different Odyssey stations all over the country. Not one person has brought it up. Not one station has said, where do they rank among the all-time greats? I have no idea why that's not even a thing.
I totally agree with Ross, guys. I mean, we watch these shows, the ESPN shows, the NFL shows. You consume stuff on social media. I haven't seen not one.
The most outrageous thing, Joe, is that ESPN spent all last year documenting the Chiefs' entire year because they thought it was going to, end in a coronation, a three-peat, and they're coming out with it. I mean, is that not insane?
Well, so that's one thing. I'll take it to a different level. To me, I mean, I don't have a problem with them coming out with that video. I mean, that should be interesting.
I'm going to enjoy it immensely.
Yeah, at the end, yeah. I would put it, here's the way I would frame it as it relates to ESPN. ESPN 24/7, they spend hundreds, thousands of hours just talk. I mean, look, so do we at WIP. This isn't me throwing, what's this thing, stones at glass houses?
Oh, yeah, stone.
Let
he who is without sin.
If you're a 24/7 entity, you're gonna have a lot of stuff to conversate about. Yeah. But here's what we know: ESPN doesn't spend that much time talking about baseball. They don't. They spend the most time talking about football and basketball. That's what they do. Okay, it's what they do. And if you're going to spend that much time talking about football and you have no football for 6 months, which you don't actually have games for 6 months, you would think somewhere in those 6 months of this show and that show, and let's do this and let's do that, and let's cycle this material and let's recycle it, and let's recycle it a 17th time, let's recycle it a 700th time, you would think somewhere along the line that it'd get to, Eagles are really good. By the way, they freaking thumped the team in the NFC Championship game. They thumped the team in the Super Bowl, which was Mahomes and Reed, going for 3 in a row. It was as non-competitive as could be. It looked like Alabama versus Notre Dame a decade ago. right? I mean, it looked so ridiculous. The other team didn't cross midfield until late in the third quarter. By the way, Eagles had a 10-game winning streak during the regular season. By the way, they had the number 1 ranked defense in pro football. By the way, they had a running back that gained 2,000 yards. And it doesn't dawn on anybody on a national level, as Ross said, to have a real conversation about this is obviously one of the best teams we've seen.
I think it's incredible that it could be so on the down low that our quarterback is making it his personal mission to make this season different than all the previous seasons of a Super Bowl winning team that drops off.
No, but John, you keep going in.
He's going to look at it differently.
Yeah, but that's a whole different. That's what's ahead. Listen, they can do that, and good for them. I'm a fan. I get to enjoy this as a fan. And as a fan, I find it kind of offensive that our team didn't get more recognition and acclaim. Look here. All right, let's go through my reasons. And you guys tell me, let's go one by one. Tell me if you agree, and then ultimately tell me what you think the number one reason is, or if there's a different reason I don't state. And by the way, Reuben Frank will join us in about 5 minutes. Here are my reasons of why I think the Eagles have been shortchanged. One reason is the lack of national belief in Hurts and Sirianni. Now, the irony, obviously, as you guys know, I don't have the greatest belief in Hurts, but I certainly have more, I think, than some people nationally have. The combination of those two. All right, do you guys agree that that's a reason?
Yes.
Hurts and Sirianni doubt. Mm-hmm. And maybe even dislike of Sirianni.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Second reason, that the nation, this goes both media and fans, they struggle to wrap their mind around. They don't want to crown the Eagles over the Chiefs because the Chiefs have one more, and maybe they view it as disrespectful to just sort of skip over the Chiefs. You know, think of it this way: 67 Sixers. A lot of people said around here, one of the greatest teams of all time, maybe the best NBA team of all time for a long time, maybe of all time. But the Celtics had won 8 in a row. So Red Auerbach's don't put the 67 Sixers above my team. My team just won 8 in a row. But I know people still alive that say, yeah, but the 67 Sixers were better than any one Celtic team. So nationally, though, they get swept away because the Celtics won 8 in a row. Chiefs had won 2 in a row. Chiefs had won 3 and 5. I think there are people that are I can't get down with putting the Eagles above the Chiefs because the Chiefs have won more, which is true. But the Eagles weren't playing against the Chiefs from a couple of years ago. They were playing the Chiefs in 2024 squad. Do you guys buy that theory?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a pro-Andy, pro-Mahomes thing. Okay. Next theory. The nation didn't really understand how great the Eagles' defense was because they didn't know the players.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't really know Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell, the ball never gets thrown his way. So how can they know him? They don't know him. He was a rookie, and you rarely even see him on the TV screen because no one's throwing the ball at him. Well, there's a reason no one's throwing the ball at him. Jalen Carter, interior defensive lineman, not deep in his career, not really understood. Ball in this nondescript linebacker who, yes, flash, but not in a way where they say, this guy's, So you had 4 great defenders. I think all 4 of them weren't viewed as, that. All right, do you guys agree with that theory?
Yeah, there are no names. I mean, they kept pointing out Chris Jones on the other side. So, yeah, you don't have the big names.
Yeah, and they're not flashy.
Young. Inexperienced.
It's not Dion.
They're not.
Guys.
Yeah, exactly.
These aren't guys who every other player in the NFL knows their name. When they fill out the ballots for the Pro Bowl every year, there are certain guys who are right at the tip of guys' tongues.
Sure.
Those players who have 10 years under their belts and they're always, on commercials. Yep. They're always, front and center. We have young, under-the-radar guys who will someday be those guys on commercials. Right now, we've just got them in their great play.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They haven't been sort of corrupted by all the other stuff.
Yeah, no, they're just not that well known. All right, I got 2 more theories. The final score of the Super Bowl.
Flip that final score. Flip what happens in the last quarter with Andy Reid, okay? Andy Reid didn't get enough criticism, as far as I was concerned, for leaving his players in to try to prop up a score so that in 20 years it'll look better. If Nick Sirianni had done that, could we discuss the amount of criticism he would have gotten
That's
nationwide.
interesting. Yeah.
Instead, Andy Reid, he's Andy Reid the God.
I mean, guys, the final score is 40-22. We all know it was a 40-6 game.
Correct.
That probably could have been a 56-6 game.
Do you realize?
Really?
You realize when they scored, when it went from 40-6 to 40-14? Do you know how much time was left in the game?
Like a minute?
Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
There were 2 minutes and 54 seconds left. It was 40-6 with 2 minutes and 54 seconds left in the Super Bowl.
One of the lamest things Andy Reid has ever done, and never got any criticism.
So, yeah, well, you're right. So that's 57 minutes into the game, James. And so I think that final score hurt the way the Eagles are viewed historically. I mean, because, John, you and I grew up with the Bears, and the 46-10. I was stumbling earlier on the one with Montana, but I knew it was there about James. James went right to 55-10. Like these kind of scores resonate in your head.
The drubbings they stick in there. It was it was unlikely, I guess, that you would see such a lopsided score, and so they really do register in there, and they don't go away.
The final one I'll say, and then we'll get to Reuben Frank and phone calls. If you agree or disagree with our sentiment that the 2024 Eagles have been shortchanged historically with no national discussion about, that they should rank, amongst the top 5 or top 3 in recent years, top 1 this century. They might be top 1 this century. No one says it. I think there is some anti-Philly sentiment. Ben, does that resonate with you?
100%. We are not liked nationally. We're
and
just not.
And they just don't want to give it to us, right?
And the stereotype will go on forever. I guarantee it.
I agree with you.
Well, we did throw snowballs at Santa Claus,
Yeah.
so,
like that rhetoric, it's just enough already. It just won't go away. No matter what we do, no matter how we act, or how many championships we win.
I mean, Mahomes,
that will stick with us.
Mahomes did not pass midfield until late in the third quarter.
Exactly.
That doesn't count? I mean, guys, I'm not saying the Eagles have to be viewed as number 1 all time. I'm not saying that. I know there's some credible teams, some of which I didn't see. 72 Dolphins, Steelers, the 70s. I get it. I saw the Niners in the 80s. They were amazing. I saw the Cowboys in the 90s and the Niners in the 90s. They were amazing. Here's what I know. This is one of the best teams I've seen. I know that. And I also know they may be the best this century. And I also know I heard 0 people say that nationally. 0. It's kind of irritating.
And you're talking about probably the top 3 quarterback of all time.
Which one?
Mahomes.
Beating him, yeah.
That doesn't cross midfield till the third quarter. That doesn't get brought up?
No, it doesn't get brought up. Let's talk to Reuben Frank and get his perspective on what he makes of this. And then we'll get to, the Eagles moving forward, obviously, with training camp in 6 weeks. Let's talk to Reuben right now from NBC Sports Philadelphia and one of our own here at WIP. Good morning, Rube.
Hey, guys.
It's great to have you on the show. So, Rube, you've heard what we've been discussing there in the last few minutes at least. So, two-part question. Do you agree the Eagles' 2024 Birds got shortchanged after the Super Bowl with the Acclaim? And if so, why do you think it happened? You heard some of my theories. Why do you think it happened?
Yeah, it's a great question. And you're right, like those blowout scores. Like if I say 44-6, you know what? Only one thing comes to mind, the 2008 Cowboys game at the end of the season, right?
Of course.
There's those blowout scores, like there's just something about them. And you're right. I think those last 2 touchdowns did change the narrative a little bit. But, I mean, it's always been this way. I mean, national people never give the Eagles credit, never give Philadelphia credit. I, for one, don't really care because, like, we know what we have here. So, like, who cares kind of what they're saying in
So I do.
Look,
I could tell you I could sit in front of a psychologist and say, I know I'm supposed to not care. I know I'm supposed to have enough self-esteem that it doesn't bother me. It does bother me, Reuben. It does. I waited my whole life to see a championship. I saw it. Then I saw a second. And, I'm going to puff my chest out a little bit. And I want the nation to understand that we, as a fan base, and let's be real, more than anything, the Eagles players deserve the acclaim. I mean, because, Reuben, I think there is a legitimate argument that this was the best team this century. They had the number 1 ranked defense. They had a 2,000-yard running back. They had a 10-game winning streak, and they absolutely decimated 2 teams in the final 2 games, one of which was a back-to-back champion. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thing is, like, as long as we know what we have here in this city, like, who cares?
Okay.
I mean, I get that you do, and that's
Sure.
valid. I just, you know what? We know here, and that's all that matters to me.
How much do you think is anti-Sirianni, anti-Hurts as the nation processes those two?
No question about it. They don't fit the model of what people nationally want in a head coach and a quarterback. They're not classic NFL. You're not looking at guys that fit the mold of whoever it is, Chuck Noll and Terry Bradshaw, or Bill Walsh and Joe Montana. They just they're different. They're different, and it's kind of one of the reasons we love them here. But who cares?
Reuben, we had Trot Jr. had a real opportunity this summer, getting a chance to get in there a little bit more with some of the linebacker injuries in this situation. What is our inside linebacker room looking like right now with all of the health challenges we've got going on?
Yeah, Trotter, it's been a great opportunity for him, and he's an athletic guy, and he's really smart. He's so different from his dad. It's so funny. They're just such different players, but we don't know when Nakobe's going to come back. What a shame, and you just hope he does come back 100% at some point. We don't know what Jahad Campbell is, and it's easy to just say you plug him in when he's healthy, and he should be healthy by the opener, I think. We know what Zach Bond can do, but there's a lot of questions there, certainly. And the potential is there to have the best linebacker crew this city has seen in forever. I mean, gosh, when's the last time? I mean, think of the linebackers we've lived through over the years, from Keith Adams to, Jamar Chaney and Moses Foku. And I don't want to.
Keith was tough. Keith would strike you.
He was a tough dude, but come on now.
He was a little undersized.
I've been shaming both of you guys this interview. It's great.
Enjoying this so much.
What about
Come on
Smile?
Now.
What about Smile Mondon?
Matt McCoy. I mean, we go on and on.
Sure.
Well, Smile's in there now, starting during this last mini camp, wasn't he?
He got some reps with the ones, yeah.
That's incredible.
Rube, do you think Jahad Campbell will be ready for Week 1? Do you think he will play in Week 1?
I think it's going to be close. I think if it's not Week 1, it'll be soon after, just based on what Vic said, that he expects to see him in August.
Yeah.
So if that means the last day of August, then probably not. You need a little more time. If it's the first day of August,
sure,
which it probably won't be. But I think he'll be out there pretty early. And I can't wait to see what he's all about. I mean, the guys rave about him, and Zach Bond was just going off about him the other day, and just how similar he is to him as far as his ability to do a lot of different things.
Good.
Line up in different places. But we haven't seen it yet.
Sure.
So who knows? But I think the potential is there to have really an elite linebacker crew, which I can't tell you the last time we had that.
Well, they had it obviously with the Seth, Byron Evans, William Thomas crew. That was something. And then in the 70s when you had Berge and LeMaster and Bunting, you had some really good players. But it's not been. And then Trot, it certainly had some. There was Sean Barber and him, I guess, didn't overlap. But you had Carlos Emmons with each of them, so you had two excellent ones.
Yeah,
that,
they were good. And I think, Seth and Willie T only overlapped a couple years.
Couple years.
Think.
Yeah.
So, but we're talking about the potential to have this group together.
Sure.
For the long term, which that just hasn't happened.
All right, Rube, let's get to last week, and then as it relates to the coming season. So you had a chance, obviously, to get your eyes on the guys in a practice. What stood, or maybe that was a couple of days ago. These days are all running together. What stood out to you when you got a chance to see the team? What are some of the main observations you took away?
Well, in the big picture, I think the biggest takeaway is that this does not look like a team that just won a Super Bowl a few months ago. They don't look like a team that's resting on its laurels. They don't look like a team that, is kind of, pumping out its chest and saying, we just did this. I mean, they're putting in the work. They never talk about the Super Bowl. They're just looking forward. And I think that comes from Nick and just the tone that he sets. And, I think every Super Bowl team says that, but it seems like this team is doing it. And, I think there's so many changes and there's so many new guys that, they didn't experience that. So, they bring a lot of energy, and it's been encouraging. It's been good to see. They're certainly not a team that's going in there saying, we did this. It's just going to happen again automatically. They're putting in the work.
Reuben, what are the odds that we try to improve the cornerback position with a guy from Green Bay named Jair Alexander?
I just don't think that lines up with what Howie's trying to do this year. I mean, he wants to be younger. Jair Alexander's missed a ton of games. He's averaged like 7.5 games over the last 4 years. I think they're high in Keely Ringo, and I think they should be. I think he's got a chance to be a player. This whole offseason has been about getting younger and getting faster, which means getting cheaper as far as contracts go. Now, if Keely has a bad training camp and Adoree Jackson's not working out, he's kind of an older guy, maybe you might see him move. I just don't think that one makes sense because you're looking at a guy who's going to miss half the season if the last 4 years are any indication. So I think he's only 28, but he's had a ton of injuries, and generally guys like that don't just start automatically getting better and healthier when they hit 28, 29, 30. So I just don't see it happening.
So Keely Ringo, in your mind, is the front runner, and then Adoree Jackson, the experienced veteran that, if need be, they feel as though they are comfortable depending upon if for playing time. Is that how comfortable they feel with Adoree?
Yeah, I think that's the plan, and I think they want Keely to win that job. You probably want the veteran, and he can back up the slot. He can, Adoree Jackson can do a lot of things. But I don't think you want him starting. I don't think you want a 29-year-old. It's all about youth this year. I mean, that's how he's said that. Just in the way and when he talks, and he said it in the way he signs players and the way he drafts. Obviously, you're going to draft young players, but the whole depth chart is all about being young, being fast, and being healthy, and those things all go together. And I just don't see, unless Keely Ringo is not what they think he is, which is possible. You never know. But I thought he played well as a rookie. He's had 2 more years. I expect big things from him. And he's been around some good corners since he's been here and learned a lot. He's fast. He's only 22.
Yeah,
so
wow.
I think he's the guy.
Good deal. All right, Rube, final thing here, man. I know you're a big music guy. With Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys passing away yesterday, best Beach Boys song is which one?
I saw Brian Wilson in 2015, and it was life-affirming. It was just unbelievable. And he was, he wasn't getting around real well. He wasn't speaking. He was speaking haltingly, but he came out and he said, "I'm going to play a song that they say is the best song I ever wrote." And then he paused and he goes, "They're probably right." And he said, "This one's called God Only Knows."
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's really cool. I appreciate that perspective. So he said it. That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There wasn't a dry eye in the house at that point. It was really cool. And what a genius.
Awesome. Love it. Rube, stay well, pal. We'll talk to you soon. Obviously, 6 weeks until training camp. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Rube.
Sounds good.
All right, there he is, Reuben Frank. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. As we've been discussing throughout the day, this question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. The poll question, do you think the national media has given the 2024 Eagles enough credit for potentially being one of the best NFL teams of all time? Yes or no? How do you size it up? You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. Certainly you can wait on the phone lines. And on the Phillies as well, who yesterday I thought got one of the better wins they've gotten in a while. I mean, first off, they haven't gotten many wins in a while. And like Ben, that one 2 days ago felt a little cheapy. A little cheapy.
A win's a win.
Yeah, a little cheapy.
Yeah.
A little cheapy. But yesterday was like a straight up, good, well-pitched game. A lot of hits. You got some slug. You got some homers. You got some doubles. You got some hits with runners in scoring position. Bullpen didn't melt down. Quality win, yes, against a good team. And you won the series, which was good. All right, let's get to the calls. A lot going on here. It was also great seeing so many of our listeners yesterday at the game. Anthony in New Jersey was one of them. Anthony, a pleasure to meet you yesterday.
Hey, Joe. I want to tell you, Joe, a pleasure meeting you. And
Thank you.
I wasn't such a good dad, that was one of my best moments in my life, man, other than my child being born, Joe.
Well, that's very kind. Is it meeting us or stumping me? Because I was really embarrassed to miss that answer on Deshaun Jackson.
As you should have been.
Yeah.
Hey, Hammer, man, you embarrassed, but you my guy, so I'm not going to hold that against you, man.
Thank you, sir. You're my guy, Anthony. And you're the force that drives the engine of me working out. And let me tell you something, Anthony. I ran yesterday after the game.
Did you really?
I am starting to pick it up.
Look at you.
A little bit more increased speed. A lot more increased speed, actually. Yeah.
Okay, Joe. Hey, man, it was definitely a good pleasure. Me and John, Richie too, man. Hey, John.
Yes.
You looked good yesterday, man. You looked really good.
Thanks,
Really
Anthony.
good
You
yesterday,
you
Joe.
look really good too, man.
Anthony, I'll trade my body for
Summer
your body.
day.
No, some people look better than others. Like Anthony for sure would beat Fritz. I'm just trying to, find my way. I'll say.
Hey, Joe, for you, man, I'll pin Fritz to the ground, man. Put his shoulders on the mat.
Hey.
1, 2, 3, Joe.
That would be awesome.
Can you Tanya Harding him for me? Can you Kerrigan him?
Someone made that joke yesterday. They were like, "Is Fritz gonna be here? I can Tanya Harding him." Like, yeah, someone here. Why?
Jeff Galooly, Kneecap. All right, Anthony, give me an answer, bud. You can win another prize on our show, which is a $100 Wild Fork gift card. Ultimate fictional tough guy or tough gal is who?
Hey, I'm going to go with a tough gal because I don't think too many a lady even said. I'm going to go with Beatrix Kiddo.
You got it, my man. Answer. All right, Anthony. Good seeing you, man. Stay well. Thanks again for calling and listening.
Great seeing you.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, from Kill Bill.
Yep, I remember that.
Do you like Kill Bill?
I did until the very end. That was the one I thought got a little weird.
It got unreasonable.
Last 20 minutes was just ridiculous.
It was, but that was part of the joy.
That was the point.
Nah, not for me.
Yeah.
I don't like when a good movie gets spoiled at the end, and I thought that got kind of rotten.
You're just you're just very like it has to be real.
Yeah.
I know, but yet you love Star Wars.
Yeah, well, Star Wars is real. It happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I mean, George Lucas tells us at the very beginning.
No, that's my bad.
That
You're
this
right.
happened.
Good call.
I'll tell you what else happened. Rob Thompson yesterday gave us, I don't know if you'd call this an update on Bryce, but I'd say some information on Bryce Harper. Interesting stuff. Listen to Topper yesterday.
Bryce taking ground balls Friday, is that a sign that he's responding well to the treatment?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's feeling better. He will not swing yet. But,
okay.
Yeah.
And affects him most on swings?
Yes.
If all goes well Friday with the ground balls, what's the next step after that?
Swinging, but he's got to be pain-free.
Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, I appreciate the information, but so Ben, for a baseball player, and by the way, a bat's not like a toothpick. I mean, it has some weight to it. So for a baseball, and you got to whip that thing around. This isn't slow pitch softball now. These guys throwing 95 plus. So for a baseball player with a wrist situation, I got to imagine that really compromises the player. I mean, how complicated is this?
It affects everything you do, and obviously swinging the bat. And if you have any injury to your wrist, your hand, your forearm. That's what you hit with. Everyone think, you swing the bat with your arms. You swing the bat with your hands and your forearms. That's what you swing the bat with, and your wrist. And if you have something that compromises that, it's going to greatly affect your hitting abilities. And moving forward, this is something that can be a nagging injury, much like a chronic back injury, much like an oblique injury, intercostal. Those things affect you in more ways than you can imagine.
Yeah, I think one of the concerns for me with this is I wish there was just like an injury moment where it's like, okay, he got hurt on this day on May 23rd. You fix it.
Right.
Whether it's non-surgical or surgical, you fix it. You get him back on this date, and then you just go forward with the rest of the season and the contract. The lingering types.
Yeah.
That's
it, the lingering types.
Chase's knee was another example of this.
Yep.
This is chronic versus acute. This is a chronic problem, which is so tricky because it could be here forever. It could be here indefinitely.
But he's the thing that I don't like is that it happened last year, and he said it didn't feel right till December. And then you also have Aaron Nola, who doesn't even know how he hurt his side muscle. Doesn't remember an actual like he just woke up and all of a sudden it hurt. Like I pulled an oblique once, and I remember the exact time it happened. I felt it right away, and I couldn't move. He woke up and he's just, I have this thing, and now he's not even going to pick a ball up for another 2 weeks.
Wow. Jeez. Well, look, that's the negative on the Phils, obviously, and some recent struggles, to say the least. But 2 wins in a row, which is good, and a well-played game yesterday, which was really good. One more, Ben, and then right back to the phones. By the way, time's yours available as well. Anything on our show you want to react to. If you agree with the premise, And we're going to get to the Saquon audio in a moment. Saquon's maybe the first to lay it out that the Eagles didn't get enough acclaim. You can certainly weigh in on Time's Yours, 215-238-4500. React to anything, everything discussed on our show, what you're feeling, and if you're frustrated that the Eagles didn't get enough love, because I think they didn't get enough love nationally. 215-238-4500. And why do you think it was? Ben, one more on the Phils, then we'll get back to the phones. I've been saying this for about a year and a half now. James finally flipped to this one yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Schwarber to left field. At times, you don't have to play him every day, but the concept obviously is you improve your offense by putting him out there. You make your defense worse, there's no doubt. But you get to use someone else as a DH, particularly when Bryce is out, like particularly when he's out.
It's be like trading for someone who could...
You could trade for all sorts of different positions. Like it gives you a lot of variation.
Mm-hmm.
You could trade for a DH. You could trade for a guy who's a horrible defender, but a DH. And maybe you say, okay, Schwarber's my left fielder. You down with that? As a way to try to help fix a lame outfield.
It depends on who that guy is. I mean, right now it's currently nobody on the Phillies that could be the DH
because you
Schwarber.
don't have like Ricky Jordan off the bench. It would have been a good bench guy to say let's insert him or Greg Dobbs,
right?
Or pick your guy.
Do not throw Ricky Jordan a high fastball. That dude could tomahawk anything. He was unbelievable.
Right? Dude, I loved Ricky Jordan. I thought he was going to be a superstar. I was all in on Ricky Jordan as a kid.
I'm with you.
And he's a great guy.
I was told to run the football just like Ricky Jordan.
Like Ricky Jordan?
What?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
In 1986.
What does that mean?
I was told run the ball just like Ricky Jordan.
The same Ricky Jordan?
No, not the same. This is a mechanics bird. Ricky Jordan was the tailback for the midget Cumberland Valley Eagles football team. I was the tailback for the pony Cumberland Valley Eagles football team. So we were the younger team.
Gotcha.
He was the older tailback, and everyone was like, Ricky Jordan's the best. If you want to be the best, run it like him because he has great forward lean.
Well, okay. I fair enough.
They have to get somebody legit.
Here's another
legit
name.
hitter.
Stairs.
Yeah.
When they got Stairs, there was no DH back then, but imagine if there was a DH and you could play Schwarber in left field and then Stairs is your DH.
It'd be perfect.
That's the kind of move I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'm in with that.
So you're in the Schwarber to left if they get the right player.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's got to be the right player.
No, I get it. Because, the outfield's
I'm down for
Heal
that.
the offense.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
However you must.
Yeah. I mean, that's, look, it's furthest they got a couple years ago with Schwarber in left field, Game 6 of the World Series. All right, 215-592-9494. The Saquon audio that kicked off this whole conversation. We're going to get to that in one moment. Chris in Ben Salem right now. What's going on, Chris?
Morning, guys.
Hi, Chris.
Ben, congratulations, man. I just want to start there. I mean, I'm a baseball lifer, coach my son, and funny enough, play men's league baseball with my father, who's 70 years old. So, the experience you guys are getting to share together is such a special one, and I'm excited for you guys, and I really hope you guys get to enjoy it together.
Chris, thank you very much. That means a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it, brother. So, yeah, to the Phillies point, I was just saying to Jimmy, if they're going in, you got to get two pieces, right? You got to get the arm in the bullpen, and you got to get the position player. And to your point where you're talking about moving Schwarber, it's got to be impact guys, in my opinion, that not these tier down guys. So it's got to be a Mason Miller and a Ellie De La Cruz, right?
Well, I don't agree that it has to be someone so spectacular. I mean, I'd like to see someone better than not, but sometimes you can get a above average player that can help settle things in.
Okay, all right. So what I'll push back on here is that if you're going in on these guys, it's going to cost you these prospects.
Sure.
Not all of them. I mean, they're not going to give up Painter, obviously, and they don't want to give up Miller, but it might cost you Miller if you're trying to get somebody like Ellie. I'm not saying they're going to get Ellie, but I'm just using the example. If you don't hit on those guys that you bring back, you've got these guys now, and I love them. They're still good to great players, but JT, Bryce, Turner, the window of a player's prime is 26 to 32 years old, and they're all on the backside of that. So if you don't hit here, the organization's in a really, really bad spot if you're giving away these prospects.
Well, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't call it really, really bad because I think there's going to be enough pitching here for a while. I mean, I know you don't have Luzardo signed for 6 years.
But Nola, who knows with the future of Nola? Wheeler's like 34 or 35. You know, I mean, Wheeler's so great, but like he is in his getting towards late 30s. Like, you know what I mean? Luzardo's a free agent after next year.
Look,
Ranger's
Chris,
a free agent at the end of this year.
It is a conundrum, and it's one that Middleton is the one guy in the organization that has all the institutional knowledge of how it got bad after 2011. You know, they had made trades. I'll always support the trades Reuben made. I know they didn't win a second title, but as a fan who was dying to see my team seize the moment, I appreciate it that he went and got Roy Halladay and Cliff Lee and Hunter Pence and Roy Oswalt. Like, I was all in on that, and I'm never going to turn my back on that. But there was an effect, and the reality is I'm sure the organization is trying to figure out how to thread the needle of seizing the moment now, but not, you know, blowing the 2029 Phillies. Because the Phillies stunk for 10 years. They did. Now, listen, they also had 4 major injuries that totally changed the equation. I mean, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, Roy Halladay, and Cliff Lee all falling apart was unforeseeable. I mean, they had 4 of the top 15 players in baseball, and like they all just completely collapsed. I mean, Chase still.
Right, but I mean, we're seeing a downtick in their production. You know,
No, we are.
Group of guys other
Listen,
than Schwarber,
Bryson Nola.
and
There's no
Bryce,
doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, Bryson Nola. I mean, Nola. I want him to come back, but it's freaking me out that he's 91.
I know.
Right? Like,
I know.
Because he's always been a guy that, like, as soon as he loses that tick on his fastball, he's in trouble.
Well, I'm kind of hoping there's an injury in there that can get fixed, you know, if you know what I mean. All right, Chris, give me an answer. Ultimate, fictional, and it's great Phillies call. Fictional, tough guy or tough gal? Who do you got?
I'm going Jon Snow.
Jon Snow. Interesting. Not the best answer from Game of Thrones, but a good one.
I mean, yeah, pretty tough. I mean, he takes on that hole. He's standing out there by himself waiting for the army charging him.
Tough, and he doesn't even feel like he needs to tell anyone.
Yeah.
I
No, I know.
As tough is.
And then the Mountain would tell people, like, I mean, he wouldn't speak for like a whole season or two, but I'm saying he was tougher.
He was bigger.
The Mountain was tough.
The Mountain was
Scarier
tough.
in
That's a
appearance.
character. The Mountain's a character.
I met him down here. He took batting practice one day.
Yeah, he was down here. You're right. Yeah.
I thought Milano
Was your son
big.
taller than he is?
No.
Was your
This
son
guy-
larger than the Mountain?
No, this guy was the largest human being I've ever been around.
Did the
Like, it wasn't even close. He
baseball
was
bat
bigger
had to
than
look so
Jordan
small,
Mailata?
right?
He was swinging. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. He was swinging.
Wow.
He was swinging Ryan Howard's bat. The thing literally, you know, he said, "Oh, it looked like a toothpick." It literally looked like a toothpick. He couldn't swing because his chest was so big. He was trying. It was like he couldn't swing around his chest. It was hilarious.
That's great.
This dude was huge.
That is awesome. All right, so Saquon was awesome in 2024, and he said something a few weeks back that caught our attention. Let's play it again. I agree with him. Saquon on the Eagles not getting proper acclaim, you know, on the national, because we've given it to them here. I mean, of course we have. We're Eagles fans. But nationally, I think they've been shortchanged in the discussion of best, you know, this century, best, you know, all time. They didn't get even the defense, I mean, as a unit, didn't get the love that they should have gotten, the acclaim. Here's something Saquon said a few weeks ago.
I firmly believe when you look at our team that we had last year, I think we're a top 5 team of all time. And I tell my boys this all the time. Like, if you really look at the season outside of the first 4 games, like, it was belt to ass. How dominant you guys were on defense and how dominant you were on offense and special team. People don't realize how great of a team that actually was.
That was on the podcast with Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean. Rhea, what do you think is the number one reason why the Eagles didn't get that type of designation?
I think there's a lot of people around the league who, I mean, you saw it with the tush push, with the vote. I think the tush push has people going, they're not legitimate.
That's interesting.
You know, I think you saw it in the way people spoke about it. They were, usually you don't get teams, you know, team GMs and coaches coming out and saying the stuff they were saying. It's not a legitimate play. It's not football. There's no skill to it. I think you saw the jealousy of the rest of the teams around the league, and I think that has a tremendous amount to do with it.
That's a fascinating
They think they're
concept.
not legitimate.
Yeah. Listen, I think I would add that to the ledger. I agree with you.
Do I make your list of theories now?
Well, you do. I mean, I actually happen to think the tush push is phony baloney, but
the crazy thing is there's two things on that list that you are guilty of.
I am guilty. I am. Hey.
But I like that you could argue both sides.
Well, you know what? I keep it real. I tell you my opinion, but also my perception of how other people think. What was a soothsayer back in the day? What were they?
Not that.
They couldn't tell what other people. Well, they were wise people, right? I like to think I'm a wise, wise for society.
Talking out of both sides of your mouth is not a soothsayer.
Wise.
No, that's a horse's ass.
They're able to say things that are nondescript, and they're kind of trick people, don't they?
I don't know. I just remember that from like 5th grade. You learn about other cultures.
You just threw it out there. Why not?
Why not?
No idea what you were talking about.
I'm going to put that on my Twitter bio.
Yeah, I just say stuff and see if it works.
All right, up ahead. Brandon Graham said some stuff yesterday about CJGJ and sort of the, little animosity toward the Eagles after they got rid of him. Like after they got rid of him. Because at first he was like, no big deal. And then he seemed kind of butthurt about it. So we'll get to what Brandon said about that. And all of this, including the Phillies yesterday with a very solid win. And how about the Pacers? Are they really going to win the NBA Finals? Freaking Indiana Pacers? You kidding me? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on a busy day, great day, beautiful day on 94 WIP.
The sun is shining, the bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phillies fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. Don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I'd beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete, my ass.
Joe DeCamera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. The NFL Players Association snarkily noted that a FIFA-mandated natural grass field was installed at MetLife Stadium for Sunday's Club World Cup stage game. The artificial turf is a major bone of contention for players in the NFL. Of course, 92% of those guys prefer real grass, and I concur. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies off today after winning their series with the Cubs 7-2. The Blue Jays will be in town over the weekend. Indiana Pacers certainly making the NBA Finals. Quite intriguing. They are up 2-1 after beating Oklahoma City Thunder 116-107. Of course, the Pacers eliminated the Knicks in the playoffs, who then fired their head coach. As a result, Knicks have been flatly denied permission by 3 teams to speak to their coaches, including Jason Kidd on NBA TV. Charles Barkley blasted the Knicks.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. and they don't have a plan.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th, plus pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Mostly sunny, high 92. It is currently 73. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Seeing other players and how other players talked about it and react, how special it was to people who played the game.
Yep.
Same thing with Brian Wilson. Like when you see like Bob Dylan, Paul McCartney, always talk like this guy is the best music writer of all time. Like stuff like that you hear. Like like I think Paul McCartney called this the greatest song ever. Like so Brian Wilson's one of those guys. He's like the musician's musician. You know what I mean?
No, that is cool.
I
like
heard
it
a
a lot.
story, or someone was saying something about Brian Wilson talking about when he played Pet Sounds for Paul McCartney.
Yep.
And Paul just sat there listening, and it's like he knew that this was so much better than his best.
That's amazing.
And that's what he said to Brian Wilson.
That is amazing. Great seeing so many listeners at the game yesterday. I mean, really fun. Really fun. Good people.
Wonderful.
Jody Mack was there. How awesome
was
that?
amazing.
That was great. Richie
I got
and Jody
to meet
Mack.
Jody Mack.
First time.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe
you guys
I was
had never met.
floored when you told me that.
Yeah, we've been for years, like two ships passing.
I
in the night.
know. It's so funny.
Literally.
Because
Yes.
Ben, when John's not here, Jody will be here. But when
I was in here a couple weeks ago, and Jody was sitting in John's chair, and I just realized, like,
they had nothing
They had
before that.
They had not met.
Never,
That was
ever,
great.
That's something.
Now, I also met someone, I'm not going to rip her. I mean, she was adorable, but I'm going to rip her dad.
I'm not. I'm going to laud her
What
dad.
a cutie.
What a great idea,
She
too.
is a cutie. So Matt from Ridley brought his daughter, who was about 2 and a half.
6.
No,
She was
she's
6.
6. You have
Yeah.
no idea how
No,
big children
holy
are.
cow.
Oh, my God. She's Zoe's age.
What?
Yeah, dude.
2.5?
I had to squat down, man. I was like a catcher to take a photograph.
She's in school.
Sorry. All right, I messed up.
Like
People mess up
first
sometimes.
grade.
Okay. Well, I didn't realize. Anyway, I got to rip Matt from Ridley because he had his daughter in a shirt. No, it was great. And the shirt said, hold on, I'm going to try
Hilarious.
The shirt says, what is it here? I'm trying to read
It
this.
was My Daddy Beat the Hammer.
Yeah, my daddy beat the hammer. Yeah. Look, no,
Good
In
job
pink.
reading
No
that.
less.
all jokes aside, good for him and good for her. That was,
She was very proud.
I
of her
mean,
daddy.
hey, she should be. There's very few. I told him there's very few around. Very few.
Especially those who beat you so decisively
Well,
and consistently.
Let's keep that part quiet. I don't like that. Let's go to the phones. No, it was a really good time
Real
at the
deal.
game yesterday, and wonderful to see Jody Mack there and so many of our listeners. Wonderful to see the Eagles in 2024, all that they accomplished. I do think they've gotten shortchanged, and it's irritating. James, what do you think the number one reason is? You've heard all these theories today, and there could be one we're missing. Number one reason why the Eagles don't get the acclaim they should.
So obviously it's a mix of all these. I don't know that there is one like overwhelming dominant reason.
I agree.
But I think the two things that stand out to me, I'll give you one of your reasons that I think is the biggest, and then another thing we haven't mentioned. I think of the your reasons, I think it's the Sirianni-Hurts thing. I think when you think about Andy and Mahomes, you think about Brady and Belichick, we talk about these like great teams. It's always about the quarterback and the coach. It's always about the greatness of those guys. And I think that Hurts and Sirianni, just especially nationally, are not even close to looked at that way.
All right, let me ask you a question before you get to your next reason.
More than Jalen.
I agree, John. So, James, here's my follow-up question to you on that topic. How much of it is do you think they doubt their ability in their job, and how much is they're not liked? Specifically,
I think it's more they're not liked.
Sirianni's not liked.
I think people didn't like the way he went about his business and all the popping off and all that stuff. And I think he refuse to give him credit or can't. I think the other thing we haven't mentioned too is that when we look back on it, it was a dominant season. They didn't lose except without Jay and all that. But there was so much turmoil in this season, and the AJ Jalen stuff, that was national news. Brandon Graham is coming on this radio station talking about it's a real problem and all that stuff. And that was the first story on ESPN when it happened. So I think that people look at that something like, well, they went through all this and that. It doesn't seem like this team just dominated all year, even though they did despite that stuff.
No, I think there's truth there. I'll say this. Some other great teams have had strife. I mean, I remember the 49ers 94 team, which is clearly one of the best I've seen. I mean, when the Eagles whooped their hiney.
The 48ers.
40-8, right. 40-8. I mean, when Steve Young got taken...
Is that why you keep talking about that team?
Well,
this
that team was
has
one of the
come up
best.
so much today.
It's clearly one of the 3 or 4 best I've seen. When that team... Because remember, they had all those great parts and then added Dion. But they also added those other guys like Ricky Jackson, Govea. They already had Stubblefield. They had Bryant Young.
You got
They had
Barnes.
Rice.
They had Ken Norton, too.
They had Ricky Wooders.
Ken Norton.
They had Ken Norton. They had Steve Young. They had Merton Hanks. I mean,
that's Norton came straight from those Cowboys teams.
Correct.
Remember, he won 3 straight.
Yeah, that was
a dream team.
That was a dream. Yeah, that was an unbelievable
goodness.
team.
Yeah.
Unbelievable team. My point is, when Seifert took Steve Young out of that game, when the Eagles were clobbering in the Charlie Garner game, Steve Young was screaming at Seifert on the sideline for a long time. I remember watching it. He was screaming at his head coach.
And the explanation was what?
From Steve Young, he was irate to have been pulled out.
Wow.
He was irate.
Wow.
He was irate because
so
he also
kind of a lack of respect for Seifert.
You got to remember.
Was
That too. But you got to remember, Steve Young hadn't won a Super Bowl yet and had the Montana thing on his back.
He's
been sitting behind
finally.
him. Yeah.
Yes, and he's like, "Are you kidding me? You're
going to pull me out of this game when I've been waiting for the last decade
to play."
This?
Yeah, no, I mean he'd already been their starter for a couple of years. But and look, by the way, you can make the case Seifert made the right choice. The game was over. The game wasn't over, but the game was essentially over. There was no way the 49ers were going to win the game. So he's like, I'm removing my starting quarterback. But Steve Young went wild. But I do think, James, your point is on point. You can have drama, and it can affect the way it's perceived, the team. I think that's true. We'll ask you if you agree with the premise, that the Eagles have gotten shortchanged here. Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Question is, do you think the national media, and by extension, national fans, but do you think the national media has given the 2024 Eagles enough credit for potentially being one of the best NFL teams of all time? Yes or no? Let's go to the phones. Both Eagles and Phils on the table. At some point soon, probably next week, we'll start getting into the Sixers thing. I mean, the draft is coming up. It's a big moment, and they're either going to pick a kid or they're going to trade it for a veteran. I mean, that's it. One or the other. And obviously, if it's a draft pick, it's, you got a couple choices, not too many. So we will start diving into that, I'm sure, next week because the draft is coming up soon. Let's get to Kate in South Philadelphia. Kate, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Kate.
I've been listening since 6:30, just waiting for the DMV to open, so thanks for all the good content.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to the DMV today also. My daughter's taking her test.
It's exciting.
Oh, hey.
Yes.
That is really exciting.
That's a moment.
You've been waiting for this one.
We've been
it's
waiting
exciting.
for a long time.
That's a moment. Kate, I went last week, and I stood in line for about 30 minutes, and I just bagged it.
What?
For the it was too long. The real ID thing. I mean, it just.
You have a passport.
Yeah, I don't need it,
You
but
don't
I
need
just.
it.
I just thought I was in the area. Like, let me just
Really?
try to knock it out.
That sounds horrible.
That seems like not a fun thing
when
to
you
do.
get your new license, they just give you the real. You don't.
I
need
just figured, let me try. I got the passport. Let me try. It work. Things happen. It's all right.
All right. No, that valid.
I mean, it was an
idea,
attempt.
I guess.
Yeah.
But you waited a half an
Well,
hour.
maybe
and then left?
I would say maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah. All right, Kate, what do you got for us today?
Well, I got a couple of hot takes. on the Phillies. Am I the only one that thinks Max Kepler is so underrated and that kid needs to be getting more reps?
The answer is yes.
Yes, you're the only one.
Yeah, the answer is
Actually,
yes.
Kate, I like Max Kepler more than I think a lot of people do. So maybe you and I are on a similar page. I'm worried that he's not as good as I was hoping, though. I really thought when the season started, I thought, man, this guy is so much better than the also-rans, the fill-ins that we have had in the outfield in previous seasons. And the longer the season wears on, the more I'm afraid that he really is just very average.
But he made it, well, he might be below average, but he did make a difference yesterday. I mean, that hit early was pretty big. And so I'm hoping he turns a corner, Kate. We'll see.
And so talking about possible DH, I know we were talking about this last week, and people were saying no way, but now that we see Bryce hurt, I mean, does Reese come back into the conversation, coming back to the Phil?
Listen, it's not inconceivable. But James, where are the Brewers?
They were struggling, but they played better. I haven't checked the standings in a few days, but they're not out of it yet. They're not a super great team. They're I think in third place. They're behind the Cubs and the Cardinals, so they could fall out of it. And Reese, I mean, right-handed power bat who's patient at the plate. I mean, that's exactly the type of player they need.
Well, and Kate, he serves two needs also from this standpoint. If Bryce is out, he can play first.
100%.
If Bryce is back, he could be, as we were talking about earlier, if you wanted to put Schwarber in the outfield, he's the classic not great defender that could be the DH.
Brewers are 3 games above 500.
Well, they're going to be in it enough. See, this is where the third wild card hurts because, look, the Phillies might need the third wild card to make the playoffs, but I'm just saying, the Brewers are probably not going to fall out of it, and I guess I'd be surprised if they traded him, but, I guess it depends on what the Phillies put on the table.
Man, we were so frustrated. We were all so frustrated with Reese's defense. I do think we'd be improving just such a minuscule amount order to get the frustration on the defensive side of things. I don't think it's worth it.
Well, I do. Remember what it was based on: better defense and better base running and younger. And it was essentially Rojas. Because if you remember the way they juggled that whole thing around, because Bryce was going to go from the outfield to the infield. And so the whole thing was kind of like I'm choosing Rojas instead of Reese, sort of. And, man, that didn't work out. Because remember, Marsh went from center to left. There was a whole thing.
Why do they all make it look so hard to be outfielders?
Well, Rojas stopped. He just couldn't hit. I don't know. All right, Kate, I need an answer. Ultimate fictional tough guy. What do you got?
Yeah, did Anthony call it earlier? Uma Thurman's character from Kill Bill, the bride?
Yes.
Yeah, Beatrix Kiddo.
He did.
Yep.
All right, I got to back up. I was hoping to get a girl in there, but how about Tony Soprano?
Yeah, a little bit. Does a lot with guns, though. So, to me, you lose credit.
You got to do it with your bare hands?
What?
Huh?
Some bare hands, but not enough.
Some bare hands.
Some. Yeah, but no one could. Like when he's fighting Bobby Bacala. And Bobby Bacala's the one guy that actually really fought him. But generally speaking, like when he took that tough guy on, like the last season, that big guy, muscular steroid guy, and he beats him up in the club. Well, the guy can't hit him back. He's Tony Soprano. He can't hit him. That's unfair. Not right. Ben, would you want Reese? What do you think?
There's no place for him.
Sure there is.
Where?
DH. First base.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's some analysis right there.
Wow.
No, I don't think. I just don't need another all or nothing guy on this team right now.
Well, okay, let's pivot to this. Is there an external player that you think would be a good fit, particularly from a struggling team that'd be inclined to be traded? I mean, you know this league better than, because I don't watch, what do I watch the freaking Angels for? I mean, let's talk about Trout.
Yeah.
Do you think Trout is...
Don't want him.
Too broken down?
Yes. It's just, I can't rely on a guy that's always hurt. Okay. And it's a shame. His career is going to go down as the best player that no one ever talks about.
Because of the way it trailed off.
Because
would he be as hurt if he were back home and playing on the team he wants to play on?
Who the hell knows the answer to that?
His body transform?
I want Jared Duran from the Red Sox. That's who I want.
But they got a good team, right?
They're okay.
They're okay.
Yeah.
But they're in a hunt, right?
I don't think so.
Kind of
Not
out
really.
of it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take Duran.
So,
Yeah, they're
so
2
how
games under
reasonable is
500.
that?
They're in 4th place.
Yeah, I would take him any day of the week. Guy plays angry. I like that.
How much you'd have to give up for him?
I think I would do Crawford, Abel, and Suarez.
Well, that's
a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, are you kidding me?
No.
This guy better be a superstar.
He is.
Okay.
He's pretty good.
How many years you got him under control if you got him?
That's a good question. I have to look at his contract.
Okay.
But that's what I would do.
I mean, one thing I liked when they got Hunter.
That'd be a big haul.
When they got Hunter
But
Pence, I
Suarez.
remember that they had him under contract for a year and a half. So you had him for 2 playoffs, which I
So
thought was
yeah,
a nice.
it would be through 2028. He becomes a free agent in 2029, so he is controllable for a few
So that's
years.
4 playoffs.
Yeah, so it'd be this year and 3 more. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's an important thing. Because you can't trade all that for a guy that's going to be a
Correct.
free agent at the end of this year. You can't.
Yeah, and that was just me looking at it blindly. But yeah, that makes sense with under contract for that long. Yeah.
Well, then root for the Red Sox to stink it up in the next week or two so that they're more inclined to trade because they can very easily climb back into it. I mean, third wild card. I mean, guys, we saw the Mets last year be under 500 at this time, get as far as they did. We saw the Phillies in 2022.
Yeah.
Like the third wild card, because sometimes you only have to get to about 85, 86 wins, and like you can make the playoffs. You can be very average for a long time and still be in it. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Merrill, calling from Chad's Ford. Hi, Merrill.
That's where I live.
There you go. Merrill. Oh, no.
Neighbor doesn't like you.
Oh,
Apparently
no.
not.
All right, fair enough. Let's go to John right now. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, you talk about respect for, for a team. You get much more respect than a league trying to change the rules on you. First, the push, and then the second thing is what I've read is that they're trying to figure out ways to close the salary cap.
Correct.
So the Eagles can't use the loopholes they've been using. I mean, how much more respect can you be shown except for keeping the rules?
Well,
changed
no
so
one
you
in
can't
Philly
do as
sports
well?
got that more than Wilt. You know, they were
Right,
changing all
exactly.
sorts of rules for Wilt.
But that's not from the media. That was our whole point. You know, that's from the league. The league might respect the Eagles like that, but we're talking about people talking about
No,
it.
but James, I think that goes to Rhea's point that there is some perception of cheapness with how
Yeah.
the Eagles
No,
did it.
I just think it's being sold wrong. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I think nowadays, if you're going to get that kind of quote unquote respect, it's all about personality. Everybody quote unquote respects the Cowboys because they have personality, but they suck. Everybody, I mean, who else really gets garnered the quote unquote respect unless you have personality? Whoever wins the NBA Finals, no one's even going to remember.
No, they're not.
They don't.
But you also know they're not much of a. It's not a historic team. I mean, certainly not the Pacers. But look, I wouldn't say Mahomes has a ton of personality, but he's won so much that his stature is born out of his year-to-year greatness. I mean, think of it this way. Mahomes has never, other than his rookie year when he didn't play, as a starter, he's never not reached a conference title game.
I disagree.
It's absurd.
He's all about personality. Nobody
Nah,
gives you
it's
the
not-
But the commercials
The
make
commercials
him
help.
seem like he's
Yeah.
got
Nobody
a
gives you
big
commercials
personality.
for your win-loss percentage. It's all about personality, and that's unfortunately where we are now. I mean, the people who need to know, who are true NFL fans, who are executives, who are players, I think they understand what the Eagles did.
Maybe. We'll see. John, what do you got for the ultimate fictional tough guy or gal?
Jules Winfield.
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
Samuel
Yeah,
Jackson.
sure.
Nice.
All right, John, good call right there. Interesting, thought-provoking. Ben, golf tournament today.
Yes.
Hey, you got the golf attire on?
I'm ready to go.
Going to be a lot of the Phillies through the years there because it's so Reuben Amaro has put this golf tournament together, in conjunction with others. That is part of the Richie Ashburn Harry Callis Foundation,
Correct.
In conjunction with Reuben's, foundation for his father, the Reuben Amaro Senior Foundation. It's going to have a lot of people today.
It's gonna be crowded. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be hot.
Oh, very hot.
Very hot.
92.
Stay hydrated, Joseph.
Well,
stay hydrated.
You know the rule for that. As long as they get enough water on the golf course. That's a big. I'm a big like when I go out there, I need water about every 3 holes. Just putting it out
every
there.
3 holes.
Yeah.
That seems a little oppressive.
A
scheduling.
well-run golf outing has water bottles
Right.
on the frequent.
I'm gonna go a bottle a hole.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
you're even more.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this heat, you're probably right.
How well do you play golf, Ben?
I'm pretty good.
What do you think you'll?
Well, today I think it's going to be a scramble,
Yeah,
so it's the best ball. Everyone hits from the best shot of the group.
True that.
But
what do you normally expect to score when you go out?
You low
What's your
80s?
average?
I would hope to shoot in the high 70s, low 80s.
Whoa.
That's really good, man.
I'd say so.
Yeah, it's about 25.
Sounds like what
30 better than
Jack
me.
Fritz can shoot.
It does. Well,
Actually, so have you seen Jack Fritz golf?
I have not. No.
Have you heard anything about how good he is or not good?
No.
I'll be working on my game today. I might not be the best help to my team. Like I'll be working on the lob wedge. I got to improve that.
Yes.
So I might be like 350 away from the green, but I'll lob wedge it.
Okay.
You know, just because I got to work on that.
Short game is always the toughest.
Happy with
Short
you.
game's always the toughest.
No,
I know
won't do
one
that.
thing. There's no way Fritz is playing a lot of golf with 2 kids at home. 2 young kids at that.
Thank you.
There's no chance.
So do you think that means that Joe will beat him?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Ben, what? All right, Ben, the five.
you.
Put the 5
Yeah.
together. What percentage chance that I win this overall? Percentage chance the Hammer wins.
Percentage
Yeah.
chance?
Overall?
Overall.
You mean like the entire contest?
Uh-huh.
So you win 3?
Because I put it at like 60 to 65%.
That you win 3 out of the 5
Yeah, like I think
contests.
I'm
No,
gonna
there
win.
is a chance that you might win 1 of the 5 events.
Ben,
There's
which-
a
A
chance.
chance that you would win 1 of the 5 events,
No,
I'd
no.
say would be at 5%.
Well, what's the chance that I win the whole thing?
0.
Well,
No, there's a
You guys are
minuscule
so-
chance.
you guys
It's-
are-
but it's less
You
than
guys are-
1%.
Okay.
Joe, you know how much younger he is than you?
Who cares?
Well, it matters,
It
Joe. We're talking
matters,
about
man.
athletics.
Father Time is undefeated.
Athleticism. Yes.
Well, I'm undefeated. I also haven't played in 20 years. Anybody in anything. So we'll see.
Yeah,
All right.
that is problematic.
How's your groin, by the way?
You know what? It's doing pretty good. I picked up the running yesterday even more.
Okay.
And I'm doing good, man.
No, you can't call it running.
You don't see dudes
can't
asking
call
each
it
other,
running,
"How's your
Joe."
groin?" That often.
I know it's been a troublesome spot for him over the years.
Yeah, no, I haven't had any issues yet. I'm good. I
Because
mean,
you haven't
Dr. Myers
sprinted.
fixed me
because
up.
you
I'm good.
lightly jog, and that's your max.
Yesterday there was some sprinting.
Uh-huh.
Some. So it'll be
I'll believe that
For
when I
how
see
long?
it.
Okay. So I told you I'm not telling specifics because I don't want Fritz. I don't want Fritz to have a competitive advantage.
Ben,
So
I
I'm not
can't
saying
believe
specifics.
yesterday there are a lot of people in the world who he is actually convinced that he has a chance to win. He's convinced people that he's better equipped at sports than the guy who's 15 years younger than he is and who played sports in college.
In college, correct.
Yeah, but you know what? He's not. Hammer. Just saying. I mean, look. I look for, and it's happening soon. Like the golf thing, apparently in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So let's
A
go.
lot of people think Joe has a chance.
As they should.
It's bizarre,
Okay.
and it's wrong. That is wrong. You don't.
It's asinine.
Okay. I mean, you guys think
Ben
whatever you-
has a chance against Jack in golf. But, like, you guys are probably, you would be competitive, right? Jack shoots
Yeah.
in the 70s.
Yeah, but Jack, I can just tell he's got that choking thing. I can just say it.
Okay, but have you ever shot in the 70s?
No, and I never.
Have you ever shot in the 80s?
I never will.
Have you ever shot in the 90s?
Yeah, I've shot in the 90s.
Okay.
I'll get to the 80s someday.
Your best game is what you need to shoot. And Jack will still beat that.
Yeah.
Are you playing 18 or 9?
9.
Nine
I
holes.
set that up intentionally. I know what I'm doing with the rules. I know what I'm doing.
You don't know what you're doing with the contest,
But Ben,
Joe.
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I'm working every angle I can. Let's go to the phones, too. Also, we're going to get shortly to what what BG recently said about CJGJ. Pat in Hanover. Pat, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long time, first time.
Wow.
Pat, I love you. Do you like hot dogs?
Love hot dogs.
You know, there's a place in Hanover that has the best hot dogs in the world, Joe DeCamera.
Come on, man. The famous hot wiener.
Absolutely.
Can't be better than
the
Phillies-
famous hot wieners.
Phillies ballpark.
Ate lunch there yesterday.
Very different. Did you really?
Absolutely did.
It's very different, Joe. You've got to try it at some point.
I may do so.
In your strange life.
All right, Pat, welcome aboard. What do you got for us?
Hey, love you guys, but I'm calling to rip you on the whole Alec Boehm thing. You're killing me with his helmet throwing.
Oh, I hate it.
Face making, John John, come on, man. He's hitting like 280.
Well, he kicked a lot of ass yesterday, that's for sure. He seems like he's pulled through it momentarily. I loved what I saw yesterday. Can he keep up the great work, Pat?
Hey, as long as he's hitting, he's not going to be throwing his helmet. So
I guess so.
Well, that is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
He's got one of the best averages on our team, right?
Well, he has really picked. I think he's up around 280 now.
283.
So, yeah, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Where he's coming.
He's hit 340 something over the last in the last month.
Yeah, and listen,
it's been unbelievable.
Pat, he's played very, very well lately. I do want to still see him walk more because it's notable. His on-base percentage is really low.
And his slugging is low. Like the doubles, homer. I know he homered yesterday, but doubles and homers, that guy has to It's nice that he's hitting better, but Alec Boehm just hitting singles is not a valuable player.
I agree with James. It's better than what he was doing, but he's got to still. You got to get doubles and homers, especially if you're not a great defender. I mean, then give me.
You're a 6'5" third baseman. You gotta.
I'm with you, James. I'm with you 1,000,000%.
I'm more of an RBI guy than I am home run guy. I love RBIs. Guys that get RBIs can play on my team any day. And
yeah, but RBI are situational. I mean, you need runners on base, you need the situation to work out and stuff, so you can't just ding a guy if
he's also a guy that had 98 RBIs the last couple of years.
Yeah. He also hit doubles
and he was also
year.
out for a month last year. He still had 98 RBIs.
But he hit doubles.
I don't care. He has RBIs.
I care. I need that guy to hit for some power, man.
I don't care that you care.
I don't care that you care.
All right, Pat, I need an answer. The ultimate fictional tough guy. Who do you have, pal?
One more thing, Hammer.
Yes,
I got
sir.
Hammer 4, Boban 1.
Good man.
Okay.
And you know what Mark Zumoff says to that.
Yes! Oh, yes!
I would take the 4-1. It's a little disappointing to not get to sweep, but I would accept the 4-1. And I appreciate the support, Pat, and you're a wise man. Give me an answer. Fictional tough guy or gal?
I'm a kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, Ric Flair. Woo!
Okay, I'm going to write it down. Not fictional. Not fictional. He plays a wrestler, which is...
He's not fictional.
That
not
is
fictional.
fiction.
His name is Ric Flair.
Yeah, it's too bad. All right, up ahead in a minute. A tough guy for sure, but no longer here, CJ Man, he would throw his body around. What Brandon Graham said yesterday about CJ's recent not happiness with the Eagles dumping him. Interesting perspective from BG. We'll get to that coming up in a minute.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, in white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with the simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers. So if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates, they're not retail clerks. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
All right, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on this beautiful Thursday morning. It's going to be hot out there today. One of the hotter days we've had so far this year. That's okay. It's supposed to be as we get a little deeper into the summer. Eagles off for 6 weeks, obviously, until training camp. Now, when they reconvene, no CJ. And it really is fascinating when you consider this. This is going to be the 5th straight year he's on a different team. Like, he was, a Saint?
Saint.
Then an Eagle. Then a Lion. Then an Eagle. And now a Texan. Like, we don't often talk about how, because we talk about how the Eagles have dumped him twice, but the Lions dumped him.
Yeah.
Saints dumped him. You know what I mean?
He can be abrasive.
I would say that is likely true. All right. So, and he's also had, he had some comments recently about the Eagles getting rid of him and what Vic Fangio said. And, so all that stuff. I think people are pretty familiar that CJ has expressed some displeasure recently. All right. So Brandon Graham was on the CBS Sports Network yesterday with Zach Gelb, and BG was asked about CJ's, recent stuff, comments, tweets, whatever it all might be. Here's what Brandon said.
Man, CJ, he had that fire and that passion. He brought it every day. It wasn't perfect all the time, but I mean, man, you knew he was loyal, he was committed, and I just know that we gonna miss him. And I hope that that they soften their hearts, both sides, and then we just all move on because he's with a great organization with the Texans and the Eagles. We all gonna be together in a minute, trying to get our rings. And we just want to make sure that we ain't out here because you never know how stuff coming back around. So, man, it's always good to bow out gracefully.
Nice perspective from Brandon, who's obviously as nice as it gets.
Such a wise statement right there, wasn't it?
From an elder statesman.
And it's funny too when he says soften their hearts, both sides. I don't think the Eagles' heart isn't softened. It's just CJ GJ's heart that seems a little. Now look, the Eagles dumped him. So I think CJ GJ's probably butthurt. He's probably a little like, what the hell? Especially because like 2022 and 2024, he's probably like, what the heck? But anyway, more from Brandon. And what he was referencing, they're getting the ring soon, and we'll see if CJ GJ shows up. I hope he does. I would think he probably will, but who knows?
He deserves to.
Well, he certainly deserves to. It's his choice. Here is something more that Brandon said yesterday.
In business, it's nothing personal. It's just straight, what it is. And I mean, they don't really have to have no reason why. They just running a business, and it's nothing personal. So I would just, for him, I love that. Like he's showing his passion, but let's soften our heart and let's move on because he gonna do something great this year too. Can't wait to see him.
So here's the thing, and you guys know I got all love for BJ. It is personal. You can use it's business, it's not personal line, but it is personal.
It's your personal business.
Yeah, I mean, if WIP dumps me, I'm gonna be upset with WIP.
Of course.
Yeah. Right? It's
human nature.
It's what it is.
You're dealing with humans.
No,
yes.
I'd like to,
thank you.
You're right. I'd like to think I would, deal with it a little better than CJ GJ with some of the recent, but you never know. Ben, do you ever see a player just? So you were probably there, like when a manager talks to a guy, like we're setting you down.
Mm-hmm.
Or like
I've been that guy. Yeah.
All right. So what are those? Like, so whether it's your personal, them to you, or what you witnessed, like you probably never played with Carl Crawford, right? No, not Carl. No, Carl Everett.
Yeah, he was on my team.
He always struck me as a nut.
He was.
Okay.
Didn't believe in dinosaurs.
Okay. So like
they weren't in the Bible.
I would. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
I would not. Wasn't he the guy with the Red Sox that freaked out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Like
yes.
I would not want to tell Carl Everett, we don't want you around. I would imagine that would get a little rough.
That would get a little rough. Yes.
All right. So what have you ever witnessed? You don't have to name players. Have you ever witnessed a little something?
Gosh, you put me on the spot. Yeah, like he would not be a guy. I played with him in Chicago with the White Sox. Yeah. He would not be a guy that I would want to tick off.
Right. How about Albert Bell? Did you know Albert Bell?
No, I didn't know him.
I mean, he seemed like a nut and a half.
Yeah.
He chased kids in his pickup truck,
Yeah. I mean,
really?
I've seen guys that are bipolar.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not a doctor.
Sure.
I can't. But I've seen guys that would be 1 second this way and the next second the other, and you're like, how did you flip that switch that quickly?
Yeah.
And it's like, are you okay?
And maybe we're never diagnosed,
right?
Yeah, because more people get diagnosed now. It's a bigger part of society. Right. And then there's anger management people. I mean, there's people that obviously that aren't, they don't have that other thing going on, but that there's anger,
but like
that can really surface fast.
Like I played for Lou Piniella my first year in Seattle, and that was like every day was just
that
like
guy.
This guy's a psychopath. Like it was.
Has he mellowed since?
Yeah, I think he had to. I think his heart doctor said you better chill, bro. But I mean, it was funny because I was the new guy, and every day it was just like, oh my God, this guy's nuts. But all the veterans that were there before me for Seattle, it was just kind of they was in one ear and out the other because it was every day. They got so accustomed to it.
Yeah.
But for me, being the new guy, I just gotten traded there. Like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, it was every day. There's something, he was exploding about something.
That's wild, man.
And it was like, how can you sustain this for 162 games? But he did.
Yeah, well, and for a long time. I mean, he was
nuts.
He was a very effective manager.
Yeah.
And what he did with the 90 Reds was pretty amazing. That was one of the great upsets in World Series history. All right, 215-592-9494. Ben, I'm sorry to ask you this on the air. I meant to get you off the air. I can't remember. Is this your last segment or 9:25?
I think I'm going to go to 9:25.
One more? All right.
Yeah.
Because Ben's going to cut out a little early to get to the golf outing.
Yeah.
But more with Ben up ahead. All the calls, life advice, everything going on. And do you agree that the Eagles simply did not get enough national acclaim after that historic season? And if so, what do you think is the main reason? Maybe it is the anti-Sirianni thing. Maybe people just don't like him, which is a shame because, number one, I think he's a really nice guy. And number two, I think he's a really good coach. But he did do a lot in the first couple of years that irritated people, including around here, certainly nationally. Maybe they still carry that, Maybe I think that is a likelihood. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
My dog Cheney, huge part of my family, absolutely love him. And it is my job to make sure he's happy and, most importantly, make sure he remains healthy. The best place to help him do that is Dogs and Cats Rule stores. So if your pet has a specific dietary restrictions, maybe your pet has allergies, my Cheney deals with allergies. The staff at Dogs and Cats Rule are the best trained in the business to help you with all that. The lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that Dogs and Cats Rule is the place to go for natural flea and tick prevention. Dogs and Cats Rule got an amazing selection of food. You will not find it anywhere else. Raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned. It cannot be beat. Also, probably going to be outside with your pets more, so freshen up on your outdoor toys with a new ball launcher or maybe get something for them to tug on. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They have 7 convenient neighborhood locations, 2 in New Jersey, Princeton and Pennington, in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Del Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. The College World Series begins tomorrow in Omaha. Cinderella Murray State is making its first ever appearance. The Racers play in an 800-seat stadium where Coach Dan Skirka cuts the lawn himself, and the players are in charge of the tarp. Good luck to Murray State. Let's hope they can pull it off. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Off day for the Phillies. After their 7-2 win over the Cubs gave them 2 out of 3 from Chicago. They'll remain home. Blue Jays visiting for the weekend. Indiana's bench outscoring Oklahoma City 47-18 to lead the Pacers past the Thunder 116-107 and go up 2-1 in the NBA Finals. TJ McConnell, you might recall him, 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Mostly sunny, high 92, currently 76. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey
Yeah, this is big and bushy. This is good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That was not live for everyone listening. James, how do you do that so fast?
I don't know.
Remarkable.
Honestly, I have a
That's
good
a
memory.
talent.
A good memory for that
Bushy.
kind of stuff.
Joe.
But I mean, how do you hit the right button that
I
fast?
remember where they are. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know.
That was
muscle memory.
That was quick.
That was
Yeah.
very
Yeah, that was
quick.
awesome.
I thought it was rehearsed. It was that fast.
Crazy stuff. All right, I got to ask a question. Let me find this. I heard of a trade recently in baseball. And Ben and James, you two guys, as the second and third most knowledgeable baseball people on this show, can inform me if this is a real trade. Because I saw this the other day on Twitter. And
He just put his glasses on. Did you see how dirty those glasses are? That's the irony. He slides the glasses on like he can actually see better with the smudge. I mean, as smudgy as any glass I've ever seen.
It's not good.
They're
right now.
opaque glasses.
Not good. All right, so I see this tweet the other day from someone that says that the Giants made a trade. Now, this is so ridiculous because we've heard about, player to be named later and all that stuff every once in a while. So did the Giants really make a trade the other day of Lamont Wade Jr. plus cash considerations traded to the Angels in exchange for a player to be named later or cash considerations? What?
Got a lot of options.
Why would
there.
you trade cash for cash?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they're trying for someone else, and if it doesn't work out, then cash.
This is as wide open as any deal has ever been.
What is up
it?
with baseball? What is up with the player to be named later? Ben,
Is this a pretend deal?
No, John. We've all known player to be named later is part of baseball trades. Why, Ben? Why is it a player to be? Why can't it be a player to be named now?
How can you have a
great
deal
question.
when you don't have a deal?
Well,
It's a great question.
So isn't it normally like a list of 5 guys and then they get to pick later?
I think it's just the team either wants that player ASAP and we'll work out the details later, or the team that's getting rid of the player just say, we just want this guy out of here, which I can't imagine being the case for Lamont Wade Jr. He's a great guy. He's a good player.
James, why is there cash?
That is wild.
I got cash considerations and player to be named later on both sides of the trade?
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, nothing will ever beat Kerry Lightenberg getting traded for a bag of balls, but...
That happened?
Yes.
That's real?
Kerry Lightenberg got traded for sports equipment.
No way.
Yes. To the
Come
Braves.
on.
Yep.
When was this?
That's like a story that they
20
tell.
years ago, something like that.
No, it was longer than that. He
It was a
part of that
real
Braves
story.
team. He was part of that
And
Braves team
it was
in the
pretty good for
90s.
the Braves. Yeah, maybe late 90s, 25 years
For
ago.
a bag of
I don't
balls was a
remember
real
that.
thing.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
I don't remember that
I
at all.
swear, that's like you tell the young kids, you know what? If you keep doing that, you'll get traded for a bag of balls like so-and-so. That's not.
Wow. And then
It's true.
And then did the two players really trade their families one time?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the
yeah.
Yankees.
But did they then stay with the other?
So one ended
stayed.
up staying with the new family. The other ones, it didn't work out. But the one guy ended up staying with the new family. And that was his
Including
family.
kids?
Hold
Like
on,
it's
hold
not just
on.
wives, it's kids?
Yeah, the whole thing.
No way. That's impossible.
Yeah,
It was a
you
big
can't
story.
switch
They're making a
wives and
movie about it. I
kids.
Yes,
think
they are.
Matt
They're
Damon and
making
Ben
a movie.
Affleck are making a movie about it. Or
That
they were
is-
trying to, at least. I know they were writing it and stuff.
They
It's
switched.
insane.
They switched kids.
Yeah.
Wives
they switched
and
families.
Wives and kids, families. That's so weird, man.
What year was
That's
this?
so
Like
wrong.
1973 or something like that.
Probably a lot of drugs,
so now
John.
it makes sense.
Now it does make more sense.
Well, it's
I
inherently
guess.
wrong, though.
Look, I think it's terribly wrong. I of course I would never want to do this, but I guess with the whole free love Woodstock
Well,
era
that's one
thing,
thing, but flipping the kids, that's the
know.
problem. Where are the authorities to say
they've gone too far
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
open-mindedness.
I don't
I don't
know.
even like my own kids. I don't want someone else's.
Exactly.
All right, 215-592-9494. Tom from Abington was with us yesterday at the game. Yo, Tom.
Yeah, gang. How we doing this morning?
Great, Tom.
Mr. Incredible, top of the morning to you, lad.
And the rest of the day to you, laddie.
And there it is.
Tom's
So, yeah.
Tom's daughter. It was great seeing Tom. It was great seeing Skylar. I could not for the life of me.
I'm going to get there, John.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
going to get there. It was a thrill meeting Jody Mack for the first time. That was the highlight for me yesterday.
Yeah, Jody's the man.
Me too.
Yeah, he's awesome. Skylar, she said that everybody kept asking her if she was in ninth grade or 10th grade.
At least I wasn't that low.
Yeah,
I
no,
asked
no.
if she was in 11th, I think.
She's a sophomore at the Fox School business.
Yeah.
Wow,
Can you believe that?
That's
sophomore in college.
Well, it's all right. Joe called a 6-year-old a 2-year-old earlier today.
That's true. bad job.
The Hammer's in a whole different ballpark all by himself.
By the way, we
know that.
figured out yesterday, me, Tom, and Skylar, I'm not making this up, we figured out that I am 7-0 in the Are You Smarter Than, because Skylar and Tom said she came in 2018 and 19.
Incredible waste of time. That you
Well, no,
guys
we wanted to know because we're
committed to
doing this in a couple
Poor
weeks.
Skylar got caught up in this.
Yeah, I'm sure she was thrilled.
She
to
was
be
a back-to-back
right in
loser.
the midst of that.
And yet the
called his
closest
daughter
to
a
beating
loser.
you still, too. I mean,
Yes.
she almost beat you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she probably came the closest, I think.
But you know what? But you know what, Tom?
Close doesn't count. I get
She
it.
didn't win.
I get it.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm standing there talking to John, and I am making this passionate plea that he sees that Joe DeCamera is going to shock the world, and he's going to beat John Fritz 3-2 because he has the mental advantage.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So as I'm explaining this to him, what happens? Here comes Joe DeCamera, hobbled with a hole in the back of his foot, limping down the steps.
Yeah, but
totally shot everything to hell.
But I fought through it to run afterwards yesterday.
Like that guy? That's the guy you're talking about right there?
That was the guy. Did not help my argument, Joe.
It's okay, but I'm a tough guy. It's okay. That's what I do. I persevere.
Yeah, fictional tough guy.
I persevere.
Well, listen, if you got out and ran on that thing
I did.
yesterday, I'm quite impressed.
I did.
And I still say you're going to shock the world, man.
Thank you.
It's kind of like the
You're
mental
just so
thing.
misguided.
I used
love you,
Embiid.
Tom.
I used Embiid as the example. Like he's a dominant specimen of a man, but he has no mental, and that's why the Sixers can't get out of the second round. It's the same thing.
So you compared Jack Fritz to Joel Embiid.
The bad parts of Embiid.
The mental part, correct.
Yeah.
You know, my arm's going to fall
And who
off.
is
I was
Joe?
throwing
Who
a
do you
football.
compare Joe DeCamera to?
Aaron McKay. Tough.
No, you don't get to claim an Al.
Gutsy.
Okay, no.
Tough.
No, I'm not allowing
Knows
that.
how to play. Knows how to play the game. Cerebral.
Wait, hold on.
Doesn't play with the fastest
Tom,
speed, but
I'm not sure why Joe's answering the question.
Aaron McKay.
Because I don't have an answer, John.
Yeah. Because there is no answer.
Yeah.
There's no real
Probably
answer.
not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I'm going
But
way
you
out on
still
a limb
think
here,
Joe
but
wins. And
I
you
do.
you spent a lot of time trying
I
to
know.
convince me of this. I actually think you believe this, Tom.
Yeah, I'm going to die on that hill, John.
Well, you're
Wow.
not. You're not going to because
There's something wrong
I'll
with you.
I'll prove you right. So you won't need to.
I
You won't
know
need to
you
die.
will, Joe.
Yeah.
I actually believe it. I'm
So
not,
are
I'm
we
not
going
blowing
to
smoke.
bet, you and me, Tom?
Go for it.
Yeah, we'll come up with something for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, we're
I
going to
mean,
have to because
what
I
we got,
cannot
what?
see
What do we
eye to
got
eye.
like 8 months before this thing
No.
happens.
Yeah, right.
Look, man, we're getting close to golf. I mean, I'm ready
Uh-huh.
in June. So and I'll be working on my game today. Went out there I haven't played but one time this year, so I do need help. But
That's I'll get you out on the links and work you out, Joe.
well, I appreciate that. Tom, you can win this $100
Joe
gift card.
working out.
Yeah, give me a fictional tough guy or gal.
All right, I'm going to get. I haven't heard all the answers, so but I'll give you probably the oldest person named today. How about Mr. Miyagi?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that tough. I would say
he beats up
he's
Johnny and the
super
three other
tough.
dudes. Like he takes
He's
three.
I'm gonna
secretly
give
tough.
him. I'm going to give him skilled.
And they're
more
wearing
than tough.
skeleton outfits.
No.
They're scary.
I agree with Joe.
Skilled
He's
more than tough.
Skilled more than tough.
Yeah.
He becomes
He's
tough
old
when he's
man tough.
challenged.
He's old man tough. He's seen the harshness of life.
Yeah, but
Like
He's
we
more
don't
skilled.
even know what he's seen on Okinawa.
well, we know a lot. I mean, you learn a lot.
Karate Kid too. Yeah, you learn a lot.
You learn an awful
right.
lot. Had to
You're
deal
right.
with that brother and had to deal with that father. And there's
Yeah.
a lot of bad stuff going
Deep,
on.
mean guys.
Yeah, I
Heavy.
mean the father wasn't in the second one, but you could tell that
They figured it out.
Yeah,
though.
you could tell that. Well, they did, but it's because Daniel
Gotta
saved
give
the
him
day.
the town and the whole thing.
Yeah, he
The
went
guy-
out to got the
yeah.
girl in the storm.
It's a
and-
little convoluted. To be
It's all right.
honest.
It's
You
a-
know
that's
that
a-
I've done a couple shows with Daniel's son.
Ralph Macchio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got to sit next to him.
Cool guy, right?
I thought he was really cool. I just kept, like it's Danielson. Like I
course.
just couldn't get over the fact that, it was him.
Be more impressive if it was Elizabeth Shue, but it's
There you go. I knew that was coming out.
I mean,
I knew that was coming out.
You just can't control that.
So Ben, when Amy
You
from
can't
Villanova
control
got the George Wendt like 2 weeks before, like literally like 2 weeks before he died, cameo for my birthday. Her first attempt was Elizabeth Shue.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's a good girl.
man.
yeah, isn't that nice?
It is very
So,
nice.
hold
It is
on.
nice.
So George Wendt,
But she's not on cameo.
George Wendt passed away.
Yeah.
Right after you did that.
Yeah, it might be the last one he did.
Some
there-
are saying it's because he had to do it for Joe. You know?
Okay,
it was
so
such a low
Mickey
point for
gets
him.
pushed.
You
Mickey
know?
gets pushed in Rocky.
Yeah, that's
Three.
like the push.
Rocky three. Yeah.
Mickey gets pushed. You are convinced that was murder, right?
Manslaughter.
Sorry, manslaughter.
Manslaughter.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
The legalese.
Yep.
I'm not gonna draw a correlation.
No, but
here.
you're
I'll
trying,
let
but you realize you're in territory where you can't close the deal.
It's a little too far.
It's hard to close that deal.
Yeah.
It was like Ben Simmons approaching the rim. Like he's got a good shot, but then he realizes he doesn't.
I lost
He doesn't have the
confidence.
game to pull
Where's
it off.
Matisse Thybulle? I'm throwing
Yeah.
it to you, Matisse.
So, guys, if the Pacers win, are they the worst champion ever? And I'm not trying to
Maybe.
disrespect.
No, I know you're
I'm
not.
not trying to
Boring
disrespect
champion.
them. I mean,
They are the most nondescript champion.
Yeah.
I think.
well, they're certainly the worst NBA champion ever,
Unlikely.
but they might be. Definitely that
Yeah.
too. Like they're the worst. Anything
Well, I don't know.
ever.
There've been some hockey, like 8 seeds that run to the end. You know, that
Yeah,
weren't
the
that
Blues.
great.
But they normally lose. Yeah, the Blues, I guess,
the
won.
Canadians
McConnell.
in '93 were, I think they were an 8 seed, weren't they, or something like that?
I don't think so. Were they?
I think they were a lower seed.
They had
maybe
Patrick Waugh
No, they haven't had a Canadian team win
since 32 years.
since
Yeah.
'93.
I was saying in
Yeah.
'93, I think they were a
Okay.
lower seed, but I could be wrong.
All right, let's ask Ben Davis. Let's see if he knows his '93 Canadians.
Oof,
Here we go.
I don't.
Here we go. You can get this, Ben.
Okay.
A tremendous flyer, acquired, not too long after the '93 Cup, scored 2 goals in overtime to win a game for the Stanley Cup winning champion Canadians in '93, and he's a great flyer.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know this.
You definitely,
You definitely- you should know
and
it.
James definitely
Yeah.
know it.
I have no idea.
John LeClair.
John LeClair.
John LeClair won. I think it was games 3 and 4. I think back-to-back games,
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Stanley
wild.
Cup winning goals.
Yeah. I had no idea he played for the Canadians.
John LeClair. Because they got LeClair and Desjardins from Mark Recchi.
Wow.
Yeah, that was what kind of supercharged the whole thing. And Recchi, of course, went on to have an incredible career, but it was an amazing trade because you got a power forward and a great defenseman, and with Lindros, and then they were off.
God, that team was so much fun.
That group back then, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, when Lindros would step onto the ice, I would say in my lifetime, other than maybe Ryan Howard in '06, where like you couldn't change the channel
No.
because he could hit a homer at any moment. When and I mean Iverson too. But like, man, when Lindros would get on the ice, I mean, he was like a freight train. I mean, he was just. Lindros was so unbelievable.
And to
You
see,
could
you had
never
to
get
see
the-
it in person.
Yeah, you did. And you could never get the puck from him. And he wasn't necessarily fast, but he would just steamroll
Big.
guys,
He
and
would
he would
steamroll
just
guys.
weave in and out.
He would weave.
And no one could get the puck
He
from
had
him.
great
He was kind of like
hands.
Yager in that sense.
Well, Yager was something too.
But he would, and then he would just find a way and then just score.
He was incredible.
Like it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, he was great. All right, let's do, as we do every Thursday at this time, little life advice with the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The Hammer.
I'm an idiot.
All right, life advice with the Hammer is brought to us by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, get yourself to MHSLift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need help with?
I'm hesitant to ask this question because I feel like this person, Barry, who asked this question, could ask 10 million better people this question than you, but I'm going to ask it because that's the segment.
First comment is get a new name.
Hammer.
I mean, Barry.
What?
That's a
What's wrong with Barry?
below
Barry
average.
No, it's not.
Below average name.
Barry is a strong
Nah.
name. Barry.
Nah.
That's a good one.
Okay.
All right. Hammer. I've wanted to start working out for a while, but I always find an excuse
Are
not
you
to.
kidding?
I know. This is the question I got.
I'm a stalwart.
Can you share some of the ways you've kept at
This
it
is-
and continue to motivate yourself?
Don't
that might be
cheapen working
useful
out like
to
this.
those of us who are struggling to get started.
All right, that's a great question
I'm a
because I have struggled
stalwart.
with this for decades myself.
Ah.
So here's what I have found has worked recently and other phases of my life when I've cranked it up for a couple months.
When?
05, I had a good stretch. 2012, I had a good stretch. And 99, I had a good stretch. No, I remember them.
That's great.
99, 05, and 2012.
I remember them. I'm a stalwart.
Well, 20 years ago, it was a great
All
stretch.
right, so structure is key. Got to have structure. Let me give you an example of structure for me. Everything I do, I write down on a piece of paper. I can see it. Like, I know exactly what I did the last time I worked out, or 10 times ago. Like, I can see it. Obviously, you want to try to increase weights and all that kind of stuff. So, and increase distance and all that. So, structure on a piece of paper for me helps. Give you another form of structure. So, I have a calendar. You guys know my calendar has a million things.
Yeah,
like
sadly, we know about your
all
calendar.
this stuff I got to do on a daily basis. Every Sunday on my calendar, I have set workouts.
And who creates these?
I do. So, no, not what the workout becomes. Set the day of the workout. So every Sunday, I look at what I have up ahead. Like today, as an example, it's a tough one because I got the golf out in after the show. But you map out what is your availability. And I'm looking to do 3 a week. Now, I might increase it to 4 at some point. But the point is, I make sure I map it out at the start of the week. This week's going to be Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. So, like, create that structure. And then sometimes if you miss a day, something comes up, make sure you get it in by the end of the week. So that's number 2. And then number 3, I would say...
This is not groundbreaking stuff.
I was asked the question. I'm answering the question. Number 3, I would say, is have someone in your life that knows what you're trying to accomplish and can be a support.
Anthony,
yeah. That can both prod you and pat you. Pat you on the back, but more than anything, prod you when you need the prodding. And if you create those 3 things, you can get it done. That's my advice.
Get what? I'm so confused.
Work
Get
out more.
what done? Work out more?
Work out more.
Yeah, okay. So you set
Not bad
3 or
advice,
4
right?
days a week as your goal.
And number 4, you might want to have someone help, create a program for you.
Hey, it is important. It is important to work out at least 3 days a week. If you go 3 days or more, you can actually make improvements. If you work out 2 days, you'll stay the same. If you work out less than that, you'll decline.
Correct.
So 3 or more is optimal.
Yeah. So you're on the right track. And step number 1 is coming to the Hammer for advice. I gave it to you. Ball's in your court. Run wild, sir. That's life advice. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Chuck in Cherry Hill.
Poor man.
Chuckles, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, crew. Joe, I think we have to penalize you 5 wins from Beat the Hammer for your comment yesterday, and then 5 more wins for your Schwarber. Listen, we wake
Can we
up
penalize
today,
him for? He's portraying an athlete now. I'm starting to be bothered by this. He's pretending to be an athlete and answering questions about like working out and things like that, like he knows.
And you guys see him. See, I have never seen him yet. So if
Chuck, people were impressed at the game yesterday with my physique.
All right, I'm sure.
Wait,
No doubt about it.
Who?
All right.
Someone said that?
People. Yep. Multiple people.
What person?
I can't divulge that.
A secret person.
I can't divulge that.
It was a secret person. An invisible
No,
person.
I did
imaginary
I
person.
did hear it from about 2 or 3. I don't remember which ones. Couple said it to me. Yeah.
And what did they say?
Well, the way you guys describe me on the air, you think
I don't describe you on the
you
air.
would think I'm an ogre.
Hold on.
All right?
Have I ever said anything along those lines?
Once again.
I've said you're an ogre?
No, but you've insinuated that,
No, not at all.
Okay.
I definitely, I think you look slender.
Thank you.
He does look more slender.
He does look skinnier. Yes.
So you
but you have a long way to go.
With your belly, yes.
Really?
100%. Yes.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Wait,
Yes.
what?
With your belly.
His belly is smaller.
Over about the last month or 2?
What? I'm just being
talking
honest.
I agree with you. And Ben, you're saying the last month or 2, right?
Without a doubt. 100%.
Thank you.
Hold on. That doesn't.
Yes.
That's not like. That's not like overwhelming
let's not-
sentiment
let's
that
not-
he thinks you're doing a good job.
Well, he doesn't know everything behind closed doors, but he's saying he's noticing
It's
some
very
difference.
noticeable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's very noticeable? His belly?
His belly is shrunken.
Thank you.
What? I agree.
I'm
being honest.
I
I'm
agree.
serious.
I had the Chip Kelly. I had the Chip
line.
Kelly belly, and now I'm moving toward like the Brian Dawkins belly. Yeah.
You're not moving toward the Brian Dawkins
If
belly.
anyone's getting there.
No.
That dude is yoked.
All right, Chuck. What do you,
eight-pack.
Chuck,
No.
what do you got on the Phils?
I got my executive team here, and they're listening, going, so that's what you do 3 times a week? Oh, God. Anyway, listen, Ben's still in the studio, right?
Yes.
Ben, you still with us?
I'm still
Okay.
here.
shake your head yes or no. There's no way in the world that the Phillies would put Schwarber back in left field, full-time commitment, and make our last-ranked defense today, minus 40, worse. You could never, ever commit Schwarber to play in left field, Joe. Absolutely. He was a minus 2.5 D-WAR. That is a disaster. And what he did, Joe, hear it out, he played neutral. So if you say why was Schwarber's lifetime WAR only 11 2 years ago, think about that, how good he was offensively. 40 home runs
Chuck,
here.
Chuck, you ready for this? Schwarber's defense. You ready, Chuck? Here we go. Schwarber's defense is better than Rojas and Marsh's offense.
That doesn't work that way.
But it does. But I'm trying to But Chuck, I'm trying to replay. Hold on, Chuck. I grant you, Schwarber stinks in left field. I'm not an idiot. But let's not act like I'm acting like it's about replacing something that's stellar out there. I'm trying to get guys off the field who I'm sick and tired of seeing. I'm sick and tired of seeing Rojas and Marsh. They're not good. I don't know what to tell you, man.
I'm trying to take this to a level that says baseball already computes this. We don't need
I don't care. It compute my ass.
Well, that's where you're wrong. That's where you go off the rails and concede. You just conceded the point when you say that, Joe.
Chuck, you know I love you. I just got to jump you every once in a while. I mean, you're acting like I'm trying to replace Barry Bonds in left field. I don't have Barry Bonds.
But at the same breath, they had to hear bring Trout in, batting .210, missing.
Well, we were asking the question. Ben shot it down.
All right, here we go with Axbon. This is kind of shocking. So take out his April. This cat's hitting 340. This is May and June.
Boom.
345. Okay, close to 400 on base, 490 slug, and 860 OPS. May and June. Nobody knows that. I didn't know that. But that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, Bohm's picked it up. He has. All right, Chuck, give me a big answer, man. You can win the gift card. Ultimate.
All my answers are silly, but I'm going to throw in Brutus from Popeye.
Sure.
Remember he beat him, Popeye. He ate the spinach and he fought him back.
But doesn't Popeye typically win? Wouldn't he be a better answer?
He wins it after the spinach. Yeah, that's why I like spinach to this day with garlic. Anyway, you guys all have a great day.
You too, Chuck. Always
I
good
think
hearing from
Popeye
you.
might have been the better answer. I mean, that's it. Popeye could have won.
Popeye could have won.
Yeah, Popeye could have won.
He picks the guy that always loses.
Popeye.
What is that?
And Popeye does it with the hands, too, like you wanted.
I think that confirms I was right in the disagreement. He acts like, and I love Chuck. I'm playing around a little bit, but he acts like I'm trying to replace these incredible outfielders that are great offensive players. I'm trying to get a 200 batting average off my lineup. It's not unreasonable.
I mean, look, they're already the worst defense, or one of the worst defensive teams in the league. Like, it is what it is. They stink defensively already. Like, at least you can improve a part of the team that also stinks right now.
And listen, if they can get a different left fielder that's not Schwarber and they trade for someone, good for that. Go for it. But if they don't, I'm open-minded to this. Rhea, Schwarber to left. Open-minded or not?
Extremely.
Because you're so frustrated with the guys out there?
I can't do it anymore.
It's brutal, right?
I mean, it's hard to watch.
It's really hard to watch.
You know, but I get, the one thing is I get James' concern. I'm not worried about the defense because you're right. His offense will make up for that. It's getting hurt.
And look, I can't act like that couldn't happen.
I mean, it could.
It could happen. But, you know, I'm willing to take my chances. That's where I'm at. All right, time's yours. If you missed what Rob Thompson said about Bryce Harper and his, recovery, we'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all of this. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie with Ben and Stu. Ben, we got to say goodbye. You're headed to the golf outing.
I'm heading out.
Have fun. See you out there in a couple
I'll see you
hours.
out there. Put your sunscreen on and hydrate.
I will.
Okay.
And nice job supporting Reuben's charity.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
No doubt.
We'll see Ben probably next week. All right, everyone, back with more. Time's yours and included. Next on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And you can make the smarter play now with new performance trends. Look, guys, it's all there. All the props, all the bets. And we know Indiana's up 2-1. Look, find the better bets that works for you the rest of the way and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, you can have same-game parlays. You can have live game in betting, like during the game. Second quarter, third quarter, you can still make bets. It's always there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. So is the Stanley Cup Finals. So is baseball day by day. All the sports, all available for you including your chance to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies battle the Blue Jays at the bank. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a home run for Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. My quarterback, Caleb Williams, had a tough rookie season, but 2025 is looking up. The Bears bought in Ben Johnson as head coach, upgraded the offensive line, and drafted standout tight end Colston Love. Not betting Caleb Williams over 22.5 passing touchdowns this season. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesset Funds. Well, get your phones, tablets, laptops ready. Eagles single season tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. That's also when you can get tickets to the Eagles lone open practice during training camp, which will be on August 10th at 6:30 at the Link. Phillies are off today after taking 2 or 3 from the Cubs. Next up, it'll be the Toronto Blue Jays. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Mostly sunny, high 92, currently 76. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What is a big percentage James Jims or just
No. A big percentage of Jims are James. It's usually James and gets short. I don't like. It's pretty rare to just be named Jim.
Pretty rare.
Almost always, if someone.
Billy, don't you lose my number.
Great song.
Yeah, it really
What
was.
a song.
'Cause you're not anywhere.
So Bryce is out. We hope he's back soon. Let's listen to Rob Thompson yesterday. This had nothing to do with the game or any of that, but he gave some information about Bryce that, he's saying he's trending in the right direction, but I find it a little concerning. Here's the exchange.
Bryce taking ground balls Friday, is that a sign that he's responding well to the treatment?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's feeling better. He will not swing yet. But,
okay.
Yeah.
And affects him most on swings?
Yes.
If the ball goes well Friday with the ground balls, what's the next step after that?
Swinging, but he's got to be pain-free.
James, how concerned are you?
Very. Yeah, I'm very concerned. I'm concerned in the here and now. I'm concerned about the long-term implications. I'm concerned about the fact that he's going to be 33 in October, and it feels like he's starting to break down a bit. So, yeah, it's concerning. And look, that answer, it felt like Topper was like, no, we're doing good. But, yeah, he's not going to swing a bat. Are you crazy? It just...
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, so I'm concerned. Yes.
And after the Joel thing, and that's a whole different thing. But, I know, I get it, but I'm just saying, I mean, if you asked me last year who are the two best players in Philly sports, I would have told you Bryce Harper and Joel Embiid.
Age can make guys fall off very, very quickly, So
are we ever going to get a Joel update?
Dude, it's crazy. It was like 2.5 months ago or whatever. We found out about that arthroscopic surgery or whatever they did. We haven't heard anything else.
Yeah, we're not going to get one for a while.
No.
They're just not going to.
They don't care to communicate with you.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, it really is. Someone told me yesterday, I forget who, someone at the game, that he knows of people that are just dropping season tickets.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know people who drop season tickets. I mean, why would you have season tickets now? Seriously, it's a waste of money right now. It is. You're going out and seeing a bad product.
And you feel...
And a team that doesn't care about you.
And you feel misled.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
That's a big one. All right, to the phones we go. Let's talk to Warren in Gwinnett Valley. Hi, Warren.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, Rhea.
Hello.
Hey, John.
What's up,
Joe?
Warren?
Warren, how are you, buddy?
I was watching you guys on YouTube last night after I heard your show during the day on the radio, and I thought it was quite a kick to watch you guys in studio.
Wow.
As the camera moved around, and you guys are, responding to each other. It was a lot of fun.
Really?
Cool.
Yeah,
Good.
I would encourage people, if they haven't seen you, to tune in for an episode here or there, just to see how it feels.
That's nice.
Working in studio.
So I find it a little intrusive, Warren. I mean, I'm being honest. Like, I'm glad we're doing it because it's going to be a good thing for the station and the company. But, I mean, we have hand gestures and all. Like, it's a little weird, Like, it's a little weird because
for sure.
We're used to our nonverbal communication, and it's still nonverbal, but people can see it.
And a lot of mine have been inappropriate through the years towards Joe, and I've had to curtail most of them.
Yeah. Well, here's the good news: is if people watch you, they can certainly feel better about themselves.
Oh,
wow! All that to set up a line.
That was big. That was big of you,
Warren.
Well done, Warren.
You hurt me, buddy.
You did nail it, though.
All right, what do you got on our sports scene?
I'm concerned about Bryce, like you guys. I have a couple things. I do repetitive motion in my industry, like a lot of people do. I do gardening.
Yep.
And I have to do certain exercises if I'm going to keep my body in shape with some sort of protocol that he does, like John used to do when he was playing football, or like you guys do to stay in shape now. So it's just so important to stretch your tendons, your muscles, yoga, whatever, to get through. But I know for a fact that Bryce needs rest in between these games because we watch him swing that bat so hard.
Yeah.
It's really violent on the entire upper body, and clearly his tendons, his joints are strained. So I believe that he will come back, but it's about if they can give him rest through this period. But the inflammation does not go away without rest. So he's clearly in that space where his body can heal now that he is out of the game.
And even when he comes back, I mean, the sport of baseball does not lend itself to rest. It's an everyday thing, or almost every day. And that's
for sure.
It's a tough reality, man.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Marsh and Rojas are getting too much rest while they're playing since they're swinging and grounding out within the first pitch or two. So those two guys are really rested, unfortunately.
You're not wrong there.
Holy smoke.
They're brutal. Warren,
Marsh is hurt.
Give me an answer for a fictional tough guy. I think there are so many big answers that haven't been said. I mean,
did anybody say, make my day?
No.
Oh, wow. Dirty Harry's a great answer.
Dirty Harry's an awesome answer.
Great answer.
I mean, that's my dude. I mean, I went back and watched the third Dirty Harry about a week or two ago. See, James, I'm doing the new. I mean,
yeah, that's a new movie already.
Movies I haven't seen.
Movies?
No, I'm fine with
this
it.
This is 1981.
That's okay. As long as you haven't seen it, I'm okay with that.
New to me.
Good for you.
New to me. So no one has said answers say Greek mythology. Like, where's my Hercules? Where's my Achilles? Where's my Ulysses? Where are they? I mean, I'm telling you, the audience came up a little small today on fictional tough guys. I mean, I chastise.
You do chastise.
I do. I mean, I think they've done a poor job. My answer. My answer is you've done a poor job.
Hey,
well, think about who hasn't been said. I mean, there's all sorts of people haven't been said.
You're right, but that's okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
it is
offended.
freedom of choice
Yeah,
to
but-
say whomever you want.
Who's the biggest one not said today, James?
I'm not sure. It's a good question.
I mean, does Superman count as a fictional tough
No,
guy?
because you said no. You said no. Like
he's a human.
He's
a human
not,
from a different
He's an
planet.
alien. He's an alien. He's an alien. He's not a human. He's an
What
alien.
was-
No,
how about
he's a
non?
human.
No, he is not a human. Are you kidding
He's
me?
a human who happens to be from a different planet.
No, he's not.
No, he's not
he's
human,
an alien.
dude.
Yes, he is human.
No, you're wrong about this, bro.
Zod.
Dude, he's
they
an
are
alien.
aliens.
Superman is an alien.
Just like Jor-El.
I know he's an alien.
He just looks
and
like
an
a
alien
human.
can be a human.
No, what?
What?
Why can't an alien be a human?
Dude, he's not a human.
When we go to the moon, is that not still a human?
I don't even know what you're trying to say.
When Neil Armstrong
My
went to
point
the
is, Superman is not human, dude.
James,
What are you
here's my
talking-
He's
here's my
from
question.
the planet
James,
Krypton.
I'm well aware
He's
of that.
not human.
James, when Neil Armstrong went to the moon, was he still a human?
He's from the
answer the
planet
question.
Krypton.
He's not. Neil Armstrong
Was
is not
Neil-
from another planet. He's from
Neil
Earth, and he
Armstrong's
left
from
Earth and came
Earth.
back. Superman is from another planet.
Humans can live on a
Krypton.
different planet.
Dude, no, dude.
What do you mean, no?
Okay, how many humans have
dude.
superpowers?
You know why you got the superpowers? Because
Hey,
the sun.
What humans
he-
living on a different planet right now?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know, but we're
No
talking in the
human
world
has
of
ever
fiction.
lived on another
And
planet.
we
Neil
know-
Armstrong walked on the moon.
and
That's
James,
not a planet.
And the reason
the moon is a moon.
And the reason
Are you
Soup got
serious?
and the reason Soup got his
Really?
powers when he came here. This is covered in Superman 1. Has to do with the Krypton sun
The
and
yellow
something.
sun.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the extra powers
Yes,
here.
from another planet.
That same guy.
It's
still,
just crazy.
Still a
He's
guy.
from a different
Still a guy.
planet. The planet is Krypton. He is Kryptonian.
Yeah.
He is not human.
No, wrong.
He is Kryptonian.
Yeah, humans aren't Earthians.
We are natives of Earth.
Yeah,
we
humans.
are humans.
Yeah, and we can have humans on other planets and other things. That's proven by
But
Neil
he
Armstrong.
is a Kryptonian.
It happened.
He is an alien.
Yeah.
It was another planet. It's a moon.
All
That's
right.
not a planet. You're
Twitter-
wrong.
Twitter-
Humans have never been to another planet.
Twitter poll
What
question.
are you talking about?
Twitter poll. Well, it's
crazy.
fiction. It's fiction.
This
But-
is
but
crazy.
it seems like you don't
but
know
you said
that.
Neil Armstrong.
It seems
that was
like
your
he might
argument.
not know that it's fiction.
My argument is humans can exist not on Earth.
So dumb.
Am I right about that, James? Can humans exist not on Earth?
Sure, that has nothing to do with this
Has
discussion.
everything to do with it.
No, it doesn't.
Has everything to do with
He
it.
is from Krypton.
What planet are humans existing on?
Other than Earth?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know. You talking about real life?
Yeah.
We don't know. And I tend to think they're not out there. But my point is in a fictional world they could be.
Okay.
That's all I'm trying to say.
All right. But
All right.
but
Maybe he's
but
both.
Jor-El and Kal-El are Kryptonian,
Well, they're from that.
not human.
Well, you can be from that planet and also be human. I've stated my case.
But they're
I'm
not.
moving on. All right, with that said, let's listen. For tomorrow's Time's Yours, someone please call.
Yes, please.
And I'm going to make this
Please
a poll.
call.
I'm making this a poll tomorrow.
I'm desperate for
We're
people
really
to call.
banging our heads against the wall
right,
on this
No,
one.
Joe's banging his head against the wall while we're watching him.
They're
No.
so not human.
It's
Okay.
ridiculous.
They are Kryptonian.
Okay, I'm
and
writing
the
it down.
planet's name is Krypton.
It's a poll tomorrow. Is Superman
Not Earth.
human? All right, with that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
I want to ask this question. In Total Recall, were they not humans?
I don't-
You're
They're on Mars. Are they
They're
They
not?
on
were
Mars.
from Earth,
Are they
man.
not- are they not
Superman
humans?
you're misunderstanding. That
No, I'm
Superman
not
is just inherently
misunderstanding.
not human.
All I'm saying is
Joe.
you don't have to be human. Excuse me, you don't have to be not human to be from a different planet in a fictional
But
world.
You're right, but Superman
Thank you.
and his whole family are Kryptonian.
Yes, they are not
Good
human.
for them.
They're not human.
Good for them. And they're also humans. They're from Krypton and human.
They're
We're
not-
from Earth and human.
No, that's the thing. They're not human.
Okay, I disagree. That's a poll tomorrow. John, are you here tomorrow or are you
The
off?
actors, I'm off.
Okay.
The actors
We'll see-
are human.
We'll see where
Oh, yeah,
Elliot.
the actors are human.
We'll
Yeah.
see where Elliot's at.
Nonsense.
I swear to God, this is a poll tomorrow.
Elliot probably has never seen
All right.
a Superman.
I-
ever.
He can have an opinion. Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Please tell me why anyone at all cares about what these national people say about the Eagles. Who cares? And let's say they did say the Eagles were the best team of all time and they've got all this national acclaim. What do you get out of it?
I get out of it joy.
Some satisfaction.
Satisfaction.
I want them to get the respect they deserve.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Let's tell Seltzer to stop selling the team off. We got Jesus Luzardo, the stopper on the mound. In Jesus we trust. And Bomer hit a homer. And the Phils just took a W winning the season series against the Cubs.
Good point. 2 days ago,
season series matter. Oh, no.
Might be trading.
Don't mischaracterize. I said they got a month. Is what I said. Yeah.
Might be trading.
Yeah. If they don't pick it up. Yeah.
You know how crazy it is.
I did say that. I stand by it.
How great it would sound if Alec Bohm would actually start hitting more homers.
It's homers.
It would work so well, but it just doesn't because he never does it.
From the National Sports Studios, today we will be talking about the Cowboys. Tomorrow we'll be talking about the Cowboys. Even though they're irrelevant, win nothing and mean nothing, and a wonderful Super Bowl champion just emerged this year, we're still going to talk about the Cowboys.
Well, you're
From
right.
the National Sports Studios, the time's yours.
You're right. You know what would be amazing to know? ESPN, how many times during the regular season did they mention Lakers, and how many times did they mention Pacers?
Oh, God, yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, think about it. I mean, I would bet you
10 times at least.
Oh, I was going to say 500 to 1.
It might be, yeah.
500. Seriously.
The only NFL game that Joe DeCamara and Spike Guest can watch in its entirety every weekend is Eagles game. So they see every play that Jalen Hurts and the Eagles run. The only plays they see Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson are highlights on the NFL Network. So the opinions of Jalen Hurts against the other quarterbacks from the two most dorky and unathletic WIP staffers should not hold any water.
Well, I mean, sir, I've seen more than a few highlights. Seen that Mahomes guy quite a bit over the years. And with that said, let's shut it down.
The Times Yours line.
Offended by that.
Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts.
I like that you were offended by that, but not the dorky, nerdiest toast part.
Oh, I don't care about that part. that part is.
How rude.
But the initial part was.
As if.
I mean, come on now. And my overall point is.
Stifle yourself.
All right.
Spike will be upset by the dorky.
Well, but, if the shoe fits. All right. Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to once again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now, excuse me. Now in stock, the Equinox, Blazer, and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. John, our poll question today, as we've been discussing through the show related to the Eagles, is the following. Do you think the national media has given the 2024 Eagles enough credit for potentially being one of the best teams of all time, yes or no? John, how do people vote?
I'm going to say 70% say no.
86%
Wow.
of people know what they're talking about to say the national media did not do its job. All right, ultimate fictional tough guy. A lot of good answers. I kind of settled where it started with Rambo, but...
I think it's Rambo, too. That was kind of where I was leaning.
Massive answer.
You know?
Well, what else do we have that's close?
Well, we got Dirty Harry. We got Jon Snow. We got
Jon Snow's awesome.
Dirty Harry's really good, too.
I like Dirty Harry a
Kill
lot.
Bill. Dirty Harry, though, while
I
tough...
love The Bride.
Yeah, here's my argument against Dirty Harry, and I love him. Matter of fact, I got Harry on the board right here.
What about
Go
Beatrix?
ahead. Make my day.
I got that, too.
He's tough. Beatrix kills people with a samurai sword.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
All right, I'm Rambo.
Oh, Ripley, by the way, would have been a good one.
Oh,
Alien.
yeah,
That would've been a
for
good one.
sure.
I'm Rambo.
Alien.
Dirty Harry.
Okay,
I'm Rambo.
2-1. John Rambo or Dirty Harry?
Oh, geez, I can't go Beatrix? I guess I'm Rambo.
Yeah, Rambo's won it. Steve, congratulations, bud. You win the $100 gift card. Everyone have a spectacular rest of the day. We shall talk to you tomorrow. Joe and Hugh are up next.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 with bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa Rewards members redeem unlimited bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning 2 off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alrighty, folks, it's commencement address season. And here's the advice New York Liberty star Jonquel Jones shared with George Washington graduates. Always trust your gut, surround yourself with the right people, and always make time to enjoy life. In Pittsburgh, future Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald Jr. told the class of 2025 that moving forward requires courage. Relationships are everything in life, and learn to be adaptive. Sound advice from both stars. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop for Kyle Quinn behind the glass. A good day for the Phillies yesterday. Whew. We can breathe. A series win. Luzardo looked excellent. He might have just been tipping those pitches after all. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Mr. Five-Leg Parlay hitter in the building. Just wanted to put that out there. Did anybody else hit a 5-leg parlay yesterday?
I'm waiting for the other part of this. And thank you to someone.
No, thank you, Joe.
Oh, yeah, who helped you put together that parlay
Thank you.
yesterday.
Helped me put together that parlay.
Because I don't think you on your own were going over an A's Angels.
No, I wasn't. I was not. I give you props for that, but you were a part of that.
All right.
So yeah, I hit a 5-legger yesterday.
Now I'm regretting it that I gave him this. Now he's gonna peacock around here.
I'm just saying. I'm back, baby.
He's back. All right.
I'm back, baby.
As are we, and as are the Phillies. Maybe, but certainly a good day yesterday. We'll get to more Philly stuff coming out as the show goes along. But good day yesterday, Hugh. I know you hung out a little bit after the art show with the morning show.
Shout out to all the people, man, that came hung out with the morning show.
Awesome.
I just want, I represented. I know you had things to do, so I just wanted to come say hello to the fans because of, a lot of the people listen to the show all day long. So yeah. Went over there to say hi a little bit.
Well, beautiful day and a good game yesterday. Phillies bats got going. Good day for Bowman. Luzardo was the Luzardo that we got used to in the first couple months of the season. That was all good to see. But Hugh, yesterday, it happened towards the end of our show. It happens like a lot towards the end of our show where we get into the Jalen Hurts discussion, and then we don't really have enough time to flesh it out. So you know what we said today? Let's just do it from the jump. All right, so there's a lot of different angles to discuss about Jalen Hurts and the player he is right now, the player he was last year, and kind of where he ranks in the whole NFL at this point. But one thing that keeps coming up every time these discussions are had, whether it be PFF's list or Chris Sims' list or just all of us giving our just like raw take on Jalen and kind of what level of quarterback he is right now, is just how much and how fair it is to bring up his supporting cast in these discussions, right? There's a lot that goes into this. There's the individual statistics. Mm-hmm. There is the accolades in terms of MVPs. There's winning, right? How much winning you do in your career as a quarterback over time. That's all part of it. And then there's the element of like, well, he has this, right? And then that quarterback has this. And if you switch the two quarterbacks, here's what happened. So, Hugh, I know this is something that kind of sticks in your craw. So let's start here. Is it fair to bring up Jalen Hurts' supporting cast when we do all these rankings? Is it fair to continually cite, hey, he's got all these good players around him? Hugh, where do you come down on this? Because it's inevitable. It comes up in every quarterback debate. Like, okay, this guy is good, this guy is great, and also he has this, or he's deficient here, or he doesn't have that. How much is fair? Is it fair?
I don't think it's fair because it feels like that has become the conversation more as we progress and we get older about athletes. I think it was fair when I look at it like this, John. I'm a long talk just a little bit.
Here we go.
Because in the NBA, there were years where you had to the model of winning is that you had to have a superstar.
Sure. Or multiple.
Or multiple superstars because the league was saturated with a bunch of teams and it was harder to find quality players. And that's basically the case in the NBA because when we talk about the draft, and we've talked about it for years, if you're not drafted in the top 5 in the NBA, it's basically a crapshoot because of the talent that's out there, the talent pool that's out there, and the teams that are looking for talent. I grew up in an era where, there's no I in team. And the one sport that was always preached to me that's the only true team sport was football. And, you all those cliches that you think about, the chain is only strong as its weakest link and all that, that's the embodiment of football back when I played. And it just feels like as we've evolved through this whole football thing and, trying to rate the better quarterbacks and stuff like that, that we've gotten to a point that now it's penalized. It's a penalty for a quarterback to have good talent around him. But look at it like this, people. Everybody that plays in the NFL is talented. Everybody doesn't make it to the NFL. So now we want to say that Jalen isn't this, that, or the third. And I know physically he's not matched up with those other guys we talking about on individual talent. But now we want to penalize Jalen because Howie Roseman is a Hall of Fame GM. That, to me, I just think that's one of those conversations that's had where it's like you have no other argument for it because it's unquantifiable intangibles. So that's the one that you go to.
All right, so here's where I come down on this. So I understand the idea that most teams that are good, if not every team that is good or great, has a lot of talent, right? It's almost how much does one team have versus they're all good, right? Mm-hmm. They all have no quarterback that wins a Super Bowl does it by themselves. That is obvious and clear, and we know this. But I do think it's like, for me, it's like the tiebreaker, right? Because they all have something. Like Patrick Mahomes has Andy Reid. That's a huge advantage he has. He is one of the greatest coaches of all time. They all have something. But I think it is fair to bring it up because it's football is the one thing. Like I mentioned this the other day. Baseball, Aaron Judge hits 60 home runs. Bryce Harper hits 30. I mean, the supporting cast doesn't matter. Aaron Judge hits more home runs. He's probably a better player. I mean, that's just the bottom line. You don't need to kind of parse anything else besides he just produces more on an individual basis. Football, you said it, Hugh, is a team sport. So it's difficult to just look at the numbers raw the way they are and say, well, this is who's better because some guys play with a bad defense, so they have to throw the football more, right? They have to put up more yards, all that kind of stuff. I just look at it like this. Jalen Hurts is a really good player. He's a really good quarterback. But he does have the best team in the NFL around him. So when I bring that up, it's almost like I can't ignore that. Is he a winner? Yes. But is he a winner in part because he plays for the Eagles and the Eagles have all this talent? Yeah, I think that's part of the story, that he wins because he is a big part of the best overall roster in the NFL.
And I understand that, Joe, but let's flip this story a little bit. And look at, and I'm going to use Patrick Mahomes as an example because Patrick Mahomes got drafted from Texas Tech, and Coach Reed, he jumped up a few spots to get him.
Yes.
Because
more than a few spots. They went from like 28 to 10. Yeah,
yes,
they jumped
high.
They
jumped up a few spots to get him because Andy Reid recognized something in him that nobody else saw, so much so that Andy got criticized for doing that, and they thought it was a little bit of a reach.
Well, that Alex Smith, they were winning anyway, yeah.
And you know what? When Patrick Mahomes, his last 2 seasons at Texas Tech, Texas Tech, he was 13-16. That's not a winning record. That's not something that if you look at a quarterback and say, oh, well, he didn't win because he didn't have talent around him.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So now you put talent around him, and now he's the best quarterback in the NFL. You see where I'm going with this? So he's not getting penalized because he was a guy that in college didn't have the great numbers. He didn't put up the great numbers in college like most quarterbacks did, but something inside of him, Big Red recognized, and he jumped up and got him. Now he's considered the best quarterback playing in the NFL.
You mentioned, well, he is. I believe he is the best quarterback in the NFL. Yesterday we had some people saying he's not, and Jalen Hurts is. I feel like we've gotten too sensitive with the Hurts stuff. It's weird because he's at his height right now, right? Like a year ago, Jalen Hurts was probably at one of his lowest points. The way we talked about him, coming off a tough year, they lost the first round. He didn't play well in the playoffs. I feel like we are more sensitive now, even though we all agree he's a winner and a champion. It's weird. It's almost like, I just use 5, right? 5 isn't enough, like the ranking. 5 isn't enough. We have to put him 1. He's not 1. He's 5. I think that's okay to put him there. And we argue these things. I'm going to make this example. I'm going to go back in time for a little bit here for a second. I don't think this is a Jalen thing. I think it's every generation has a quarterback that is kind of in this realm, right? And I'll go back 12 years ago. It was Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's a heck of a player. Or he was. Right now he's old. He was a heck of a player. But he did have the best roster in the NFL around him for a couple years. They got to back-to-back Super Bowls. He won one. He outplayed Peyton Manning and dominated the game. But I never thought then that Russell was better than Peyton, better than Brady, better than Rodgers, better than Breeze. I just didn't think he was he was close, right? He was, I think, the 5th best quarterback in that era, and he was really good. I just never thought he was as good as he just had more players around him in those moments. I'll go back to a guy that came up yesterday, Hugh, and I think it's funny and ironic that it's a Cowboy, and the Eagles are kind of becoming maybe a dynasty like that team was. Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
I didn't think Troy Aikman, and I was younger then, but I didn't think he was as good as Dan Marino. Dan Marino had a better arm. Dan Marino was that right. Dude. Dan Marino was better, but Dan Marino won nothing, and Troy Aikman won 3 Super Bowls. I didn't think he was as good as Brett Favre even. And Brett Favre didn't win as much as Troy Aikman. I think every generation has this. I'll use a baseball example because I love baseball. Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter played for the Yankees. They were a dynasty. They had all those great players, the best roster by far in baseball, and he was a winner, and he was his own great player. But I didn't think he wasn't Barry Bonds. He wasn't as good as Ken Griffey Jr., who won nothing in his career. But he was on a great team. I think it's fair to bring up the supporting cast because I feel like it's the tiebreaker. 215-592-9494. We've gotten very sensitive on Hurts, and that's the way I feel. But certainly I think this is not even a debate. When this comes up, it always comes back to the supporting cast. Well, it's like part of the discussion every day.
It's a trigger warning because I'm going to tell you, Joe, and I know that a lot of snowflakes are going to get a little sensitive about what I'm going to say. It's because when I hear it, it's almost like, okay, why aren't you making these excuses for the guy that doesn't look like Jalen Hurts, like Peyton Manning's and I think Tom Brady's a unicorn because the simple fact that Tom Brady did it with multiple different receivers.
Of course, yeah.
So that's a little bit of an outlier. But when we talk about Justin Herbert and things of that nature, yeah, if you want to sit here and tell me individually that they're more physically gifted than Jalen, I can't argue that. If you want to say Josh Allen is more physically gifted than Jalen, that's not an argument I can have because you're right. But Jalen has something. Those unquantifiable intangibles, the same thing that Andy Reid saw in Patrick Mahomes that made him jump up as high as he did to get him, even though Patrick Mahomes' numbers in college wasn't that great, that made him jump up and get him and take him where he did, and everybody in the NFL looking like, dog, Big Red, what you doing? It's kind of the same thing, and that's how I look at Jalen. Jalen is an anomaly in this sense, is that I sat in the press box all year long, and I heard people complain about his play,
and I think at times fairly,
and it was fair.
Yeah.
Like, and that's I'm not arguing that because there were times where you look at him like, what the hell is he doing?
We're all scratched our head, yeah.
But he found a way to get the job done, and at the end of the day, you ever heard that old saying about hook or by crook?
Yes,
that's what he did.
But how much of that is because the team at times allowed him to work through his issues? If he was on a worse team, maybe he wouldn't have been afforded that opportunity.
But you're right. But I also look at Jalen as a guy who, in this day and age, because there's a lot. Like for me, when I talk about Jalen and his greatness, in my opinion, it's not only the quarterback play, it's the adversity that he's endured throughout his whole career, and he's handled it with grace.
Well, that's true.
Look at every other quarterback. Look at every other player in this era of the NFL. Look at what's his name? Ayahuasca dude. The one that just signed the. Look how dysfunctional he is and how much of a me person he is. And he went from being one of the most liked quarterbacks now to being that guy that know what they call a D-bag. Can I say that on here?
Yeah. Well, you did.
Too late. Yeah. But I'm just saying.
Oh, well.
And people look at him because he has character flaws.
Yeah, clearly.
And Jalen, throughout all of that, has remained graceful and steadfast in the way that he's acted.
I agree with that.
And that in this day and age, To me, that counts for a lot.
It makes him likable and admirable. Does it make him better than a top 5 quarter? Not to me. 215-592-9494. Let's hear Chris Sims here. He recently put out his list. Got everyone all upset on Monday. He put him at number 10. I think that's too low. I'd put Jalen higher than 10 right now. But this line from his explanation, I thought resonated with a lot of people. It resonated with me. Here it was.
But with him saying all that and all his skill set and the leadership and the mental strength and all that, is he perfect? No. There's a reason he's at number 10. And there's still flaws in his football game that need to be addressed, need to be fixed. And, you know, they win the game still with him not playing perfect. And this is where, again, I do the dirty work to go, let me decipher here, right? But there's no quarterback in football that has more advantages on the field at the position than Jalen Hurts.
That part I agree with, and I think it's fair to bring that up, and we got to parse how much that matters and where you rank him. I agree. It's the best offensive line. It's the best running back. It's the best pair of wide receivers. It's an above-average tight end. I mean, there's no one else that has all that. Now, other teams have – I'm not saying no one – the other guys have nothing, right? Burrow has 2 great receivers. That's the dominant pair, and probably the best receiver in the league in Jamar Chase. He doesn't have this offensive line. He doesn't have a running back close to Saquon. And he doesn't have a defense. So like that's his issue, right? Every one of them have something that's like, that part of the team. Look at the Chiefs' offensive line. It's why the Eagles ran through them. That offensive line was deficient at the end of the season. No one has what Jalen has in terms of all the stuff he has, including the defense. No one has it.
You know what? I look at it like this. Okay, and I'm gonna try to say it in a way that people will understand. You know, we have a big race coming up here in a couple weeks in Dover with NASCAR,
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So there's, all these skilled drivers and everything. These cars are all set up the same. NASCAR is basically, by NASCAR law, they all have to have the same specs. They all have to have the same dimensions, like run the same kind of engines. Okay. It all depends on what type of tires you want to run and how you want to schedule, handle your pit crew, manage your pit crew. You got to have a driver. You got to have, because everything's the same, but you have to have somebody that's able to handle. Like, I'm not going to jump into NASCAR and go out there and race, even though I have all of that stuff that's going to help me win that, be effective in that race. You still got to have that guy. So Jalen Hurts, to me, is that guy with he's the right driver for this team.
That I agree. I have no debate on that. Where I disagree, and 215-592-9494 is I don't think that's NASCAR. I think in the NFL, like Jalen has better tires. Like he has a better engine. Like
but that's the NFL in a nutshell.
I know, but that's why I can't put him at the top because he's got some advantage. All right, Kyle, what do you think? Then we'll get to the phone lines here. Is it fair to talk about his supporting cast? We rank him.
Yeah, so, we talk about Super Bowl syndrome.
Yes.
There's another there's another epidemic going out there.
Personal attacks.
We have epidemics.
It's called Jalen Hurts derangement syndrome.
Yeah, we're there.
Because, look, this only became like a sensitive subject, the supporting cast thing, when I never heard this as a bone of contention until we started talking about where Jalen Hurts ranks among NFL quarterbacks. Like, we always in every sport, especially for quarterbacks and especially in football, bring up who the player has around them. Like, it's a thing. It matters. For Brady and Belichick for years, it was, Tom Brady had Bill Belichick. Well, Bill Belichick had Tom Brady. Like, these are things that people talk about all the time. And Patrick Mahomes has Andy Reid, et cetera, et cetera. We always have done this. But now all of a sudden, when you mention that Jalen Hurts is not better than Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes because he has one of the best teams surrounding him, it's a huge problem. Like, I've learned that we only want to have this one way, and you can't. People want to have it both ways, and they can't do it. You know why? I go back to, because let's put everything together here. It's the defense, it's the wide receivers, it's the running back, the O-line, and it's the coaching. I go back to 2023. Jalen Hurts had a terrible season, and all we heard was Brian Johnson. So if it's fair to bring up Brian Johnson and why he has a bad season, why is it unfair to bring up the support system that he has when he has a really good season? I think both things should be allowed to be true, right? And I seem to remember, 2019, Joe? and the season that Carson Wentz had.
How could I forget?
And how impressive it was that he had 4,000 yards.
What was the line everyone used? He dragged lawn chairs to the playoffs?
Yeah. And it was 4,000-yard season with no wide receiver having more than 500 yards on the team. It was Greg Ward. It was all these other tomato can wide receivers.
Perkins was one of the tight ends.
But we use that as, wow, what an impressive season Carson Wentz has. When a quarterback drags a bad team to the playoffs, or like Burrow winning 9 games last year with the crap that he had on defense, it's impressive. So why isn't it the other way? I just can't wrap my head around it. I can't.
And I can't ignore it. Like, it might be the best roster we've seen in the NFL in 10 years. That's part of the story with Jalen Hurts and why he's a winner right now. Chris in Middletown is up first. Chris, what's up, buddy?
Chris.
Good morning, man. Happy pick your fight for your man day.
Yeah, that's the day.
Pick your fight for your man. That sounds so crazy.
It does. That's okay.
Stand by your man.
Chris, what's up, buddy?
Guys, I got a take on this, and then I'll finish up with some other business I need to address. But let's just start off with the topic at hand here. Let's keep this ball rolling. So there's 2 main reasons for quarterback success in the NFL. One is the offensive line. So let's look at the Eagles' offensive line and what Jalen Hurts has stood behind for the past 3 years as a starter, right? Let's forget about 21. He wasn't a starter. 2022, 2023, 2024. According to PFF, he's had the number 1 ranked offensive line. I mean, we all know that matters. We've seen plenty of good quarterbacks, in particular ones that get drafted high to bad teams, get put behind bad quarterbacks, and get pancaked for their entire career. And by the time they can get behind a line, they're so gun-shy or beat up that, their career's been flushed. All right? We've also seen what happens to a great player when he's put behind a good offensive line, a.k.a. Saquon Barkley, who rushed for over 2,000 yards and was a first-team All-Pro. I mean, it matters, guys. The surrounding cast matters. The second biggest thing is defense. If you have an abysmal defense, it's going to make your day harder. Everybody understands the concept of this. According to Pro Football Reference, 2022, Jalen Hurts, on the opposite side, on defense, he had the number 8 Eagles defense. 2023, when the team struggled, and he struggled, they did 30th ranked defense. 2024, the 2nd ranked defense. So anybody with a lick of intelligence knows the supporting cast members matters, and whomever would disagree with that needs to go see the wizard and get a break. And he is a top 5 quarterback. He is a top 5 quarterback. But for those of you that want to blow your whistles because he's not number 1, you could stick that whistle and blow it from another end because it's nonsense. All right? The guy, we're complaining because we're saying we got a top 5 quarterback. It's the most absurd thing. And
it's why, Chris, I never thought we'd get here. Like, when this kid was drafted in the 2nd round, if you told me one day we'd be having a debate, or all summer having a debate that 5 isn't high enough for him, I'd say we should all be doing jumping jacks. That how we found a top 5, even if he's 6 or 7, like a top 5-ish quarterback in the 2nd round of the draft, it's a home run.
And listen, guys, if you want to kill him, or you want to kill Chris Sims because he said 10, I could kind of buy into that. At this point, for you to put him at 10 is a little bit ludicrous. But we're arguing about top 5. Now, guys, I real quick, I have to pivot to something. And I typically don't do this other than with one other caller. I got to have some caller-on-caller crime. While we're on the subject of stupidity, Aaron from California, can you lock the hell in? The abysmal entry sucks. Not talking about the actual topic and going on about some other nonsense that you want to talk about and your great ideas. Guess what? It's not your show. I don't care. I want to hear what Joe, Hugh, and Kyle have to talk about. And you know what? Stop stealing the bits from other callers. You dope. All right? Let's get into it. Let's get things right. Aaron, will you please get ORIGINAL
original.
Oh, yeah, it's original. Chris, we appreciate the phone call, too. Those longer words, I got to picture it. I got to start writing it down to see what he's spelling there. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in here on the Midday Show. All right, let's have it out. Is it fair to bring up Jalen Hurts' supporting cast when we talk about his ranking? I think it is absolutely fair. Hugh doesn't think so and thinks it's actually kind of become a crutch to knock him down a little bit. Where do you come down on Hurts, how we talk about him, his ranking? Is it fair to bring up the supporting cast? All right. We'll talk about it all next. Your phone calls. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
First, a sunrise tea time. Then, lunch with the guys. And waiting on the counter when he gets home, a bottle of good whiskey just for him. Gift Dad the perfect cap on a perfect day with 1.75 liters of Dewar's White Label Scotch for $2 off. Or if he's a rye guy, 750 milliliters of Dad's Hat Rye Whiskey is now $3 off. Now that's a hole-in-one. Shop more whiskeys on sale for Dad at FWGS.com. Offers end July 6, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 W.
Why he is what he is right now, and a winner and a champion. Hugh thinks it's actually a little bit unfair to bring up the supporting cast in all of these discussions. LaShawn McCoy recently, FS1, was talking about Hurts and the offense. Interesting the way he framed the offense here and the change of coordinators and how it's viewed within the Eagles. Here's LaShawn McCoy on the Eagles offense.
They always have a new coordinator. Yeah, Kellen Moore was a new coordinator.
Yeah.
And like,
but that's what I'm saying. There's not a lot of holes with it.
But the way he coached is like way different from how they played this year. If I say like AJ told me, well, players tell me that the offense is really the offense.
No doubt.
They don't care who the corner is. You come over here to fit the Jalen Hurts offense.
So that's an interesting angle from the other way. Now, it's funny kind of how he framed how he heard this. But the reality is he's saying there it's the Jalen Hurts offense. Mm-hmm. And that actually speaks to maybe in some ways that he's the driving force and then everyone kind of plays off of Jalen Hurts. Because a lot of times the way we talk about it is he's surrounded by all this talent, and in a sense they uplift him. The way LaShawn framed it, it's the Jalen Hurts offense, and everyone's got to fit in around what he does.
You know what's funny, man? This is why for me it's I won't say triggering, but it's interesting to hear because I had a chance to talk to Coach Jackson, Deshaun Jackson.
I like Coach Jackson.
Yeah,
it makes him sound very official.
And we were talking about his foray into coaching, mm-hmm. and we talked about having good people around you to help you have success. Because I told him the story, Joe. I said, I told him I was full disclosure. I said, I was going to apply for the job before you got it.
Well, we remember this on the air.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah.
And I said,
when you were applying to different jobs on the air while working.
While working at the station.
We remember.
And he talked about how important it was because he's learning as he goes. So he talked about how important it was for him to get certain individuals on his staff to help him. And when I tell you, man, I can't say it enough. The person that I met in training camp in Lehigh all those many years ago, and the guy that I saw coaching the Delaware State Hornets, two different people. And I told him I'm proud of you for that, because that's what it's all about. It's about growth. You start out one way and you end up something totally different. And that's what he's doing right now. He's becoming a different person because he's coaching. But at the same time, you have to realize that there might be some blind spots there for you. But that didn't deter Delaware State from hiring him because he didn't have any experience.
Right.
He went out and he got the best people for the job. So I say all that to say this. I don't see why it's a problem to go out and get a field general and put great consigliaries or whatever you want to call them around him.
We don't use that word enough.
Yeah, I know. We don't. Yeah, because you always have, like, what was it when we were watching The Godfather, when he was like, when he told what my man, he's like, you're a wartime consigliere.
Oh, yeah.
We're at peace now, so it has to be different. To me, it's the same thing.
So I agree with you on that. I'm glad we have Howie Roseman. I'm glad I wouldn't rather see Jalen with less talent. I mean, we did. If you remember back to 2021, his first year as a starter, he didn't have much around him. And credit to Jalen and the Eagles. They got to the playoffs that year. Now, they weren't a legitimate contender to win a Super Bowl, but we did see it once. We saw it with Jalen Reagor and a rookie Devontae Smith and Miles Sanders. It was blah, right? It was, now he was younger, Jalen. He wasn't as developed as he is now. But it was blah. And then we got A.J. Brown, right? We started adding to this team. We drafted Dickerson. Like, it became a better team as the years have gone on, and he's become better. So I'm with you in that. I'm thrilled that we have this much talent around him. But I also think it's part of the story. I can't – it's hard for me to separate one from the other. And when I look at the best quarterbacks, I just think those guys are better and more consistently good than him, more consistently great, and that's why I have him one notch below. Again, I don't think Jalen Hurts is the 15th best quarterback. I think he's better than that. I think he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. I just don't put him in the same tier as the four top guys that have been dominating the league for around the same period of time that Jalen's been a starter, and they've played better than him most weeks.
And let me be clear, because I feel like a lot of times we had this argument, people, they don't get the gist of what we're talking about. I'm focused, like, I don't think he should be number 10. On Chris Sims' list. I don't think that. I think that's unfair.
I think most of us agree with that.
Now, I don't have a problem with number 5, especially when we're talking about the skill sets of 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't have a problem with that. But, and part of the problem is this, Joe, is that a lot of times, and I'm going to talk on the fringes, and you might get it and you might not. But a lot of times, we're groomed to hear trigger words. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, and especially with Chris Sims, and this is how I feel. He says certain things that are trigger words for me, like he just doesn't want to give Jalen his props. And a lot of times for us, that's what it is. It's the way that you frame what you're saying about it. I don't mind having a good debate about this. And me, you, and Kyle, we do that every day. Mm-hmm. And after we talk about it, we move on and we talk about something else. But guys like that, when they say stuff, like, when they lead with, well, he has a lot of talent around him, your antennas immediately go up because it's like, what you trying to say? It's like you ain't say this about Tom Brady, or you didn't say this about Justin Herbert or somebody like that. That's where it becomes sensitive, because now you're looking at it and be like, hold up, dog. Why are you penalizing him? Yeah. And you're looking at all these other cats and you ain't saying that about this cat. But that's where it becomes a problem.
But doesn't he have the most talent around him right now?
No question.
Yeah, okay.
No question.
I just because I'm coming at this from I'm almost removing Sims from the conversation. I don't agree that he's 10. I definitely would have him higher than number 10. But I think I'm sort of going off of the basis of what he's saying, is that is a part of this. Like when you factor everything in,
yeah,
right? Like the supporting cast he has around. I just want to can I take you into a world where we don't have all this talent around us? AJ, Devontae, Saquon, defense, O-line. And Jalen has an MVP type season. Mm-hmm. Do you know what everyone in the city is saying?
He's the best player in the league.
It's so impressive because look who he's throwing to. Yep. Look who's around him. Like, oh my goodness. And then we always do this thing every year where, well, Jalen's never had he's only had the same OC with him 2 years in a row one time. Like, we factor that in when it's convenient for us,
You know
and
what?
not when it's inconvenient.
You know what's funny? Because I think back some arguments I had way back in the day about Tom Brady, and I was like you in the sense that I was like, well, Tom's not that good. He has a supporting cast around him. And initially, in the beginning of his career,
it was
that's true. And I look like, I'm not saying that Jalen is Tom Brady, but Tom was allowed to grow in every year in that offense. They put a little bit more on him.
I agree with you. Yeah, and I felt the same way. I thought Peyton Manning was better, and I ended up being wrong, right? Brady zoomed past him as the years went on. But I thought that was part of it. Like, Brady had the best defense. He had Bill Belichick. He had games, if you go back early on in the playoffs and Super Bowl, he threw for 140 yards and they won the game. It's similar to Jalen.
Yeah.
But what changed is he evolved. He got better. He became the driving force of the team. He won MVPs of the league. And then I thought it matched, like the reputation and it all. Jalen hasn't reached that stage yet. I feel like we're almost rushing this. Like, maybe 3 years from now, 4 years from now, he starts outproducing Josh Allen. He starts outproducing Joe Burrow, and he's winning and putting up stats. Then I'll be the first one saying it. He's the best player in the league. I'm not there yet.
But see, here's the problem that I have with the analysis of Jalen, because as a former player, you always want to start the season one way and be better than you were at the beginning of the season.
Right.
So when he gives his analysis, Chris Sims, about Jalen, and then omits his playoff run, that to me, that's triggering, because you're not accounting for the fact that he got better. Like, we talk about, like, we sit here and we say, oh, yeah, Jalen was garbage during the season. Well, not garbage, but you know what I'm talking about. Up and down during the season. And we even talk about the first couple playoff games that he had where he didn't look great. But he looked stellar in the Super Bowl. And that's the last game that we saw. And this is the thing that bothers me, because we sat here last year and me and Kyle argued about Brock Purdy, and I said the weight of the last game mattered to me, and that's why he should have been number 2. It's the same thing with Jalen. And I guarantee you, if you go back and you look at the archives and you look at what Phil Sims or Chris Sims said about Brock Purdy in that moment, it was probably a glowing endorsement, even though he had flaws. And you look at that and you're like, okay, so why is it different for Jalen than it is for Brock? Because that's how I look at it.
Well, he did win. Brock lost.
Yeah,
and he won.
But still, when you look at his play and where he came from, oh my God, it was, he played well, and he did this, that,
I
and the
actually think it should be pretty similar. They're both living charmed lives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it feels like if Brock Purdy would have won that Super Bowl, nobody would have talked about Christian McCaffrey and his supporting cast.
Well, I think Kyle would have.
Of course, Kyle, because that's your lane.
I think they're similar. I think Jalen is more talented, but I think they're similar in terms of they both have a lot around them. 215-592-9494. Last thing, then back to the phone lines on this. Is it fair to bring up Jalen's supporting cast when we do all these rankings and we talk about him? I pulled up the last 4 years. So Jalen's been a starter for 4 years. I didn't include the last 4 games of his rookie year because that was a weird year. Mm-hmm. So the 4 years he's been a full-time starter. And I pulled up the numbers for Burrow, Hurts, Allen, Lamar. They've all been starting for the same amount of time, right? And I excluded Mahomes because I just think he's above everyone. Mm-hmm. There's 4 statistics where Jalen Hurts leads those 4 quarterbacks, right? Like, just for giving an example, the completion percentage, that's Burrow. The yards per attempt, that's Lamar. The pass yards per game, that's Burrow. You go through each one, right? Like, who leads in each category. Here's the categories Jalen Hurts leads in: quarterback record, championships, and rushing touchdowns. And what's interesting to me about that is they're all 3 of those. It's not just him, right? Like, it's not an individual statistic. Wins, losses, a team. The rushing touchdowns, a lot of that is the tush push. Him and Allen are similar, but Jalen's got more. The tush push is a big part of that. And championships. Like, it's not completion percentage. It's not yards per attempt. It's more the team-dependent stats. That's why I think it's worth putting it in here and discussing what he's got around him. Jamal is in Philadelphia. Hey, Jamal.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Jamal.
Allow me to long talk a little bit. You know what I mean?
You got it. Yeah, you got it, bro. Got it. Go for it.
All right, so I feel like this. You should be able to bring up the supporting cast, but you shouldn't allow it to diminish that man's greatness. You bring up stats, you bring up this, right? I'm going to put it like this. If I had two children and one answered all of the questions right in class but failed the test, and the other one answered it at a C level but passed the test every time, then who's greater? And I say that to say this. We looking at, like you said, statistics, how he run, how he look, the eye test and all that. But what happens in the big game? You get what I'm saying? You can't do that. If you want to do that, then put the Indiana quarterback. He would have been better than Brady because he had the style, he had the passing yards, he had that. Yeah, Brady put up good yards, but at the end of the day, you got Tracy McGrady, you got Penny Hardaway. All of them look good. But at the end of the day, they couldn't win. It's all about winning. He shows up in the greatest moments. He's clutch. He's a winner. Lamar Jackson looked good all year. The boy from Buffalo, names is negating me right now.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
But when it's time to win, who's winning? Yeah, if you want to go individual, because we used to have these type of conversations. You want to go individual skill level, then do that. But when you want to go best, who is performing when the lights is the brightest and the stage is the biggest?
So,
it's Jalen Hurts.
Jamal, I think it's an interesting perspective, and he's coming off the Super Bowl where he dominated and he played great. And you can make a case, and good phone call. He played well in the other Super Bowl. He just happened to make one mistake and they lost the game. So that's. Yeah. But so I'm going to use Jamal's analogy. He mentioned the two kids, right? The A's, but then they failed the test, or the C's, but they aced the test. So this is not exactly the supporting cast, but it is the path. Is it fair to bring up, like the other? It's not a coincidence to me. All the other quarterbacks we debate about are in the AFC, like right? None of these guys are in the NFC. So we bring up Allen. He's failed in the big moment. Lamar. He's failed a lot in the big moment and has struggled. Burrow. They got to go through Mahomes.
They got a tougher. They have a tougher conference.
Yes, I mean, like if you switch the Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen, I think Allen's probably been to a couple Super Bowls, and Jalen, I don't know if he's been to one. I think it's you may not love it, but it's part of the story that the NFC has just been. Think about who the Eagles have played in the playoffs in the 2 years I got to the Super Bowl. Right. They played Daniel Jones. And, whatever quarterbacks they threw out there in San Francisco when Brock Purdy got hurt in the game. Yep. And then this year they played Jordan Love, pretty good. He's a good player. Mm-hmm. They played Stafford, very good. And they played a rookie quarterback who was obviously on a run, but they got a rookie quarterback at home in the title game. Meanwhile, Lamar, Allen, and Burrow have to go through maybe one of the two best quarterbacks ever every year and each other.
Well, and I think what Jamal just said leads me to, because he said Jalen plays the best when the lights are the brightest. But if we ever bring up, and I think we were having this conversation with OG Wade.
The Bucs game?
Yeah, the Bucs game in 2023 or 2021. And we say, well, he didn't play well in those games. And then what do people bring up?
AJ was out.
AJ was out. Supporting cast wasn't that good. Like, we can't have it both ways.
That's a valid argument. But to me, this is what I hear when you say that. Remember I told you a couple weeks ago, my friend said, hey, man, if your arms were longer, you'd be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, if you didn't have dinosaurs.
It's kind of the same thing. It's you play the hand you dealt. Because I look at the success that Tom Brady had early on in his career.
Yes.
He beat up on the AFC East.
He did.
The garbage AFC East. So you're guaranteed 6 wins right out the gate. All you had to do was get 4 more wins and you're in the playoffs. So it's, to me, that should not be, in my opinion, a penalizer. Because if I had my choice, I would have never played for the Jets. I'd have played here. I'd have got seriously. I would have picked the team that I wanted to play for, right? And I would have played for a stacked team.
Yeah. Did you do anything for us?
Yeah, I mean, but that's why, to me, when I hear people say that, and I understand because that was a great point, Kyle, but you can't penalize Jalen for Howie Roseman identifying his skill set and saying, okay, well, I'm going to go get 2 receivers, and I'm going to go get a running back, and I'm going to get an offensive line.
No, I agree.
Because you know what?
You don't penalize, but it's part of the story.
Right. But okay, so Kansas City Chiefs lost the Super Bowl, got beat down, right?
This past one or the first one?
This past one.
Yeah.
You know what Andy Reid went out and got?
Offensive lineman.
Yes, because he was trying to protect his asset. Mm-hmm. But the point is this. You still have to have that trigger puller, and that's who Jalen is.
So then this is my point then. If we're not going to, quote-unquote, penalize, then we can't excuse.
Well, people won't have it that way.
Of course. That's what I mean. So, like, if we're going to make excuses for when things around him aren't good and he doesn't play well, then we can't say that having things around him and he does play well is penalizing him. It's having it both ways.
I don't do that. I don't do that. That's
but people do. But people do. Like,
I mean, I get that.
A lot of the calls we're going to take today are from people who I guarantee you have brought up. A.J. Brown was out in this game. Devontae was out in this game. OG's talking about they played 5 games together total last year.
OG caught another stray.
I'm just.
This is his day.
I mean, yeah. Well, he's going to be calling eventually anyway, and I love OG, but I mean, this is what we do. Like, if we cannot have it both ways, we try to excuse, but then we don't. We don't like it when he gets quote unquote penalized.
No, I get it. I get that part of it, but I feel like, especially when certain people talk about
you people.
Yeah.
Already we're doing the you people?
I said certain people.
I know.
Because
but we hear things when you say certain people. We hear things.
Trigger words.
Trigger words, certain people, you people.
Dog whistle. We are living in strange times where dog whistles are being blown all over the place. But no, when Chris Sims speaks, and you can't deny it, I'm just going to say his name because he's the one that started this. He's coming from a place. You know what I hear when I hear him speak? He started out one way. And he got ripped for his takes on Jalen. And now Jalen lives rent-free in his head, and he does everything that he can in a slick type way because he's slick talking, trying to validate his stance.
Right. Like it feels, and I'll agree with you. I'll come to agreement on this. It feels like he's reluctant to give credit.
Yes.
Right. And I don't think what he's saying about the supporting cast is wrong. I agree with that premise, but I agree with you on that. He seems like he's reluctant to give credit. Shoop in Minersville. Hey, Shoop.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Shoop. What's up?
Hey, so before I get into the Jalen stuff, I just wanted to say the past couple weeks have been a really, really rough time for me in my personal life. And you guys have really been the only consistent escape and way for me to get my mind off of things. So I just really want to tell you guys that I appreciate all three.
Hey, well, man, we appreciate you listening, man.
And we wish you the best, and hopefully, moving forward, things get a little easier in whatever you're doing with you. We appreciate you being part of it. What are you feeling today?
Yeah, so as far as the Jalen thing goes, I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing or something that shouldn't be done to bring up his supporting cast when we talk about like rankings and whatever, because it is a team game. It's the ultimate team game. And you can't omit the fact that like Saquon Barkley just had possibly the greatest running back season that we have ever seen from a running back. We have a certified dominant wide receiver 1 in A.J. Brown, and for my money, the best route runner in the league is our wide receiver 2. We got a very solid tight end in Dallas Goedert. I mean, these aren't things that you should be omitting when we talk about the rankings. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, because Jalen does have his qualities as far as his leadership and his running ability. It all just pairs really well to bring the team up. So I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing to bring up his supporting cast when we talk about like rankings and stuff.
Well, I agree with you. I think you can't have the story without it, Shoop. Like it's like impossible for me to talk about it and say it like without including it. I mean, you're right. And the Saquon thing, I think, took it to a new level, Shoop, because he always had good players here, right? 2022, they had a lot of all pros and pro bowlers. But they then added a running back who just had one, like you said, maybe the greatest season ever, or one of the 2 or 3 greatest. That's part of the story.
To quote Nick Sirianni, he's broken record at times, but you can't be great without the greatness of others. And
exactly
that
right.
Totally applies to Jalen Hurts right here.
That guy's a quote machine. Shoop, we appreciate it, and we wish you the best. 215-592.
And thank you for listening, man.
Yes.
We really appreciate that.
94. Let me throw this quickly in there, and then we'll take all your phone calls coming up on this. 215-592-9494. Kurt Warner. I think Kurt Warner was a Hall of Famer, and he had a great career. But is it fair to say Kurt Warner fell into a blessed situation?
He did,
but Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt and Marshall Faulk and Orlando Pace.
But
I don't view Kurt Warner as one of the 10 best quarterbacks ever.
No, but Kurt also took another team to the Super Bowl.
Well, that helped his legacy.
Yes,
it did. But look at some of the numbers. Kurt Warner is, I think, top 3 ever in yards per attempt. Is Kurt Warner one of the 5 best quarterbacks ever? No.
No, but he took advantage of the opportunity.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. He played the hand he was dealt.
And that's great. But I don't think he's as great as Joe Montana.
And that's fair, Joe. I can't argue that. And I can't. But I can't argue that not you guys, but when I hear going back to Chris Sims again, when I hear him say it, it feels to me like it's coming from a place where he doesn't want to be wrong about Jalen.
215-592-9494.
And that's not fair.
Well, we're all trying to find fairness here. That's what we do on WIP. Is it fair to bring up Jalen Hurts supporting cast when we discuss him? All right, your phone calls on this, and we'll get to the Phillies in the 11 o'clock hour as well. Good series win yesterday against a good Cubs team, including Jesus Luzardo bounce back. All coming up, midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. Yeah, I'd beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Show the camera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you're looking for the perfect gift for Dad this Father's Day, get him a Wild Fork gift card. John Ritchie here, and I promise you a Wild Fork gift card won't disappoint. Whether Dad is a grill master or never cooks at all, Wild Fork's Forkies will help Dad select and prepare a steakhouse quality meal at home. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today and pick up a gift card for Dad this Father's Day. Dad can shop in-store or Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to his door. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sportsman. It's sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Coming into the finals, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was drawing comparisons to players like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. SGA is the MVP and the NBA's leading scorer. Talent-wise, he looks like he could be an all-time kind of guy. But it's not just about talent. Down 2-1 in the finals, now it's about mental toughness and leadership. Can SGA lift his team like Kobe and MJ did? We'll soon find out. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He had a little help yesterday on that parlay, but he had a 5-leg parlay, including the Phils, moneyline, Luzardo bounce back. More on that, and we do have some rumors going on with the Sixers, one of which I love. The guy I want more than anyone in the draft, they might be zeroing in on a couple weeks away from the NBA draft. So we'll get to all that stuff coming up over the course of the show. First, let's hear from Jalen Hurts about the offense and kind of how you have to pick your poison with who you're going to guard around here.
Teams will obviously adapt to what he did last year. So I guess how can you guys as an offense kind of adjust to their adjustments?
Well, they have to pick their poison. And so it's just a matter of going out there and executing. You know, we got to make sure we're in a good position to go do what we're going to do. And then, when someone gets an opportunity to make something happen, make it happen.
So, Hugh, when I hear him say that, sometimes when we talk about a supporting cast, I think people view it as almost like you're degrading what he's doing, right? Downgrading what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there is a part of this that gets under-talked about. I'm going to give him a lot of credit for this. I don't think it's the easiest thing to keep everyone happy.
It's not.
Right? So, he has advantages on the field, right? He's going to be able to get a really good player in one-on-one matchups that other quarterbacks probably don't have that much around him. But think about last year. He had to be able to manage, and at times it was difficult. Obviously, AJ is an emotional guy. He's got to get everyone the football. He's got to... There's only so many touches in a game, right? He's going to keep the ball 5 or 6 or 7 times. He's going to throw it a certain amount of times. Saquon's going to get it. That part, I do think he has a certain ability. You call it, what is it, unquantifiable?
Unquantifiable, intangible.
Right, almost like a, trust me, guys, I'll put us in the right position. It's almost like a point guard in basketball. Hey, by the time the game's over, everyone's going to have their shots. By the time the season's over, you're all going to have your points. I do think his upbringing at playing with stars at Alabama, Oklahoma, it helps him. He's uniquely built to play with other stars, and that's easy, but also not easy.
And that's the unquantifiable, intangible that he brings to the table, Joe. Because think about it like this. I'm going to go back in the time machine a little bit. T.O. and Donovan.
There it is.
I mean,
you know
think
that
about,
one well.
Thanks a lot, Joe. Trying to be adult about this situation. Kyle going to be right there with you. But the point I'm making is this, that their relationship got so toxic that they couldn't exist in the same room.
Right.
And we know how A.J. Brown is. We know he's a very emotional guy. And to a certain extent, Jalen is too. But Jalen was able to put his ego in his pocket enough so that this team can go to the Super Bowl. This is the thing that I don't think people get about playing the quarterback position. Quarterbacks are selfish, and they're me guys, all of them. It's not one, but they're portrayed in the media as the team leader and all this stuff. They are some selfish individuals. Played with some. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just the DNA of a quarterback. But Jalen swallowed his pride this season and took a back seat to Saquon and all of this other stuff, and was able and sat there in press conferences and had all the arrows slung at him. And he was unwavering. You don't understand, for whatever reason, people don't understand how important that was or how amazing that was, because most people don't do that. How many times, just think about last year. Who was the receiver for the Giants that was sending a subliminal message?
Malik Neighbors.
Throwing the quarterback under the bus, throwing the organization under the bus.
That's a rookie.
And all of that other stuff.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about what they got going on in Cincinnati, which I think is wrong, by the way, with the defensive end, both defensive ends.
Well, that franchise is a mess.
You know what I'm saying? Drama. Think about Stefon Diggs. He sat there. You know what? I'm watching the news this morning, right? Stefon Diggs said something to the effect that he don't talk personal business with people that he don't know. He's on video. On a boat with an unknown substance with some females, and they're talking about, give me some old daddy.
While OTAs are going on.
While OTAs are going on, and you have the nerve to sit there with a straight face and say, I don't talk about family business. Well, guess what? Don't put your business out there in the street. But the Eagles have figured out a way with all the stuff that was going on, because there was a whole lot going on last year that nobody knew about. That's a fact. That's a fact. We only got a little snippet of it
with BG. Yeah.
But there was a lot going on with that team that nobody knows about, and they were able to keep it together.
Yeah, I do think, as much as I think it's absolutely fair to say that Jalen Hurts has advantages that a lot of teams don't, and he's got a loaded team around him. I do think his ability to manage that and play with it and keep everyone happy, and I think that's a positive for him. I don't ding him for that. No. He has a unique thing about him where it works, and he did have to take a backseat last year in terms of just the game by game. He didn't throw the ball much. I'm sure he didn't love it. That's wonderful. I still don't think it makes him better than the other quarterbacks.
Right. And all of us agree, it's awesome, and we're very happy with Jalen Hurts as the quarterback. We can win a Super Bowl with him at quarterback. That's great. But I don't know why we're so averse to context when it comes to this specifically, because we do this with everything else, and it's okay. Like, let me ask you this. You're an MVP voter for the NFL. You have 2 quarterbacks. Everything's equal. 4,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, same record, all of that, same numbers. What becomes the deciding factor for you?
The supporting cast. And that's why Josh Allen won last year.
Right.
He didn't have the number 1 seed.
Yeah. It's fine for everyone else, but it's a problem when you bring it up for our quarterback.
Well, Jalen didn't get it. Did Jalen get a single MVP vote last season? I don't think so. I don't think he did. I don't think he earned one last year.
I would say the thing that would be the kind of plays that they made during the course of the season. Like if they were clutch plays and things of that nature, just the clutch gene. So, yeah, I get where you're going with this.
215-592-9495. Let's go back to the phone lines here, and then we'll hear from Sirianni, because a caller brought up a line of his that sometimes the Sirianni cliches are you roll your eyes. Sometimes they fit the conversation. One of these did, one of his favorite ones. Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream team, my young
Will, what's up, buddy? What are you feeling?
Man, y'all be having my blood boiling.
Oh boy! You gonna tell me Jalen's better than Mahomes again?
Listen. The only difference between Jalen and Patrick Mahomes is Patrick is more accomplished. That's it. He's not a better
but he's played better.
That's just not true.
He's played better during.
He's
his
a lot
career.
more talented.
Okay, all right. If you want to say that, but
I do.
Listen, don't cut me this time.
Go ahead.
For a minute. Let me cook. Now, you said that he had a support, Jalen got a support cast, right? Okay, so did McNabb, right? Defense, offense, great receivers, running back, all that, right? And elite coach, right? The same one that's coaching Patrick Mahomes. Could he get it done?
If he didn't have Andy Reid, could he get it done?
No. He had all that.
Yeah, right.
And he still couldn't get it done.
He's been to 5 Super Bowls.
What are you talking about?
Did he win?
He's won 3.
See, this is where I'm going to go ahead and just lay out.
Well, are you implying that his supporting cast matters?
I said McNabb.
Oh, McNabb. Excuse me. I thought you said Mahomes.
See, we just want to yell at people today.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
So do it again. What's your McNabb point? What's the McNabb?
Okay, McNabb had the same type of team that Jalen had, right?
He did not even have nearly the same receivers.
Hold on. It took years to get T.O. in here. They had him for a year and a couple games. And the other years, it was garbage at wide receiver. I mean, Jalen Hurts has way more advantages on offense than Donovan did, Will. Come on. Now, Donovan had a good defense, but the defense last year was, great. So we can't even go there anymore. I mean, Donovan had a better coach. I think Andy's better than Sirianni, but that's it.
Two last points, right?
Okay, all right.
Okay, so who would you rather? Which quarterback would you rather be, Dan Marino or Eli Manning?
I'd rather win. Yeah, I'd rather be.
Are you talking about given what we know now?
Right.
Right, but that doesn't mean that Eli's better. He just had more success because of his team, and he played well in those games.
Why do we play the game?
But it's a team game. I'd rather be the team that won.
Okay. All right, this is the last one.
Okay.
I promise.
You're trying to get me. It's not working yet, Will. You're trying.
I said, Kepler's going to hit, and I'm going to get back to
boy.
He did say it.
Now we're peacocking about Max Kepler. I get it.
But no, this is what I want to say, man. Jalen is going to now let me say this. If Jalen pass the ball and do all these things, like you say, all these other quarterbacks has been doing these last few seasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's going to be the excuse for not saying that he's and win the Super Bowl, saying that he's the best quarterback and he's elite?
Well, there will be no excuse. Then he will be, and we appreciate it. We jumped off the point Hugh made about Tom Brady, and I think it's true. Early in Tom Brady's career, he was clutch, a winner. But you go back and look, and you kind of just remember he wasn't the driving force, right? Mm-hmm. They had a great defense. At that time, Belichick was the best coach, and he was like really out scheming everybody. But as time went on, Brady evolved, the Patriots evolved. It became more about him. If that happens, I will be at the front of the line saying, "Look at what Jalen's doing. He's putting up the numbers. He's winning. He's throwing it more. He's outproducing these quarterbacks. He's winning all the time." We may get there one day. I'm not ruling it out that Jalen Hurts jumps up to the top 2 or 3 in the league. Like that could happen. I'm not there yet, and I do think the supporting cast is a part of why he has so much success. Lenny's up. What's up, Lenny?
Hey, how you doing?
Lenny, what's up?
Lenny?
Hey, Jalen Hurts is better than all the other quarterbacks you're talking about.
Why?
Why? Isn't he an MVP?
Of the Super Bowl? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so was Nick Foles. Was Nick Foles better than all those quarterbacks?
Yeah.
And Eli Manning and Joe Flacco, they're better
That's
than
what
like
I'm talking
the
about, Lenny.
GOATs.
Double down on that thing.
I think the problem is with y'all is
Speak your truth, Lenny.
you want to have a white quarterback, okay? That's the problem. Stop hating on
Lenny, hold on.
He hit you with the y'all.
Yeah, but Lenny, that's not fair. That's not a fair thing to say.
Yes, it is.
Because
yes, it is.
so I think I want just you went there, Lenny. So I think Lamar Jackson's better than Jalen Hurts, and your response is what?
No, he's not. No, he's not.
No, but I'm going off. I'm trying to respond to what you said.
He's going off of your premise.
Your premise, your premise, your idea, and where you're coming from on this. What I'm saying is, I have Patrick Mahomes ahead of him and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is black. Though. Well, half black.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
Patrick Mahomes is number one. Number two.
Well, he's the best. He's the best.
Jalen Hurts is the best, okay?
He told you.
Lenny, if the Eagles didn't make the Super Bowl last year, would you say the same thing?
Yes, I would.
But then what you talking about is Super Bowl MVP, Lenny? Like if he didn't make the Super Bowl, he doesn't have the Super Bowl ring or the MVP. What makes him the best?
What did the quarterback do for Buffalo? What did he do?
What does that mean? What did he do?
Won the MVP.
Only won the MVP.
He's the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
Why are you saying he's better than him?
Why am I saying he's better than Jalen?
Well, he is.
He outproduces him for years.
Because he's a white guy, that's all.
Because he plays better. If you feel, I can't tell anyone how to feel, but that doesn't make any sense.
See, I'm taking behind the scenes a little bit. Every time we go in a meeting and we discuss this, I always tell both of you guys, I said, are we ready to have this conversation?
Yeah.
I always say that because for a lot of African Americans, when we have this conversation, it feels like that's the case.
So I obviously I can't understand how anyone else feels.
Yeah.
Can I just give you my perspective why it frustrates me? Let's just use Chris Sims' list. And again, forget him for a second, but his list. We're mad at his list, right? As a whole, as a fan base. He did have C.J. Stroud above him.
And that's why it feels like...
And Lamar is his number one quarterback. So it can't just be that. And let me also say this. I can only speak for myself. And anyone who listens to this show every day, I think I'm pretty fair that I rip everyone if they deserve to be ripped. And if I love you no matter what you are. I find that offensive what he said to me.
As you should, because it's not fair.
Well, it's also, I sat here. I don't know if he listened to me back then. And I couldn't wait to get Carson Wentz out of town to get Jalen Hurts on the field. I don't care who they are, where they came from, where they were drafted, what they look like. I just want to win. And the fact that Jalen's a winner is awesome. And I'm glad he's here. And I believe he's the best quarterback the Eagles have ever had. But we are allowed to discuss where he ranks in the NFL without crossing lines like that.
Apparently not.
Well, that's the way I feel.
And we got to stop doing that, man, because we got to stop painting everybody with that broad brush. Now, I feel sometimes where Lenny's coming from, but you have to listen to the conversation, and if you want to advance this conversation, that can't be your default. That can't be the default button, man. I hear what you're saying, Lenny, because a lot of times when I hear certain things, my antenna goes up. But I try to vet what's going on and answer and talk about this in an intelligent way because I think that's important. Because you just can't use, especially in sports, man, that can't be the default.
No.
Because you don't like the way somebody else said. Now, to your point, some of the stuff, and I'm not saying that he is, but some of the stuff that Chris Sims says, it doesn't align with the way that I feel he's evaluating Jalen. I feel that there's something personal there, so I give you that. But to paint everybody with that broad brush, man, we got to stop doing that because that's a default. And if we can't have a grown-up conversation and go back and forth about this, then what's the point of talking about it?
Yeah, I also think we've gotten to a point where, look, 30 years ago, what someone just brought up there.
Yeah, that's probably valid.
The league was changing, right?
Yeah.
And it was like there were 25 quarterbacks that looked a certain way and maybe 5. Now, I mean, just look at the players in the NFL.
The game has evolved where the quarterback position is one that it's athleticism.
Yes.
And you have to be like, this is the thing that the misconception that black quarterbacks aren't smart. Hey, you got to be smart to play quarterback.
That is
because the plays change.
That's so far 30 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. So it's we got to stop doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, we can have this conversation and you can feel the way that you feel, but we got to stop doing
Yeah,
that.
and also I think most people acknowledge Lamar Jackson is one of the best quarterbacks in the world, right?
Yes.
Like, however you rank him, and so we're done. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, I think, is the best quarterback in the world.
Mahomes is the consensus number one.
I know.
And he's half black.
I guess not consensus anymore.
Well, we
hear some callers.
Yeah, we thought he was. All right, Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
That was a good job navigating by both of you guys, that last call.
Well, we're doing the best we can here.
We're all inclusive.
We are a very inclusive show.
We are,
Hugh's inclusive with every group there is. I mean, so am I. But we're very inclusive show. Jeff, what do you got?
So, I honestly don't think Jalen is in the top 5. I have to ask myself, if there was other quarterbacks available, who would I take over him?
Mm-hmm.
And I got to go with Mahomes and Burrow and Josh Allen, and I'm not sure who the other guy is. Lamar. Yeah, I mean, Jalen's right there at 5 or 6 to me. But you know what? Having a great organization and a great team helps win championships. The last I checked, there wasn't a parade for a quarterback winning the MVP award.
Well, that's
not
true.
winning the Super
That's
Bowl.
true. That would be kind of sad if we did that.
I guess I'm questioning, why is there this need for people to have to qualify, quantify, or justify why Jalen is not ranked number 1?
I don't know. Yeah, Jeff, I find it bizarre. I mean, to be honest with you, when the first list came out that we reacted to a few weeks ago, and he was 5, I thought it was remarkably fair, but people were upset. Now, I understand why the Sims list and him at 10, it's a trigger thing, right? Because Sims has always been down on him compared to other people.
That's exactly what it is.
It's a and to be fair, Jeff, I'm with you. I think like that 5-6 range. I think Jaden Daniels would be Jaden Daniels would be the one that I have the most difficulty with, because Jalen is more of a vet and he's won. But I think Jaden will be better than him pretty soon here, and like he's on the way to stardom. So, but like that range is so fair. Now 10, that's too low, and I get why people are upset. But I feel the same way you do. Like I'm surprised it's been this much reaction to him being ranked the 5th or 6th best quarterback.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with it. I just, people like, and I don't want to go caller on caller crime here, but somebody like O.G. Wade, who practically had a coronary the other day.
Caller crime. You just went caller crime.
He was getting so amped up. I feel a little nervous for his health, man. I mean, dude, calm down. We have the guy. We have him. We're not getting rid of him. We have Jalen.
Right.
We should be happy about that.
Well, and they're the favorite to win again. And Jeff, we appreciate the phone call. That's why I bring up Russell Wilson. It reminds me of the Russ thing, right? They both weren't first-round quarterbacks. They both don't have the typical size, maybe the typical arm, but they're winners. And when you have the team around them, like the Seahawks at that point had with Russ, the Eagles have now with Jalen Hurts, you should keep competing for championships. It's all there. But like the idea that he's got to be number 1, that doesn't fly with me.
No, he ain't got to be number 1.
He doesn't. Well, you have him at number 2, which is.
I got him at number 2.
Yeah, I just think it's.
That's the argument.
That's yours.
That's my argument.
Yeah, I know. You'll stick to it.
Yeah.
The supporting cast is part of it. I can't separate it. He's a really good quarterback. He also has huge advantages here with these players. 215-592-9494. Is it fair to bring up the supporting cast? It comes up every time we have these debates. Is it fair? Where do you come down on the Hurts debate with that as the crux of it? Also, we'll get to the Phils here. Big win, yeah. I felt it was a big win. I really did. To win that game yesterday, to get a series win, to exhale into an off day. And we'll get to the performance by Jesus Luzardo, who looked like the guy he was in the first 10 or 11 starts this year. That plus an update on Bryce Harper. It's all coming up. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Father's Day. Give Dad the gift of grilling greatness. It's grilling season, everybody, and there's no better way to celebrate with Dad than grilling up some Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're packed with flavor, easy to cook, and guaranteed to make Dad feel like the king of the cookout. They have Tuscan herb. They have honey garlic teriyaki. They have lemon garlic. There's a flavor that matches every dad's taste. Make this Father's Day one to remember. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put some Hatfield pork on Dad's fork.
The Phillies battle the Blue Jays at the bank. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a home run for Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses that expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe you've been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after tip-off, combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. Get started with FanDuel Sportsbook by getting started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Plenty of sunshine and hot through the rest of today. High 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
To admit it's getting better.
No, it's not. It's not getting better.
Well, it's getting better. It's getting better for the Phillies. That it is.
Okay. So we shifting gears?
Yeah, for a couple minutes.
I tried to tell y'all.
We'll get right back to the Hurts conversation.
Take a deep breath.
Yep. 215-592-9494. All right, let's talk about those Phillies, Hugh, before we get back to the Jalen Hurts conversation, whether or not it's fair to bring up his supporting cast. We can all exhale a little bit. They got a series win over a good Cubs team. That's not a make-believe Cubs team. That's a good team with a good offense. And Hugh, yesterday, like a win, that was kind of a 50-50 toss-up. I think you were looking at like the predictor before the game. Yeah. That was kind of a game. I thought they should have been favored. They were maybe a slight underdog, whatever. It was a 50-50 game going in. But they won. They looked good. They hit the ball, boom, over the wall yesterday, which was nice to see. But the story yesterday was Jesus Luzardo.
Hey.
I think we all can now say, all right,
maybe he was
tipping pitches. Because when they didn't know it was coming yesterday, they couldn't touch it. He was getting 10 strikeouts. That was the guy that we saw the first 2 months of the season before the blow-ups of his last 2 starts.
Yeah, man, and that was something we needed, because there's a lot of people, first of all, shout out to all the people that came yesterday to the morning shows, meet and greet. It was a nice day, and it was for the Phillies to be in the position that they were in. It was a pretty decent crowd. It was a real decent crowd, and they stepped up, man. It was one of those things. They had to do this.
Well, they did, and Luzardo had. No matter what happened yesterday, him pitching well was always going to be the most important thing. Whether they won 3-2, lost 3-2, won whatever, like that, we need to get him back on track, and they did. And the reason last week, and you were out after his second bad start, so you weren't here the day after. Hugh, I wasn't panicking on him. Because his velocity didn't dip, right? Like, it didn't seem like it was an injury. It just seemed like they were on everything, and I thought that was correctable. And it turns out that he believes, and the Phillies believe, that he may have actually been tipping to the point where the Blue Jays knew it was coming, and maybe the Brewers did too. In fact, the story this morning, Matt Gelb of The Athletic had it, that he changed his glove. There was a bigger glove. And the Phillies realized when he was gripping his pitches, Hugh, with runners on base, he was starting the grip before he put his hand in his glove, so like the runner on base could see what he was doing, where the ball was in his hand, and they may have been signaling to the batter, like, "Hey, this is probably what's coming," because he's holding the changeup grip or he's holding whatever grip he was holding. So it's amazing how one little thing that you probably don't even notice in the moment could have caused that, because it was different. Like the Brewers and Blue Jays rocked him, and then yesterday the Cubs, who were better than both those teams, they couldn't do anything.
Isn't it? I just think it's kind of interesting. That's how I started off, because it's about to go bad.
Yeah.
That it feels like, doesn't it feel like for whatever reason this year the Phillies are late to adjust just a tad?
Yeah, a little bit.
It just feels like that. Like,
well, it
for
took
whatever
2 bad starts for them to pick that
it just
up.
feels like, I mean, not to throw anybody under the bus, but who y'all got working? Who y'all got watching the film? Who y'all got up there, being progressive and getting ahead of some of these things? So when you talk about the Bryce Harper elbow thing, you're talking about the Aaron Nola thing, and now this, y'all probably need to go have a conversation with somebody.
Well, so you mentioned who do you have up there looking at these things? I found this part of the story I read this morning fascinating about Luzardo and how the other teams may have picked it up quickly. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
It may have been AI, Hugh.
Allen Iverson?
Well, no, artificial intelligence. Ready? So this is from the article this morning. Quote, in the PitchCom era, teams no longer have to devote energy to legal sign-stealing tactics, right? Because they have the PitchCom, it goes right into the pitcher's ear. There's no more of the signs. Okay. Mm-hmm. That means more attention on how opposing pitchers and catchers move. Most baseball people would argue every pitcher has a tell. It's a matter of how actionable it is. The sport is filled with paranoia because, as they say, baseball is like life. Here's the line that got me. Rumors are rampant about teams using machine learning, artificial intelligence to analyze rival pitchers. Let me just kind of break that down quickly. It seems like teams are able to use AI to quickly look at a video of a pitcher and say, that's the difference, right? Like his arm moved, his foot moved, his glove's in a different position. And then they relay it to the players, and the players use it on the field. So I don't know if that's what the Blue Jays used last week, but it seems like teams are getting quicker in picking up a tell. So if you're holding your glove one way and that means a certain pitcher's coming, they're going to know fast.
Yeah, and AI, for whatever reason, that has been my algorithm for the last couple of weeks.
Oh, that AI gorilla yesterday?
it's the Yeti vlog.
Oh, the Yeti vlog.
Of course. I've been on the AI Yeti vlog.
There we go.
And, man, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But what they're able to do with AI now, man, it's changed quickly. And this is what people were talking about, how AI was going to revolutionize everything and change everything. Just didn't know it was going to be in baseball, and your ability to be able to identify pitches quickly. I was about to say quickerly, but that didn't sound like that.
Yeah, we could use some AI to clean that up.
But yeah, to identify it quickly. So yeah, you have to be on top of stuff like that.
Yeah,
you really do.
The Phillies obviously weren't the first time, and the Blue Jays blasted him, but they were yesterday, and I just sigh of relief that he pitched well. Let's hear from Topper after the game on Luzardo and his performance.
Were you and your staff a little anxious going into today's start because he had struggled so much and how important he is?
I wouldn't say anxious. I think our bullpen, we were a little bit light in the bullpen today. That's probably what I was most concerned about. But no, as far as Luzardo, he's got great stuff, and everybody's going to have some bad outings, back-to-back bad outings. But his stuff just outweighs everything.
Well, that's why I wasn't worried. The stuff wasn't down. It wasn't like he went from 97 to 92. I mean, I didn't think he was hurt. So it's just a sigh of relief. He pitched well. Phillies get a series win. They're off today. One more from Topper, though, on Bryce Harper. What's the latest on Bryce and the progress here?
Bryce taking ground balls Friday, is that a sign that he's responding well to the treatment?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's feeling better. He will not swing yet. But,
okay.
Yeah.
And affects him most on swings?
Yes.
If all goes well Friday with the ground balls, what's the next step after that?
Swinging, but he's got to be pain-free.
Oh. Yeah, that didn't make me feel any better. So we can't swing a bat still. So until we can start swinging the bat, obviously he's not. When did he go on the IL? On Friday? I think it was Friday night he went on the IL. So we're almost a week clear. It feels like there's almost no chance this is just a 10-day IL stint and he's back. Yeah, he's back the beginning of next week. I doubt that. But we'll keep monitoring the Bryce situation. You can react to the Phillies as well. Big Luzardo start. And how about Alec Bohm hitting the ball over the wall? That was a fun thing to see. We don't see that very often in Major League parks. It's usually just been the minor league parks this year.
Yeah, and I probably was a couple of days off of that, but I did kind of call that, didn't I?
You called it for Monday.
Well, yeah, I'm saying.
And he grounded to a double play in a big spot.
But yeah, he did cost me some money.
Yeah.
He did, but I'm just saying.
Your money's fine. You keep hitting parlays.
I ain't Mr. 5-leg parlay hitter over here.
That's because you had help yesterday. All right, 215-592-9494.
I'm going to ask again today. I'm going to ask some more.
Kyle, should I start giving him the opposite of what I think in the parlay so he loses?
I mean, yeah. You have to stop helping him in general because I'm tired of hearing.
For real?
Well, you're not sharing the money or the credit. I mean, you got to share one of the two things.
I'm $40 up. I'm up 40.
Wow. I can't tell you anything. All right, let's go to D in Chester. Hey, D.
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
D, what's up?
Man?
Listen. I just wanted to say, first of all, I love you guys. All right?
Well, we love you,
Here
D.
we go, but
you're crazy.
There is no but.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, what you just said like a few segments ago when that guy called, saying that, it's because he's not a white quarterback. Listen, I don't agree with that at all. I do agree there might be with the what I call the delegation. There may be some a little bit like I'm wondering why they're saying all this. But
all the time.
Yes, right, not all the time. However, I know none of the guys from the radio station are like that. So you know what I mean. So we can all put our antennas down, even though they go up. But that's not the case here. My only thing is, listen, I'll give you, I don't care where he's placed in the top 5. I told this to Kyle earlier. I don't even care, where they rank him, like, just in the division. Like, because let's be honest, Dak's got crazy numbers, but Dak don't win nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also, Joe, I'll agree with you. Winning is a team thing. But when I told Kyle earlier, we do change the narrative when and I get it, we do it a lot for everybody, but it's becoming just this annoying thing. Like we got to come to some kind of conclusion on, like you said it, we got to find a spot for Jalen to where we rate him specifically, because it's getting out of hand. Could Joe Burrow win with this team? Probably. Could Josh Allen win with this team? Probably. But, we'll never know. But here's the thing. When we say that and we say that they're elite, how come they aren't winning with the teams that they have? I reset it perfectly on Monday. We give them this elite status, the top 4, but they don't have a defense, Joe Burrow. Oh, well, Josh Allen, but with his defense let up, he goes against Mahomes. So what? Out of the 3 times Jalen's went head-to-head with Mahomes, his team won. He's played him 4 times. He's only lost once in the Super Bowl. He beats him in the regular season and in the Super Bowl. So, I mean, what are we saying? What are we saying? I'm not saying Jalen's perfect or he's the greatest thing ever. I'm just saying let's get this guy a chance to see if he can go back to the 2022 season. And I know we're all tired of hearing that.
Well, D, off the last thing you said, if he does that, like if he has let's just say this year, he is in the MVP discussion. It feels like he's the driving force. Week to week, he's playing great. Then, D, I'm open to the idea of him moving up the list. Like, maybe he goes from 5 to 2 or whatever. Like, I don't think it's set in stone. I just think, to me, D, where I come from, it feels like, why do we need to boost him up higher than he is? Like, it feels like people are sensitive that he's not ranked 1 or 2, when I think 5's a damn good ranking.
I think it is, too.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that ranking.
You neither. I think that means there's always room for improvement.
Right. No, I think that's fair. And D, you good phone call. Here's, he was. I think he was half kidding, but maybe we do need his own category. Well, like we have the top 4, and then there's just Jalen Hurts. He's Jalen Hurts, right? And then after you start ranking everybody else after it, because it is unique, Hugh. The team he plays with, he does have good but not overwhelming numbers, right? And then even some of his numbers, you could say, well, I'm sure some people believe if he threw more, he could do the same things as Allen and Lamar, but they didn't throw as much because they had a good running game.
He didn't evolve, and this year was a year where they wanted him to evolve, and he didn't. So they went with what was easy, and it worked, and it got him to the Super Bowl.
But he was efficient. Like, his pass rating was good. Like, he had efficient numbers. He just didn't.
He didn't put the ball in harm's way a whole lot,
and he didn't throw that much.
You know what it is, man, and I think I can say this because I worked in the South, and I know what I know the trigger words, right? And working up here with everybody at the station, this is what it is when we talk about Jalen. We all have our own opinions about this. And we try to we want to validate our argument. Simple and plain, because we are sports fans. We are diehard sports fans. So we're going to use every resource in our power to argue our point, to validate our opinion. Same thing with Chris Sims. Like you talk about what Chris Sims says. We talked about this off the air, Joe. Chris Sims has painted himself in a corner where he wants to be right about his initial argument about Jalen Hurts. So every time he talks about Jalen Hurts, every time Jalen Hurts has success and somebody asked him about Jalen Hurts, it's a backhanded comment because he wants to be right about his initial take on Jalen Hurts. Because that's the space that we're in now. We want to be right about our take. Now, there are some individuals out there that when they talk about him, you know exactly where it's coming from. But you can't paint everybody with that brush because everybody's not on that type of time. Chris Sims, to me, sits on that platform with that Florio dude who is a notorious, I told you so, know-it-all. That's his brand.
Yeah.
So he's feeling pressure to be right because he's probably getting ridiculed. But I'm like, damn, dog, you really missed the boat on that Jalen thing. So now he's trying to be right in any way, shape, or form that he can be about Jalen Hurts. And not only that, we talking about him. He's probably been the hottest topic in the last week.
I mean, couldn't you just imagine as he's putting his list together, it's like,
no, I'm a cook with this one.
That's the spot.
Yeah.
Put him right. Yeah, I get it. And that's fine. He's to the list, right? Like, we all do lists, and they're fun in their own way. Top 11 is going on the afternoon show.
I think I messed that up. I don't know.
Did you submit yours? I submitted mine.
Well, I submitted mine, but
You spelled name wrong or something?
I think I said Max Wheeler.
Max
I'm
Wheeler?
not sure. And I was trying to find, I can't find it in my...
Guy's
That was
pitched
a
like
hard-
a Hall of Famer since he got here, and you missed his name?
Zach,
He's
if you're
been on our
listening-
show before.
I know.
He
Zach,
listens.
I don't know if I did it because I couldn't find the email. But Zach, if I did that,
you got to apologize.
My bad,
man.
That's about as close to apology I'm gonna get if I did that.
No,
wrong.
you need to write out an apology. I mean, we need to.
Damn, Joe, I gotta write it out.
You gotta write an apology. If you named Zach Wheeler
I don't
Max,
know. I gotta see because I know those cats in the afternoon. If I spelled it wrong, they're gonna let me have it. I just don't know. I think I spelled it. I might have spelled it.
By the way, so the afternoon show is doing their top 11. You know what we're doing here next week on the show?
What's that?
We have our own list that we're going to form next week. So, Hugh, it's 2025, which means we got a quarter century in the books here since 2000. We're going to roll out quarter century week on the midday show next week. We'll tell you more about the details tomorrow and
the deets.
The deets, so the different lists we're going to have. Quarter century week starts next week on the midday show. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go back to phones, one quick thing on the whole supporting cast, production, winning, all that. I'm trying to boil down simply why I don't see Jalen as good as the top four guys. And all I could say is week to week, it feels like, without seeing the stats, and we could all see them, but doesn't it just feel like those guys play at a higher level more consistently than he does? It's not an inability. I think Jalen Hurts has the ability, any game, to be just as good as Burrow, just as good as Lamar, Allen. Like, we've seen it, right? Super Bowl, title game, Steeler game, Bengals game. We saw it in 2022. You could say the shootout against Josh Allen here in 2020. We've seen it. Like, Jalen Hurts has it in him. But I think the best guys do it week in, week out. And Jalen, that's what he hasn't done, at least in a few years. That's where I am.
You know how I look at it? I look at it like this. In the NFL, number one is a copycat league. And every week you go out there and you try to win games, and the teams that you're playing against try to stop your biggest guns. I could just remember when Jim Johnson was our defensive coordinator, going against a quarterback, the one thing that we tried to do always was take away what he did best.
Right.
So when you talk about Josh Allen, in my opinion, there's been times where he's played against teams that didn't have the personnel to stop what he did best. So he runs up against the Kansas City Chiefs, and they do have the personnel. The uniqueness of Jalen in the situation that he's in, he told you in the meeting, pick your poison. Eagles could beat you either way. Now, he struggled. I'll give you that all day. He struggled during the regular season throwing the football. There's a lot of times where I sat there in the press conference, it was like, what the hell is he doing? Like, what is he seeing? He's holding the ball too long, all this other stuff. But he adapted to whatever it was that the game gave him, and he was able to win. And that last game in the Super Bowl was phenomenal. And you're taught as an NFL player, when you play this game, that you're only as good as your last game. And for me, that rings true. And his last game was the Super Bowl.
Well, it was, and you're right. And he was great. We all agree he was great in that game. He played awesome. Where it comes back to me is the supporting cast allowed him to have an off playoff game and still get to the title game in the Super Bowl.
You're talking about the
Rams.
Yeah.
He took 7 sacks.
That was bad.
They struggled. I mean, he struggled. And if Jalen Carter doesn't sack Matthew Stafford, all of the things you just said, which are real, right? They're facts. They're true. He was great. It's one of the.
We might be having different conversations.
They don't exist. I mean, if not, he didn't get the help he got there. Let's go to the phone lines. Chuck in Mount Airy. Hey, Chuck.
Chuck.
Yo, hey, Gillio, what's the dealio?
Chuck.
Hey, listen, man, if Hugh Douglas can pit Jalen number 2, I can certainly pit him number 1. You know what I mean? And let me explain something to you, Joe. You know, when you cash in and you win a Super Bowl, your regular season that should compensate for your regular season. Those other guys didn't cash in, Joe. I don't care about how good they look doing it. This guy cashed in. And another thing real quick, right? You guys let me finish my Patrick Mahomes rant, right? This guy has the greatest head coach who was going to NFC Championship games and Super Bowls before Patrick Mahomes was born. When he was in Pampers, this guy was going to championship game after championship game after championship game. Andy Reid is probably arguably the greatest head coach ever.
Right.
And he had Spagnuolo, okay? He couldn't even score 21 points in a playoff run. They averaged 21 points last year when they won the Super Bowl, okay? That a couple years ago, or last year rather, when they won the Super Bowl. That defense was lights out. And Spagnuolo is a Hall of Fame defensive head coordinator. Here you got Jalen, who's going through offensive coordinator after offensive coordinator after offensive coordinator, and Nick Sirianni, don't get me wrong, good coach, but he's no Andy Reid. I mean, this guy is drafted in the second round. Why can't he be a number 1 quarterback in this league? Because of what you see on the field? You don't like the way he does it? Listen, I'm going off of results, and this guy gets it done. I don't think it's a clear-cut number 1 no more. I think it's subjective, but I think it's tiers. And I think Jalen is certainly in that top tier, along with Patrick Mahomes, along with Josh Allen, along with Burrow, along with Lamar Jackson. You know what I mean? He's in that tier with those guys. And I don't think it's an argument. You know, he got something that the rest of those guys don't accept for Patrick. And Patrick has arguably the greatest head coach that ever coached the game offensively on his team.
Good supporting cast.
For years.
So, Chuck, I think you're bringing up some fair stuff, right? And Mahomes has a lot, right? He does. He has Andy, he's Spagnuolo, he has had Kelsey. He used to have Tyreek Hill. He has, but here, I guess for me, the difference is, and maybe you're just attacking it right now. At one point, and it's been a few years, Mahomes did dominate the league the way Jalen never has. Like, he threw 50 touchdowns in a season. He carried them to that first Super Bowl. We've never seen that from Jalen. Not yet.
Okay. And who was his what type of weapons did he have?
Well, he had Tyreek Hill then.
Yeah, exactly. You need that
supporting
talent
cast
to look that good. That's very important. Listen, I'm not trying to say, Mahomes is a terrible quarterback. He's a good quarterback. I just don't think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't think that it's a far drop-off from Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes' better days are behind him. I'm telling you right now, he's not going to be the same. You don't take an ass whipping like that in the Super Bowl and then come back and be the same. That was a true, thorough behind whipping, man. And he's going to take some soul searching to get back to the level that he's supposed to be at. I'm trying to tell you that right now. The blueprint is on that guy. So I'm telling you, and I'm calling it right now. The days that you guys are calling him great are over.
I wouldn't say it's over, but you know what? Are his best days behind him? I mean, it's certainly possible. He's about 30 now, and he's already been to 5 Super Bowls. Is he going to go to 5 more? I mean, probably not. I don't know. Well, you know what the funny part about that reality is? If Mahomes falls, you know what's going to happen, right?
Power vacuum.
Well, no. If he falls, doesn't it mean Lamar, Burrow, and Allen have to get the Super Bowls?
That's what I'm saying. Power vacuum. Yeah. Somebody got to step up.
Yeah, so it's going to just change the conversation a different way because those guys will start getting the Super Bowls. You would think they're the next guys up. I understand the point, but how come Jalen doesn't have dominant regular seasons with the supporting cast he has? Why are we still debating the passing game during last season? Like, there's no reason for it. The Eagles should be above where they are.
That's a fair conversation.
Yeah,
because we started this season and our offense, our passing game was anemic. That's a fair conversation.
Well, it was. It was turnover filled, and then it became anemic. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone call's coming up on the whole Jalen Hurts thing. You react to the Phillies as well. Is it fair to bring up his supporting guest? Also, along with this, saw a ranking last night guessing the top 10 offenses in the NFL in 2025. We're going to tell you where the Eagles rank, and I think it's going to surprise you. But also the question is why? Like, why are they ranked there? What is it saying? What is the reason? We'll get to all that. Your phone calls. Is it fair to bring up Jalen Hurts and his supporting cast when we do all these rankings? Yes or no? Where do you come down? It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. You can celebrate the 4th of July sale with big savings at Mattress Warehouse, up to $1,200 warehouse-wide. Right now, you can save $500 on the Tempur-Pedic best-selling Breeze mattresses designed to feel up to 10 degrees cooler all night, every night. I don't have this mattress, but I wish I did because that sounds pretty cool. I usually get hot at night because it's hot. And to sleep with a mattress that gets cool, that's kind of like in my wheelhouse. Plus, BOGO, buy one, get one 50% off on bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. You need them sheets, man, and them pillows. If you're going to get a new bed, you got to get some new sheets and some new pillows. So do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop the entire selection and find the locations nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Breaking It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for power, safety, and advanced tech? Drive into the future with Hyundai's latest hybrid lineup. Introducing the 2025 Hyundai Sonata and Elantra hybrids, where sleek design meets smart savings. Spend less time and money at the pump. The Hyundai 3-row Santa Fe hybrid SUV seats up to 7 with available dual wireless charging and Wi-Fi hotspot. The versatile Hyundai Tucson hybrid SUV features standard H-Track all-wheel drive and sleek tech like wireless charging and more. The uncompromising Hyundai Sonata Hybrid Limited Sedan is superb in performance and handling and has an EPA estimated 51 highway miles per gallon. The sporty Elantra Hybrid Limited Sedan delivers an impressive EPA estimated 52 miles per gallon. But it's not just about efficiency, it's about peace of mind. No matter which Hyundai Hybrid is right for you, you get America's best warranty. Get the best of both worlds with a Hyundai Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kevin Durant will turn 37 before the next NBA season starts, but several potential contenders appear to view him as the missing piece. Teams like the T-Wolves, the Spurs, the Rockets, and the Knicks are all reportedly interested. A late career Durant raises a lot of questions. Would he mind getting less shots on a better team? Is he willing to be a mentor? Can he stay healthy? All valid concerns. But to get one of the most talented scorers in history, no surprise, teams are lining up to make an offer despite the risk. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yesterday, 82 years old, I think he was.
That's the Beach Boys,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Do you like Jolly's rendition of the Beach Boys?
I like Jolly, but not that. Not
Okay.
that singing.
Yeah. Not everyone could sing, on air. I mean,
Like how I put it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand.
I'd say once, twice a day you sing when Robert
I
returns.
mean, because I just think if I feel it,
Yeah.
I go ahead and belt out a couple bars. I got bars.
You got some bars here? All right, 215-592-9494. We have your phone calls coming up here on Jalen Hurts, and is it fair to bring up season where they'll rank in the NFL?
I'm not gonna be that guy and be a little homer. I would probably say the top 5.
So I would have thought that too. You're wrong. They are ranked 7th on this list of projecting the top
Seriously?
offenses in the NFL. Yes.
Interesting.
So here's my question. When you hear that, why? Like, what would hold them back from being a top 5
I'll
offense?
tell you. Let me tell you why.
Well, I'm. Yes, I want you to tell me why.
The same reason why we're sitting up here with all this angst about Jalen Hurts.
The passing game.
Exactly.
They're going to have
We
a great
can
line.
just say it.
They're going to have a
We
great
can
line.
say it.
They're going to have a great
It's
back.
not the supporting cast, is it?
First off, I did say it. I'm not running away from it.
He said it.
I'm running away from it. Kyle,
We
that was
trapped
Kyle-
him, but he
no,
said it.
That was Kyle's aha
Yeah, we
moment.
pinned him.
I get it. I get it because that's just like Chris Sims said. I hate that we keep saying his damn name.
You don't have to.
Okay, but just like that dude said, it's the quarterback play. I can't sit here and act like that wasn't an issue last year because it was. He won the Super Bowl. I give him props for that, and I put him in as the second best quarterback in the league for what he did in the last game of the season. But he also was the same guy that when we came out and we tried to throw the ball at the beginning of the season,
didn't look great.
He struggled.
Yes.
So, just like Brian Dawkins said, like this is not zero sum. You come into the NFL, and especially at the quarterback position, if you want to be good, and you want to be relevant and you want to, evolve, you can't be the same guy that you were the year before. And they tried to do that for Jalen at the beginning of last year. He wasn't there for whatever reason. He didn't see it. Like, Jalen has flaws. No question about that. I'm not about to sit up here and say that he doesn't. And does he need to play better during the course of the season in order to run this gauntlet that he's in now? Yes, he does. I believe he can do it, though, because I saw it. See, this is the thing. It's just like when you talk to your kids and say they learn how to spell a word, and then the next day they forget how to spell the word, right? And you say, hey, listen, I know you know how to spell it because I heard you spell it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw you do it. You just have to keep doing it and keep being consistent.
That's the word, consistency.
Yes. If Jalen comes in this year and he's I'm not going to even put a number on it, say a consistent passer, if he's efficient, and if his numbers, I'm not going to put a number, but if he's an efficient passer.
But if he's efficient with the players he has, the numbers will be there.
Exactly.
Of course.
And this is not a conversation. The reason why this is a conversation, because number one, you have some pundits out there that want to be right about their position, and I think that's the biggest thing. Because when you look at Jalen during the regular season, there's an argument for him being in the top 10 or the 10th best quarterback. There's a legit argument for that.
Regular season,
no
yes.
question.
Yep.
But he needs to be better. Hell, Hall of Fame player said, Brian Dawkins said it. He said, you need to be more consistent. That's Jalen's biggest problem right now. He's sporadic.
Yeah, I think sometimes people feel or they hear, like if you have a criticism, you think he can't do it. Anyone with eyes has seen Jalen Hurts play at a really high level in times. This was even before the title game in Super Bowl. He did it against the Steelers. He did it against the Bengals. That's just last year. Again, the 2023 Bills game here when he outdueled Allen in overtime. It was a great game. 2022, he did it more. Like, Jalen Hurts has shown many times in his NFL career he could play at an MVP kind of level. He could play at a
Agreed.
He just doesn't do it as often as the other guys, and that's why I think it's fair to put him there. And I also think he's helped by the cast he has. So he can have a game or two or three where it's like, he's kind of blah, but they win by 10 because of the players he has with them. All right, let's go to Demond and Delco. What's up, Demond?
Moment too big.
Demond? Going once,
Moment
going
too big.
twice. All right, put him back on hold. Oh, there he was, Demond. What's up?
I'm here.
We got you, buddy.
What you doing,
At
man?
the buzzer,
I had y'all
Demond.
on mute, man. Listen, I'm at work. Buzzers, y'all know I work, man.
Well, we're at work, too. We don't put you on mute.
My bad, dog.
Hey, listen, I gotta be easy, man. I'm an electrician, man. I got wall side.
My bad,
I
dog.
got
We got
you.
you.
All right,
We got
yeah,
you.
you're
We got
busy.
you. Yeah.
All right, so look, I'm outside now. So listen, I got my list. You know I'm on y'all, right? You know I'm on you, Hugh, but no, I ain't on you. I'm on Joe and Kyle.
Okay. I love when you bring your list. All right, what do you got for us?
That's what I got. First of all, I want to say that y'all said something about surrounding team, right?
Yes.
Or surrounding cast.
Yep.
From what I've always known when I watch football, right? And I'm 50 years old. So I always watch football. There has to be a good surrounding cast around anybody in order to win. Football is the ultimate team sport. Do you not agree with that?
I totally agree. We are all in agreement.
Okay. So I was trying to understand why they always talking about surround. So we can no longer talk about the surrounding cast because at certain times, if we go down the list, some of the best quarterbacks, I will name a few for y'all real quick. You got Joe Montana. I think he's very high. He had Taylor and Rice, along with Craig and Lott and a couple other guys. Peyton Manning. I think he's the truth. Harrison and my man.
Reggie Wayne. Reggie Wayne.
He didn't have Edgerrin when he won, though.
Harrison Wayne. You got Danny DeMarino, Clayton, and my man Duper. Like so all these guys had different pieces at different times, man. And I really believe that Jalen, he's always getting judged wrongly, especially when, if you look at the people they judging him against, you say Josh Allen. What do Josh do well? He run and he pass.
Yep.
What do Lamar do for you? He got a running game. That's what catch your eye.
Mm-hmm.
With Patrick, his trickiness, trick plays, the ability to avoid, to keep the play alive. Well, guess what, fellas? Tell me Jayden don't do that. Tell me he don't do it. He does that all the time. And the best part about this here, and I'm going to let you go ahead to tell me something, Joe, because I know you ain't got nothing for me. But I'm going to let you tell me something. The best part about that.
I got a lot for you, Demond. I got a lot.
Yeah, you ain't got nothing for me. He always wins, man. Against them dudes that you're naming, against them quarterbacks and everything like that, when he played them, his team came on top. Granted, it's a team effort. His team came on top. He outdueled them in most parts of it. And also, when them dudes, y'all talk about he got to face other quarterback got to face Patrick Mahomes, guess what? He faced him 4 times. He 3-1. So the other dudes got to do their job. Don't keep knocking my man for somebody else not doing their job. He the best, man. For me, he's right under Patrick Mahomes only because of the chips. Only because of the chips. That's it. What y'all got for me?
Well, I got a lot for you, Damon. We appreciate the phone call.
Yeah,
Damon's a good caller. I like
spot.
Damon.
Yeah.
Yeah. He brought a lot to the table. Couple things. Yes, they all have talent around them. Like no one drags a bad team to a Super Bowl. It's hard. Like it's not like Allen Iverson dragging the 0-1 Sixers to the finals. That's very, very difficult to have in the NFL in a salary cap league because they all have a certain amount of talent. The closest thing I could think of was like John Elway when he was young, dragging some of those Broncos teams. That doesn't happen, right? So yes, every team that gets to a Super Bowl has some level of talent, but the Eagles have more of it. I'm not saying Josh Allen is carrying nobody. He's got a good team. Like they have a lot of good players they've had for years. Patrick Mahomes has Kelsey but Jalen has more advantages. He also has Howie Roseman doing what he does with the salary cap and all these good players. I can't separate the two.
These are also separate conversations that we're having because clearly Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, everyone needs talent around them to win the Super Bowl. To win the ultimate prize, you need to have talent around you. Yes. Nobody's debating that. It's a matter of when you rank them up against other quarterbacks, because we're talking about, talent, and if all things were equal, where would you stack them up? Then that stuff has to start mattering. Because you add context to everything in all of sports. Like when you talk about impressive records, like even maybe this is a different extreme example. Reggie White breaking the sack record. It was impressive because of the context of it. It was in a 12-game season. There is context to all of this. All of this stuff matters when it comes to when you assess players.
And you know what it is, man? And I think it's the biggest thing is because I was just sitting here thinking about this and trying to figure out why it's like that for Jalen. I think part of it is where he was drafted. And when you look at most of the other guys that were drafted ahead of him.
I think there's something to this.
Their first-round draft picks.
We believed it before we saw it. We needed to see it to believe it. Yeah.
And as pundits, as people that do what we do, I feel like a lot of times we have to feel like there's a lot more than others that feel like they have to be right about their position.
Well, let's just come back to fans here. I think there are, let's just say half. Half the fan base hated the Jalen Hurts pick.
Yes.
Didn't believe he would be something. So maybe that they are slower to give credit. I think there's something to that. I actually, myself, I think I'm the other side of this, where I was pro the draft pick. I was pro him early, and I just think we've gone too far with the credit. I like him.
It's evolved. It's morphed into something else.
It's all over the place.
It is.
And it depends on where you came in at the beginning. I think you're right on that.
Yeah, it is.
Where you started.
It's because when you talk about all of these other guys that are better than Jalen, measurably they are. No question about it.
All higher picks.
All of them.
Yeah.
Every last one of them we're talking about.
It's Russell Wilson dealt with this.
Yes.
Russell produced, but he was a third-round pick.
And it's those intangibles that I talk about that people can't wrap their mind around because I remember going to the Combine. Just to give you a quick story. I was not the biggest defensive end there. As a matter of fact, I was the shortest. And when I was standing in line with them, dude, I was like, Lord have mercy, because you're talking about Derek Alexander, Kevin Carter, Greg Ellis, and all them other cats.
More like the classic
They were like
ends,
the classic defensive end. And I saw, you could read people's facial expressions when they saw me. They were looking like,
who's this shrimp?
No, and I'll never forget, man, Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan walked up to me. And they was like, hey, man, Buddy Ryan want to meet you. And I said, oh, Buddy Ryan.
This is Cardinals Buddy Ryan?
Cardinals Buddy Ryan. So Buddy never said a word to me. He looked at me, and he just smiled, and he tapped me on the shoulder and walked away.
Sizing you up.
Exactly. He sized me up. And for a long time, when I remember going to my first training camp, the offensive linemen sizing me up. And they were laughing and giggling because they was like, dog, we drafted this dude.
This guy's tiny.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm sitting there in the defensive end room with guys like, Matt Brock, Marvin Washington, 6'4", 6'5" dudes, and I'm over here sitting at 6'1". And I remember Marvin asked me, "Are you sure you're 6'1"? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those things where the measurables mean a lot to some people.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think it's part of what we see is what we believe. All right, 215-592-9494. One thing before we go back to phones, Chuck said it last segment, and it hit me, but I didn't get a chance to say it when he was on the air with us. Chuck said the Super Bowl has to push him up, but you have to give a lot of credit for that. We had Elliot on yesterday, and I kind of asked him, how much do we... I already think it's happened. Like, if you asked me last year in the middle of the season, towards the end of the season, Joe, where do you think Jalen is? I probably would have said 10 to 12. That's what I would have said.
There would have been no pushback.
Right. So I think what I'm saying is we've already corrected it. I think the Super Bowl, the way he played in the biggest games, his performance in the title game, his performance in the Super Bowl, I think pushes him up to the 5-6 range. I think the correction has already happened. It's like we can't double correct. We can't double correct and now bring him up to 1. That's too many corrections.
See, Joe, this is the problem.
We did this already.
Joe.
Well,
see, this is the problem. And I've been telling y'all this for weeks, especially since, we do the you people thing. Everybody don't listen to what's being said.
Well, you know what? They have to start.
They don't, because we are so this is what I feel the problem is a lot of times, especially when we talk sports. We are so entrenched in our position that you hear certain dog whistle words and you don't hear the whole conversation. So because you hear the dog whistle and instead of listening to what's being said, you automatically take it and run.
It's like we had someone make an analogy like a student, right? Earlier test.
Yeah.
It's almost imagine like you have a B or B minus student, and then you say, well, if you do this extra credit, we could get you up to the B plus or maybe A minus, and they do it, and then you fix the grade, and then they come back and they say, well, I want an A plus. You didn't get an A plus. You're not an A plus quarterback. I'm sorry. I just, what do you want me to say, Sean? Is this one of the you people?
Yes.
You persons?
Yeah.
Are you a you person?
He's very upset with us about Jalen Hurts, and
Okay.
he was yelling at us, and I said, just call the show.
Sean, what's up, buddy?
He was yelling.
What's up, Joe? What's up, Kyle? What's up, Hugh?
Sean,
What's up, man?
we
What's
appreciate
going
you
on?
being a you
Man,
person.
you guys get under my skin to no other. It is unreal.
What did we do
The
now?
disrespect. What didn't you do is the question. What didn't you
Here we
do
go.
is the question.
Trying to be
Oh,
fair
here
and
we go.
balanced.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, so what do you got? What do you got?
How are you going to take Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar over my man Jalen when neither of them quarterbacks have made it past the AFC Championship? Well, besides Joe Burrow, he made it to the Super Bowl and lost. But his playoff performances are way better in every stat, maybe besides passing yards. Maybe
Not entirely true.
Well,
it's very true.
But
It's not.
Allen's
better.
Sorry, so we could parse the three, right? The three names you mentioned. I agree with you. Lamar has been a choker. I feel it, and he's got to change it. Otherwise, it's going to be his story. I don't think Allen has been, Sean. I just think he's come up on the wrong end of very close games against Mahomes. I mean, his numbers are better than Jalen's in playoff games. He takes less sacks. He throws less interceptions.
Drastically better?
Are they? I don't know.
Are we talking drastically, or are we talking like 60 yards?
Well, even if it's marginal, he has less around him. So it becomes more impressive just inherently.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but you're faulting Jalen for having more talent because, I don't get why you're doing that. Why is Jalen at fault for having talent?
He's not at fault.
It just feels like it's a tie. It's not a fault. It's a tiebreaker, Sean. That's the way I view it. It's a tiebreaker. Like they're all good. They're all productive. They're all win a lot of. Like none of these guys are losers, right? None of them go 7-10 every year, right? They're all winning. They're all in the playoffs. They're all getting close to the Super Bowl, if not in it, right? All of them. So that's the tiebreaker for me. And Sean, I'm going to make it as simple as I possibly can in this. Like, how do I do this? I just feel week to week they play better more often than he does.
Do you watch them week to week?
I watch them a lot. Yeah.
That's
it's football.
No,
we have red zone.
Kind of mandatory around these parts.
I mean, all right, fair enough. But, all right, besides Mahomes in the playoffs, what quarterback would you rather have other than Jalen?
Well,
Who
Burrow
would you pick over
and
him?
Allen.
Why? But why?
Did they play better?
Because they're better players.
What have they shown in the playoffs?
Well, I mean,
to where that they are better.
Burrow did walk
What
into
success do
Arrowhead
they
and
have?
win an AFC title game. Like we forget that happened.
Okay, Jalen walked into Arrowhead and beat him too. Like,
No, he didn't.
Well, and that was a regular
Yeah,
season.
in the regular
it was
season.
a November
Okay, beat him in
game,
the
and
Super Bowl.
he threw
beat
for
him when it
120
mattered
yards.
the most. Beat him when he mattered the most.
Well, yeah, he did, and it was a great moment.
The Eagles beat the Chiefs when it mattered the most.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, who was
Yeah.
the driving factor in that
The
game?
defense.
And Jalen Hurts.
Well,
Sean, all right, how old are you? I'm just asking because I want to.
28.
All right, so you remember this?
I've seen some things.
I know you have.
I've been around.
No, I was going to make it. I wasn't alluding that you were like 10, but I just wanted to know.
No,
So
I know.
if you remember it, 12 years ago, the Seahawks blew the doors off the Broncos.
here we go.
I need to bring it up. They blew the doors off the Broncos in the Super Bowl. Russell Wilson was better that day than Peyton Manning. Who was the better quarterback?
That day, Russell Wilson was.
But in general.
Totality, obviously, it's Peyton Manning.
Okay.
Well, that's the story.
No.
Yes.
No.
I don't know, Sean. I think you got cornered a little bit.
Sean, you call again. It's a fun phone call. We appreciate watching and listening. However you listen or watch the show, we appreciate it.
You people are fired. Sean's like the representative of you people right now, so they're all very fired up.
Well, we love you people.
We're all inclusive.
You people don't love Hugh some days.
Well,
we're all inclusive.
Well, today
we
you're
all
on
get
there-
shrapnel from you people.
Yeah, today Hugh's on the people side, it feels like.
Hugh's,
I'm okay
the shrapnel
today?
Hugh gets is the most funny. That's why they're
It
shared.
is a question. I haven't looked at the Twitter poll, which, of course, is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. I haven't looked today. When ranking Jalen Hurts among NFL quarterbacks, is it fair to bring up his supporting cast? Yes or no? 60% say yes. 40% say no.
Oh, we still got long. We got time.
You're not making up 20%. Come on.
I probably will.
Come on. The phone lines have been more split. Valerie in Middletown is up. Hey, Valerie.
Or not.
Val, going once, twice. Well, Damon was working, so I wonder if Valerie is too. Once, twice. It happened again, right at the buzzer. Valerie, what's up?
Hey, oh my gosh. So first of all, color me shocked I got through. I got 30 things I want to say, and I'll probably only have time for 10 of them.
That's all right. Well,
maybe not
Make
even.
them a good 10 then. Let's hear it.
It depends on who's on my side, right?
Yes, that's the way everything goes around here. Depends on what side you're on. Then we like what you say or not. Go ahead, Valerie.
I know it does. So my first thing is, first of all, my favorite show.
Oh,
Right,
we appreciate
you guys
that.
are my favorite show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you for listening.
I do have to say, Gilio, I was not a fan. And then I got to be a fan, and what took you over the top is pairing with Hugh. I got to be honest.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate you sticking around and enjoying what Hugh and I do. Thank you.
I did because, you can, I realize you're kind of devil's advocate. So I just want to address the Jalen, is it fair with his supporting cast? My black and white answer when Kyle answered my call was, no, it's not fair. But the truth is, I don't think it's not fair. What I think is not fair is that we use it to diminish his contribution. And that's how it feels to me. And I know there's been a whole lot of callers talking about the racial aspect because the truth is, as African Americans, sometimes we just hear that first, right? We hear that first. So I don't think we should continue to do that. But at the same time, I think on your side, you got to understand where we're coming from.
Oh,
Valerie,
Valerie,
Val, he does.
And I never going to tell someone how to feel.
And I
right.
think you do.
Yeah.
No, I think you do. And I'm just saying that for the benefit of people listening.
Sure.
It's not about you, but I'm just saying it for the benefit of people listening. I mean, because when we talk about, supporting cast, I mean, I go back to listening to Dick Vermeil, and I'm older than I want to admit to, but listening to Dick Vermeil, who's like, yeah, I needed a supporting cast. I needed people who were better at certain aspects of the game or coaching the game than I was. That's no different for a quarterback. But we do know that we've come into a season where the quarterback is the driving force. So we build a team around the quarterback. And now when it looks like when it comes to Jalen, we're now penalizing him for the fact that that's where the league is going. We build a team around the quarterback. So all these quarterbacks we're putting ahead of him, no, I don't think he's number one, but he damn sure ain't 11.
Well, I agree with Valerie. I agree with that. Right? There is a middle ground. And Valerie, we appreciate the phone call and appreciate you being a fan of the show.
No, it's funny because every morning when we do our show topics, I always ask Kyle and Joe, like, y'all really sure? Y'all want to talk about this? Because you know that some people aren't going to have the bandwidth to have this conversation. Sure. And it's just funny because she's right. It's one of those things where nobody wants to hear everything that's being discussed. You just want to hear the piece that you feel is disrespectful.
Yeah, it's funny. Ready or not, here we go with a quarterback conversation is being at WIP and the Eagles. Right now, Here's the part we all should be happy about. We're debating how good he is.
Yes.
5
We're not
years
talking
ago,
about how bad he was.
we were debating how bad he was, and that was the last quarterback, and whether or not this could be fixed. Like, this is, as much as maybe you get, like, your blood boils a little bit when you don't love what you hear or you think, not being fair enough, we're all in a good place, guys. We got a Super Bowl winning quarterback. We have a championship here, and they're the favorite to win it again. Like, this is a good thing. I'll take maybe I'm too low on the top 5, 6-ish quarterback rather than, oh my God, he said Carson Wentz sucks. Let's all throw things at him. Like, this is way more fun than that. 215-592-9494. More phone calls coming up. I see the bat signal went up. OG Wade is ready to talk. We'll discuss it with him. All right. Hugh and many others don't think bringing up the supporting cast is fair when ranking the quarterbacks. I do. Where do you come down? Plus, Brandon Graham. BG spoke about the messy divorce between the Eagles and CJGJ. What did he have to say about that? We'll get to all your phone calls. Midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe you've been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after tip-off, combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. Get started with FanDuel Sportsbook by getting started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts, including the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get them something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers, online at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for Dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Growing and evolving as a person.
So the Beach Boys sold 100 million records. 100 million records. That's a lot of records.
But it's a lot of the music. I guarantee you can pick up just point to one song and play it, and then do it to another song, and I guarantee they sound just.
So they recorded 29 studio albums. That's the number. 29.
Okay.
They had it. You're right. They had a vibe. Right? It's a feel good, like summery vibe. That's who the Beach Boys were, and I always enjoyed it. I enjoyed them more than Jolly singing them, but that's just me.
I'm a bad person though.
Today, yeah, it was
because I'm lightweight hating.
I know.
On a man that just passed, and that don't feel right.
Not the day.
No, and I wasn't trying to, but
you got to pick your moment.
Yeah, you're right.
For example,
too soon, Hugh.
The Jalen Hurts isn't a top 4 quarterback show. Probably wasn't I think today's a good day for it. Maybe the day after the Super Bowl wasn't the day that we didn't do it that day.
I picked the wrong day for this.
It's okay. We'll forgive you.
I feel bad now.
Hope Brian Wilson's family's not listening, but
I think this just popped into my head, so this could be a terrible analogy.
Can't wait.
But you have two groups: the Beach Boys, who I feel like only anyone knows Brian Wilson. Very clear, Brian Wilson is the driving force of the Beach Boys. But then you have a group like the Beatles, who, when you separate them all,
they're stars.
You've seen it.
A lot of stars. Star power.
Yeah.
So, so one is like the Chiefs or the Bills.
That's right.
And then one is like the Eagles.
I think it's fair.
Yeah. And one just has more around them.
That's right.
Like Paul McCartney had more around him. It's okay to
you
say
get Brian
it.
Wilson his props because he was the Beach Boys. But Paul and John shared a lot. And George, too.
Yeah.
When it comes to the success of the Beatles.
Like, no disrespect to George.
We're disrespecting George today?
No, I'm just saying. He was like the least known Beatle, though.
No, Ringo, I think.
No, Ringo did Caveman. He did a great movie back in the day.
No,
yeah.
hold on.
You've never seen Caveman?
You're going to argue that Ringo Starr is more well-known than George Harrison because he did Caveman.
Yeah.
Are you surprised at this?
No, and you know what I did? You talk about a dog whistle. The phone line's about to blow up right now. Yeah.
So you ripped Brian Wilson day after he's gone. You're doing the Ringo Starr thing.
It was not intentional.
Mm-hmm.
It was. You know how
it
sometimes
wasn't. I know it wasn't intentional.
Well, it's you have an opinion about something and you just didn't read the room. I didn't read the room.
You totally misread the room.
I misread the room.
Okay. Let's talk to a guy that always reads the room. OG Wade is up on WIP. OG.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Oh, we're great, OG.
Listen, I think, Kyle, you know what, Kyle? Okay, I know what I'm going to do. All right, listen. I love talking this here because it's educating people, and it's also letting people see a side of Jalen and bringing awareness to what this kid is. You know what I'm saying? This guy, and I think the problem that we are having with Jalen is that he does things that you don't typically see a quarterback do, and it work and it win. He's the first quarterback, the first what y'all want to call run first quarterback to win the Super Bowl. They said it couldn't be done. Joe, you, Spike, everybody said during the season, Jalen's got to throw the ball more. You can't win a Super Bowl throwing the ball 21 times.
No, I said he needed to throw the ball better, and he did. Like, OG, what I think is lost is everything. Well, hold on, I'll let you finish. Joe. But I said they need to throw the ball better to win. And in the final two games, they threw the ball better. The throw he made in the NFC title game, I'm trying to remember the score. I think it was close to tied. With 2 minutes to go, the 4th and 5, the bomb to AJ flipped that whole game. They did need him to throw the ball better. No, he did not. He did not.
He did it against same throw he did against the Browns and the Giants.
You're telling me the way he played in the title game in Super Bowl, he did that all year long? Same way?
So all you have to do is open your eyes.
He didn't do that.
People saying he's got to be more efficient. In what game was Jalen Hurts inefficient in?
In what game was he inefficient? In what game was he inefficient?
On the ball. Which game?
The Ravens game he was inefficient?
Well, when he was down 9 points and they came back.
The Saints game. The Saints game.
But you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. He was not efficient in those games. The Saints game.
He was so efficient in that game.
In the Saints.
What's wrong with you?
The Saints game, he was efficient.
Did you watch the game?
The Saints game. The Saints game where they didn't score a touchdown to the fourth quarter.
Hey, Joe, how you doing?
What are you talking about?
Hold on, Joe. Because they didn't score a touchdown in a certain amount of quarters or whatever, that don't mean your quarterback was inefficient. I'm telling you, the throws that when he was asked to throw the ball in the Saints game, he was completing the passes. Dallas Goedert went damn near over 200 yards passing. It's the same game Devonta Smith got hurt on. And what y'all got to do is you got to stop trying to pick apart a game where they won and it didn't look as pretty as you would like it to look. But they got the job done, and Jalen Hurts did not play bad in none of those. The only game that I've seen.
Did he not? OG, did he not have a lost fumble and an interception on the wrong side of the field where they're about to score in the Saints game?
I don't remember that.
Oh, I do. He did. That's inefficiency. That's inefficiency.
Right. So let me ask you this question. I'm going to ask all three of y'all.
Okay.
Is Jalen Hurts a better thrower of the football than Lamar Jackson?
I like the way Jalen Hurts throws it more than Lamar. So, I mean, you take that for what you want.
Okay. So, Lamar Jackson threw for 40 touchdowns and damn near 5,000 yards and won 2 MVPs. But Jalen Hurts does less than him and we're saying that he's not better than Lamar Jackson.
Well, he doesn't.
You just proved
no, I didn't. No, you asked me who throws the football better. No, I didn't.
Exactly.
No,
But the only thing you.
No, but OG, but you're missing. I think you conflate sometimes an inability to do something versus consistently doing it. I think Jalen Hurts, and I've been with you from the jump, has the ability to play just as well as anyone. He doesn't do it as consistently as them. Lamar Jackson No, I'm not done. Lamar Jackson dominates the game week in, week out more than Jalen. And if you don't see that, OG, you're not watching. It's not this isn't an opinion. This is a fact.
I did not say that.
But then what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that the value and what Jalen brings to the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, Lamar Jackson dominates more than Jalen Hurts in certain, if you want to call it that, because I don't call it that.
What do you call playing better? What do you call playing better?
I call Jalen Hurts being the quarterback, utilizing all the parts that's needed to win a game.
So when in the Packers game in the Packers game week 1, when he threw the ball to the Packers 4 times, he was utilizing all the ways to win.
He had 2 interceptions.
Well, he threw the ball. He threw the ball 2 more times to the Packers, and they dropped it.
20 for 34, and they scored 34 points. So you didn't like that win?
Dude, how about the 2 interceptions they dropped? Did you see the interceptions they dropped, or we just missed those?
Well, I mean, Joe, we can do that all day long, bro. We can do it all day long. Josh Allen had 18 interceptions in 23, and Jalen had 15. But Josh Allen was supposed to have been the MVP or whatever.
Well, he didn't win the MVP that year.
We could do it all day long. The MVP Josh Allen did win. He actually didn't even deserve to win. Lamar Jackson should have won that MVP. So Josh Allen had to be giving, not earned, giving a damn MVP. Jalen Hurts will never win an MVP. You know why? Because it's a popularity contest.
No, he would have won the MVP if he didn't get hurt in 22.
Well, here's the deal, Joe. Here's the deal. Until y'all guys adjust your eyes and understand that Jalen Hurts is different. He's a breed of one.
What does that mean?
Not like so. All that trying to what it means is that. He's evolving the game.
Do you know what it knows? Do you know what it's an excuse for when he doesn't play well and wins. That's what I hear. Like, he's different. He fumbled. He's different. He still won the game.
What quarterback do you know play well every game? What quarterback?
But why doesn't he play well as consistently as those guys?
Plays well every game.
Answer me. None of them. Answer me this. Why doesn't he play well as consistently as the other guys, the 4 other guys? Why?
It's because consistently. He don't have the players that y'all seeing on the play sheet,
what?
On the sheet.
What?
For you to say he got all these weapons, right?
He does.
Remember I told you yesterday, he only played 5 games with all of those weapons and still won the Super Bowl.
So the supporting cast is an excuse for when he doesn't play well.
But not when he does.
No, it's a logical reason why a quarterback will not look good in certain parts of games.
Okay, but what about when he does look good? So then we can bring up the supporting cast he has, right?
You can do whatever you want to do, Kyle.
Well, I'm gonna. I will.
What we need to do is going to do this here. If y'all take the use of the word "if" out of y'all conversation,
if was a fifth.
Yeah,
right. They say we all be drunk. Even that's wrong because everybody ain't gonna get drunk off no damn fifth.
That's true. That's true.
Because it's not enough liquor, you know what I mean, to go around. So what
I think you need less.
When you discussing Jalen, just take out the if, and let's talk about what does he do.
No.
That's all. And
we're talking about sports. It's all ifs and hypotheticals. That's the fun.
What he does do is he's a good quarterback.
That's the way people like you, Kyle.
You people.
Oh, here we go. People like you.
Yep. All right.
You
now.
know baseball. You know what I mean? You got to know football.
I know way more football than you, OG. It's not even funny.
I'm these guys, Hugh. It's your job to educate them.
Well, Hugh's a lost cause.
Yeah,
we know this.
Yeah, you got the wrong guy. You're back in the wrong horse.
We're good. We're good. Appreciate it.
I will say this because we talked about the Saints game and how well Jalen played. Yeah. And I hate to do this to you, OG, but we do have now. Here's the strongest case for Super Bowl syndrome that we've had.
Yeah, we got a lot
because that's the game we talk about, right? So Jalen Hurts' stat line, he was 29 for 38, threw for 311 yards, no TDs,
one pick,
lost
a fumble,
4 interceptions, and his QBR was 35.8. The losing quarterback's QBR was high. You know what? And I even went a little further, and I said, I asked my AI on my phone.
Oh no.
What is a good QBR rating for a quarterback?
I would say
the average.
I would say I think it's on a scale of 1 to 80 or 0
Something
to
like
80.
that.
I think 80
and 50 is
or maybe
like
100's the highest.
And 50 is like the average.
Yeah, okay. So I think 100's the highest.
So because we use this game, and this is the game that we use, if you just want to go on the stat line, because OG brought it up, Derek Carr was the better quarterback that day.
I think it's a game to bring up. We're talking about supporting cast. The Eagles scored 0 points the first 3 quarters. Do we think there would have been a game last year the Bengals could have won if Joe Burrow put up 0 points in the first 3 quarters? Joe Burrow's offense? No. The answer is no. I mean, their defense was horrendous. They would be down 24-0. The Eagles were still in striking distance, down 3-0 heading into the fourth because they had a great defense. That's the story of that.
And see, this is where, and I get where we are, and I understand. We're passionate, but at the same time, we have to be realistic about what we're seeing.
Yeah, not delusional.
Yeah, well, we've gone over the board with delusional. All right, can we hear here's a guy who's not delusional, Brandon Graham. He recently, I think he was on with Zach Elb on Infinity Sports Network talking about the CJ-GJ thing. It's interesting the way he framed the divorce here.
Man, CJ, he had that fire and that passion. He brought it every day. It wasn't perfect all the time, but I mean, man, you knew he was loyal, he was committed, and I just know that we gonna miss him. And I hope that they soften their hearts, both sides, and then we just all move on because he's with a great organization with the Texans and the Eagles. We all gonna be together in a minute, trying to get our rings. And we just want to make sure that we ain't out here because you never know how stuff coming back around. So, man, it's always good to bow out gracefully.
Sounds like BG wants everyone to hug and make
kind
up.
of get along.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be like that until everybody retire. CJ-GJ obviously feels some kind of way, with some of the things that he said a couple weeks ago. It's time heals all wounds, man. It should. So this is not something that is going to,
None of this is surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, he did this last time he left. He ripped everyone. I mean, he is a very unique character. I think he's a good player. I like him. I wish he was still here. Are you surprised, though, he's on a Rip the Eagles tour?
No.
No, I mean,
the way it happened,
petty.
I don't know. And there's a lot that we don't know.
Right.
But no, not really. But this is the beauty thing about it. Just like the last time when he left the city and he ripped the city embraced him. We get over everything, man. That's the beautiful part about being. It's bad when you're here and you're in it, especially if you're not playing well or whatever. The fans are going to rip you. But when it's all said and done and you come back, they'll embrace you.
Well, the key this time is hopefully they replaced him adequately because the last time they didn't, right? He was gone and they missed him a lot. Now this year, we'll see. We'll see what they have at safety with the competition they're going to have. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. I believe it's Skip and Claymont. I think Skip called a few weeks ago.
Oh, no.
It's your neighbor,
Joe,
right?
Wait a minute. Hold up.
All right, here's neighbor Skip and Claymont. Skip, how are you today?
Yeah, disheartened, I guess, would be the best word for it. But I am glad to hear you say that time heals all wounds.
So what? What's wrong? Like what's got you down, Skip?
Why you asking
I'm curious.
I'm a little upset with you. It hurts to hear him talking about all the fun he had over the weekend down in Atlanta.
Boy, I had a ball. I had a ball in the A. It was sundress season.
Well, do you have something to tell me?
What you talking about? What do you mean?
I'm trying to just get all the facts here, from your trip. And did you meet someone over the weekend?
Skip, I appreciate the fact that you listen to the show, but we ain't that cool for you to be asking me personal questions. I mean, that dog don't hunt.
Somebody said you met a young lady. I need to let you know that our homeowners association doesn't allow sleepovers, and I hope you don't get any ideas about having overnight guests.
I don't believe that. That is not true. That is not true, Skip.
Somebody said that you went to a strip club with a lady. Did you pay for the girl? It's highly unlikely, knowing your frugality.
Skip, why are you so upset with Hugh meeting someone? I mean, he's just having a little fun. It's all right.
That was it.
I mean, well, it's just that last week Dr. Karp was on, and he suggested that it'd be nice for you to spend some time with his neighbor Skip. And I got excited.
I don't recall. Wait a minute. I don't recall that.
It's a fair point.
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah.
I don't recall that.
Dr. Karp was giving you some friendly advice. It was nice. It sounded like a little bit of a therapy session right there on the radio. Kyle was playing. He had the music playing and such, and I was thrilled to be involved. He mentioned my name.
No, me and Dr. Karp ain't that cool.
I do remember this. Dr. Karp did make some suggestions, Skip. I'm sure he named you, I think, specifically. Yeah.
Well, they're suggestions. Yeah. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. You know what I mean?
He suggested that you take me, your neighbor Skip, on the weekend trip to you, but you never came around.
Not going to happen, Skip. I have tremendous amount of respect for you. Thank you for listening to the show. But we ain't hanging out. That's not going to happen.
I took it very seriously. I was waiting for you. I even bought a new seersucker suit. Turns out I was the sucker. I've been played. I packed a bunch of activities for us for the ride. We had board games and snacks, and I was even looking forward to stopping at Buc-ee's.
No, you ain't. No, that's not going to happen. Those road trips, if your name isn't Ike Reese, you ain't going. And we know Ike don't like to drive. He's going to fly. So it's a solo trip. Sorry about that, Skip.
I'm hurt. I wish it was a little bit more than just a one-way relationship. You know.
I got a feeling it's probably going to stay this way for like ever.
Skip, I don't know what to say. It's kind of awkward. I mean, I like you as a caller, but I don't know what to say here, Skip.
You hang out with
Brian
him.
Wilson.
Why you look at me like that? Maybe you can hang out with him.
I'm not hanging. He's your neighbor. He's peering in your windows. I'm not hanging out with the guy.
Y'all can hang out. Joe's a great time to hang out with too, by the way.
Not the same. I feel like Brian Wilson. I can't help think that wouldn't it be nice if you return the favor? If you love me as much as I love him, and I know.
That's not weird. Man. I mean, I respect it, and every love is love, but in this case, it's not reciprocal. It's just not. That's not the case. Sorry.
I heard you talking about Spike the other day, and you slipped and you called him Skip. So I thought that meant something. I guess it meant something to me.
No, it was. It didn't mean a thing.
Yeah,
it was just a Freud. It was a slip.
But that means you were thinking about
because it was. I was creeping. I was creeped out a little bit, a little uncomfortable, and sometimes Spike makes things uncomfortable.
You were thinking about me.
He was.
Not like that. Kyle, don't encourage.
I think you are
behaving. No,
call it out right away.
No, I wasn't behaving. I wasn't. Sorry about that, man.
I got to tell you, it was just a little upsetting hearing you talk about getting live in the bathroom at Buc-ee's. What the hell's going on? That's not the Hugh that I know. That's not the wonderful neighbor I know.
The bathrooms were so clean, though.
Live?
Oh, my goodness. I got live in the bathroom. It was nice. The toilets flushed like the sensor on the toilets. It was like the greatest. They just flushed like almost immediately,
Okay, that's fair. I thought you were referring to something else, but that's
no, not that. No, it was a solo trip, Skip. Nobody was with me. It was a solo trip.
I was also upsetting to hear that you met a floozy in Atlanta.
Yeah. He said a floozy. No, she wasn't a floozy. She was not a floozy. She was a nice young lady. We had a couple drinks and, went to the strip club and hung out.
Well, I wasn't going to bring this up, but since you neglected me last weekend, I'm going to have to tell the Homeowners Association that your hedges are a quarter inch over regulation. That's a violation.
Wow, are you turning on Hugh just like that?
That's not cool.
There's other violations in the code, include peeling paint, most likely from marijuana smoke.
You can't prove that. You don't know that for sure.
I did have to go into your house when you were away.
Oh, jeez.
I have a master key because of my responsibilities with the Homeowners Association.
Jeez.
He broke into your house. This guy was in your house.
I don't know. It's like he said, it's not really breaking in, but I'm going to have to make some phone calls when I get home today.
The smoke alarm went off, and that gave me probable cause. Sharon in 312 said it was blasting for more than 20 minutes. She couldn't get her kids to sleep, and I've been empowered by the Homeowners Association.
Damn it, Sharon! Yeah, I'm going to have to highlight Sharon when I get to the house today.
I'm the review committee chair. I'm obligated to execute an emergency entry. And I can't help but if Hugh's carrying on in Atlanta and neglecting his responsibilities here at home.
I didn't carry on like that, though.
Hugh,
but
that sounds serious. You got to take
had.
care of your stuff at home. You can't just leave the house like that.
But
Get HOA.
I didn't even tell you the day that I went to the the strip club. They were shooting Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
Are you in it?
I don't know because I was about 3 sheets to the wind,
Yeah,
so I
that
don't
sounds
really,
about right.
I don't really recall.
Could have been me in that film.
No, it couldn't have been.
I just want to say that if the violations continued, we're authorized to put a lien on your unit. And boy, would I love to put a lien on your unit.
No.
In a nice way.
Oh, jeez. Hugh, you better listen to this guy. It sounds like he's pretty powerful with the HOA.
No, you know what? We're getting ready to move anyway. I got a roommate.
Of course, we could probably make this all go away if you would spend some time together.
No, that's not going to happen, Skip. Sorry, that's not.
Sounds like he's trying to make a deal.
I respect it, and I know you have a job to do, and on this show we're all inclusive, and I respect that. So, I mean, do what you have to do, but no, we're not about to hang out. We're not hanging out.
Maybe if we were to play in a game of handball in the common area.
No, that's. I'm flattered, but no, that's not.
Play me in handball in private. Your choice.
I'm good. I'm good. I appreciate you.
We've crossed that line now.
I appreciate you, but no, I'm cool. I'm cool. Thank you very much.
Well, of course I'm upset, but it's still a joy. It's always a joy to talk to you. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you're an Eagles Hall of Famer.
Well, thank you for listening, Skip.
Hopefully you had a safe trip back and forth and no issues with your truck. Even though I was upset, I'm still happy to see your big truck pull into the development every day just before 3 o'clock.
All right, we're going too far now. Skip, that's enough. All right, we appreciate the call. Thank you, Skip. Yeah.
A time was had this weekend. I had a ball.
Skip. Play handball, huh?
Yeah.
Nah.
Out on that?
It's getting a little weird. I got to be honest.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
Have you seen him in person?
I don't know.
He's seen you.
No, but you know when I get out the truck now, I'm always looking around to see who looking. So yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, I think you should keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping my head on a swivel.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, we'll continue the conversation, but not about Hugh and Skip. I think we need a break from that.
Yeah,
but Hurts coming up on the phone lines. Also, some interesting stuff going on in the NBA, last night's game, and a lot of Sixers rumors, including the NBA draft, plus something funny going on with the Knicks. That's all coming up. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props in the NBA Finals. Now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the big tip-off, you could buy live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting part of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Reading Fighting Phils are the AA affiliate of your Philadelphia Phillies and play at America's classic ballpark in Reading. An R-Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. The R-Phils are home tonight through June 22nd. Celebrate Father's Day at the Reading Fighting Phils this Sunday when men receive an R-Phils Hawaiian shirt and all fans play catch on the field with Dad after the game. Enjoy the perfect Father's Day at the Reading Fighting Phils this Sunday. For R-Phils tickets, order online at rphils.com.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm old enough to remember when some people thought Juan Soto was heartbroken that he was a Met and not still a Yankee. Now Soto's hitting .382 in June. He's homered the last 2 days. He's once again smiling, shuffling, and staring down pitchers. Soto appears to be back, and his Mets take the best record in baseball into this afternoon's game with the Nationals. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Caruso finds him easily. Can't get at the fall. Rebound tip. Nimhard got it. Second opportunities. McConnell on the steal, and he bats it home. He's done it again. And the game is tied with 8.5 remaining.
What a night last night. That was an awesome NBA Finals game. It's midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillo. The Pacers go up 2-1 last night. And let's give a shout out to former Sixer T.J. McConnell. Last night, he became the first player in the history of the NBA Finals to have 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals off the bench.
Off the bench.
In 50 years.
Dang.
And you know what? We always talk about spark plugs. Like, he was the spark plug last night. They were down. They put him in, and he flipped that whole game. I'm happy for him because he was here, and he was a role player, backup player for years. And I always thought he was a pretty good player. And I didn't think he'd last 10 years in the NBA, though, and do what he did last night. What an awesome night for T.J. McConnell. And we have ourselves a finals now. That's 2-1 Pacers, and no one gave them much of a chance when this thing began.
Yeah, it did look like, when you looked at this thing, that OKC was going to run away with it, but they put up a hell of a fight, man. And it's about getting hot at the right time. And I know that a lot of people aren't really watching these games because of the two teams that are in it, but this has been pretty interesting.
I've enjoyed it, and I just felt so good for McConnell because he had to go through all the crap here. I mean, he had to live through a losing culture here, and he played his role, and I always thought he gave them good minutes. But man, to get to a team like the Pacers and a coach like Carlisle, and to do what he did last night, I was happy for T.J. McConnell. So we get 2-1 in the NBA Finals. Couple other things going on worth noting here in the NBA. Let's start with the Sixers, then we can make fun of the Knicks for a few minutes, all right? We got big rumors coming out. Is the draft 2 weeks from tonight? I think it's 2 weeks from tonight, or 2 weeks away. I think 25th, 26th, somewhere in there is the NBA draft. So we're getting close now, and we're starting to get the rumors here.
The 25th.
Okay, so it's a 2-night thing. I think they've moved it over 2 nights, so Wednesday, Thursday. So we're about a little less than 2 weeks away from the NBA draft. We had a big one yesterday as a report came out that the Sixers had a private workout with VJ Edgecombe from Baylor, the guy that I circled when this draft lottery happened and they got the 3rd pick. I like him. He reminds me of a young Dwayne Wade. I think that would be the right pick. And Hugh, what was interesting about it is they brought him in. They haven't yet scheduled the workout for Ace Bailey. So it gives off the impression that VJ Edgecombe might be their guy. And the other thing that was interesting about the report from Jake Fisher yesterday was that people around the league get a sense that Edgecombe might not work out with anybody else but the Sixers.
So he's already made up his mind.
Or they
told him they're going to take him.
Exactly. Maybe he's got a promise from them that if they stay at 3 and he's on the board, he's their guy. So VJ Edgecombe's name is now out there. I saw FanDuel put up latest odds to be the 3rd pick in the draft. He is now the favorite. It was Ace Bailey. The favorite to be the 3rd pick in the NBA draft is now VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor. The other Sixers thing is a report this morning that they have called the Spurs about moving up to number 2 to try to get from 3 to 2. Now, here's my question. What would you give up to get that? Would you give up something real to move up one spot?
You know only person that, to me, right now, that is attractive at that position is Maxey, I would think.
Or McCain, the kid who came on last year before he got hurt. Yeah.
He's coming off injury, though.
He is. But he looked very promising in his 20-something games.
Yeah, but I think that if you're asking to move up, then Maxey would have to be the guy. And then, you're talking about all these guards on the team. You got to move. Well, I guess in this case, you got to move one. I would probably say, just off the top of my head, who's picking 4?
4 is the Hornets.
Yeah, you probably had to give up Maxey.
But the idea would be us to go from 3 to 2.
Oh, okay. My fault. Okay.
Move up one spot.
1 spot to 2. Okay.
So Dylan Harper seems to be the teammate of Ace Bailey, seems to be the consensus number 2.
Yeah, Ron Harper's son.
Yes.
I would probably think that Maxey would be in that deal.
That feels heavy to me to move up one. I mean, I think Harper's probably the second best player, but I'm not giving up Maxey to move one spot. Now, if you tell me I can get up for Cooper Flagg, that's a different story.
No, I hear you.
Feels
but
like
it
a
just
lot.
feels like to move up in that spot because, number one, Dallas was geeked when they got their pick. So I would think in order to move that spot, his name would be on the table. I think that's what they're going to probably ask for because he's the one that, when you look at it, even though you talk about the other kid, Maxey's the one that shows the most upside at this point. So I would say probably I would ask for Maxey. I would ask for Maxey. Maxey.
So, I don't think Maxey should be involved either because I do feel like the Sixers at this point need to turn their attention to who can I pair with Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain as opposed to Joel Embiid and Paul George.
I agree.
Like, they need to transition. I will say, I don't think Maxey can be the focal point of the team, though. And I don't know if any of these guys in the draft can be that guy. Like the Sixers, if they're going to win a title,
they need that guy.
They need a star. They need somebody who was when Joel Embiid's healthy on his level as a player. They don't have that.
They don't. But sometimes you don't know what you have. Like I'll
you don't. It could be one of these guys,
right? Like I remember when the Warriors drafted Steph and Clay, they weren't super high picks, right? They weren't top 5 picks. And when they got picked, no one was like, oh, they got the next duo that's going to dominate the league. Sometimes you don't know. You got to let it play out. I mean, I like Jared McCain. I don't want to move him. I'm just happy that Edgecombe might be the guy. I think he's got high upside. And then they're not getting Cooper Flag. So it's a matter of who are they going to get that we might jump on and say, hey, maybe he could play. I'm just happy it's not Ace Bailey. I don't want him.
Yeah, you was on.
I don't want that
for
kid.
A while.
VJ Edgecombe is just such a bad name.
The name, I know the name's not.
It's not good.
It's not a good name. I think I looked this morning. I think his real name is Valdez. You like that better?
Valdez Edgecombe? No.
So that's probably why he goes
Doesn't
by VJ.
work. It just doesn't work.
But
I think it's more the last name than anything. Like VJ, I think could work if it's not with Edgecombe.
He could be the first VJ.
This is name analysis.
He could be the first VJ in sports, right? Has there been a VJ?
No, that's not.
There's been BJs. There's been DJs.
Oh, really?
Well, there's been there's all been all the AJs.
VJ.
There's no VJ.
None.
We gonna be right?
What?
I don't know. Can we make fun of the Knicks? Let's listen to Charles Barkley as everyone around the end.
Shall we?
We're trying.
This is Hugh's fault, dude.
What did Hugh do?
What? You just said VJ. You just kept saying VJ.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I was going over all the different J's there have been, and Kyle started giggling back there.
That was Hugh. Yeah. I was taking cues from Hugh.
Hugh's
the immature one.
I got you. Not me. He accuses us of being immature, and he's the most immature one we have. All right.
And slather Vaseline on me.
Okay. The Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau. What was this, like 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah.
A week and a half ago? And apparently they've called every single available, or they want to be available coach, like guys that are coaching other teams that they want to talk to. Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd with that Emi Ibuka, the wife slayer.
Yeah, is that what they call him?
That's what I call him. The wife slayer.
Who was he with? Neil Long?
He was with Neil Long, but he was slaying somebody else's wife.
Yeah, I think he messed that up. To be totally honest with you.
She looked good, too. Oh, my God.
He lost the Celtics job to go to Houston. He screwed the whole thing up, if I'm being totally honest. Anyway, they try to get him. They try to get Quinn Snyder. Now they're getting a bunch of no, you can't talk to my coach.
No.
Here's Charles Barkley on the Knicks.
Yep. The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan.
They don't have a plan. It's remarkable. They fired a coach that took them further they have gone in 2 decades, and they literally have no idea what they're doing to get a replacement.
That was crazy to me. He squeezed blood out of a turnip when it came to that team in the way that they played, especially when they played Boston, man. And to get did the way that he got done, it's kind of crazy, but that's the NBA in a nutshell. You know, somebody didn't like his coaching style, and you know, I guess they're trying to make a move to get somebody. So what they had to do was get rid of him first, but to have no plan is ridiculous.
I think it's becoming clear they didn't have someone they wanted over him. They just didn't want him. Mm-hmm. And now they're finding out they can't find anyone. So we can have fun at the Knicks' expense while they try to find a new head coach. And we follow the latest Sixers rumors 2 weeks until the NBA draft. All right, 215-592-9490. For back to the phones, Jamal is in Willow Grove. Good afternoon, Jamal.
Hey, how we doing, everybody?
Good, Jamal. What's up?
Well, I don't know. I found myself kind of agreeing with both sides, and this never happens when I listen to you guys, by the way. I usually call just to bother you, but not today.
I like those calls, Jamal, to be honest.
But, all right, so I think for the purpose of conversation, right? When we're talking sports, it's okay to bring up the talent around them. I really don't mind. But in all honesty, historically, no one's going to talk about this dude going forward. Like the Niners, 94, the one that spanked San Diego, 3 first ballot Hall of Famers. We don't talk about, they won because they were super talented. So I don't really think that's part of the issue here. I think the real issue here is that a lot of Eagles fans, a lot of people in the Delaware Valley, honestly, Joe is kind of like our hero as far as sports go, dude. It's not Bryce. I know a lot of people think it's Bryce. It's really not Bryce, dude. For a lot of people, he just kind of symbolizes what we won in Philly. Bring your lunch pile, get punched in the face, get back up. So a lot of times when you guys are making points, not that you're wrong, but I mean, people are watching somebody they look up to kind of feel like that he's getting crapped on. That's really what the backlash is about. Because in all honesty, you guys are right.
Jamal, it makes sense. I hadn't thought about it like that.
In a bag of chips.
It's almost like a lot of people feel a very strong connection to him for whatever reason. Whether it could be his story, it could be like you mentioned his mentality. Like we want athletes to be like. I get that. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, think about it. He's kind of like we've always wanted the guy who came in, somehow be under the radar and just win and have a chance to give us the win long term. And we actually have that. And that's not to say we didn't have great quarterbacks before, but I look at it like we're approaching the realm of unknown right now, We've never really had the option to go perennial every year and win a Super Bowl. I mean, we got close with those Reed and those McNabb teams, But, I mean, we genuinely have our version of Patrick Mahomes. So I think of it like this, like my lady, she's not Rihanna, but that's who I got to take to the ball, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like we're crapping on who we got to take to the ball. He's not good enough. We need Mahomes. He's not good enough. He needs to be more like that, but not necessarily. Most of us are happy with what we got. We'd rather go to the prom with Jalen. That's not against anybody else.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. It's like love the one you're with. Like, why are we nitpicking the best we've ever had? Jamal, I get it, man. We appreciate the phone call. I get that aspect to you. I mean, I think he is already, but he's certainly on the path to being the best Eagles quarterback ever, right? Like, he's already got 5 years in he's got 2 Super Bowl trips. He's got to win. Like, Donovan didn't have those 2 things, right? The Super Bowl trips and win. He didn't have that. And he's probably going to make it just as long as Donovan did, or close, like 9 years, a decade. He's the best quarterback they've ever had. So I get that. Why? I see why people are being sensitive about nitpicking him, because why do it to the best they've ever had?
I'm still stuck on the Rihanna thing, because I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay, you say you date who you with.
Yeah.
But what if Rihanna wanted to date you? Does that mean that, you upgrade, or do you stay where you are because, this is the lady that you've been with?
If you'd like me to translate, yeah, I'll say this. If the Bengals offer me Joe Burrow, I would take him. I mean, if that's what if we're using the analogy, I would take him.
I was really asking Jamal because that's what we talk about. If Rihanna, if she...
Oh, you were going to the literal of what he said.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, if Rihanna wanted to date, if she said, hey, Jamal... Hey, cutie, like, what's going on? Let's go out to dinner. Right. What is Jamal going to say?
I'm not going to put words
in
Jamal's
mouth. There's no upgrade for my situation. So
that's way to get ahead of that thing, because I was coming to you next.
I was speaking about the quarterbacks, all right? Just about the quarterbacks.
Speaking of ladies, man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we here.
What are you doing?
We here. Just want to give a shout out to Buzz, man. I didn't know Buzz. No. Listen. I know Buzz has a girlfriend, and I'm just saying, how when you look at somebody,
you don't care.
And you look at somebody, and you be like, wow.
Well, the ladies looking Buzz Wade yesterday?
Oh, dog.
At the game?
There were women,
Buzz,
all kind of women. It was all kind of women yelling and waving at Buzz, like, hey, Buzz. And I was like, hold up.
Were you jealous?
Buzz.
Were you jealous of
Buzz? A little bit. Because I'm like, damn. Buzz got a girlfriend. And Buzz must be the nicest person that works in the building, because the lady at the cafeteria spoke to him and a couple other people spoke.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, don't nobody speak to me like that.
Well, at one point you went up there and you took food and didn't pay by accident, so they didn't forget that.
Oh, and you talk about beef.
Yeah, you told me I have beef.
Frankie Two Scoops got beef with you.
What did What did I do to him?
I don't know.
Seems like he wants to give you His own two scoops.
I know.
Frankie wouldn't know. He
left and a right.
He want to give him a 2-piece.
You told me that Frankie Two Scoops has beef with me. I was like, what?
He's like, that Joe Jelly. He was like, you know, because I
He used a strong term, too. I mean, wow.
Clean it up, Hugh?
You want me to clean it up, huh? You don't want me to clean it up because it's still going to be, you know. But Frankie Two Scoops has some strong wording.
Did you ask him, like, why?
No, because at that point, I just wanted some ice cream.
Okay.
Well, sometimes it's universal. Like, if somebody says, like, Joe pisses me off, I'm like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, no, it wasn't that. I was like...
He just seems more mellow than a listener who would get mad
can I
about
tell
things.
y'all something, man?
I guess not.
Every day.
He must be what is he, a bohm? Is he a bohm guy? Maybe he's a bohm guy.
Every day,
you know, that could be it.
somebody asked me something about one of you guys, and they were like, man, I don't know how you do this. I said, dude, both Kyle and Joe are good people. We do a show. We don't have to always agree on what we talk about. But some people don't understand that you can disagree and you can still be friends with somebody.
Right. Screw that guy.
but when I rode up to get my ice cream and Frankie Two Scoops told me about you, I was like, damn.
I was like, wow, I didn't know Joe and Frankie had beef.
I didn't either. Frankie Two Scoops
seems like a nice guy. Now I'm questioning everything.
I would venture to say if you were with me, he probably would have swung on you. He'd have probably came from behind the ice cream
dive across the table.
and put hands.
Hold on a second. There's no way he's taking swings.
No, I don't know, dog.
Yeah, don't underestimate him, man.
It was unsolicited.
The
And
two
Frankie-
scoops isn't about the ice cream, man.
It's about that 2-piece he trying to get Joe.
I'm not going to disrespect the legend, okay? I'm going to let it be. I'm not going to say anything back. He don't have to like me. I have no beef with him. It's fine.
Good way to take the high road, Joe.
I am taking the high road.
That was
I usually do that. I try to take the high road.
You got to respect your elders.
Did
man.
not expect it to do it in this situation, but here we are.
As a friend, I suggest if you want
Stay
something
away.
from the cafeteria, you send me to go get it. If you want some coffee or something.
You think he wouldn't serve me ice cream?
No,
He served me ice cream before.
It's that bad?
Joe. I don't know. I mean, it was just because it was unsolicited. You know, because I'm sitting there with Heartthrob Buzz. I'm sitting there with Heartthrob Buzz, and me and Mike Angelini, we're just sitting there. We're like, damn, But Buzz, your girlfriend has a cat, like Mrs. Buzz or Buzzer. You have a catch because he's a heartthrob. Wow.
Mrs. Buzz.
I ain't know her name.
Yeah, I don't think it's a Mrs. But yeah,
and I can almost guarantee you by this segment here, Buzz is never hanging out with me again.
Oh yeah, you're cooked.
You're just too messy, man.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. At some point, it's going to get messy every day on the airwaves.
You know what? Since we're being messy, I got one more.
I'm trying not to be.
I got one more before we leave. Max. Can we tell you what Max did? So
Max, of course, runs our YouTube.
He runs our
Video
YouTube.
guy, yeah.
So Max is new here. So, we getting ready to pack up from the show. And I say, Joe, where you going? So, Joe has some things to do. So me and Mike, we're going, to get the free meal. Well, not free because it costs money. So we're going to get a meal.
Clean that up.
Upstairs. Yeah, we're going to the cafeteria, get a meal. So Ava comes in, right? Ava the Saver. And she's like, why did y'all leave Max downstairs? We said we didn't leave Max downstairs. Max didn't walk with us. Max is sitting somewhere in the corner like he's on punishment doing the work because he didn't know where to go.
Well, you didn't tell him before you left.
Well, Max needs to ask questions.
He's working.
But he's still we're packing up. And Max should have said, hey, guys, what do we do next? Max didn't ask questions. Max needs to do a better job of asking questions.
Not everybody, when the show is over, just gets to walk away. Some people have more responsibilities.
Well, Max needs to ask questions. Max, yes, as he's looking now. Yeah. Ask questions next time,
he
Max.
asked this morning, and you ridiculed the guy, and now you're ripping him on the air.
Well, because I'm messy.
Yeah. You know what I think this is? Because you picks on Max a lot.
Yeah.
It's because
I give Max sound advice, though.
Well, Max is giving you people the platform to crush you.
Yeah.
And they're in your head.
Is?
And I think there's something
you're trying to distract.
Deep-seated.
Yeah. I'm trying to help Max out.
I think you blame Max for people.
No, I don't. I'm trying to help Max out. Did I not give Max good dating advice like a couple weeks ago?
I don't know if it was good.
I doubt it. I mean,
probably not.
It was pretty good.
Okay.
I said, hey, if you find somebody that you vibe with, Max, y'all need to stay together.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Dating is hard. It is.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I told him that. So I give out good advice sometimes, but Max needs to speak up. Until he told me, no. Max needs to speak up a little bit, man. Max needs to speak up.
Maybe you got to stop leaving people high and dry and then blaming them. Yeah, we'll just go with that.
No, he should have walked with us. He should have said, hey, guys, wait for me. That's easy.
He was working, and then you disappeared.
Yeah, we did.
You high-roaded him, and then you blamed him for it.
Definitely did not high-road.
You high-roaded him.
Max, we've been here too long for you to be acting like that, man. So stop it.
You high-roaded him. You didn't defend me to Frankie Two Scoops, who's
I didn't know what to
destroying
say.
me.
You're not a team player.
I know.
Well, no,
You're
first
not
of
a
all-
foxhole guy. You left us at the scoop.
Frankie Two Scoops.
The truth is, this is revealing about you.
Frankie Two Scoops is an OG.
Are you afraid of him?
I think you didn't want the smoke
I
from
didn't
Frankie
want the
Two
smoke
Scoops.
from Frankie Two Scoops, especially when I'm trying to get some ice cream on.
So that selfish Douglas over
And
here
I'm like,
needs
wow.
his 2 scoops.
He said, that Joe Giglio, did he have some other colorful words that he used? And I was like, oh, thank you for the ice cream.
So what I'm gathering is he's probably a Phillies homer, and he's upset when I crush him. I mean, or he's a Turner guy. Maybe he's that. All right, let's go to Kevin. What's up, Kevin?
How you guys doing today?
Good, Kevin. What's up? What are you thinking?
So here's my thing. I think Hugh hit early with something where he talked about it being where Jalen was drafted. And the reason why I say that is because it's not the fact that you guys are criticizing his talent. It's that you keep moving the goalposts or changing the narrative. And this is what I mean. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. One, I'm going to talk about Peyton Manning for a second.
Okay.
When Peyton Manning was drafted, because of where he was drafted, it was expected for him to have talent. Throughout the majority of his career, whether they stayed the entire time, the Colts put 7 first-round draft picks offensively around him, in either through the draft or inherited, in Edgerrin James, in Marshall Faulk, and Marvin Harrison, and Reggie Wayne, Anthony Gonzalez, who was drafted, Joseph Adai, who was drafted, Dallas Clark, Jeff Saturday. On defense, Dwight Freeney, Bob Sanders. Nobody talks about this because of where he was drafted. You know, you guys bring up Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert, at one point of his career, had Keenan Allen, had Austin Eckler, had 2 first-round wide receiver draft picks in Mike Williams and Quentin Johnson, had Nick Bosa on his team, had Khalil Mack, had Derwin James. All these great players, and I never hear anybody talk about the talent that they have. And it only feels like when Jalen Hurts is successful, that's when it comes up. Because if I'm not mistaken, there were people on this radio station and in the national media who did not think the Saquon Barkley signing was a good signing.
Giglio?
Well, that's not true. I just didn't think it would have the impact it did. So, yeah,
Okay.
I was wrong. I was wrong. He
So
was
there you
amazing.
go.
Yeah.
Right? Then they bring up this fact that we had this abundance of talent. You mean the 2 rookies that we had? You mean the linebacker who was a special teams player the year before? We had, I laugh at all this quote-unquote talent that Jalen Hurts has. When Joe Burrows went to the Super Bowl, he had 3 receivers in Taj Boyd, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase. They chose to draft Jamar Chase instead of drafting Penei Sewell.
Which may have been a
when they had
mistake
the
in totality. But, Kevin, you bring up some fair points. But regardless of what we thought, because we're just fans, we're wrong. Like, Zach Bond was an all-pro. He was voted as one of the top 2 linebackers in the whole sport.
Absolutely.
So like, what we think is independent of what becomes, right? Like, what becomes is what becomes. So the Eagles last year had the best roster in the league. I don't think that's debatable. That's part of the story.
I'm sorry. I do think that's debatable.
It's
because
not.
of how the narrative. Well, hold on. I could make a clear argument that the Detroit Lions roster was better than the Philadelphia
Kevin,
Eagles.
and I was making that during the season, but by the end,
Not by the playoffs.
Not by the playoffs. They
No,
lost
because-
Hutchinson.
well, because
they lost their whole defense. Yeah.
Well, that's a different argument. The different argument is whether or not they got hurt. But you could make an argument. Would Jahmyr Gibbs or Derrick Henry or Josh Jacobs have the same season if they were with the Philadelphia Eagles? Probably, because of the offensive line.
But hold on,
Because
but okay, Kevin, I agree with you. But you say that, and I think it's totally fair. Yet I say, I think if you put Josh Allen here, the Eagles win the Super Bowl, and everyone gets offended. It's the same thing.
No. Well, it is, because you're putting another elite quarterback on this team. How about this? Let me ask you a question. Does Zach Wilson have more talent than Jalen Hurts?
No, he's stupid.
Yes, he does.
No,
Yes,
he does.
he
No, he
has
does.
more
No, because he doesn't. He doesn't because he can't run like Jalen Hurts, and he's dumb.
Running is a quality?
Of course it is. Josh Allen
When was
runs.
it not?
Lamar Jackson runs. Of course it's a quality. Kevin, I don't think Zach Wilson does not have more talent than Jalen Hurts because some of quarterbacking is mind, the mental. Zach Wilson is a moron at the position. He's stupid out there.
Well, listen, I don't disagree, but under your narrative, and by the way, real fast, you brought up the Cincinnati Bengals last year.
Yeah.
You talked about. Do you know the first game of the season they lost 15-12 to the New England Patriots? Had they won that game, they would have been in the playoffs. So their defense did their job.
In one game.
That's kind of the point. That's part of the supporting cast.
Cost them the playoffs, right? You bring up the and you do this a lot.
But wait, the Eagles defense played bad early. By the end, they were the best defense we'd ever seen.
Yes. I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but I'm just saying it's how you create this narrative around Jalen.
What narrative? There's no narrative, Kevin. There's no narrative. I just don't think he's as good as Burrow and Lamar and Allen and Mahomes. That's not a narrative. It's just what I feel.
Can I say one thing before you hang up on me? You bring up the Rams game. I've heard you repeatedly say you think he played bad that game.
He did. Took 7 sacks.
You mean the 40-yard run that he had on the first drive?
Yes.
Or you mean the fact that he got sacked 9 times in the snow? Or you mean the fact that he
took
hurt his knee in that
7
whoa.
sacks.
He did. He hurt his knee.
Yes.
He hurt his knee.
I know that. I know that.
Stafford got sacked.
But before halftime, he took a sack to take him out of field goal range. It was ridiculous. He held the ball too long. But the injury happened after that. The injury happened after that. And we just
take a deep breath.
We just changed facts. It's amazing. Like, you may not like the facts I give. I try to give facts in an argument. The knee injury happened after that. It wasn't before halftime. It wasn't before that sack. It was after that. It was in the third quarter. He took a sack in the end zone.
Everyone played in the snow, by the way.
They all did.
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought it was just snowing when the Eagles were on the field, like a dark cloud, like in a cartoon.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 215-592.
You good?
No,
almost done.
I'm sorry to be laughing, but
I'm trying.
It got funny. A little funny.
I'm trying. I'm also in my feelings because apparently Frankie Two Scoops hates me. I didn't realize that.
Oh, no, he wanted to put hands on you. It was crazy.
At his age? All right, 215-592-9494. All right, more of your phone calls on Hurts. Plus, we got to check in with the situation at Cincinnati with a player we've been trying to bring in. That's next. And you people on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies battle the Blue Jays at the bank. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a home run for Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Today, we're taking the Tigers on the first 5 run line, which means they need to be winning after 5 innings. The Tigers are starting reigning Cy Young winner Tariq Skubal. They've got a top 10 offense, run differential, and rank second in runs scored in the first 5 innings. The Orioles have a losing record overall, a losing record at home, and their starting pitcher has an ERA close to 5. Let's go Tigers on the first 5 run line. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live in person at the edge of your seat July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at ScottAutogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, there's a road.
You butchered it, but it's a wonderful song.
No, because I remember this from Full Force has a version. Ain't nothing wrong with a temporary love thing.
So is this song all the Jalen people basically sing this to us?
This
like,
is so
why
messy.
are you talking about Burrow or Lamar? Love the one you're with. You got Jalen.
Love the one.
Haters. Just a hater.
Listen, Jalen's awesome. He's awesome as in the second tier of quarterbacks in
You
the
hate him?
NFL. I do not hate Jalen Hurts. No way. Guy's a winner. I agree on that. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phone lines here, we do have to get some people up who have been waiting and want to jump in the conversation, want to get them up before the end of our show today. We will check in with you people. Curious how mad they are at Kyle and I today. I'm guessing Hugh's in their good graces today because he's on you people's side. I'm guessing that. We'll get to that coming up. First, could we check in? So we've been monitoring the Trey Hendrickson situation in Cincinnati, and maybe they'll move him. Maybe it's going to blow up. He's a good player, 17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey. Excuse me. Yeah, I should have known that was.
You knew it. Well, you think we planned this segment for no reason?
No, I know.
It was coming. All right, so we wanted to check in to see what's going on out there because maybe the worse it gets, the more likely we could get Trey Hendrickson. Seems like it's going from bad to worse. So not only is Trey Hendrickson holding out, their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, a defensive end from Texas A&M, who presumably was drafted to replace Trey Hendrickson, he's holding out because they're trying to change some sort of language in his contract to offset some things in case he has an injury.
Yeah, to void up. It's some, like, from what I understand, it's some language that it voids out the other years of his contract.
Yeah, and he's not having it. You know, I guess he's the guinea
Smart
pig.
kid.
Yeah, they want to change it, and he's the first round pick since they want to change the way they do things. He's saying no, he's not there. Here's Shamar Stewart, and then we'll hear from Joe Burrow, who sounds annoyed at the whole thing.
Like some people say, we all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So in my case, I'm 100% right, so it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that. But
All right, so he's not happy, Hugh, and the fact that he's the replacement for Trey Hendrickson and he's not in camp, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I love that for him. This is, to me, in this instance, this situation, this is a byproduct of the NIL.
I agree.
This is a byproduct of that because these kids have gotten smarter. They're learning how, he probably made a ton of money in college, so he's not really worried about that. So now with that, he's learning about money. He's learning about contracts and things of that nature. The Bengals ought to be ashamed of themselves for trying to do this because gone are the days where you have these young kids that come into the NFL and they got to buy their mama house or get certain things because they have no choice. He has a choice, and he's being smart about it. It was funny, right? Because I'm looking at some of the comments that people had, the audacity, he's just a rookie. He need to do this. He's being smart. He read his contract. He understood the language, and he didn't like it. That is great. That means he's aware of what his worth is. Bottom line. So I'm happy he did it. And like I said, the Bengals ought to be ashamed of themselves for writing that language in that contract, trying to get over on it.
So I always think teams always have to look for the next loophole to save money. I get it, but once he said no, they got to back off, right?
Yeah.
I understand teams or businesses, they try to slip things in a contract. They try to get the most of it. But once he read it, and his agent, I'm sure, was part of this, and said, nah, we're not doing that, they got to pull back. I mean, he's their first-round pick, and he's not on the field to replace Hendrickson. So the whole thing's a mess out there. The Bengals are cheap. We know that. Then we had this, Joe Burrow, who's I just keep counting down the moments so he's going to ask for a trade because he cannot be happy that not only is Hendrickson probably going to leave, well, now the first-round pick's on the field. Here's Joe Burrow talking about all this.
Now that you're more into your page, do you notice a difference in vibe or anything like that around the locker room and practice?
Definitely less distractions than last year. Those guys are out there working. I know they're, last year they were out there working on their own, not being here. But when you have those two guys that bring energy, guys that make incredible plays and day in and day out, and They're going to grind just as hard as everybody else. That permeates throughout the team.
You mentioned less distractions with Jamar and T having agreed to deals. Is Trey not being here or his deal not done? Is that a distraction?
Of course. Last year we had 2. This year we have 1, so we do have less. You'd love to have none, but that's life in the NFL. We're all supporting Trey and would love for him to be back.
Well, some places it's life in the NFL. It's not. That doesn't really happen here. I mean, here the Eagles don't let these things happen. Sometimes they pay guys too early, right? They make a mistake once in a while, like a Carson. But for the most part, they get ahead of every contract, and they never. I mean, the closest thing we had to this was Reddick, right? A few years ago when he was kind of like at practice but not practicing. But it's very rare the Eagles have a player that is like the Bengals have 2 players basically holding court, saying these guys are cheap. That would never happen here.
That has been the story of the Cincinnati Bengals for a long time.
That's why they don't win.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because they had some success when Joe Burrow came and took them to the Super Bowl, and now you have this story, and instead of them just saying, okay, we'll move on from this, it becomes public, and now people look at it and knowing the history of the Bengals, it's just not a good look. It's really not a good look. And on top of that, what you're doing to Trey Hendrickson, it's one of those things where, what are you doing?
Unless something changes, I think there's probably a greater likelihood that Burrow becomes this generation's Marino rather than winning Super Bowls. Yeah. Like it's probably he got to 1, they lost. I don't know when they're getting back.
Yep. And while we're in the business of being messy today, if he requests a trade, I'm offering Jalen straight up.
Yeah, I would too.
Oh, so you being super messy.
I think I'm being realistic. I mean, it'd be a no-brainer trade. Kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, the question would be how much we'd have to add to Jalen to get the deal done.
Of course.
Yeah. You wouldn't do it, would you?
I just feel like no.
Well, no, it's true to his list. He has Jalen ranked above Burrow.
Well, no, it's because
which is a joke.
Okay. Here's the thing. Because I feel like a lot of times when we have these arguments, it's either based in one reality or the next. And I think for some people, it's based in reality of, say, neither one of these quarterbacks are in the NFL, and it's just strictly on skill set.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to get the best skill set individual to fit your team, right? So that's a side topic. But when I look at what Jalen has done at this level, it has surpassed what Joe Burrow has done at this level, even though Joe Burrow has more tools in his toolbox.
He's a better player.
He has more tools in his toolbox. Okay, he has more tools in his toolbox.
He is a better
He
player.
has more tools in his toolbox.
Sounds what I hear is a little filibuster.
It's not being filibustering. It's saying the same thing.
It's not.
He had since this help you out so you understand what I'm saying. Michael Strahan has longer arms than me. Right. Michael Strahan is a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. I have short arms. He has more tools in his toolbox. It's the same thing.
Well, next time we see
he was not better than me.
Next time we see Howie, I might have.
That was very true.
Next time we see Howie, I might have to just ask him, like 1998. Yeah. Would you have traded like 2000-ish, like with primes for both these guys?
I didn't have to change my position when I came to them.
I'm just saying, like,
I ain't hating. I'm not hating because he's a Hall of Famer.
I have to ask
and
Howie.
He's my Black College Hall of Fame brother.
If you could have traded Hugh and got Strahan back, would you have done it?
I'm just saying.
What do you think Howie would say to me off the record?
What will Howie say? Mm-hmm. He'll take me all day. No, I don't know.
I'm not sure. All right, let's quickly grab Terrence in Springfield. Then we got you people. Terrence!
Joe, Kyle, what's up, man?
What's up, Terrence?
Man, I like the fact that we can have nice arguments about this topic, man. Me and Kyle had a nice back and forth.
Oh, I'm sure.
A little bit ago, man. But my thing is, man, like I love you, Joe. I love you guys, but I'm getting tired of hearing like the loaded roster thing too, because we didn't know what the defense was going to look like in the season coming up. They came off a year where they were horrible. They came off a year where the offense was horrible and the defense was horrible. They had an epic collapse the year before. So in the year coming in, we didn't know what Cooper Jean was going to be. We didn't know what Quinyon Mitchell was going to be. So to me, it's kind of not fair to say that the talent around him. Because to me, if you think about it, every team has a nice wide receiver, a nice tight end, a nice running back. It's what you do with it. And I heard you guys say you would take Burrow and a trade. I wouldn't, because we don't know how he's going to fit with this team. And I heard Hugh said it earlier.
Oh, my goodness.
I think the way Jalen plays fits this team better than I think any other quarterback would. We don't know. Like, if you look down the line, there's a chance that Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen may not even win a Super Bowl ever.
Yeah, you're right.
We look down there at the Dan Marinos, that they had a lot of talent, had great arms, had great skills, but they never won the big one. And I heard you said it the other day. We've seen loaded teams before, like the Niners, like the Cowboys. Like, it's what you do with the team that you have around you. We can't jeopardize Jalen, because, guys, the fact of the matter is, when Jalen Hurts finally, when it's all said and done, and this guy leaves here, we're going to miss him. Because we might go back to the days when we were losing a lot of games.
I agree. Terrence, I agree with
nobody's saying otherwise.
Terrence, I agree with all that. It's just like when Troy Aikman left Terrence, good fault. When Troy Aikman left the Cowboys, they were stuck for years until Romo became good, right? They had like 5 years where they were terrible. It could happen to the Eagles. I hope it doesn't, but it could. We will miss Jalen when he's gone. He's consistently good, and he's a winner, and he's tough, and he moves the chains all the time. I like him a lot. But like, to his point on the Niners and all these things, no one says Troy Aikman's the best quarterback of all time. He's got 3 rings. Like, I think it's very similar. All right, let's check in with you people, see what they're upset today about.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Hugh and Skip sitting in a tree.
Seriously? Oh. You know what? When he said Skip, I forgot about creepy Skip.
You mean your neighbor that peers in your windows?
I forgot about creepy Skip.
Should we stop talking about Skip? It is pretty remarkable.
I mean, it emboldens him to keep calling in, and I enjoy his calls. I mean, I feel like Hugh doesn't.
He
doesn't bother me. I am comfortable in my skin. Skip seems a little weird.
I think he'd be comfortable in your skin too.
Unfortunately,
that's a little much.
You seem oddly okay with, like, the man's peering through your windows, and because of the HOA, he had a key to your house. He was inside.
Hey, listen, let me tell you.
I would not be comfortable if I was you.
This is the thing.
It's kind of odd
with me. It's like, when people, how you're out and sometimes people take a picture.
Yeah.
You can't stop them from taking a picture. But if you get in my blast radius, then you got a problem.
Radius? What?
Oh God.
Joe caught it. You get in that radius, you know what I mean? You got that, 50 feet. But if you get in the blast radius, you might,
like when you're farting on the air?
Yeah, you might catch what Joey Two Scoops want to get. No, it'd be Frankie Two Scoops.
Yep.
Frankie's got to relax. All right, go ahead.
So every now and then, there's days where the camera's just fixated on me, even though I'm not.
Oh, right.
Even when I'm not talking. Today was one of those days, so I was getting some good ones, actually. And I like this one. So somebody said I look like W.B. Mason. I'll take that.
You're talking about the mustache people.
Yeah, he's on the wall of the stadium.
Strapping fella.
I mean, it's kind of an outdated look, WB.
Yeah, but, I'm bringing it back.
Okay.
If I have anything to say about it.
But didn't he have the twirly mustache, like the curls?
Yeah, it's a little more twirly than mine. But
all right, go ahead.
Still, strapping gentleman, yep. I also got Scrat, the squirrel from Ice Age.
I don't
like that one as much.
Yeah, I like that one.
That one hurt.
You're Scrap, yep.
Let me see what Scrat. I don't remember Scrat.
He's the squirrel that's always trying to get the acorn.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
I mean, disagree, first of all, but I'll take it. Kyle's a certified hater.
How?
Get a grip and grow up.
How's your?
I don't know. I don't know how I can make it any more clear that I'm a big fan of Jalen Hurts. I don't like to go overboard.
Yeah, I think the problem is the fans have gone overboard. Yeah. Like the super fans have gone overboard.
It's gone way too far.
And now we're just trying to bring everyone back to the middle.
We got people saying Mahomes isn't the best quarterback in the league anymore.
I mean, we've gone past delusion to amnesia.
People got to stop.
We need something. Medicine.
I beg everybody to stop. Yeah. All right. Couple just in general about the show. Who gives a crap? All of you, apparently.
Yeah, you're here. That's the help me understand that one. Is the fact that we do a show every day. And you complain about us doing the show, but yet every day you show up. Like, help me understand that. Like, seriously.
Yep. Shut up about the quarterback. No.
This is WIP. No one has shut up about any of these quarterbacks for 40 years.
It's a timeless comment directed at WIP. Yep. So we're not allowed to love our quarterback.
You can love him, but you can be realistic.
This is unconditional love, though. This is one of the ones where,
It's like Skip loves you. It's like it's a little too much.
You know what it is? I figured it out. We did the yeah. That one's too much. You know what this is?
What's that?
Like we all love our children, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have certain parents who like
You have
think
favorites.
Well, not favorites. Not favorites.
I was thinking it, but I was wondering if
I
you was
wasn't
going
doing
to say
that.
it.
You ever meet the parent who thinks their kid is a genius and thinks their kid is going to make it to the NFL?
I got one better. The one that they say their kids are cute and they really aren't.
Yeah. Now.
Yeah.
You're deluded about your
right. Like
your kid ain't that cute.
I never. You don't say anything bad about your kid, but like I'm sorry, your kid's probably not going to the NFL. Like let's be real here. That's the Jalen people.
Yep. Well, you'd never say this to Jalen Hurts' face, Joe.
Well, why would I? when am I going to be in a conversation with him where he's arguing he's the best
if he calls
quarterback?
in like A.J. Brown.
Well, if he'd like to, and he wants to argue on his own behalf, I'd love that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we talk a lot about how you people are in Hugh's head.
Oh, clearly.
Well, people think now that 2 Scoops might be in your head.
He might be, actually. I don't understand why the guy's so mad at me.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Wants to give you a 2-piece.
He went with no biscuit. with no biscuit.
The 2 scoops of your own, bud.
What would I do if that actually happened? I can't.
I think you get cooked.
No, but I can't swing back.
Well, you can't.
You
You just going to have to go ahead and take that L. And I'm going to laugh.
I mean,
that's why you're not a foxhole guy.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't think you can step in here. I think this
That's
is all
why
you.
When he was talking, I just kind of sat there. Was like,
Now I'm
damn.
imagining Don Zimmer and Pedro just like shoving him to the side.
This one just popped up recently because he was talking about him. Michael Strahan in a heartbeat. See you, Hugh.
I mean, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, and Howie, was that comment from Howie Roseman?
Probably.
I can't argue. I mean,
Yep.
I made a strong case, but I mean, at the end of the day,
Yeah, everyone would have shipped you out of here in 10 seconds.
You look like Rocky the Flying Squirrel today.
Who, me?
With the sunglasses on top of the head.
Oh, okay,
yeah, I see that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
One more thing. I agree with this. Hugh, no respect for his own supporting cast, Joe and Kyle.
What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Finally. What does that even mean?
Well, you
No
know.
respect.
You know.
No, I respect you guys every day.
You did not give credit for the parlay.
I did get credit.
You,
I
you
did.
peacock around here.
I did that first, though,
Yeah.
when you brought it up.
Oh,
I did.
yeah, like as if I forgot. The over in the A's Angels. All right, you guys have a great... We know we didn't get to everyone on the phone lines today. Afternoon show's up next. We'll talk tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live in person at the edge of your seat July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit WindowNation.com.
Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka are the perfect drink to enjoy on the golf course this season. Light, refreshing, real vodka, real brewed tea, and zero bubbles. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for Dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Thunder in 6 was my pick before the NBA Finals, so I was giving the Pacers 2 wins. I just didn't think they'd come in the first 3 games of the series. It's still mathematically possible for me to be correct, but I'm losing confidence. History tells us the large majority of Game 3 winners in a 1-1 series go on to win that series. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, back again on a Hertz Take, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz on a beautiful, almost summer afternoon. Ike, how you feeling?
Brother Spike, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I mean, listen, still got the remnants of yesterday's series win.
Big series
over
win.
The Cubs.
Yes, sir.
On me. Listen, the Eagles, they're shutting down practice.
Mm-hmm.
Next time they'll get together will be training camp.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about that. And rumor has it, our boy, Jackie Baseball, is getting closer and closer to taking on that fraud in the morning in Joe DeCamera. Fritzy, holla at your boy.
Ike, I got to get something off my chest.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. And I've like...
When he zoomed past what I just said.
Yeah,
he didn't even holler at your boy.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Every time I do it, I sound like a dork.
Okay.
I can't pull it off.
Yeah.
But I just got to get something off my chest. We've officially, as most of the fan base and most of the listeners of this radio station, social media, all this stuff, like we've just overrated what Jalen Hurts did this year. And I didn't think that could be possible for a guy that won Super Bowl MVP, but we found a way to do it. And I just... all I've heard all day is how like the supporting cast actually doesn't matter when evaluating Jalen Hurts, and he should be the number one athlete in this city, and he being not in the elite tier as ranked by officials out there, like all of a sudden like he is being put into a class that I don't think he belongs in. And we're doing what I knew we were going to do. Is we diminish what Saquon Barkley did last year. And Saquon Barkley is not going to be remembered as the face of last year because we're starting to do what we always do is we overrate championships sometimes in this town and what it means to a player's legacy. And we are. In week 14, the wide receiver came out and said the passing game's the biggest problem with the team. Yeah. He was a fine player last year. He was a game manager last year. Yeah. And there was times in the second half that he handed off to Saquon, and Saquon broke one, and they would win a game, and they would eventually blow him out because Saquon Barkley was that great. And I just think that I'm glad they won the Super Bowl, obviously. Mm-hmm. But holy cow. 18 passing touchdowns, not a Pro Bowl. Now he has to be in the elite category.
Stop with the Pro Bowl.
I can't. The Pro Bowl's a joke. Couldn't even make it with a 15-win team. Like that's how okay he was last year. And he had 2 great games. Even the Super Bowl performance, it was the defense that carried him. We've found a way to overrate what Jalen Hurts did last year.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm listening to guys, and I you know what? It's not that I admire you guys, I'm actually baffled and befuddled by the gymnastics that I see displayed with certain guys behind these microphones on a daily basis at this station when it pertains to Jalen Hurts. And why it's so hard and difficult for you guys to just embrace and accept that you have a franchise quarterback who wins at an elite level, who plays at an elite level when it's required of him the majority of the time. That's what he does. It's what you wanted from a quarterback for years. Think about all the quarterbacks that had the talent. Is he the most talented quarterback that has played here? No. I could argue Randall, Donovan, Carson, and Mike Vick all had more physical ability than Jalen Hurts. I can argue that with no problem, right? I would argue that. They had more physical talent than Jalen Hurts. With the exception of my QB, shout out to 5. And by the way, let me just real quick. The idea that I had a slip-up yesterday.
There it is. Yeah. Here comes the recant.
Yes, and I had a slip-up yesterday.
What was the slip-up?
Well, some caller wanted to bring. Who was it? I forget which caller. Was it Corey? I think it might have been Corey. He was talking. He was going on. And you know how sometimes I'm looking at stuff, but I'm listening.
Yeah.
And
you tune out for a second?
Completely,
He's like, Donovan was a choker. We all know that.
And I just agreed nonchalantly.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Clear that up.
Clear that nonsense.
Yeah, something. It's a lot of calls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got that out of the way. What I'm ultimately trying to say is that Jalen may not be the most physically gifted guy, but there is something about the way that he plays, when he answers the call, when he needs to play well. And here's the other thing. Here's what I'll say. That we here, I can understand people on the outside not necessarily getting it, but us here on the inside, it's not easy to be that guy in this city. You're constantly under a microscope. Even when you play well and you have success, which is evident by what we're talking about today, about a Super Bowl MVP.
Sure.
It's not easy to play that position. The dude never cracks. He doesn't succumb to us. He doesn't fold. He doesn't become bitter. He doesn't become resentful. He's not going back and forth on social media. Like, he's not putting up a hit list of media members that I'm trying to get back and prove. You know what I mean? He's not doing any of that stuff. He doesn't fold under the pressure here in this town, which we've seen a lot of stars in this town do. And he wins. He wins. I just don't get it. I don't get it. He's talking about overrating what Jalen did last year. Well, forget about the regular season and those stupid stats.
But it matters.
It's the postseason that matters.
But he wasn't even good until the NFC Championship game, where he handed the ball off and Saquon took it 75 yards in the first play of the game. Like, he had the best defense in the league. Like, he had the best offensive line, the best receivers, and Saquon Barkley. Like, again, Jalen needs the Eagles more than the Eagles need Jalen Hurts. And that's what was on display last season. And that's a different. Don't
start moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
It's not about Jalen needing the Eagles more than the Eagles need Jalen. The Eagles are a great organization. I agree. We turned around a lot of players' careers coming here. So, yes, I agree with you that the Eagles, that other quarterbacks could come here and be successful, although Sam Bradford stunk while he was here.
If he had the cast, who knows?
Well, do you remember that preseason game, 11 of 11? 215-592.
Still to this day, the only Eagles quarterback that I couldn't get behind.
No, you couldn't with the sleeves and the look on his face. 215-592-9494. Do we overrate what Jalen did last year? All right. Is it possible for me to sort of agree with both of you guys here? And I'm not usually a hedgeman, but I agree with everything you said, Ike. I have learned to appreciate that Jalen is not bothered by all of the pressure around him, which in Philadelphia is incredibly difficult. We've seen a lot of players crack under the pressure of here. I also agree, where I didn't really agree before, there is probably something to the always winning thing. I agree with that.
Has to be when you win.
I agree.
When the winning is this sustained, like, you got to give something to him.
I agree. All that said,
yeah,
I do agree with Jack in that we have gone overboard in the year that he had. And I thought about when I think of the top 11 list, is that he really didn't have that great a season. Like, he was pretty good. He was fine. Regular season was fine. Did have a great game in the NFC Championship game, a great game in the Super Bowl, but still not even like, and he didn't have to, and that's not his fault. Not put the team on his back type great, but he was great. He was perfect. He was exactly the way we wanted him. Yeah. But when it goes from that to all of a sudden, like, he's right there with Patrick Mahomes, and he's like, it's like, do we have to go? Like,
well, listen.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
I
yes.
agree. I concede.
There are some out there that go overboard with it.
Yes.
I just want a sensible conversation. Can we have a sensible conversation about him?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. I don't think we can. I think we jumped the shark. No, I think we jumped the shark. I want to talk to real Eagles fans.
Extremes, then. Don't you go the other way.
I am not. I'm not.
You tend to go the other way.
He had 18 passing
extremes.
touchdowns last year.
Well, listen, he can be placed in the category with Patrick Mahomes when it comes to winning. I mean, since 2020, they are the top 2 quarterbacks in wins in the NFL.
Yeah, I do think we
like that matters. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Yeah.
Since 2010, that's 15 years, right?
Yep.
It's 15 years. How many quarterbacks in the NFL? Oh, it's been a lot of good quarterbacks that have played since 2010. How many of them have played in multiple Super Bowls?
3, 4, 3. Brady, yes. Mahomes, yes. Hurts, yes. Is that it? Am I forgetting one?
Wilson.
Oh, Russell Wilson. Right.
Yep.
Okay, 4.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it. Think about that. 15 years.
I know.
And all the great quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers has won 4 MVPs in that time span.
I know, but agreed. Agree on that point.
Yeah.
But nobody was saying that Russell Wilson was the best quarterback in the league until he started throwing touchdown passes.
Jalen's not the best quarterback in the league.
Okay.
So that's not my argument.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, that's not my argument. I'm not going there. I agree. Some people go over the top.
I do think he's like a one of those years away from being included in that class that you're including.
I'm just saying, not many quarterbacks in a decade and a half have done, and there's been plenty of them that got more talent than he has.
Sure.
They haven't appeared in multiple. Like Aaron Rodgers won 4 MVPs. He hasn't been in a Super Bowl since 2010. Since 2010. Hold on. Aaron Rodgers, one of the all-time greatest quarterbacks, talent-wise, couldn't find a way to get to another Super Bowl in 15 years.
And
he's had good teams. He's played at home. He's had championship games at home. Like, he lost to Jimmy Garoppolo scoring only 7 points. All I'm saying is that we just can't gloss over Jalen winning as if that's a given. When there are guys who has more talent in them than Jalen who can't win as much. Like, the guy just gone to 2 Super Bowls and played well in both of them.
I agree. But when you say what you say about Aaron Rodgers, what that leads me to believe is we may be overrating the quarterback due to the success of the team. Because I don't think anything less of Aaron Rodgers because he only won a Super Bowl.
You don't?
No.
Bro. Hold on. I'm gonna give you 2 or 3 minutes to think about that. Aaron Rodgers won 4 MVPs. You're trying to tell me in his 18-year career, it shouldn't be held against him that he has 1 Super Bowl appearance and 1 win.
I mean, it's part of the list.
Yeah,
but
that's a negative on Aaron Rodgers. That's a negative. That he has 1 Super Bowl appearance with all the talent that he has? That's a negative. You got to hold that against him.
All right, fair.
Boom.
Okay.
I love you.
All
I
right,
love
fair.
you for that.
Fair.
That's cool.
Okay.
Hey, listen, ladies
Fair,
and gentlemen.
fair.
Listen,
Fair.
mark this date down.
Yeah,
That don't happen very often, what just happened
That's
right
fair.
there.
Yeah, certainly not in 1 minute.
Moment is what I'm
fair,
talking
fair,
about. Yes.
Fair.
All
Okay.
right. All right. Well, we have to. This is a good show the rest of the day. I'm good because I can't believe I got you to give it up that quick.
was a moment.
Do you want to go home?
That was quick.
Do you want to all go home?
Ike's done.
Sign off?
Ike's done.
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked by
Fair
that.
enough. Fair enough. Well, because I might need that in a future argument. I'm not a checkers player. I'm a chess player. I might need that another time. All right. 215-592-9494.
That was shocking.
Leading us off. Get ready, Jack. Corey and Columbus here on WIP.
Hey, man, look. See, this is my problem when it comes to Hurts. This is just me. Look, like, I don't care if y'all rate the other – like, if you say Allen better or whoever, like, the problem is that when y'all disrespect what Hurts does, like, you and Jack talk about Hurts like he poo-poo. Like he just a guy out there that don't do nothing and everybody else doing all the work for him.
Well, I mean, you were all part of group projects, right, back in the day when other people in the group project did more.
But this is my thing. Like y'all always, like Jack
my
always
favorite
talk about,
projects.
like Jack always want to bring up the fact, put Josh Allen on this team. Let me tell you why I disagree with that. First of all, Peyton Manning, this dude played with Marshall Faulk, Adrian, they both in the Hall of Fame, right? Adrian James, Marshall Faulk. Marvin Harrison in the Hall of Fame. Reggie Wayne, probably a Hall of Famer. I get it. He put up 5,000-yard seasons and all that, but he underperformed in the playoffs.
But he won. Didn't he win 2 Super Bowls?
He did. I agree.
Okay. The second one was fraudulent.
He still won.
No, but look, what I'm saying is...
You see what I'm saying? But if you want to do that... if we want to, he won 2 Super Bowls.
But should he have not won more?
Well, but he did what was necessary.
No, he won 2. You're right. It doesn't get held against him.
Yeah.
He won 2.
But what I'm saying is, y'all use that against Jalen like it's a negative, the talent that he plays with.
But it has to factor in. Can it not factor into the conversation? Like, we can all agree he has an unbelievable situation here.
I'm gonna give you your time to talk. Listen, I agree with all that. I'm not disagreeing. But what I'm saying is, y'all act like this dude is just some scrub out there just not doing nothing.
We think he's a top 10 quarterback. Both Spike and I think he's a top 10. Yeah,
But that's disrespect. Like you can't
I have him at 8.
He got the 2 Tampa Bay losses. But every quarterback got a kryptonite. His only playoff losses came to 2 teams, and then the Chiefs, who he lost to in the Super Bowl, right? What I'm saying is every other quarterback got kryptonite. The 49ers and Rodgers. Brady couldn't beat the Ravens a lot. The Ravens and the Broncos used to take him out. Peyton Manning and the Patriots. All-time great quarterback. Patrick Mahomes when he go against the Eagles. You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Every quarterback got a kryptonite. You know what I'm saying? But it's like this guy, the stuff that he's done for the team, I get it. I don't care. Like that, he might not have the talent. The ball might not be able to throw the ball 70 yards from his knees. I get all of that. But I don't care. It's what you do on the field and the deliverance in the playoffs that makes you great. And you can't say Jalen Hurts has not done that.
Yeah.
Everybody say put Josh Allen on the Eagles. Yeah. I can't do without that. Tell me what Josh Allen do on his team.
He does great.
He does great with his team.
No, it's not.
He lifts up players.
No, I can't do great. Great is winning championships.
But Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning didn't play great, right? Win the Super Bowl.
No, what I'm saying though, see, 2 different arguments.
No, you were the one that brought up Peyton Manning.
No, you're right. I said we don't use the argument with Peyton Manning with the talent. Come on, stay with me.
Well, okay, but
during the time it was held against him. I mean, during the time people were like, "How is Peyton Manning not winning more?"
Yeah, constantly.
Right.
Well, that's why Brady got the nod over him.
He played for what? 15 years. Hurts did it with his talent in 3.
But you're saying it's not held against Peyton Manning. It was held against Peyton Manning. And when I talk about the overrating thing, there's a difference between saying he's overrated and saying he's not good. Those are 2 different things. So when I do the overrating thing, I'll do it like I'll just pick out what a couple people say. And Elliot says this is like, and the leadership. Like he is the leader. And I'm just like, what world? We don't have to make stuff up.
Right. That's true. I'll give you that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough.
Listen, Lamar Jackson. And I like Lamar. Lamar won an MVP, right, for throwing for 23. The Jalen Hurts this season that we called terrible. The 2023 season wasn't even that bad. His stats was better than Lamar, but he won an MVP. But that goes on his resume as a 2-time MVP. Is that ain't overrated?
Well, yeah, he shouldn't. You talking about that second MVP? I said he shouldn't have won that second MVP. But then he should have won it this past year, and they didn't give it to him. So it kind of balances out.
I love Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Ohio State grad, Ohio guy.
He's an LSU grad.
He's the only guy that I know that can live off one season more than Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz and him, the only guys in the history of the league that can live off.
Burrow's not living off one season.
He does.
But, dude,
listen,
he went to 2 AFC title games.
Lost in the Super Bowl, and then he went to the AFC Championship game.
And then last year, throw for like 50 touchdowns.
I don't care about all them yards.
But I do. We're going to be different. Do you know what stats are? There are empty stats. There are. But then statistics are what happened. They are representative of what happened. If you were to explain to somebody who just came to the country, or just came to the planet, how a player is good, one of the ways that you would describe that they're good is by talking about their performance and their production and the numbers they put up. They're not, Joe Burrow's numbers aren't empty. You know what I mean? Like, he's not, there are arguments for that, but I don't think.
They were in a lot of those. They needed those numbers to even be in those games.
Stats are for losers.
Thank you for the call, Corey. But this is what happens, right? Like, we start.
See, and that's where I see where guys like yourself and Fritz get frustrated and then it's the overrated stuff. Because I'm not going to down Joe Burrow or Josh Allen, even Lamar Jackson, to lift up Jalen. I just think Jalen also provides something that's different from those other guys. So in other words, it's like this. Other than Patrick Mahomes, we know he gives you the complete package, the winning, the stats, the consistency. He's done it all. So he's there. The other guys are outstanding, superior, individual, talented guys. That it's clear that they are a force multiplier on their football team. Like, let's be smart football fans and acknowledge what we see with our eyes when we watch Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson. And then there's here's where Jalen sort of fights his way in there, because those three guys don't necessarily have championships that separate them from everybody else. It's just their individual talent. So then I say the guy with also pretty good individual talent, maybe not as good as theirs, but also wins at a relatively high clip. They win, get their teams in the postseason, but he wins in the postseason. Now, it's not his fault that he doesn't have to face Patrick Mahomes every postseason. I get it. They're all in the AFC. I understand that. I'm just saying he's taking care of business on this side of things and winning more than anybody in his conference. He's a champion. And getting back to 2 Super Bowls, I brought that up because I think we sort of take that for granted. All these elite, great quarterbacks, a lot of them have never played in a Super Bowl, let alone 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't get me Patrick Mahomes has kept everybody out of the Super Bowl for 15 years.
No, but if we're talking about last year, like what he did last year is like the 2 Super Bowls, a resume. It's all on a Hall of Fame track if you want to go that way. But we're talking about last year and just
I don't
what
think he had an elite year last year.
But that's what, and
I agree with that.
And it's not. I don't want to say we overrate what he did this Super Bowl, because that sounds like I'm just being a ridiculous hater and not understanding the importance of the Super Bowl. But I do think there is some nuance to how last year went for Jalen, and we can agree that yes, he stepped up in big moments. NFC Championship game, he was great.
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl, I would say it was more the defense, but he also didn't fall on his face. I appreciate that. But now it's insulting to say that you can't mention the talent around him last year. Like, that didn't matter. And it didn't matter that he had a 2,000-yard rusher that really helped him out. And there was games last year that he did get bailed out by having a great defense and a great running game. So that's where I get frustrated when I have to hear that he's right there with all those guys. He's elite. He's this. And now,
well, Lamar had a 2,000-yard rusher too.
But he also threw for 41 touchdowns.
But I'm saying, though, he still had a 2,000-yard rusher.
Did Henry end up with 2,000?
He did.
No, it was right, but no, but it was 19-something. So
well, he has rushed for 2,000, right? Yes.
And he rushed for 19-something last year.
Last year, yeah. All right, 215-592-9494.
May as well has been 2,000 yards, yeah.
Finally, the show has happened. Jack says we've overrated what Jalen Hurts did last year. I sort of agree. Ike says no. And coming up next, everyone should be very, very excited in that there is a golf major happening right now. And when there's a major, we get Ike golf updates. So the U.S. Open update from Ike. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know, when you are, let's say, I can tell you one thing that's not overrated, and that is happiness in the bedroom.
Yeah, yep.
It's not overrated. You're happy there. You probably have a happy life. And if you're being honest with yourself, it's not quite as happy as it used to be. And it might be
back up.
It might be you. It might be. Did you say pick it back up?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Largely is you.
Yeah, it could be you.
Yeah.
Could be you. And if it is, Blue Chew can help it. Just help you get back to your best. Look, I understand. I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of, but I can understand you don't want to go to a doctor's office, have that weird conversation. I can understand you don't want to go to the pharmacy, wait in line, and have that look on your face when you go up to the pharmacist.
You got to be a little sheepish.
Yeah, I get it.
You don't need that.
But that's what Blue Chew's for.
Exactly.
Because Blue Chew's a chewable that lets you avoid all those things. No doctor visit. You do it all online with one of their medical professionals. No pharmacy visit because they're going to ship it directly to you in a discreet and hard package. It's a chewable, so you don't have to worry about swallowing pills. You could do it at a moment's notice. Do both of them at a moment's notice.
Don't eat it.
Yeah. And it's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Staxin, and Levitra. It's perfect. And to make it even better, first month is free.
How do you spell that?
Free.
Never a doubt.
There you go. Go to bluechew.com. I didn't know if there was a joke there.
No, there wasn't. I want to see if I can get to
Okay,
Listen,
all right.
Hold on. Are we not all cooking on these?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, you threw that in there.
Yeah, well, I
didn't know if you had a little curveball for me. I put you in the corner.
No, yeah. I had no joke there. I had no joke. Free. Go to bluechew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. And then, sir, you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it. Do it. Chew it. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing. But I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability.
From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle chicken panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second 3-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is a WIP afternoon show. I like Spike and Fritz.
Shut up, guys. I'm doing fine.
It's not even 5 o'clock.
I'm doing
yet.
fine. I'm cooking. There's a little stuff in my throat. Whoa. Wow. There it is.
Swallow it. You know.
There it is. There it is. Now, when the U.S. Open is a major, right?
Yes, you're learning.
And when there is a golf major, we have a new feature here on the WIP Afternoon Show. So half past every hour here, we will get updates from the primary golf expert here at WIP. Let's do it.
And now, like Reese on the U.S. Open.
First of all, I'd like to say,
yes.
I mean, the rise to being the primary golf expert at the station.
Yeah.
I gotta say, pat on the back for me.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. My dad is kicking a wall somewhere.
Yeah. I don't know who you were fighting with for that spot, but you did it, pal. You did it.
Awesome.
Top of the mountain.
All right, so we have arrived at Oakmont, PA, at the Oakmont Country Club for the 3rd major of the season.
It seems like the course is kicking everyone's arse.
Oh, man, it definitely is. The U.S. Open. I got to tell you, right now the leader, J.J. Spawn, is sitting at -4. His round is over with for the day. A couple guys earlier, the teed off with the earlier groups. God, Lubick, Oberg.
Yeah, our boy.
We're riding the Oberg this tournament.
Every single tournament.
Let's see if we can get a win, right? My guy, Xander Schauffele, not very good in this morning.
Ever since he looked you in the eyes, his career has fallen apart.
I remember that.
Sorry. But I'll tell you.
Sorry.
The afternoon group is out there. The world's #1 golfer is on the course. He's already 1 under. And yes, I'm talking about Scotty Scheffler.
Nice.
Yes, after just 2, Scotty Scheffler is 1 under, sitting 3 behind J.J. Spawn. Here's some other names to look out for this afternoon.
Please lower your voice.
Keep it down.
Right, I'm sorry, I was getting excited. That we're going to keep in contact with Brooks Koepka. Has Brooks won a major? He's won a major, right?
Well, like this year or ever?
No, this year, no.
Well, Brooks has won like 4, yeah.
Okay, well, hey, listen. That's
Hey,
why
guys.
you're here.
Hey, you're supposed to be the golf expert.
Hey, Koepka is spelled Koepka, right?
Yes.
Look at me.
How about that? That's pretty good by you.
But free was too much.
Sam Burns is also sitting at 2 under here. So these are just names that we'll keep an eye on this afternoon. Tyrell Hatton is another one I also want to keep my eye on. My guy, Colin Morikawa. He's sitting at even right now. I got my eye on him this afternoon. Listen, this course is very tough. Keep it in the short grass. Keep it in the fairway. If you're in the rough, take your medicine.
Is this a Bluetooth?
Is this a Bluetooth read?
Well,
I mean, it sounds like it.
Not a Bluetooth read, but
The rough's
just
long?
saying, for the golfers, yes, the rough is long and thick.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
You gotta peruse your way through it.
Yep.
Tell you what, Ike, we're not linksmen. We're not links course people.
Not links course.
What does that mean?
So links means there's no trees on it. So it's, it's
I
super
didn't know
high
that.
grass. It's awful.
Okay.
Yes, normally played overseas, Scotland, Ireland,
Okay.
like the British Open.
Are we still doing the report?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
We've jumped the shark.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. There it is.
Did we overrate Jalen Hurts?
Oh, right. There it is. Ike's U.S. Open update. We'll get another one in an hour. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Great job, Ike, as always. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who was the face of the 2024 Eagles? Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts? What do you think, Ike, the Twitter poll results are at?
Well, it's got to be Saquon Barkley, right?
You say that in like a
right?
You're hoping.
I'm saying it is Saquon Barkley. That's what my vote would be.
Yep.
I would imagine the fans understand that as well. No, it's like the Jalen. Let's go in the 60s. Let's go mid to high 60s. I'll go with 67% says Saquon.
So it's 76.3% say Saquon.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
Why doesn't it feel like it's that way?
Well, no, it does.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, look, I know it's Saquon.
But no, here's the thing.
Well, we can't really argue about Saquon.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
But here's what it is. There is a natural, from you guys, there's a natural resistance to Jalen praise.
Yes.
That you guys have.
Yes.
Not that you don't think he deserves any credit, but your antennas are always alert for the overpraise of Jalen because you already feel a certain way or think a certain way about him. With me, it's more or less, I'm good, so I understand he deserves credit. Like, I understand he's going to get praise, and he should get praise, but I also understand Saquon Barkley was the driving force of the team last year. Like, that's, to me, that's not even a real question, quite frankly. He was clearly the driving force of the team last year. But that doesn't mean you could put anybody back there and you would go win a Super Bowl. Real quick, I won't get preachy. But when we say you could put this guy back there to win the Super Bowl with this team, some guys, I don't know how long that list is. You may have more confidence in certain players than I do. Like, Baker Mayfield's a good player. I don't see Baker Mayfield as a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So you can give Baker Mayfield this team, and there's still a limit to how good the team is going to be because Baker Mayfield has had weapons in Tampa Bay.
Sure.
He's playing with a Hall of Fame wide receiver.
Baker's the one I know I get pushback on.
Yeah.
I have him 7. I have Jalen 7. And the two guys.
Maybe Stafford could.
Stafford I have at 5.
Only because Stafford has won. I don't think C.J. Stroud could come here and win. Where's C.J. Stroud ever won a championship?
C.J. Stroud I have trouble with.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert, though.
Where's he ever won a championship at?
Yeah. C.J. and Justin Herbert, I know he's skilled, but like at a certain point.
Yeah. He also blew a 27-point lead in the playoffs.
Right, and through five interceptions.
So it doesn't say that you aren't a good quarterback, but it does say, are you a championship-level quarterback? Josh Allen, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, I even said Matthew Stafford. At least Matthew Stafford has won a title. So, yeah, you put those quarterbacks in this offense, I think we can still go win the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean there's 10 to 15 other quarterbacks that you could just throw behind this line of scrimmage and you're going to win a Super Bowl. You may get to the playoffs, but are you going to be a Super Bowl winner? That's the part that I'm like, maybe a handful of guys, not everybody.
215-592-9494. Jack says we overrate what Jalen did last year. Finally, we've done it. Chuck from Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Oh, Spike Lee. What's going on, Spike?
Hi, Chuck.
hey, you just whispering. I'm about to turn this thing up a little bit. You hear me? So,
turn it up, Chuck.
Yeah. Diehard Jalen fan, Chuck from Mount Airy.
Listen to me. Hear me out, Jack. Here's the thing, right? Stay in your lane, okay? We worried about Bryce coming back healthy, okay? And Jalen won a championship for me, so that's all I asked him to do. So, yes, I'm back on board with Jalen Hurts, supporting him more than I'm supporting any other quarterback outside of Philadelphia. Now, let me say this, right? You guys, you know what? I digress. You know, if I can't change you guys' mind about Jalen, you know, I can't do it. I don't even know why OG tried to do it. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, just think of this for a second, okay? If Jalen said he won out of Philadelphia, okay, and he goes to another team, you know, because you guys don't appreciate him, you know, and we go back to the days of Ty Detmer.
How many games did Ty Detmer start as a possible franchise? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Boy Detmer.
He was a backup quarterback.
He stunk. You know what I mean? Bobby Hoying.
But Chuck,
You know what I mean?
Chuck, why don't we just talk about the topic at hand? Don't you think what he did last year is a little overrated?
Let me finish, man. You know, you ain't gotta get like that. I mean, Kevin Cobb. I'm just trying to.
But nobody's saying that.
The guy that you have here is a winner. So while you sit up there salivating over guys like Josh Allen, who's probably going to win 0 championships in his career because Jalen's just getting started. He just scratched his
Oh,
head.
yeah,
By the
yeah,
time
yeah.
it's all said and done, he's got about 3 rings. You know what I mean? And we're going to benefit from it because the Eagles going to be one of the top franchises in the NFL. That time we have about 4 rings. You know what I mean? And you're going to look up. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame with 3 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah, see,
maybe
this
4.
is where we're
Okay?
going. Yeah. This is where we're going. Yep.
You know, 2 to go, 2 or 3 to go. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, that's
Josh
it.
Allen's
That's all.
going to be 0.
Yeah, he's a loser.
Why is that?
Yeah, he's a total loser.
Why is that? Why is that,
Yeah,
Chuck?
listen, you know why?
Yeah.
Because he's the ultimate. He's the Embiid of the NFL. That's why I see why you like him so much, Spike.
Well, but
he's the Embiid of the NFL.
But he's not.
He looks pretty. Why
No,
he
but
jump shot.
his performances in the playoffs are good. Like he's not. I mean, I think
He's
Chuck,
been to 2 AFC championships.
yeah, and like when you look at the numbers, and everybody's like, "Oh, numbers." I mean, when you look at how he played well. His defense has failed him multiple times in the playoffs.
What he's the Embiid of the NFL. He don't play well enough in big moments. Okay, and that's the thing.
All right.
That's
Do you
why he
think
don't win
Josh
big
Allen could have
moments.
won the Super Bowl with this team last year?
No.
Oh, you're full of it then. You're full of it. Would you trade Jalen Hurts for Josh Allen?
Let me tell you why, man. No,
Why?
First
Why?
of all, the skill sets are different, okay? And the reason
What's
why Buffalo-
Jalen's skill set?
If Buffalo, you see it every week. You know
What do I see every week? What do I see every week?
Listen, with Josh Allen, here's the thing with Josh Allen in Buffalo, right? They have a false sense of security, and he lets them down every year. You know what I mean? If they would have kept running the ball with James Cook, that's their running back, right? Because they was rushing the ball very well against Kansas City, who has a very good defense. If they would have kept running the ball with him and made Josh Allen more like a secondary person just in that game.
Dude, they allowed 30 points to that team. They allowed 30 points to that Chiefs team.
Because they went away from the run.
No,
you understand?
You don't know what you're talking about.
You understand fundamental football?
No, you don't know what you're talking
When you
about.
run the football-
You don't know what
when
you're
you run
talking
the
about.
football,
You don't know what you're talking
obviously you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're
because
talking about. I'm sorry, Chuck. I'm sorry, Chuck. You don't know what you're talking about.
You just gave in to what Ike said, an argument earlier, just that quick.
Because Ike knows what he's talking about. You don't. That's why he's got this job, and you don't.
Well, I don't need it. What are you talking about? I drive a truck, you idiot. What I'm saying to you is
You're
this:
probably a
you
bad
have
driver.
Because your father gave you that job, and you know.
Here we go.
You keep running your mouth like you always do. You think you know everything. You don't. What I'm trying to do is.
Do you have risers off the pedal so you can reach them?
Oh, man, here we go with the short jokes. Do you have anything else besides short jokes?
Well, all you have is beating your chest about what a big Philadelphia fan you are. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like you yell and scream. You don't know what you're talking about. Like your points are bad. They don't make it. There's no good points in there. You talk about Kevin. Nobody's talking about Ty Detmer or Kevin Cobb, and nobody's saying that he isn't a franchise quarterback, and nobody's saying that they weren't happy with how he played in the Super Bowl. None of those things. You're making all those things up because you can't debate what he actually said. What Jack actually said was, and this is the point that you you can't do it, and that's why you changed the topic. Is he said we overrate his performance last year. And that is what he's talking about. If you have a point about that, then that's fine. Nobody was talking about Ty Detmer.
Listen. Well, what I'm saying to you is this. You can't tell me which way to go with my call, man. I'm trying to get to
Watch me.
land my plane. Why are you being
You're
like
not
that?
landing a
Listen,
plane. You've been flying in circles over the airport for 7 minutes. Everybody in the plane is puking. They're wondering why the plane hasn't landed. The arrival time was 35 minutes ago, buddy.
Well,
everybody's late for their connecting flight because you don't know where the airport is.
But listen, let me tell you this, right? Here's the thing, right? Jalen Hurts, you say we overrate him, right? They want me to answer the question?
Yes.
We don't overrate him.
His season last year.
He has the season last year. I heard what you said for the 60th time, okay? What I'm saying to you is this. No, we don't overrate him. He's rated right where he should be. Actually, he should be rated a little higher. He's the number one or number two quarterback in football. Like I said, there's no number one clear-cut quarterback in football. And Spike, to be honest with you, I know when I get under your skin because you start taking personal shots at me. You know
Chuck, you said I only had a job because of my dad. You took a personal shot.
Now, shut up. Oh, you shut your mouth.
All
You
right.
said to me that I'm short, this, that, and third.
After you said the dad thing, Chuck.
Man, I don't
Chuck, are you drunk again? Are you drinking again during the day?
You can kiss my ass. Mike.
There he is. Everybody, that's what he wanted. He wanted somebody to fight with him. So there we go. 215-592-9494. DJ in Willow Grove, you're on WIP.
I'm so glad that I'm coming on after Chuck, so I could finally talk some sense into people. I am 100% on Jack's side, and this debate literally drives me insane. So I'm just going to get my points out of the way, and you guys can comment on whatever you think and however you think. But my issue with Jalen Hurts is I'm so glad what he did in the Super Bowl. It was awesome. Great. Thank you. But let me bring up the Green Bay game. So that with that game, how many passing yards did he have in the third quarter? 37 yards. If the defense had a horrible day that game, we would have been screwed. Because when you have 37 yards in the third quarter of that playoff game, I know they won, but if the defense was horrible that game and they couldn't stop Jordan Love, we would have been screwed. And, another one of my points is, let's say hypothetically, Jalen Hurts was traded to, let's say, the Raiders. Is he going to go to that team and literally, carry that team to a Super Bowl or make any one of their, receivers out there like a stud?
Let me ask you this. Would Josh Allen take the Raiders to the Super Bowl?
I think Josh Allen would have a better chance of taking the Raiders to the Super Bowl.
Okay, that's subjective. I just want to know, would he or wouldn't he? Because either he would or he wouldn't. Would Lamar Jackson take the Raiders to the Super Bowl?
I think those guys would have a better chance of taking the Raiders.
Right. What about Joe Burrow? What about Joe Burrow? Would he take the Raiders to the Super Bowl?
I think he would have a better chance of taking them to the Super Bowl.
But you know what? You know what he would need in order to get the Raiders to the Super Bowl? Better talent, better talent around him. Well, Joe Burrow has arguably the best duo of wide receivers in football.
Yeah, but look at that offensive line and look at that defense.
Now we go to the offensive line.
But I'm just saying.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, DJ. And I understand. I listen to your points. I understand this. Here's the thing that I always scratch my head about when it comes to that question. If those guys, if it was such a difference between their play and Jalen's play, right? Because they're elite and Jalen's not, right? Right? That's the premise here. Well, why do they need as much talent around them as Jalen does?
Well, I'm just saying, if you just look at the team.
No, it's a simple question. No. It's a simple question. Their talent is so superior to Jalen's individual talent. We're talking about individual talent. Those quarterbacks' individual talent is so superior to Jalen Hurts' individual talent. You brought up the Raiders. You brought up the Raiders. So you went to the extreme with the example. So you brought up the Raiders, a trash team, and asked, would Jalen take them to the Super Bowl? So I asked you, would any of those quarterbacks take the Raiders to the Super Bowl? You couldn't tell me yes definitively, which implies they need more talent around them. So even take the Raiders out of it and take their own teams into examples. Because all of their individual teams, the Ravens, the Bills, the Bengals, they're all better than the Raiders by far. So how much more talent does those elite quarterbacks need to accomplish what Jalen has accomplished?
But my point with that is, with the Lamars and the Josh Allen and the Burrows and the Mahomes.
Mahomes is in a separate category than everybody. Despite what people may say, Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson ain't in Patrick Mahomes' category either. He's in his own category.
But my thing is, reading the list and stuff where you see Jalen at 5 and then Jalen at 10. When I watch Jalen Hurts, besides him winning, which is the only argument that Eagles fans can make, and the tush-push, what does he do on the field that is just special? Where you watch him and you're just like, wow, we have a special.
He's special to me, and special is subjective as well, because I can tell you what I may think is special, and then you'll say, well, I don't think that's very special. And you'll tell me what you think is special, and I can be like, well, did they win? He threw for 350 yards. How special was he? Did they win? Did it lead to a win? So if I tell you he throws for 220 yards, 2 touchdowns, and rushes for another touchdown, tush push or not, those numbers aren't all that spectacular. But if he throws for 350 and 3 touchdowns and he rushes for another 70 and a touchdown and they lose, you're telling me how spectacular that is. I get it. What you're doing is getting caught in that individual performance. I'm going back to my original question. My original question is, if their individual talent is so superior to Jalen's, why do they need as much talent around them as Jalen needs? If I agree with you that Jalen is a above average quarterback and he needs Saquon and he needs AJ and he needs Smitty and the number 1 O-line, that's fine. I can agree with that. He takes advantage of having that talent and he's gotten you wins. I'm asking, if those guys are so great or so much better than he is, why do they need as much talent as he does to win?
Well, those quarterbacks could literally, let's say, go to, the Raiders and whatnot. And let's say they draft, I don't know, a 5th-round receiver or an undrafted
Why can't they win with the team that they're on? They're all good enough to get to the playoffs and good enough to get to the AFC Championship game. Why aren't they good enough to win?
Well, those guys have the opportunity to build better players around them.
It's because they're playing against Patrick Mahomes. See, the real answer is they played against Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't make mistakes. When he has a chance to win in the clutch, he usually does. But then take the guy who's played against Patrick Mahomes in that game twice, and then tell me how he played in that game against Patrick Mahomes. See, Allen played Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson played him. Now, Burrow beat him. 1-1. Burrow beat him 1-1, right? So Burrow has outplayed him. But then Burrow couldn't get to Super Bowl and beat Matthew Stafford in the Super Bowl. Like, we can pick and choose and try to come up with a perfect scenario is when ultimately is one guy has taken full advantage of the situation that he's in. And again, those guys are great quarterbacks. They are elite quarterbacks. I agree with you on that. They are. And Jalen may not have as much talent as them. But I'm going to continue to ask, why can't they win, or why do they need as much talent around them as Jalen has in order to win if they are truly superior to Jalen in talent? It has to be something else there. And that's the thing that has to give you the confidence in having Jalen as your quarterback, because there's something to playing in those games, in those moments, and playing well. I'm not saying everybody that plays in those moments plays bad. That's not what I'm saying. But at some point, you got to give this guy his credit for what he's doing also. If you're going to give those guys their credit, then give this guy his credit as well. I'm on the soapbox. I'm cooking today.
There it is. Thanks for the call, DJ.
I'm cooking today.
So my only counter is...
bring it to me.
Well, my only counter is you would argue... I know. I'm going to go 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So... I would argue that the Raiders are comparable to what the Bengals and what the Bills were before Josh Allen and Joe Burrow got there right now.
Okay.
And they got there, and look at what they've turned those organizations into. Jalen's an elite organization. So I think
Well, hold on. The Bengals surrounded Joe Burrow, by the way, who had to transfer from Ohio State because he couldn't beat out the quarterback that was there in Justin Fields, and went to an LSU squad that had 3 number 1 draft picks at wide receiver and everything else, ton of talent around him. So all the success we've seen Joe Burrow have in his career, his offenses have been loaded. He's never been without talent.
He certainly had an offense loaded in the NFL.
LSU, they may have had the greatest offense in college football history.
Sure.
I mean, he was a part of it, and he's a big part of it. I'm just saying it's not like he's taken a team with no talent to winning, is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, absolutely.
He's had talent everywhere he's been.
Coming up next, Larry Anderson joins us for a special...
Take him off the stove.
A special Thursday edition. And by the way, Phil's won yesterday. Larry Anderson on today. Coincidence? I think not. Larry Anderson joins us. We will continue on this Jalen thing, not just for the next few hours, but for the next few months. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, if you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery. And that's why I tell people, go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in our lovely city of Philadelphia. Now, with the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards, and long-term care from a team with over 30 years' experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team that you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Cheerleaders is turning 29, and they're throwing the party of the year on Thursday, June 12th. Join Philly's sexiest entertainers for an unforgettable night, hosted by the one and only Trey Songz, with DJ Wally World and special guest DJ Ghost. They're kicking off the celebration with an exclusive 2-hour open bar and lavish buffet from 5 to 7 p.m. Party with Trey Songz. Enjoy incredible food and drinks and celebrate 29 years of cheerleaders. It's live, up close, and personal. Thursday, June 12th.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere, just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your legacy box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The Oklahoma City Thunder are dominant. They're defensively remarkable. They had the MVP, and they're down 2-1 because they haven't learned how to win clutch games. They played the fewest of those moments in the regular season, and unlike the Pacers, they steamrolled their way to the finals, meaning they didn't have to go through the trials and tribulations of that kind of stress and pressure at the end of games. And so far, it's cost them. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. A very special Thursday appearance from Larry Anderson from our Phillies broadcast. Now, Larry's usually on Wednesdays, but there was a game, and once again, Phil's on one day, you on the next day, Phil's win.
Well, like I said to Jack, I said I would not have answered the phone yesterday.
It's uncanny, undefeated
exactly,
this year,
yes.
I believe. Yeah.
I would advise you not to answer the phone. Yes, we got to keep the streak going, man. Yes.
Real.
Let me ask you this, LA, specifically for baseball, the attitude of a team when they don't have their best player for an extended period of time. What is the right way to handle that? It's different than football, and it's different than basketball. Baseball with only being up once every 9 hitters or whatever. What is the right attitude for a team to take into something like this?
That we have to pick it up a little bit. I mean, nothing really needs to be said, I don't think. But guys talk amongst themselves. Just whether one player going around talking to others or a couple guys or whatever. But it's hey, we got to pick it up. We got to do a little more. And to me, that means just, focus a little more. It doesn't mean swing a little harder or run an extra base, keep running until they throw you out. That's not that kind of doing more that we did on Tuesday.
Yeah, I was going to say, we saw that.
Yeah, that obviously doesn't work. That's not really doing more. It's not helping anybody. It's doing little things, doing little more things to help the team. Running into outs is not helping the team, and I don't know who said it, the Casty or maybe I think Schwarber. Maybe it's not for lack of effort. It's guys are trying. It's just it's not happening. But sometimes guys think they have to do more than they're capable of doing, and it doesn't mean that. It means it's lock in on yourself. Do the little things. Focus, concentrate a little more on what you can do to help the team to be better. And I think you have to realize that it doesn't mean swinging harder or trying to run for an extra base when you shouldn't. It's basically staying within yourself, but really locking in on doing that. And I think that's what you have to do. Obviously losing two guys. I think two guys, a key guy in the bullpen, Alvarado, it's a huge loss, and Harper. The thing is, you lose one hitter, you should be able. If you got. Well, whether you got a big payroll or not. But, if you look at our payrolls, there's a lot of guys that should be doing more than they're doing based on that. And that's maybe it's not fair to correlate it that way, but that's what it is. It's I think the fourth highest paid team in baseball. One guy going down shouldn't affect it tremendously offensively. Is he a big part of it? Absolutely. It's stupid to even think anything else. But the fact that the other guys can't hold it together and score more than 2 runs a game for a length of time, that's not, to me, that's nothing to do with losing your best player. That's just guys just not doing what they're capable. And it's even if Harper was healthy, maybe they'd still be going through this streak because it's just one bat. But yesterday I think was one of the best games we played this year all around, especially coming out of that streak or that losing streak or slump we were going through. I thought it was a great game we played. We had great pitching. Luzardo was excellent. We hit well, we ran well, we fielded well, and the results, we saw that.
Yeah. Well, listen, we all agree with you on the absence of Harper is no excuse for everybody else to go in the tank and not do their jobs. It's enough good players through that lineup that they should still be able to sort of pick up some of where Harper left off, even though he wasn't necessarily having a great season by Bryce Harper's standards. So, but I will say this, LA. Are you encouraged by what we saw in that 3 games? They had double-digit hits in all 3 games. Not a ton of extra base hits, but they had some. And, you had a few that went over the wall for home runs. Were you at least encouraged by the offense in the lineup through those 3 games? Because it did seem like they put together a lot of hits in the 3 games.
Yeah, they did. And it was great to see. I think, coming off of that Toronto series and Pittsburgh and coming home, it was like, oh, man. Now, we faced decent pitching and on those trips, on that trip. And, Colin Ray kind of held us down a little bit. But I think, seeing what they did offensively just when they had chances, getting some guys in, they got a lot of hits in the first game. Not getting the key hits.
Yeah,
that's
a lot of singles.
Yeah, and but when we had guys in scoring position yesterday, we got a couple big hits, and that's what we were lacking. And if everybody just gets a big hit here and there, it makes a huge difference in the whole ball game and the way the way the ball game goes forward. It's just, and I think with the confidence for the team and the morale of the team, when you think about it, you think, hey, we don't have Harper. It's no excuse. It doesn't help. Obviously, you think it would be better if you had him in there. But, again, the other guys pick it up, and I just think that's what they have to do, and not try and do too much. Don't go up there and trying to hit a home run if you're not a home run hitter. Don't go up there and, with 2 strikes, try and protect. Foul balls up and go the other way. Look the other way. Look to go up the middle all the time, I think, for the most part. And if you just stay focused on the little things that you need to do right, I think good things happen. But when you think, well, I got to do more, I got to do this, it's like you take your own self out of your own game. And that's, to me, that's that was something I thought Luzardo did with his pitching yesterday. He took them out of their game a little bit offensively because he moved some guys' feet, some right-handers. He moved them off the plate a little bit, opened up the outside much better for him. And that's doing a little thing, not trying to do too much. That's just doing a little thing that made him better. And things like that, I think, this team has plenty of talent. The bullpen's, without Alvarado, I think is a little bit short, not having that left-handed power arm at the back. But, again, I think overall, just staying within themselves and not trying to do more than you're capable.
You mentioned Luzardo, who looked great, which was a huge relief yesterday. Mick Abel got knocked around a little bit in his third start. Is there anything you saw different from Abel in that start and something that he can learn from and take to the next one?
I think one of the things for me is that when I see 96, 97 on a sinker that's letter high, I'm like, where's the sink part come in? What's that? I mean, a sinker up high is not a sinker. It's just it's a fastball that maybe runs in a little bit on a right-hander or away from a left-hander, but it stays on an even plane, which makes it very hittable. The one thing he and I don't know if it was I don't think it was by design. I think he just was unable to get the ball down at the knees. But when there's two ways to move the hitter, I think, to keep him off balance, is using the outside part of the plate and the inside part of the plate, and also using the knees and using the letters. And he's pretty good going in and out, but up and down, everything was like mid-thigh, high, and above. And when hitters, when they see a fastball coming in there, and they don't have to look down. If it's down, they just spit on it. They're going to look for something, mid-thigh to the belt. And for me, those were always nitro zones, and I generally didn't get those pitches back. And I think, he didn't get a few of his back either because of where they were. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think I like his aggressiveness, but sometimes you have to think about throwing downhill and throwing ball down at the knees and get the hitter's eyes going up and down, not just back and forth. And I think it made a difference in his first two starts. And if he's got the power to pitch up there, but I think guys that pitch up in the top of the zone, they can do that if they're 98, 99, 100, obviously, consistently. But you get, 94, 96 in that area, and he was in there a lot, like 95, 96. Those are hitters have adjusted to that velocity. That's it's nothing for them. It's not 99 is a big difference. 98 to 95 to 98 is a big difference. Those 3 miles there at that velocity. And so if you can't get their eyes going up and down and make them think about down, like if you think about a ball coming in at the knees, you don't see. Well, put it this way: the ball's coming in high, you see the whole ball, right? The ball's coming in low, you see the top of the ball. It's not eye level. So you're hitting a fraction of the ball when it's down low. You're hitting the whole ball when it's up high. And to me, it's just common sense. And again, I harp on this, but I don't know if it's analytics that goes against it. But I'll take my eyes over analytics when I see 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 hitters walk away bitching to the umpire about a pitch is low when they get called out on the knees. Castellanos done it twice in the last 3 games, twice before yesterday. Called out on pitches, borderline strikes at the knees, but they're on the line. Like they split the bottom line, and that's a strike. It's the bottom of the knees is part of the strike zone, and they complain about it time and time again. Both teams, hitters, they bitch about that pitch to the umpire, and they walk away, and it's a strike. And it's why can't we get guys to pitch down at the knees more? It just baffles me to no end. And there's some really good pitchers and some young pitchers that are starting to do that. Skeens does it a lot. Now he can go up top too, with the best of them, but he also pitches down low, pitches at the knees, and it's just. I think that's one thing that makes him so effective. He's up and down, in and out. He's all 4 quadrants or all 4 directions, and that's a huge difference. I think if Mick can figure that part out, I think it would help him tremendously.
LA, it feels like we're having some PTSD here back to when Chris Young was the pitching coach talking about Eflin. Like Eflin had to go to the bullpen or sent down or whatever. Him and Chris Young couldn't get on the same page.
And that's Eflin said. I mean, literally came out and said, "I got to pitch my way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a high ball pitcher." But it was, and that was the analytics saying you got to pitch up in the zone. It's like, no, you don't. What a sinker doesn't sink. So why are you throwing a sinker up above the belt or belt high and above? Why? I don't understand that. The sinker you want to throw to get a ground ball. That's generally what you throw a sinker for. You don't get a ground ball belt high and above, generally. But it's not sinking. And so it's, if you're throwing, to me, if you're throwing, at the belt and above, that should be a four-seamer all the time. I don't know why. I mean, Alvarado did it. He threw sinkers up, 97 miles an hour up in the zone. Why are you throwing a sinker up there? It's baffling to me, but I don't know. But that's what Eflin did. Eflin said, "I'm not pitching that way. He's $40 million richer because he did it his way, what he thought was the right way, and it was the right way for him." So I think maybe sometimes guys got to rethink that part a little bit.
So I want to ask you about because Kerkering feels like he's kind of taking a step forward here. Speaking of sinkers, kind of they're running in on righties. It's good to see. And then Strahm, what are you seeing from Strahm? Because it kind of looks like the ball's dead a little bit. What are you seeing from Strahm?
It's to me, it's not coming out. I think lately it's been better, but it's not coming out of his hand the same. It just, I don't know if it looks like his velocity's back for the most part. Maybe not, 94. Like, to me, it just seems like he was 94 pretty consistently. 94, and he uses the top part of the zone. I think he hides the ball well. And I think making mistakes over the plate, which he just, even if it's up, but he's usually in and out. He's just making mistakes. I think more than anything with him, it's just location, like over the plate more, maybe not elevated as much, and they're just getting a better look at it. I think, to me, if I'm a hitter, I'm looking up high with him all the time. I'm not expecting anything down low because he generally doesn't pitch down there. And I think I think hitters he's another guy I think would benefit from throwing a couple pitches down in the zone and then going up because he lives up there, and you can't argue with his numbers for the last couple of years, that he's pitched here. He's been very successful, but if you lose a little bit of velocity, I think you have to be a little bit more fine with your command, and that's one thing I think needs to be talked about more. Is not just because like Abel was talking about. Well, I had pretty good velocity, or maybe Topper said it. Abel had pretty good velocity and he was spinning the ball good. Like, let's talk about location. Let's put that at the forefront versus velocity and spin. But again, I don't know if that's the way it's being taught today. But I'll take a guy throwing 92 that can paint anywhere in the zone versus somebody throwing 96, 97 that's not real sure where it's going.
All right, LA. Well, let's go get another series win this weekend. Just keep stacking them. Appreciate you coming on a day late, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you, LA.
And thanks for the win.
Yeah, thank you for the win. There he is, Larry. LA said something there. He always talks about keeping the ball down, and I get it, by the way, because when I'm watching the games, but he said something there that made a lot of sense to me, is that when the ball is lower, you're only seeing the top of the ball. When the ball is higher, you're seeing the whole ball, and it makes it a little bit easier to barrel up when the ball is higher. You know what I mean? Like, it makes a lot of sense. When I'm watching the games, I'm like, maybe it's because I've watched too much Castellanos, but I'm like, just throw it low and outside.
I did see you tweet yesterday that if you got a 3-2 against Castellanos, you could strike him out.
I absolutely could. I'll just throw it way outside, and he's going to swing it.
Monitoring Spike's tweets, man.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this one was sent to me. This was not.
Oh, really? Who sent it to you?
Somebody sent you
Who sent me
Somebody sent you Spike's tweet?
Wow.
Might have been Angelina.
Oh, okay.
Might have been Angelina.
Well, I was
If somebody's sending you a tweet, are they second guessing what Spike is saying?
Or it could have just been a funny thing, maybe to bring up on the show.
Oh, okay.
Well,
all right.
would it be second guessing if Spike could strike out Castellanos?
Well, I really couldn't strike. Well, all the responses were okay, Elliot, or whatever. But my
point,
are
an Elliot wannabe. Many have said that.
My point was, it's 3-2, and I'm like, I do truly love Casty, but it's 3-2, and I'm like, well, they're going to throw him a breaking ball low and away, and he's going to swing at it. And that is and you saw him knowing he shouldn't swing.
Yeah.
Because he tried to check it. But he needs to swing at that ball. He needs to swing at it.
If I can be honest, it's the one thing about being a hitter that I'm always like, how do they not see that ball is way out of strike zone where it's going?
I know.
But obviously, if you're in the batter's box, it's a lot harder to be able to tell that's what's happening.
Yeah.
But just watching it from the game, I'm like, that ball was low from the jump.
Well, and a lot of times, Jack, you could correct me, you sort of have to guess what you think the pitcher's going to throw.
Right.
If I'm Casty, like at this point,
you should expect a low and away.
You know what I mean? Like, unless the bases are loaded and if it's full count and they walk
throw
you
a strike.
Yeah, they have to throw you a strike, but I'm never throwing Casty a strike in that situation.
No.
Yeah.
I think the thing about pitching up and why it's changed so much is really, I think, to combat the launch angle movement. Because
you can launch from lower.
If you can get it above the swing path consistently, it's harder for these guys to square up. I think that's why they are pitching so much more up in the zone now.
But then I think LA's point, and what I would wonder too, is I understand that on a fastball, but on a sinker, that's a mistake.
Huh?
You know what I mean? 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get back into Jalen coming up. What do you think, Jack? You want to talk about Jalen?
Yeah,
sounds fun.
Yeah. Well, we also got Broads.
Oh, we got Broads too,
and we have a U.S. Open update.
Oh my God!
We got a lot going on, man.
Are we going to get to Jalen?
But you said we're overrating what he did last year.
And again, overrating what he did last year.
Yeah.
Which people seem to be missing the question sometimes. Sometimes. Now we got to bring the whole resume.
What do you think happened?
Well, you got to say, when you say last year, people, what do you think people were focusing on last year?
I think they're looking at the one game.
Or the postseason for sure.
Yeah.
Well, then it's only 2 games.
Quick question for both of you. Let's say
they're not focusing on the regular season.
Let's say the dagger doesn't happen.
Yeah.
The dagger doesn't happen. And the Eagles win, they score 3 points there instead of 7.
They have a defensive MVP.
Yeah. I wonder what the convo is. Do you think it's that different than it is right now? He doesn't win MVP, blah, 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 blah. Or do you think it's generally the same conversation, just,
I think it's, you know what?
You think it's the same?
I think it's the same conversation.
What do you think, Jack?
I think it's the same conversation.
Same convo. If the dagger never happens, he doesn't win MVP, so on and so forth.
Our points would be a lot more valid, I think, in most people's eyes.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Even though it's 24-0.
So you think everybody's hanging on the Super Bowl MVP?
Well, no, it's just like, I think people think that that's their ticket to the golden chocolate factory. The Willy Wonka. There's your golden ticket. Yeah, he's elite now. Yeah. No.
Well, hold on. That does put him in the elite group.
215.
215-592-9494. Bruce joins us next.
Oh, man. Are we going to bring his little Hurts points? Or
yeah.
I wonder
that's my guy.
Do you think he's watching Hurts highlights, getting ready for this?
Getting all revved up?
Oh, yeah.
Watching the tush push. Does that make him want to, push some weight around?
Lighten up a fatty watching Hurts highlights. Dad of the year over there. Broads, and we'll get a U.S. Open update from Mike. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, I love my Scott Auto Group family. Been a part of them for years. Got my first car there and my current car. There's no question as to whether or not they're an elite organization. Scott Auto Group is an elite organization, and you need to check out the brand new Scott Kia location in Limerick, where their focus is on you, with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, and when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies battle the Blue Jays at the bank. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It's a home run for Max Kepler.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with a little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco Brut from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mix with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column with savings up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's your? Oh,
she needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We normally do Flyers and 50 with Broads at 3:30 on Wednesdays, but we were ordered by station management that if it gets...
Yeah, Rod's biggest project.
Yep, is we got to get it on Thursday. So our guy's here. What's up, Broads?
Wow.
Look at him.
Oh, you got the Jalen Hurts jersey on?
Yeah, you
What's
are
up there,
disgusting.
Rhodes?
Whoa, wow, the best quarterback in franchise history, Super Bowl MVP, the greatest to ever exist. I mean, this is hell of a topic today, fellas, hell of a topic.
Best quarterback. So you think he's better than Donovan?
Oh, yeah, I mean, come on, man. This guy just wins.
Yeah.
He just wins.
All you guys are doing is a stupid bit. That's what everyone is doing.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, all this nonsense. How about you take the Super Bowl MVP trophy and shove it right up their ass?
I feel like I'm in the Truman Show, and everybody at Mission, like
It's an underrated movie.
Yeah, everybody's like, let's see if we can make him crazy by not addressing the topic at hand. Just keep saying the same things over and over again. See if it'll explode.
Well, I listened to a caller and he said, outside of winning, what does he do? Are you dumb?
It's not tennis!
It's all the quarterback!
It's not tennis! There's a whole team! If I was on his team, I would feel so disrespected by you. If I was, honestly, Broads, if I was Saquon Barkley, if I was the offensive line, if I was Quinyon Mitchell, if I was Zach Bond, A.J. Brown, I'd be like, wait a minute, he wins? What the hell did I do? If I was Lane Johnson, I'd be like, you know what? I'm looking through history. Actually, I just win. I just win. Like, you guys, you take these team victories and you assign them to the one friggin' guy. It's insane.
No, I disagree. I think there's so much credit to go around. I think the Eagles are a tremendous organization where there's winning everywhere. But Jalen Hurts is the quarterback. It's the most important position in the sport. And he plays a role in the winning double-digit games in a row.
And they ask him to do less than any quarterback in football. They ask him to do less.
Nobody can just get plugged in with this team and automatically win a championship. Jalen wins. People say others elevate their teammates. Jalen's walking into the NovaCare complex alone pushes the bar through the roof because of the way he carries himself. And they go in there.
Well, hold on.
He goes to war for them.
Hold on. He elevates them because of the way he carries himself. So you're telling me, Broads, and this is where we get crazy. So you're telling me the guy who the organization publicly leaked all over the place wasn't a good enough leader. You're telling me the guy who got a visit from the head of security and the defensive end during the bye week talking to him about being more of a leader. That specific guy is leading the whole team because of how he carries himself.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. That
All
the
right.
way Jalen Hurts carries himself is why the team is elevated. The way he's someone that is just when he speaks, you get drawn to him. And you can see that around the
He doesn't talk! He doesn't even talk to his teteammates, bro.
Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. I talked to Reed Blankenship when I filled in for Hugh. That man said, number one, woo-wee! He talks, we listen. That aura, it's unbelievable. That's what I'm saying, baby.
He's never even met Jalen Hurts. All right. Are we going to do Flyers in 50? There we go.
Flyers in 50 with Hunter Brody.
As all hockey players do, playing through some injury, got a stiff neck. Woke up, didn't feel good, slept on it wrong, but I'm still here, damn it. Got to stand up for my quarterback. Let's appreciate the Stanley Cup Finals, though, huh? 2-1 right now, Florida. Talk about a gritty squad, greasy, tough, physical brand of puck. That's the goal, Danny. You better be focusing it on how Sam Bennett plays, just rocking guys at the blue line, giving them a big check, turning it over. Now he's on a breakaway and buries. It's unbelievable the way that he mucks and grinds in front of the blue paint. It's crazy. But what pisses me off is that GM in Florida, Bill Zito. We had a chance, and instead they went with Chuck Fletcher. Chuck, I'm going to burn this franchise down to the ground. Chuck Fletcher. And we could have had the guy that's winning championships to go into 3 straight Cup Finals. But we don't have him because we had Chuck Stupid Fletcher.
You okay, buddy?
Why are you out of breath again?
Yeah, it's again you and Daryl Morey. Always out of breath.
These are just they're great people. I mean,
Yeah.
Daryl Morey, myself, according to your standards.
Well, yeah.
Daryl Morey, and then I'm just riding the high then.
So we got some news. The draft party's still happening, right, on the 27th, but we're having it at a different Chickies and Pete's now.
Yes, due to popular demand.
Mm-hmm. We need a bigger space.
Chickies and Pete's in Glassboro, New Jersey, my native land. We are hitting the South Jersey markets. You know that. Listen, I understand that I'm a passionate Philadelphia sportsman, but South Jersey is my heart, and people were calling.
Yeah.
People were banging on the
Makes
door.
sense. It makes sense, bro. It makes
and
sense.
Said, hey,
it makes
South
sense.
Jersey, baby.
Yeah.
So in Glassboro, right on Rowan Boulevard there at Chickies and Pete's, we got our Puck It Up draft party.
That's not too far from us, Spike.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that's natural. You can count on I have not been given an invitation, by the way. When this was announced, I wasn't given an invitation. I wasn't given an invitation.
Well, initially, this was supposedly being done on the day that we were working.
Yeah, the day.
Chickies
Yes.
and Pete's, yeah.
So this is June 27th. Starts at 7:00, right? Is that when we're starting? Okay.
Yep,
At the
7:00.
at the Chickies and Pete's in Glassboro. If I get an invite, even though it's not even where I'm going to be working, I will go, but only if I get an invite from the host of the party.
Okay, how about this? Because next week we'll be 1 week out. Next week we will determine if one
Jesus.
Spike Eskin is allowed through the doors.
Unbelievable. All right. Thank you, Broads. When are you on WIP again?
Tonight, and I think I might talk about Jalen.
Okay. Tonight, right after us, or are you on late night? 11 o'clock.
Yeah, late night. So
Okay.
we'll be. Oh, dude. By the way, I think Herb's on the hold for you.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
talking to Jack.
Yeah.
First off, those pictures. Holy hell. Holy hell.
Oh, he's sending me
The
shirtless
pictures-
selfies on the beach.
Oh,
Yeah.
on the
pictures he
beach?
sends to Jack
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's amazing.
All right.
And 2, I caught him as he was coming back from the airport in Columbia at 2 a.m. last night. The wildest 15-minute phone call of my life. Good luck. I'm just saying.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you,
He gets
Birds.
on the air.
Wait a minute. Herb is back from Columbia now.
Yes.
So he survived
yeah.
Columbia.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, come on, man. You think there was any doubt our guy?
Like, huge doubt, actually.
I'm looking at a threesome.
Jeez. All right. Well, we will get to that. But
Oh, yes, right.
we are in, there's
right.
a golf major happening, which means you have to get the update from the foremost golf expert at WIP.
And now, like Reese on the U.S. Open.
I tell you, such a great golf tournament. I got to tell you, Spike,
Yes.
the U.S. Open might be the hardest one to win.
Is that because of all the high grass?
High grass. You know, it's usually played at a golf course that everybody isn't necessarily familiar with. They get to play there every once in a while.
They move it around. It's not always at the same place. Okay.
Come on, Spike.
I don't
Jeez,
know.
just lock in.
I don't know.
Although
I'm locked in.
Oakmont, I believe I heard this correctly, has hosted it more than any other golf course.
Yeah, they just had it in 2016. Your boy was there.
So you know what? I'm learning that Pennsylvania is becoming a great golfing state.
Yeah.
We just had the truest.
Yeah. we
Tough
had this-
courses.
Yeah, then we got the PGA Championship
Please lower your
next year. Huh?
Please lower your voice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We got the PGA Championship next year. Wow. Then we got a U.S. Open at Marion.
Wow.
In 2030.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully we're all still
Hopefully I'm
employed
alive.
by then.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'll tell you,
Fingers crossed.
as I look at the leaderboard, yes, that is a long time.
Yeah, I could be dead.
It's only 5 years.
Well, it could happen to anyone at any time.
It's true.
Okay.
True. Not a lot has happened on the leaderboard. Although Sam Burns continues to climb. He's one behind J.J. Spawn right now. How about Sunjay M? He's in there. He's a pretty good golfer. Siwoo Kim. Now, Siwoo Kim. Now, was it Siwoo Kim that won last month, or was it Min Woo Lee?
This is our expert.
This is true.
Yeah. I don't know.
The names, never mind.
Yeah.
Brooks Koepka has moved into the top 5.
That MFer.
Yeah, Brooks Koepka, top 5. Patrick Reed, who's also a major winner, he's in the top 5 at 2 under.
He had an albatross, Ike.
You know what an albatross is?
Is that when you go over 5?
It's pretty good, Spike.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Ah,
No.
Right? That's
It's
what
not?
a 5 is.
No, I got a 2 on a par 5.
Oh. I thought that's an eagle.
You get 3 on a par 5.
Oh, an eagle is 3 on a par
No, you
5.
got 2.
That's an eagle.
That's 2 on a par 5. Yeah.
You got a 2 on.
I
Why is
thought
it?
albatross was over.
Yeah. Why don't they give Why do they give it a bad name like albatross?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I think you're wrong, Jack.
I might be wrong.
That's a double eagle. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, you're a
It's
moron.
literally a double eagle.
You're a moron.
Wait, hold on.
It is. It's a double eagle.
Hold on.
I play golf video
Hold on,
games.
gotta
I
look
play
at-
the
hold on,
Tiger
hold
Woods
on.
game.
I want to take a deep breath, everyone.
Wait, was I right? And you wrong?
might have been right.
Yeah, I
Hold
know
on.
you were right. That's why I said, yeah, it's 5 shots.
Yeah, you did an albatross.
So what is that?
Double eagle.
No, I think I'm right.
Look,
It's a
dude.
double eagle, dude.
2 under par is an eagle. 3 under par is a double eagle.
Yeah, but it was on a par 5.
Yes.
It's still a double eagle.
It's still double eagle.
There's no way you can get a double eagle. You can't get a double eagle on a par 4.
It's called an albatross.
Oh, God, all right.
I'm going to look this up.
And you almost caused me to get excited doing the
Yeah, I'm
read.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm right. Thank you.
Are you right?
Yeah.
All right, tell us in the chat.
He's right.
He's right?
An albatross is also known as a double eagle. They're the same thing.
Oh, well, everybody's right.
Yeah. There we go.
Look at
Well,
that.
we were wrong for questioning you, is what you're
Yes.
saying. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a bad name, albatross.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Albatross
think-
is bad.
Albatross is definitely
it
a
sounds
negative
like something
connotation.
bad.
Yes.
I
I'm
thought
changing
I
that.
thought this was turning into our conversation before the show again. When
Yeah.
I sounded like an idiot. I was like, oh, I don't think I'm wrong.
We're not bringing up that
All
conversation.
right. Come on, man.
Are we done?
Yes, we
Oh,
are.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
ruined the whole thing.
Yeah.
with
I
his
didn't
stupid
ruin
albatross
anything. I
comment.
didn't ruin anything. It's just called hashtag knowing the game.
That wasn't one of our best golf updates.
Yeah,
That
I
one was
actually
all over
think
the
that
place.
was kind of a good one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was entertaining.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Wondering why Jack didn't take the actual question of the show and put it on Twitter.
You know how that would have gone. if
I
put it
know.
on Twitter.
Hold on, what am I missing?
Well, no, so the question on Twitter is who was the face of the 24-25 Eagles? Saquon Barkley at 76.3%.
Yeah.
I was joking with Jack that he didn't put "do we overrate what Jalen Hurts did in 2024" on Twitter.
The blogs that be written. And,
Yeah.
Can you believe that WIP did it again?
Oh, slow news day.
Slow news.
Oh.
Is it? He won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, imagine thinking this. 215-592-9449. Rios in North Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Rios?
What's going on, Hard Chargers?
What's up, buddy?
That's what keeps me from joining that side completely.
Oh, really?
The
Yes.
mocking of it. Yes.
Yep. What's up, Rios?
What up, Rios?
What's going on, gentlemen? You know what I mean? Like what y'all just said, of course. You know what I mean? Of course, Saquon Barkley is the face of the 2024 Eagles. He would have been the MVP in the league. He would have broke the record. He would have did it. It was a great, phenomenal, all-around year as a running back. So definitely it was him. But let's get into this topic. So I see things. You know what I mean? It's a great country. Everybody got their own opinions. You know what I mean? And it seems like sometimes we do stuff like this. We looking at the shiny stuff, the material stuff, but instead of looking at the person or the person that shines. It's just like Jalen Hurts to me, it reminds me, it's like if I put it together like a back in the day, like a grandmother, like the grandmother I had who passed away in 2008. Keep the family together, could do all things, and a lot of times you never really appreciate her like that until she's gone. Or in other ways where we're looking at, instead of the natural beauties, we used to have natural beauties in the 90s. Oh, my God. So amazing.
Man, I tell you.
But we're looking at these Instagram filters that they use and all
BBLs
stuff.
everywhere, man. BBLs everywhere.
They don't know anything about Kathy Ireland.
Exactly. So there you go. My point is playing that is like Jalen Hurts and then Josh Allen and all these other folks. Let me tell you something, man. This man as a quarterback, as a leader, has many areas. The biggest thing that anybody could talk about, no, he don't have no arm like Dan Marino, Josh Allen, or certain ones, arms certain that way. Well, or Joe Burrow. Let me not say Josh Allen, because to me, I don't believe you could put Josh Allen on this team. There's three people, Pat Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, and maybe Joe Burrow that you could put on this squad, but definitely the first two I said to win the Super Bowl. He has many freaking areas, and he's always working on his game, doing great. I'm very appreciative of all that. The postseason, you cannot doubt that stuff. And you know what? Let me tell you something. He kicked Pat Mahomes' ass twice in the Super Bowl. The one that they call greater than damn Brady. And you know what you think about Brady? Brady arm wasn't nothing like no Pat Mahomes, whatever. But what was Brady's greatest thing? His freaking passion, his mentality. He's getting there early at work, making stuff happen, talk his ish, whatever. Intangibles in a lot of ways, and still make stuff happen. 2 Super Bowl appearances. He would have won both if it wasn't for those sucker nut ass, what's his name? J.G. Gannon. Nut ass defense at the end, not having people in positions as it was. Would have won both, but hey, they didn't win that, and he would have had MVP.
He would have
game as well.
Yep.
Look, man,
they almost gave it to him, even though they lost. Rios, they still almost gave it to him.
Look at that, and this is what I'm saying with the appreciating things. It's like, yo, they talk about guys with talent. Oh, this guy got this talent. Hold on, let me tell you something. The quarterbacks y'all mentioned. You know what I mean? The ones who haven't won nothing or even won, they had talent. Josh Allen had opportunities. Oh, what's his name? The Baltimore Ravens cat. Opportunities after opportunities. But you know what? It's just that one thing. When it's like, F you, I'm going to kick your ass and win. I am the best. Y'all cannot mess with me. They don't have that, huh? They don't have that. All we're talking about is maybe zipping or some type of arm, and he's always working on it. And let me tell you something, man. Don't, WIP, afternoon, let's not put ourselves helping out that sucker Chris Sims, a straight sucker, living off of 2 Super Bowls that his daddy won, huh? He's a straight nut because he
makes a lot of sense.
He sucks, man. That dude, all that stuff. And you know what? I remember he said something that if Jalen Hurts do this, he wasn't really going. But you know what? He just don't want to be wrong. He's acting no accountability and just one of them type of creatures who, no matter what, ain't going to apologize. Would do other little sucker things just to apologize. And another thing, gentlemen, y'all talk about Jalen Hurts, right? You know what I mean? Y'all talk about Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley. Oh, Jalen Hurts needed talent? Last I know, Saquon Barkley didn't do nothing with the offensive line at the New York Giants. So obviously, Saquon Barkley, and I love Saquon Barkley, needed an organization and an offensive line like ours. So it ain't about everybody. Think about this. Jalen Hurts know how to use his talent. He's the one getting the ball there. He's getting the ball in a person's hands, and at the end of the day, he's working on situations. Well, if I got to run and they can't get it, so I'm not going to be no sucker and get in no way because somebody's mad because they didn't get the ball.
But Rios. Okay, so Saquon Barkley got this offensive line, and behind this offensive line, and I know them winning the Super Bowl was the ultimate goal. But when we talk about Saquon's year, we all brag about it. He ran for more yards than any running back in the history of the NFL in a year behind this offensive line. We always talk about that. When we talk about Saquon's performance, we talk about his talent, the yardage, the touchdowns, the explosive plays. So why, when we talk about Jalen, is it and when we talk about stats from other quarterbacks, we're like, well, those are just stats. That's just talent. But with Saquon, and he got behind this offensive line and he produced. Where is when we question Jalen, it's about the production. It's not about the winning. It's not about the other things.
And you know what, Roger, what you say, y'all had points in certain things, but I like it in a way where Dawkins put it as in ways where it's like, okay, be more consistent in it because nobody can say nothing when it's time, when it's big games and it's time to play. Okay, be more consistent in that. You know, there's stats, whatever. But this guy, what I'm talking about, it feels like not appreciating. Like I said, same thing, scrolling on Instagram and looking at the fake stuff when the natural stuff is right there. When that woman who does everything, but then maybe not be appreciated, and she does everything to hold everything down. That's all I'm looking at. Being appreciative that he had something that, you know what, I don't like hearing even Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, opportunities. I'm not taking them and putting them on this freaking team because you know what? We talk about, I think Jalen Hurts elite, but we act like he ain't elite. So if he wasn't elite, then how the hell he used what he had and still won the Super Bowl? And it was all coaching. It's team. Everybody wins. Most important thing. But if he sucked, the way how people kind of make it sound like, he just Jalen Hurts and he just whatever. No, because you know what? You couldn't put any of these mediocre or the ones who just shiny, who got BBLs and whatever, on this freaking team to then win the freaking game.
Brought it home.
I'm not the person who's out here, you know me, not kissing Jalen Hurts' ass or anybody, whatever. I'm just speaking what I feel, which is facts and appreciative. You know what we need to do? We need to always be on Bryce Harper's ass. That's what we need to do. That's exactly what we need to do. And I hope you're listening, Bryce. Huh? There's still more to do. Job ain't freaking finished. Focus on that. The Eagles got the championship. Jalen Hurts did what he got to do. So the number one guys on these other sports teams in our freaking city need to do something. Be appreciative of that. He got paid. He got paid and he got worth of what Jalen Hurts had. Bryce Harper got paid here, and at the time, I think he was the most paid, whatever, at the time, maybe. Do what y'all got to do. Be appreciative, and you know what? Step to the plate. All it is just step to the plate, man. We kiss certain people's ass and other people whatever. That's the only thing. Appreciate what's right there that you freaking had. People always want to say they ain't got no real excuses, but it's almost like, Jalen Hurts, like he mediocre. Like, man, this dude is always working on something. Tom Brady wasn't all great on the arm, but, man, he's getting stuff there. Jalen Hurts is still working, and I don't even think he's at his best yet. I don't even think he's at his best yet. Gentlemen, I love all the opinions. I love hearing it. I just have to put my stuff out there. And it's something for y'all to think about. You know what I mean? The shiny stuff. Looking on Instagram. That grandmother who held the family down no matter what. Because when my grandma passed, the family still ain't the same.
Still ain't the same.
When she was there, we were all together.
Yep.
That's how I look at it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right, Rios.
Love you, Rios.
All right, man.
Love y'all.
There he is. Nobody cares about stats until we talk about Saquon's record. Then all of a sudden we care about stats.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
So there was a rumor today that the Sixers had inquired about trading up to number 2.
Going to get Cooper Flag.
Wow. with the San Antonio Spurs. Theoretically, I would think that would be about Dylan Harper. Joining us next, the great Kevin O'Connor. We will get his thoughts on Ace Bailey, on Dylan Harper, on all the VJ Edgecombe, all the guys that the Sixers have been linked to. And his new mock draft actually has the Sixers taking a center, trading back to 7 and taking a center.
Oh, man, that sounds like
definitely don't want that to happen.
Well, actually, I think it'd be fun.
From an argument standpoint? Sports radio?
Conversation.
Oh, it'd be must-listen radio.
The Sixers are back, baby.
All right.
Take the center.
We will talk to KOC next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, there's no question when you're talking about the eliteness of National Appliance Warehouse.
Oh, come on.
We're not even questioning that.
No, they got the stats and they got the championship.
Yeah, when you think of their tier, they're in a tier by themselves.
Absolutely.
You don't look at their last year and they're like, I don't really see it. You see it all the time in National Appliance Warehouse. And guess what? Obviously the most important thing you can do for your appliance needs is get the right appliance for you. The great part about National Appliance Warehouse?
100 brands, over 100 brands.
Over 100 brands, 15,000 square foot showroom. You could walk in there like Spike, only want 2 options, or you could walk in there like every other consumer, want all the options.
Look, I don't need too many options. Yeah. I get decision fatigue. Make it small, and that's what they did for me. Whatever is right for you, that's what they'll do for you.
Made it small.
Yep.
Shut up. But they take care of sub-zero to budget, all you could possibly want. And right now, it's the Friends and Family Savings event going on at National Appliance Warehouse. So if you've heard us talking about all the ways you can save money, tax-free Delaware, Price Sure, which again, a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store, finds lower price elsewhere, you have to get down there now and save even more because of the Friends and Family Savings event where, listen, it's warm out. You want to be outside. We all want to be outside. You want to be grilling. They have all the top grill brands for you at National Appliance Warehouse. And on top of everything else, they do it all from delivery, installation, and again, a whole lot more. So go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always,
tell them Fritz sent you.
Wait, you're leaving us? You're matching pajamas.
Matching silk pajamas, babe.
You discover Heineken and now you go out to, watch live sports?
We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to vibe, to recharge your soul.
And your weighted blanket is here.
It's like a blanket, but so weighted.
Don't listen to your PJs. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Breaking news coming in from
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice, get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. including the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get them something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers. Online at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In the flurry of other sports that are going on, the Stanley Cup Final, the NBA Finals, don't miss Aaron Judge's attempt to make history. He's hitting .394. He's within spitting distance of .400, a feat that hasn't been accomplished since Ted Williams in 1941. And though there's a long season to go, every at-bat for Judge is about more than those monster home runs he hit in Kansas City. It's about the possibility that he could make the kind of history that happens once every 100 years. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Joining us now, the great Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo. Kevin O'Connor Show, wherever you get your podcasts. And YouTube, right, KOC? You're on YouTube.
On YouTube as well.
There he is.
Thanks for having me today.
The great KOC. KOC, we talked to you before the lottery. I didn't think, leading up to it, that we'd be talking about the Indiana Pacers, and we will talk about the draft, but the Indiana Pacers on the verge of an NBA title. How shocked are you that the Pacers are in this situation against the Thunder?
Absolutely shocked. As a guy who thought they were just some league pass darling, this cute regular season team that was going to get stomped by one of the favorites in the postseason. Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they're up 2-1 over the Oklahoma City the NBA Finals, but they keep proving me and a bunch of other people that picked the Thunder to win the Finals wrong with what they've been doing, especially in that Game 3. They were absolutely sensational, and I'll tell you what, I think the way they play, there's some lessons to be learned for teams around the league about how to team build.
I literally, KOC, don't like anybody on that Indiana Pacers team.
TJ?
Other than TJ. Other than TJ. All right. But everybody else, I'm like, I would not watch these guys play. They have been outstanding this postseason. I'm giving a ton of credit to Rick Carlisle. The way Rick Carlisle has coached to get these guys here. A lot of people forget that he has won a championship with the Mavericks already. Just the job he's doing as a head coach. I don't know if he's getting enough credit or not.
No, Carlisle, I mean, you're right, Ike. Like, he's been awesome. Like, the adjustments he's made throughout this entire postseason, and also just like the style Indiana plays.
Yeah.
Just to get these guys to buy in together and play with the intensity that they do from start to finish throughout an entire game. That's what is fueling some of their comebacks. That's why they play the same way offensively. Like, think about, like, how do teams usually end games? ISO ball, dribble over and over. The Pacers run their offense. They're cutting and setting screens and moving fast in the half court. Like, I know you might not like the individual guys besides TJ McConnell, but like, I'm glad like you like the system and how it all results, because I think it's pretty beautiful to watch all the pieces put together.
Oh yeah, believe me, I'm that fan that needs a star player to sort of gravitate to.
Ike as a basketball player is a ball hog and a chucker,
I
so he
need one
likes
of
seeing those guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
They play great team ball in Indiana, so therefore I'm not necessarily infatuated with them. Yes.
All right, TJ, or you're not TJ, you're KOC. Get to the draft. Obviously, we're not talking about the Sixers in the NBA Finals. Haven't talked about that in 20-some years. So, the big name, as soon as the Sixers got number 3, that everyone was fighting about is Ace Bailey. So, first of all, your thoughts on Ace Bailey, and if you were the Sixers, would you take Ace Bailey with the 3rd pick?
No, I would not take Ace Bailey with the 3rd pick if I'm the Sixers. Ace Bailey's far too raw, too much of a question mark with how he would fit into the ecosystem of what the Sixers are trying to build. So I would be looking to either trade down, up, out, but not take Ace Bailey with the 3rd pick in the draft, because even though he's 6'8", even though he's in theory this knockdown shooter off the dribble and off the catch, he hasn't been. Like, he's shot below 70% from the free throw line, shot only 34.6% from 3-point range. The Michael Porter Jr. comparison he often gets, I think, is a little bit misleading, because MPJ had a flamethrower jumper in high school. He had a flamethrower in his short time in college, and he did from day one when he stepped on an NBA floor. Ace Bailey has not shown that consistency, in part because of shot selection. I'm sure everybody in Philadelphia saw the quote from him at the NBA draft combine in Chicago, where he was asked about that shot selection. And he's like, well, I practiced those shots. That's the player he wants to be. And so when I think about Ace Bailey, yes, there's star upside. Yes, it's going to take you a while to get there, though. And it reminds me of the Golden State Warriors choice when they took Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga is the type of guy who wants to be a star, who practices star things, but not necessarily a guy who's doing role player things with upside for more, which is what Philadelphia needs from this pick. So yes, I understand take the highest upside player, but Ace Bailey's no guarantee to become that. He is a risk in the short term and in the long term, which is why I believe you're seeing so much trade talk around this pick, and why I think Philadelphia should, and ultimately we'll see if they end up actually trading up, down, or out of this draft pick.
You mentioned Kuminga. Who would you compare Ace Bailey to? The former NBA player, or former or current NBA players that people know?
Rudy Gay.
Okay.
Rudy Gay is first name that comes to mind. I mean, just like a solid scorer. Maybe he ends up better than a Rudy Gay, but just like a bucket getter, can catch fire, has a long career, but isn't necessarily like a high impact winning player. I think that's a realistic outcome for Ace Bailey, and maybe he ends up much more than that. But again, it's going to take a long time for it to actually manifest. And for Philadelphia, I don't think they have that time to wait.
Rudy Gay is interesting because the Grizzlies got better after they traded Rudy Gay. And Rudy Gay actually, I think, was more interesting in the late stages of his career, sort of when he settled into almost being a role player type as opposed to trying to be a star player.
Bingo, Spike. Like, I think that's spot on. And that's the thing with Ace Bailey. Like, is he gonna, like everybody says, well, Ace Bailey could shoot a higher percentage from 3 if he's taking higher quality threes. He's just standing in the corner. He could, if he's focusing on playing more defense and focusing on all these things, he can be a better player. It's like, yeah, but you're asking him to be something that he's never been and hasn't really shown a desire to be. And that's where I have some issues with the fit with Philadelphia for Ace Bailey. And like, I get you might be passing on a guy that maybe ends up becoming a star, but that goes down to your priorities as a franchise. Are you trying to win in the 25-26 season, the 26-27 season, or are you more concerned about building for 2030 and beyond? And depending on what side of the fence you fall on is where I think you're going to feel about Ace Bailey.
So I know you said you'd rather trade up or trade back, but let's say those deals aren't there because you need a trade partner for that, and you need a good trade for that. So let's say you're the Sixers and you're picking at 3. Who would you pick at 3?
You know, I'll tell you what. I think there would be a trade partner. I'll say that first. I think there would be. Whether it's a deal that you're incredibly happy about is a whole different question. But there are teams interested that are trying to trade up, New Orleans included. At 3, VJ Edgecombe does really intrigue me for all of these things we're talking about, because with VJ Edgecombe, he's 6'4" with a very long wingspan, elite athleticism, and he's somebody who already did show a willingness to play a role player role for Baylor this past season as a guy who occasionally stepped up, handled the ball a lot, was a downhill attacker, but for the most part played a 3-and-D style for the Baylor Bears. So I think with VJ Edgecombe, he has that willingness to play a lesser role, but he also has significant upside because of his athleticism, because of his driving ability. He shot 43% in his final 2 years in high school. So I think his 34% he shot at Baylor was a little misleading. He's an elite shooter. He has elite touch. So I'm a believer in him there. And he's got the mindset, man. Like, the dude's a dog. The way he attacks on drives to the rim, the way he attacks on boards and rips down some rebounds. He plays hard, plays fast. I think VJ Edgecombe is where I lean if the Sixers have to stay at number 3.
I tell you, KOC, the moment I get comfortable, you come in and now, I didn't love Ace Bailey, but I was starting to really like Ace Bailey and starting to envision him as a Sixer. Now you just threw me off because I respect everything you say. So you just threw me off because you're not in love with the fit for the Sixers and moving forward. One thing you really said that I'm sort of hung up on is, where do the Sixers sort of really see themselves doing next year? Is this rebuild, or are they trying to win next year? And are you looking for a piece that sort of fits? Because you already have a Paul George who's 6'8", and you got Embiid as a center, and you got the 2 young guards. Are you looking for a piece just to fit with those guys, or what are you looking for next year if you're looking at next year's team?
I mean, I'm looking at both. I want a guy that helps me in the short term and helps me in the long term.
Okay.
I want to try to maximize the chances of Embiid being healthy in April and going on a run in this pathetically weak Eastern Conference. I'm trying to make a run this year, but yes, I'm also acknowledging that Embiid hasn't stayed healthy. He very well might be past his prime, that contract might end up in albatross if he never gets healthy again. I acknowledge all of those things. Same with Paul George with 3 years remaining on his deal, and he looks like he'd rather be a podcaster at this point. I acknowledge all of that, but at the same time, that's why you're building for both that short term and for the future. And I think VJ Edgecombe, Con Knipple, guys like that help check both of those boxes. And there's more names if they were to actually trade down in the draft, or Dylan Harper at number 2 if they were to trade up to number 2 with San Antonio. So I want both. If I'm the Sixers, right. And I don't think Ace Bailey checks the both box for me.
So
hold on real quick, Spike.
Yeah.
Because he mentioned my guy, Con Knipple.
Yes.
All right.
Jack's guy, too.
Yeah. Well, I introduced Jack to him.
Okay.
So
heady player.
I'm just trying to see, KOC, Knipple. How do you see him sort of fitting? Is he like a Cooper Flag light? Like what are we looking at with Knipple?
I mean, Knipple, he's, I interviewed him for my podcast about a month ago at the draft combine. The dude acts like he's 30 years old. First of all, like he's just 19 years old, but like maturity level wise, like there's certain guys you interview that are super mature and certain ones you interview that are immature. The maturity level is there. The acceptance of role, embracing the role, playing hard, doing the extra stuff on the floor, diving on the floor for a loose ball, chasing rebounds, making the smart pass, like all of those things that Sixers fans, I think, loved about Jared McCain last year with his ability to quickly adapt in the NBA. I think it's very similar with Con Knipple. Knipple's only 6'5". He's not especially long, but elite shooter, elite, attacking closeouts, blossoming as a creator as well. I mean, to me, he could fit on literally any team in the league. For Philadelphia, I wouldn't say he's my preference necessarily, because like Philly already has Maxey and McCain. I guess they can afford to have one more guy, but if you draft Knipple, maybe there's a little too much overlap if you're also bringing back Quentin Grimes. But then again, you can never have enough shooting, can never have enough versatile wings / guards in your backcourt.
So there was a rumor online. We're with Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, Kevin O'Connor Show, everywhere you get your podcasts and YouTube. There was a rumor today from Michael Scotto that the Sixers had engaged the Spurs in a trade trade-up scenario to 2, you would think that would be for Dylan Harper. Now, I want to caution everybody, this is rumor time. So there's stuff everywhere. There's some truth to everything. It doesn't mean anything's going to happen. If you're the Sixers, how aggressive are you in trying to trade up to 2 to get Dylan Harper, and how do you see him fitting?
I think Philadelphia would be a pretty close to ideal fit for Dylan Harper in terms of the spacing Philadelphia would have. You have Embiid, who can shoot threes, Maxey, the speed he plays with, the shooting ability that he has, McCain. Like, there's a lot of shooting on the floor that I think would really help Dylan Harper mitigate some of the shooting concerns that he has and really highlight his just elite downhill attacking. The dude shot almost 70% at the rim last year at Rutgers. He's an ambidextrous finisher at the rim. He's strong. He's got great footwork. He knows how to decelerate. Like, the dude's an awesome finisher and a really good passer. And in theory, should be, when he's empowered to be, a very versatile defender at 6'5" with strength and length. So for Philadelphia, I think he'd be a pretty perfect fit next to McCain and Maxey. Now, how aggressive would I be? I'm not being so aggressive that I'm trading McCain to move up one spot, but I'd be willing to put future picks on the table. I'd be willing to try to get creative here with different configurations for the deal, but ultimately I'd prefer to stick to a draft picks based package rather than giving up McCain in a deal, unless more is coming back from San Antonio in the form of some type of players. But I'd be going for Harper if possible. Ultimately, though, like you said, it's rumor season and everybody's calling everybody trying to see what's possible. And I wouldn't bet on Philly moving up to 2, but I think it says a lot that they're actually trying.
KOC, I just want to let you know, I know you put out your newest mock draft, and it had the Sixers trading back and then taking Malawach, a center from Duke. I just want to let you know, they trade and take a center with their lottery pick, you're causing Philadelphia chaos.
I'm diving into Schuylkill head first.
Just so you know, that would be the chaos pick.
Why? Can I ask why? Why is that?
Taking a center.
Because it's a center.
Yeah. I mean,
but the teams play two bigs. Malawach is very versatile.
Oh, come on.
You need like, you want Andre Drummond as your backup center again? I'm not saying you draft a backup center with a top 10 pick, but what I am saying is that with Malawach, he's a guy who can help in the short term, play with Embiid or behind Embiid. And he's a guy in the long term. Like, he's not just like Rudy Gobert Jr. He's not just a guy who's just going to be at the rim and that's it. Malawach enters the NBA with more versatility on defense. He was very switchable for Duke last season, and he's got some touch. He has some touch. He has a little bit of skill on offense. He's only been playing basketball for 5 years in his life. I think there's some untapped shooting potential for him in the same way there was for Embiid when he was drafted by the Sixers over a decade ago. So I think with Malawach, he's one of those helps in the short term and long-term guys. But yeah, I understand you already have a beat, and I get that mindset of wanting to go at another possession.
Well, look, I'm just telling you there would be chaos. I can only imagine doing the podcast that night after they take a center. It's just
we got
like
PTSD. They took 3 centers 3 years straight once upon a time.
Yeah, we had Embiid, Nerlens Noel, and Jaleel Okafor on the team at the same time. You remember that?
Those were good times watching those Sixers teams with all those centers out there.
Yeah, good time. Great times. Yeah, we actually had Embiid. We had one. I remember it only happened for one game. Had Okafor and Noel on the court at the same time. And by the way, we were so brainwashed at that point. We're like, this could work.
This could work.
This could work. All right, KOC. Kevin O'Connor Show is awesome. Get it wherever you get your podcasts with Yahoo and YouTube, and of course your mock drafts. You are dual threat, man. You're doing the finals and the current NBA stuff, but you're also great at the draft. So we appreciate your time as always, KOC.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having me on.
There he is, Kevin O'Connor. Let me ask you this, Ike. If we haven't had a title for the 76ers, we haven't even beaten a good team in the playoffs for the 76ers in the process era. If TJ wins the finals, does that count? Does that count?
Something tells me we're going to take something out of that.
I'm just going to say it counts. I'm not going to say it counts if Isaiah Joe wins. That's not. But TJ
he was a part of it too.
He was, but like TJ
is one of the faces of it.
I agree. A true process, and he swung the game yesterday. That second quarter performance, because they had been horrible without Halliburton on the court. Mm-hmm. But man, he had 5 steals. He's stealing inbounds passes. He's getting the crowd. I'm like, there's our guy.
Well, you know how it is. Role players, usually show up at home.
Yep.
And they feed off the crowd. And yeah, that was the perfect game for TJ last night. It was the perfect game.
Dude, I felt so. I was like, there it is. There it
But
is.
I was told Hinkie couldn't evaluate talent.
Yeah, there it is.
Didn't even draft TJ.
No, he did not. He was undrafted free agent.
TJ, I remember the whole TJ phenomenon, man. Yeah, TJ was awesome.
Started over Ben Simmons in the
Embiid,
playoff.
yeah. Remember Embiid celebrating with him like
grabbed his face. Yeah, when they beat the Knicks.
Yes.
It was the Knicks shot. And it was that game against the Celtics in that playoff series where they sat Rocco and they started TJ McConnell, but it was really Ben. It was about Ben, and they won that playoff. The first TJ game.
TJ game, yeah.
215-592-9494. So glad this guy is alive and back in the US of A. Herb from the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's up, Herb?
All right, before I talk about Columbia, I want to say one or two things.
Oh, jeez.
Rios, they need you down there in Columbia. You understand? I hope you're listening.
What does that mean?
Okay? They need you down there, brother. Get down there, my man.
Hold on. Who is they? Who needs him?
Do you really want to go down this path? You guys are insane.
Brother.
I didn't know.
Anyway,
all right.
All right, let me talk about the Sixers.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, geez.
Let me talk about the Sixers, okay? Who were the top? Is there any in the top 3 or top 5 players that are over 6 from 6'6", 6'7", and up? Who's the top man? Who's the top?
Who's the
man?
tallest guy?
In the top 5 is
Ace Bailey, right?
Well, is
Cooper
Flag, you know.
I thought he meant who was the tallest.
Cooper
Oh,
Flag.
who's the tallest guy? I don't know.
This is what I would do. I would make it. If you want to make a play, okay, you're going to have to give away your best player, okay? I don't want to do it, but if I can get Cooper Flag the number 1 pick, I got to do it. I got to give him Tyrese Maxey. Send him right to Dallas, where he used to grow up, where he grew up. I mean, I got to do that, you know, and I got to get Cooper Flag. I need a guy that's 6'9", that can jump and do everything. He plays defense, plays offense.
Yeah.
He makes plays. He can run the break.
Yeah.
He's like a Larry Bird, man. He's like a Magic
What
Johnson.
about it reminds you of Larry Bird?
Yeah.
He knows how to put the ball on the floor or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Just like Larry.
Is there anybody better than Cooper Flag? If
No.
we can, at 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", there isn't.
Nope. So they should just take Flag.
So, you know, we're stuck. We got 2 players that are hurt that are getting over $400 million.
We need to hear about Columbia, Herb.
And yeah. Columbia was great. The hotel was great.
Did you bring home a wife?
I had a good time. I had, had a few girls out there, and
At once?
I can't say what I did on the radio, but
what'd you do?
I'll show you some pictures.
No.
Yeah, send it to Jack.
Yep,
Send
I
it to
want to
Jack.
see pictures.
Yep.
Yep, I want to see them.
He only got a couple. I got a whole load of them. Okay?
Great. Is that what they call it these days?
Yeah, Jack. So
Hold on,
let
did
me
you go
say
by your?
something.
Hold on, Herb. Did you go by yourself?
Yeah, I told you I was going myself.
Well, I don't know.
You don't bring sand to the beach.
Well, could have went with a buddy. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know where my sister's going to? She's going to San Juan, I think in the next couple days.
Oh, I didn't even know you had a sister.
The chocolate stuff.
Oh, she likes the chocolate too.
She's going to San Juan, Puerto Rico.
That's not really chocolate
She
though.
got the money. She got
More of
the
a
money.
mocha.
Peanut butter, caramel.
Yeah.
If I'm not working, I'll be down to see you guys. I'm going to get some lobster tomorrow.
All right. There you go.
There you go.
I got. It was a great time, but I actually found out there's a place called Medellin, Colombia, that's even better.
Oh, there you go.
Medellin.
3 million people, more partying and stuff, and
You sure it's not
Like a
Medellin?
nice place. I want to say one thing about
It's Medine.
I don't know.
Hold up, man. What's the place they went to in Entourage?
Oh, I don't know. I never saw that show.
Fritz?
I think it's Median.
It's Medine, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
No, it's Medion.
That sounds closer. But do you think that's what Herb was talking about?
No,
He said Medellin.
Yeah, I have no idea what Herb
Medellin.
I thought he was talking about where the.
Medellin.
I thought he was talking about where the Giants play. Meadowlands.
Meadowlands.
Let me say something about the Eagles. Okay?
Great. All right. Yeah.
There's a lot of people talking about Jalen Hurts and talking about Ike. You talked about, these other quarterbacks and all that. No, Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl. Okay, he's been there 2 out of the last 3 years in the Super Bowl. He's done what he's doing, and he's going to get better. And he's going.
And he just wins, right, Herb? Like he just wins.
Another ring. He's going for another ring this year. Forget about last year. Last year's over. We're now in 2025.
That's true.
Training camp's coming up real soon, and you're a month away. I mean, come on, you know what I mean? Let the guy do his thing in training camp and what he does, when the season starts. There's too many people saying this and that and all that expectations. Let me tell you something. Yesterday when I was getting on the plane, I'm sitting, waiting. This guy, I start talking to him and his lady. They live in Detroit, and I'm going to Detroit next month. He's okay. He says that when he hears that I'm from Philadelphia, right away, you know what he said to me?
They would have beat us.
Congratulations on winning the Super Bowl. I said, brother, thank you very much. I said,
you did so much.
I said, I'm ready for 2025. I said, Detroit, you got a nice team, you got a nice coach. Well, you might make it too. You might make it this year too. It's competitive. Everybody's competitive. It's so like I say, if I can get this team to win 13 or 14 games, okay, that's great. You know what I mean? We need to get, if we can get that number one spot again like we had a few years ago, that's great. If we, whatever. If we don't, we don't. We know how to win. We know how to win. We know what it takes. We got the players on offense. We got the players on defense. The new guys on defense will learn the system to get out there and hit some people and win ball games. That's what
shoot.
1 week at a time, brother. 1 week at a time.
Coming up next.
February 8th.
Best score.
February 8th. Ain't around the corner.
Supporting actress.
Like
and a performance from Pink.
6 months. February 8th. That's the Super Bowl. Let's go.
All right, Herb.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. We'll see you at Chickies tomorrow. There he is. Herb from the Northeast.
Oh, man.
Get ourselves another update on the U.S. Open with Ike's U.S. Open updates. Hopefully we figure out what an albatross is by then. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check and see if a player's consistency during the playoffs is increasing or decreasing, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's starting to heat up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Tune in tonight starting at 7 p.m. for the Bob Pantano Saturday Night Dance Party. Live from Adelphia in Deptford, the Bob Pantano Saturday Night Dance Party is broadcast exclusively on 98.1 HD2 and Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app. Powered by Bagliani's Market in Hamilton.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the Summer of Shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Is your home ready for the summer season, storm season, summer heat waves? Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, which can make sure you're comfortable fast. And if it's a bigger job, say a new home whole generator, take $500 off installation. Horizon Services is available 24/7. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. No Phils tonight. They are off. They start a 3-game series with Blue Jays tomorrow. You can hear it all on WIP.
Was it Scotty Wilbekin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, Jack, that nobody heard that conversation in the hallway on the radio. You know that was just on the radio, the Scotty Wilbekin thing right there, right?
I thought it was funny.
In the hallway, we were talking about when TJ McConnell was on the Sixers, went to Sixers training camp, and was on the Summer League team. And I said I didn't think he was going to make the team. There was another little white guy there that shot threes really well. I couldn't remember his name. It was Scotty Wilbekin.
Yes.
There is a golf major going on right now. We know there's only one expert at WIP that can give you hourly updates. That's Ike Reese.
And now, Ike Reese on the U.S. Open.
That'll start to sound creepy with this, by the way.
Yeah, gotta admit.
Is he?
I just realized that he actually changed the tournament.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. It's pretty good by battle.
Oh, yes. Asked him to do one thing this week.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure somebody had to remind him. Okay. All right. Get back to the tournament. Well, not much has changed since the last time we talked. JJ still -4 is the leader. By the way, JJ's off the course.
JJ Spawn.
Yeah, JJ Spawn.
Tough last name.
Yeah. He's off the course. He's still at the top of the leaderboard, -4. Sunjay M, still there, man, -3.
Still trying to figure out what tournament he won earlier in the year.
Yeah, I just gave up on it. I don't think it was Sunjay M. It was Si Woo Kim and Mi Woo Lee. Yeah, don't ask me which is different. I'm just saying. I know because I lost in a bet with one of them. Yes.
Please stop, Spike.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Jeez. Way too loud.
I will say this. Brooks Koepka has dropped 1 stroke.
Good.
He had eagled before. Now, eagle is 2 under.
Yes.
We
I'm glad we got to the bottom of the albatross.
I am too. But he wound up bogey in the 10th to go back to -1. He's now currently sitting at where is that? Tied for 8th place. My guy Colin Morikawa, Justin Spieth, just some notable names who are sitting, and they're sitting
Jordan
at even. Spieth. What did I say?
Justin Spieth.
Jordan Spieth. Yes.
Yeah.
Man, Justin Spieth. I'm looking right at it. It says Jordan Spieth.
Come on, guys.
Yes. Sorry.
All right. How's Scotty doing?
Oh,
Wilbekin?
yes. Scotty Scheffler. Where's Scotty? Last time I checked, he was -1. He is not there, so he is down to. Ooh, not good.
All right.
Scotty's sitting at +2 right now.
Oh, no.
Scooter.
So he
That's
has
an albatross.
Arrest that man.
He has 4 bogeys on the day.
That's not Scotty Scheffler golf there, Ike.
4 bogeys on the day, including bogey par 5 4th. 2 birdies, but he sits at 2 over through the front 9. He has hit the back 9 right now. The world's #1 golfer, Scotty Scheffler.
All right, there he is. And there is Ike Reese's U.S. Open update. You'll have another one in an hour.
Yes.
The Twitter question, I don't even have it ready, is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers.
Break out of it.
For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at Mark's-Jewelers. Question today, who was the face of the 2024-25 Eagles? Because Jack is scared of putting the real question up there. Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts? 76.3% say Saquon Barkley.
Good to see some sanity.
Yeah, 215-592-9494. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP. What's up, Tasty Cake?
Hi, Spike. Hey, Ike. Jack.
What's up, Tasty Cake?
How you guys doing? All right.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. Been very interesting day at WIP. I don't normally do this, but I listened to a little bit of the midday show, and OG Wade called in, and he had a pretty intense debate with Joe Giglio about Jalen. And Spike, the conclusion I've come to terms with is that me, you, and Jack and Ike could be sitting right next to each other in the stadium, and the Jalen guys are going to see one game, and the other guys are going to see another game, and we're watching the same game. The real game. Okay. But I thought Rios did some of the same points I wanted to bring up. Your criticisms, while they're valid, the importance of Jalen Hurts is his aura, his in-game presence.
Oh my God.
Hey, let's look at facts, Blake. Let's look at facts.
Okay.
2 years ago, they beat the Buffalo Bills, right?
Yes.
Very tough game.
Yes.
2-point win.
Yep.
But there's no question that the fact of the game was that fourth quarter drive, when Jalen pumped it in, you actually saw Josh Allen melt. He melted in the presence of Jalen Hurts. That's what happened.
Well, what happened the weeks after that when they lost 6-7?
Yeah, was he melting?
Did Brock Purdy melt in the face of Jalen Hurts?
What happened is the other quarterbacks didn't choke like Josh Allen. Same defense. You're making my point for me, Jack. How come when Josh Allen got that ball back?
I'm not talking about Josh Allen. You know what? I'm not talking about the name Josh Allen is banned. The name Josh Allen is banned. The name Josh Allen is banned from this show when discussing Jalen Hurts. I never brought up Josh Allen.
10 times today.
No, I didn't. I don't bring it up. I bring it up in response.
Am I listening to the same show? How many times has Josh Allen been brought up?
I don't bring up Josh Allen. I don't. Everyone else brings up Josh Allen. Everyone else does. The only point, Tasty Cake, is that Jack brought up is that he thinks because the Eagles won the Super Bowl that Jalen's 2024 has been overrated historically, that we do not remember the season correctly. I agree with him. I don't need to bring up Josh Allen to look at Jalen's performance of last year and say that his performance, by and large, during the regular season was at best uneven and probably more accurately unimpressive. So if we are going to talk about him and assign all these wins to him, I think that is overstating his impact. Now, I don't think he doesn't have impact. I think some of the things you say are valid. I think he does not wilt under pressure, aside from pressure from the defensive line, but like overall pressure, I don't think he's bothered by it. I don't think he's bothered by public pressure. None of those things. I think he is stoic. I think he is a hard worker. I do think he is when he is at his best, he is turnover averse, which makes him a good quarterback. However, I do think it is fair to say that because they won the Super Bowl and because he was the Super Bowl MVP, that the other things he did are shadowed by that, maybe in a way that makes those things look better than they actually were. And I don't need to bring up Josh Allen to say that. And if you want to talk about Josh Allen visibly melting 3 years ago, have at it.
Well, he also didn't really melt. I went back because I need to make sure I was right or wrong. Hold on. Easy, Dom, easy. Gabe Davis ran the wrong route in the 31-31 game. Josh Allen put it on a dime, and Gabe Davis went the other way. Like, that's not melting, Dom. It was a 34-31 win. It's not like
it was overtime. Yeah. What was it, 36-34?
It was 34-31. Wait.
No, we won by scoring 36, a touchdown.
Yeah. Albatross is the 2 on a 5.
Yeah. So it's like everybody says, you guys always bring up Josh Allen. I don't. Mm-hmm. Do I think he's better? I do. But like that is a matter of opinion. I don't think so. But again, I don't need to bring up Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes or Baker Mayfield or Matt Stafford or any of the quarterbacks that I think are better to talk about Jalen Hurts' year last year. And I do think it is a little bit intellectually dishonest to go back and point to the wins from last year and credit him with those wins and just ignore all of the other high-level performances that happened around him and not credit those people with the wins.
Okay, but they do that with everybody. The quarterback takes credit for the wins and gets killed for the losses.
Yep. But do you kill him for the loss to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs?
What's that?
Do you kill him for the loss in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs? Do you kill him for the loss to Tampa in the playoffs twice? I don't hear anybody bringing that up. I don't hear any. All I hear when they lost to the Bucks last year in the playoffs was, well, he didn't have his guys. That's all I hear. I don't hear anybody killing Jalen for that. And by the way, it's a fair defense saying he doesn't have his guys. But again, if we're going to play this game where it doesn't matter how he plays as long as they win, well, then when they lose to the Tampa Bay Bucks, I don't want to hear that AJ didn't play. I want to know what Jalen did. If you are going to make that, and again, I don't think that's a fair argument overall, but if you're going to frame it that way, that's what I'll say. And I don't think there's an answer for that.
Well, the answer, Spike, so when the Eagles lost 4 consecutive NFC championship games, the guy that got killed on WIP was Donovan.
And Andy.
He lose all 4 of them games?
And Andy.
Yeah, but no other player.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But I'm not talking about Donovan. Again, you're bringing up other quarterbacks. I'm bringing up Jalen.
You said,
is it Jalen's fault that they got killed by the Bucks?
Yeah, you could say that. You could say,
sure.
It could be his fault that they lost, and it doesn't change the other things that he's done that's been well.
Well, for sure. But but what I'm not doing is these other games where he didn't do. I'm not going to say he didn't do anything, but he wasn't the driving force behind their wins.
Sure.
Behind those wins. I'm not giving him credit for those. He was the quarterback, so they're on his record. And thank you for the call, Tacey. He was a quarterback, so they're on his record. But I just think we go a little far with that.
So here's what I see with, because I agree with you. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just in 1 second.
Yep.
All right. And at some point, we're going to graduate from this debate. It's not going to be anytime soon.
It won't be anytime soon.
Maybe even not after next year.
You need to graduate to a brand new Hyundai. Come on, everybody's graduating. Go to Colonial Hyundai and do it. They're going to graduate you quick. It's not going to take 4 years. Sometimes you go to a place, buy a new car. It takes forever. Not a Colonial. They want you in and out in no time. Right now, for a limited time, as you graduate to a brand new Hyundai, they're going to give you up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. The cars are, John Ashdale, that means is going to give you up to $10,000 off a brand new Hyundai. And if your trade stinks, I mean, if it's a piece of junk, John Ashdale, the cars are, again, giving you $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. Every brand new Hyundai from Colonial, you're going to get 3 years of complimentary maintenance. You're going to get America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Do it now. ColonialHyundai.com, 24/7. Finish at the top of your class with a brand new Hyundai from Colonial. In-stock vehicle supply, tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I was going to say, when discussing Jalen, I don't think it's as simple as black and white, meaning that it's this or it's that.
I agree with you.
There's a lot of gray area with Jalen Hurts at the quarterback position, right?
I agree.
There is some, he has great talent around him. They ran the ball last year. Like, those things are true. Like, I think you guys have every right to be frustrated because you've seen me get frustrated with Elliott, and I'm pro Jalen.
He pushes you to the other side.
When Elliott does the whole how great he was last year in the passing game and how great it was, I don't want to hear that nonsense. Like that, I don't want to hear. And I can give Jalen credit for his part in the team's success, even if he wasn't the driving force, because and I think it's being fair. I can be fair to him by saying, listen, yeah, of course he played a major part in their success last year. He's the quarterback. Of course he does. But he wasn't the driving force behind them winning last year. I think all of us as Eagles fans, I don't know why we can't be realistic and honest and just say that.
It was the running game and the defense.
Yes. Like, I don't know. And you can say that and then give him credit for how he played in the postseason, primarily in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl.
And I'll also give him credit.
I don't think that's being unfair to him.
By the way, because this is what happened.
Yes, this is what happened.
And by the way, I will also give him
He didn't play poorly after the bye week.
No.
I don't remember another game. Now, he maybe wasn't lighting the world up, but he had the Bengals game where he threw the ball well. He had to make some
Pittsburgh game.
Yeah, he had some games where he threw the ball well during the regular season, and it was still a team that was led by the running game. It just was. It was a team that was led by the running game.
And by the way,
defense.
I will also give him credit. When they made that change, he did it.
Yeah.
Some
quarterbacks are reluctant to do it.
He could have said, I'm calling my own number. But he didn't because he cared about winning. And he realized that was the other thing, and he took direction from his coaches, which, by the way, not every quarterback does.
Yeah.
You go through the history here or go through the history in other cities, and, you start hearing leaks about this guy doesn't want to do this, and this guy does. He didn't do any of those things. I have come further than I thought I would come on those sorts of things. But I do think, to the original point, there is like an overboardness to the I just won. And it's like, well, okay.
Right.
I guess.
Right.
But,
And that's really oversimplifying the team. And so I get where the frustration can come in at. So here's where I want you guys to sort of understand where Eagles fans will get frustrated with you all.
Yeah. Yes, sure.
First of all, to force them to have to defend the starting quarterback here is frustrating.
Got it.
That's frustrating.
Yep.
Right? So understand where Eagles fans are coming from.
I totally
They're basically saying, what you're really getting from Eagles fans is, we know all of this. Why can't you just appreciate the other stuff?
I'm trying. Trying to appreciate the other stuff. I really am.
That's like, now, believe me, you got some Eagle fans that they just go over the top with everything.
Sure.
That he could do no wrong. But we know, I think the majority of Eagle fans they are content with how the team won. They're content with him as the quarterback because the team isn't dependent on him to have to carry the team.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, we were saying, like, when Wentz was here, Wentz didn't have a lot of talent around him. So he had to shoulder more of the load of the team.
And by the way, if they can continue winning like this, have at it. I would love them to continue winning like this. I just don't want to be told that I'm seeing something different than I'm actually seeing.
I understand what you're saying.
And I would agree that I was, at least me, I'll speak for me, not speak for Jack. I wouldn't give any credit to the unflappable. I was like, get it out of here, get it out of here. I have come much further on those things.
Yeah.
I concede all of those facts. And I have no choice but to concede that I do not think they could win a Super Bowl with him as the quarterback. I was wrong. They could certainly win the Super Bowl with him as a... Yeah, it's there.
They proved that.
It's there. It's just like we are in bizarre... And what happens is it is a vicious cycle of the Jalen fans will excitedly overstate the case. People on the other side will get annoyed and push back. It turns into supporter versus hater land.
Yeah.
And I get pushed into hater land. I'm comfortable in hater land.
Now, Troy Aikman, for what he would do in the regular season, and a lot of it was leaning on Emmett or what have you, Aikman stepped up in the postseason and threw the ball. Like, he had to make plays in the postseason. He had to make throws. I remember the Green Bay NFC Championship game, San Francisco, and the shootout that he lost out there. Like, he had to. There were games where it wasn't just Emmett running the football.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think he won. He won one Super Bowl MVP because they gave Larry Brown. That Neil McDonald gave Larry Brown the other one. So Emmett won one Super Bowl MVP. And Aikman won one. Then the other one was Larry Brown.
Larry Brown, defensive back MVP. Unbelievable.
Not the former Sixers coach?
No. Different Larry Brown. Different Larry Brown. Jack, everyone is eagerly awaiting your top 5 at 5 today, wondering what the topic could be.
Who do we overrate? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Who's overrated at WIP?
Yeah. No, well, speaking of WIP, things at WIP that we and our listeners need to get over. Yeah.
We need to get over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what could this be?
Yeah. I'm trying to think because there's always
there's a number one. So you know what? Number one, it's a big.
We're not getting over it.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a big, I guess, revelation for me.
Okay.
It's something that I have been on for a while that I'm ready to get. We got to get over.
Okay. All right. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Let's talk about my friends at Dietz & Watson. Now, grilling season is here. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. Now, there's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp. In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself. Only the strongest will survive.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code,
summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and
and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. We all know Connor McDavid is the best player in hockey. However, with that being said, anything short of winning the Stanley Cup this year will be a failure. McDavid does have 5 assists in 3 games in the Stanley Cup final, but has 0 goals and his Oilers are now down 2-1. And as one of the most talented players ever put on skates, McDavid really needs to get going tonight and lead his team to victory, because if Edmonton goes down 3-1, it will inevitably lead to the Panthers hoisting the cup right in McDavid's face for a second year in a row. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Afternoon Show. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. No Phillies baseball tonight on WIP. You're lucky. You get a full hour of Fritz at 6 o'clock.
Oh, man.
And then TK is in here, and then Bro.
Oh, that's a dynamite lineup.
Come on, man.
Man.
Phil's back tomorrow as they welcome the Blue Jays for a 3-game set. But right now, we have everybody's favorite part of the show.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5.
5.
With Jack Fritz.
So what I have here today are the 5 things that we at WIP need to get over. Now, we and our listeners, we're all one big family here.
Yep. So when you say we, you mean all of us.
Yes. Number 5 is, and we sort of just touched on this, but there's never going to be a consensus on Jalen. Like, I mean, it would have to be a real big kumbaya moment of everyone, like, you know, holding hands, coming together. I tried last segment. It was a beautiful attempt to say, like, here's everyone's point of view.
I'm always trying.
I know. Listen, you're a great peacemaker. You get it. And then they start talking again, and I start getting all worked up. But there's just, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Do you think it's just there's never going to be consensus on the quarterback? Is that what it's going to be? Because if he came out and lit it up next year and they win, there's not much more anybody can say, right?
Say?
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be over the top, but we'll see.
I mean, there is a chance
France,
he could light it up next year.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
We'll see.
MVP.
What, 1,600?
Maybe it's down. It was started out with plus 25.
They heard you talking.
I'm going to throw 25 smackers.
I'm going to put about whatever it takes. 100?
Your emotional edge bet?
Yeah. The only way to get through the season.
Send your kids to college on the Jalen Hurts MVP bet?
Who?
Your kids?
Oh, they said Cedric.
No, I said send your kids.
Dude, I thought you said Cedric gets to college. And I'm like, the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? All right, the fourth thing at WIP that we need to get over is that the Jolly Run is coming. I mean,
oh my God,
it's coming. Whether he's gonna be in one of these big day parts soon.
Where?
Like
I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, where's everyone going?
I'm talking about like on holidays, one of us is off. The Jolly. It's in summer of Jolly right now. Like it's just starting.
Yeah,
it started when he cooked you in the Maury debate.
He did not cook me. He didn't make any good points, Jack.
And yesterday he was talking about how if you don't think this is a great weather day, then you're crazy.
Yep.
What did he say?
He tweeted, if you don't think today's a great weather day, you're nuts. And I was just like, Jolly, it's 79 degrees and sunny. Who the hell doesn't think this is a great weather day?
Arguing with himself.
Yep.
Over the weekend, he was tweeting about horses and how much he loves disrespect and how the horses are disrespected like they know the betting lines.
He loves being disrespected.
He likes to play that line, that angle.
He hasn't turned in his top 11 list yet.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
He has not.
He has not. I looked. Well, this was as of 5 hours ago.
Yeah,
I have not seen his top 11.
He does love being disrespected. Who could forget this?
In general, what do you think? When someone disrespects me? Yeah. I mean, I generally don't like it. Nothing better in the world, Francisco. Nothing is better in the entire world. I mean, you get disrespected? Absolutely love it. Love it 100%. Love it 100% of the time. I want people to doubt me. I want people to say you can't do it. 100% of the time. That fuels me. Love it. Love disrespect.
Loves disrespect.
He loves it.
I love hearing, because I could see Fran's face.
Of course.
Just going, you love it.
His emotions don't really change whether the station's off the air or he's arguing with Jolly.
Nope. It's always the same Fran.
And he always cracks the mic first saying, The third thing at WIP that we and our listeners need to get over is that the old Elliot is just not coming back. We've lost him.
Wow.
I mean, we're never gonna get the super I think the hot take Elliot. I think it's gone. I think he's gotten so used to the thirst. I think he's gotten so used to people not being so mean to him on Twitter that it now just he feels so happy that he's not going back the other way. We've lost him.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, I mean, people forget Elliot is like when people call us hot take artists or whatever, it was always Elliot and Joe.
Yeah.
Right? Giglio specifically. Elliot is just spends his days talking about how good everybody is now.
Yeah, the Sirianni influence he tweeted today about Kellen Moore giving the Saints off practice.
Oh, yeah, that it was because Sirianni, because he had been near Sirianni.
And it was really this tweet that...
Yeah, he's lost his mind.
It was this tweet. First off, he couldn't just, the Eagles put out a Jalen hype video today.
Yeah.
Instead of just retweeting it, or he had to take the video and post it himself. And he tweeted, Jalen Hurts really is everything the Eagles and their fans could ask for at quarterback. They legit might never get a better overall situation, ability, star power, etc. than Jalen Hurts at QB.
Yeah, that's him now.
Yeah.
That's him now. That's Elliot now.
I mean, I agree with him, but I wouldn't have tweeted it.
Yeah. Now, on the show sometimes...
I agree with him, but I wouldn't have tweeted that.
Sometimes we get the anti-Bryce stuff from Elliot on the show.
Oh, yeah.
But online... Elliot is just soaking up the sun. Just, the sun is thirst.
Yeah, Jack, I think nailed it.
Yeah.
I think he's enjoying not being at the center of everybody's anger.
Yeah.
Which I can understand.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
Yeah, I can understand.
I mean, once upon a time, it's what he craved.
Yes.
But now he
to
craves
annoy everybody.
Now he craves the Elliot, you're so right.
Right.
Yeah.
Elliot, you get it.
Let me tell you. If I don't think he will, and I don't.
He turns me around.
Right.
He turns me around.
Can I tell you, and Elliot, if you, I want you to think
really
about
turn
this.
Me around,
yeah.
It's called a big dose of D.
We got the point without you.
If Hurts does have a bad year next year, I am going to spend 48 full hours going through Elliot's old tweets, just retweeting all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the danger.
Yep.
That's the danger. Don't jump all the way out there.
You think the Noah Vonleh tweet lasted a long time? Buddy, I will know no bounds. You'll be begging me. Stop doing that. And then it'll be 3 a.m. I'm going to set an alarm just to like one of them so he wakes up so he knows that I'm alive. All right.
He'll block you.
Yeah, he might.
The second thing that at WIP that we and our listeners need to get over is that not everything is rage bait. This is the new thing that drives me.
Rage bait?
Oh, it's a new term that these psychos use online.
On the internet.
Psychos. All we're
they
asking,
call the top 11 list rage bait.
Rage bait?
Yeah.
We asked you who the best athletes in Philadelphia are.
Rage bait. That means something they just want you.
We're baiting
want
people to get
mad.
angry. Yeah. They vote on it. It's not. We don't put the list
That's
together.
Not rage bait.
Yeah, we didn't put. They looked at the 2024 list. They're like, "All right, Spike, you put Embiid too." I was like, "I didn't put Embiid too. You did."
It's the listener submitted voting. Right. It's not rage bait, and also it's a freaking list. It's fun.
Relax.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm surprised. I think most radio listeners knows that this is a list time of the year.
Sure.
That's Mount Rushmore
Yes, it's
season.
what happens on every radio sports talk radio show this time of the year.
Full News Day? Yeah.
And by the way, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's fun. It's what sports talk is, made up list.
Rage
and top
bait.
fives and Mount Rushmores. That's what sports talk is.
Yes.
That's what it is.
That's what's good. You argue with your friends about
Yes.
it. Like,
We do.
we're all smiling. Rage bait. Yeah.
We're laughing. Yeah, rage bait.
Relax.
I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, it's a new one. It's
Yeah.
a new one they found.
Yeah.
Rage bait.
This is rage bait.
Yeah, engagement farming's another one.
Yes.
It used to be race baiting. It's not.
No. Now it's rage
It's
baiting.
rage bait, yes.
Yeah.
But the number one thing that we at WIP need to get over,
and this is you.
And this is me.
Yeah.
And I fought this fight for a good long time.
Uh-oh.
We need to get over Trout to the Phillies.
Oh, thank God.
We just,
Thank God.
I'm sorry.
Was somebody talking about it today?
Yeah, the morning show did.
Oh, the morning show. Oh, okay.
The camera's like, I don't know, it makes sense. No, it doesn't. Like,
it does.
It doesn't make sense. There's so much money.
They owe him $200 million, and he only plays
half of it.
He's hurt all the time.
Oh, now you want to start ripping.
And
him.
it's just, I love.
This is what I've been saying
After
for.
you done convinced everybody to go trout fishing, now you want to start ripping.
I
him.
love a good bit. He's hitting like 229 now. So it's not even like he's a super productive player. He still hits home runs, but it's too much money. I'm off the trout fishing.
Well, and he doesn't even play. He doesn't even play that well anymore.
Yeah, it's a good run. It's a good run. We had a good bit for a while. Done.
One question.
Okay.
Would he be an upgrade in left field?
If he can stay on the field. Well, yeah, but that's... Yes.
Well, I mean, these guys are on the field, and we're still all upset.
Yeah, but I think the problem would be you trade for Mike Trout, and then Max Kepler's still on the field because Mike Trout has some knee issue or something. He is hurt all the time.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
It would be fun, but...
Of course it'd be fun.
Yeah. But he doesn't play anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Wow, Jack. Oh, the Trout to the Phillies over.
Now, the
Jack.
last time this happened...
Yeah.
Did you clear that through the brand manager?
This might be a message to him.
Yeah, did you clear that through him?
You need to find some other soldier
yes.
to lead the fight.
Yeah.
I'm off.
Well, no, that's basically giving up the fight. Like, we're moving on to somebody
Well,
else.
by the way, if they do it, you know he'll be...
Oh, he'll love
yeah,
it.
first.
Yes, of
You
course.
kidding me?
Yeah.
You kidding me? Trout fishing all day. I'll get the fishing reel back up here.
Yeah.
But again, the last time I said I was out on something, 2 days later, I was throwing and convincing myself that I might be back
That's
to the
true.
big
Yeah, it
league.
doesn't take much to...
Yeah, I'm a huge flip-flopper.
This hour, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off, interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com. CJ in Texas, you're on WIP. What's up, CJ?
Fellas. Doing good. How y'all doing?
Oh, man, we're doing great.
What up, CJ?
Hey, it's summertime, baby. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Them BBLs out, we can't even get mad at them.
I knew there was somebody out there that appreciated the BBLs.
Hey, summer dress season, baby. Hey, hell, BBLs, you don't even need a summer dress. Sticking out of dinner. But I'm not going to go way over there. Hey, Jack, Well, you gonna get a ad for flip flops because you sure doing a lot of it these days.
I don't know. Stay pretty strong on one take.
Yeah, there was one you haven't moved off of at all.
You know what, Jack? I'm gonna come over there with you on that tape. They did go too far with Jalen this year. They did too much, didn't they, Spike? They just been saying that Jalen did everything in 2024 and not remembering all the weeks we looked at him not throw for nothing with all that talent around. So I'm going to say that with you. But it's a reason why they have to. It's because they got the major bait right over there saying even when he wins, y'all go too far to the other side. It's like, good grief. And then you got people like Chris Sims. He's doing his thing. He knows. And I keep trying to tell Eagles fan on Twitter, like, dude, he's baiting y'all in so y'all can run his numbers up. You're making him money. Like, stop looking at the dude. You're making him money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in Chris Sims's camp at all, you know. I look, and by the way, Philadelphia fans have been easily baited for years and years. Colin Cowherd knows it. Like, all those national guys know that if you talk about one of our players in a way that we find distasteful, we are going to amplify it over and over and over again. And by the way, it's never going to end. We could have individual conversations with every fan in Philadelphia, and they're still going to do it. So, CJ, I'm glad that you can come to the conclusion that, yes, maybe we're overrating the season a little bit last year.
I'll say this, though.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not a Hurts guy or a Hurts guy, but when you're going and you're saying, like, hey, well, why doesn't everybody else do it if they're so great without the talent?
Yeah.
It's not that. It's that with Jalen has all this talent around him, and then the numbers don't speak. Like, it looks so hard to look at sometimes where it's like, if I got a 2,000-yard back and I got 2 all-world receivers and I got a great tight end and a great offensive line, it's like, how can't you get the ball to more people? That's the problem I have sometimes, is when you're standing in the pocket for 7 seconds, and it's like, how did you hit nobody? That's the problem. So when people are like going overboard about, well, he wins, it's like, dude, we got all pros at every position. And the defense, we didn't even talk about the defense. It's like, how could we not win? Now, I will say this. It's Philly. So most of those quarterbacks you're talking about, there's no way in hell they can play there with this radio station or the reporters or the national media. They couldn't take the heat. And that's why Jalen is the perfect fit. And good or bad, I'm going to ride with him. Hey, I poked at him before. That's not a Bluetooth thing, but hey, I messed with him before. Hey, Spike, speaking of which, you were on one like last segment where you just said, hey, I've come to this conclusion. You said it like 5 times. I was like, wow, he's really doing the Bluetooth thing now. But hey, I'm not going to say that. That's about it. But
well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to make a joke I probably shouldn't make, so we'll just I'll leave yours. I'll leave yours there. All right, CJ.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all have a great one.
All right,
thank
CJ.
you, CJ. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it.
Can I?
And just like Jack brought up in his top 5, it's probably why we're going to always have a debate or discussion about Jalen.
Yeah, I think there will be moments where we're all on the same page,
Right.
but usually the quarterback in Philly, we always argue about the quarterback in Philly. Can I tell you about a little? It's not a concern. I started seeing the future a little bit. I want to bring this up to you, Ike. This is between you and me. It's not rage bait. It's really something I thought of. So I was reading an article on ESPN.com about Bryce Huff and on the 49ers. And here is a quote from 2 quotes I want to read you from the defensive line coach and from Robert Saleh, defensive coordinator. Here's defensive line coach. If you're born into a hand in the ground defense, it's an adjustment period to turn yourself into a stand-up outside linebacker role and vice versa. It's not a snap your fingers and hey, go to a different scheme. And now you've primarily been successful throughout your career with your hand in the dirt going vertical, and now you're standing up. It's a difference. And Robert Saleh said about Bryce Huff, I think highly of him as a pass rusher. He wins at such a high rate. A lot of times when you look at pass rushers, you look at sacks. Sacks are important. They end drives, and it's what ultimately gets these guys paid. But his disruption rate in getting the quarterback off the spot and the way he can do it, he wins so quickly, so often, that coordinators have to account for his presence. So I was looking toward next year and looking at our sort of questionable edge collection, right? Young guys, low-level free agents. And I'm thinking about next year, 49ers will probably be better. They have a pretty easy schedule. And Bryce Huff is with a coordinator who knows how to use him. And my gut tells me Bryce Huff's going to have a pretty good year. Doing there what they're asking him to do. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bryce Huff get double-digit sacks.
Double-digit sacks?
Yeah. I mean,
I'd be shocked.
Well, he already did it once.
I'm shocked that he did it once.
Okay. Well,
I'm shocked that he did it that one time.
I look at these guys. By the way, we don't have the only good defensive coordinator in the NFL. Robert Saleh is a good defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. He is. And then I look at our guys who are doing what Vic wants, but maybe not quite as talented, and maybe our defense takes a step back. Mm-hmm. And are we going to look back at this and say, did Vic maybe not bend enough to try to get this talented guy involved and try to make something out of him? Is he I'm not saying he's Chip, but Chip Kelly wanted guys who would do what he said over talent sometimes. Yep. And is it possible that we'll be looking back next year at Bryce Huff having a successful year with the 49ers and maybe us wondering where the pressure is on the quarterback and look at Fangio and say, I don't know, why couldn't you find a way to make this guy effective?
Yeah, I'd be surprised at it. Here's what I'll say. There is something to, I guess, finding the guy to play in a system that suited to what he does best versus having a player that's good enough to adapt to systems or what have you, which may also give you an indication of why he was undrafted. So it's not like he was a high draft pick, comes with a high pedigree. There was always limitations to what he's able to do. And I'm not sure this was a Vic Fangio signing in the first place.
No, my gut is that it's not.
It's a Howie thing.
Yeah.
So even let's say you're right, that he goes out there and plays well in San Francisco. I still believe it's less of an indictment on Vic Fangio than it is Howie Roseman for signing him. Because if Vic Fangio handpicked him and envisioned him playing a certain way because he watched him on film and said, I know how to use him, I would think Vic Fangio would have given him more of a chance to be successful. Here's another thing I would look at. Guess who joined our personnel staff that knows Bryce Huff better than anybody?
Joe Douglas.
Oh, right. Yes.
Think Joe Douglas came here and offered up any advice on why we should keep him, how to use him, or anything else?
I mean, it's certainly interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So, listen, God bless him. If he does well, like I said, I'd be surprised. I'm not expecting it. I think sometimes guys can have a good year. They caught lightning in a bottle that year.
A couple years ago, yeah.
They put up stats. You got paid. Doesn't mean you don't get exposed when people start to expect more from you. Could he go out there? Is he a starter? Is he a role? Is he a backup? Is he a role player? You know what I mean? What are they expecting from him? Is he just coming in on third down and rushing the passer? Because they didn't give him $50 million. So
they don't have to use him anymore.
Exactly. Right. So they don't have to justify how much they have him out there on the field. That could happen. That could happen. I like I said earlier, I would still view that as more of an indictment on Howie than I would Vic.
Okay, that makes sense. And there's no way, maybe this is a dumb question, there's no way, even though our scheme doesn't take advantage of a player like that, it's just crazy to me that they couldn't figure anything out.
I agree. But I think they tried with him. See, here's the other thing. Is he being stubborn because he got paid?
Right. And he's like, I don't play that way. I play this way. Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because here's what I'll say. I can't give Vic credit for developing Nolan Smith, him having his best year, and Jalix Hunt out of, what's the college he went to again? I didn't even know the school he went to. What is it?
Houston Baptist?
Yeah. Right? Like these guys developed under this coach. And this guy who's been in the league 4 or 5 years already somehow couldn't adjust to what they were asking him to do.
And Jalix Hunt who was playing safety 3 years ago.
Yeah,
at
was
Colgate.
able to do it, exactly.
Right. Okay.
So
Cornell.
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 What's the difference? There's really no difference.
Yeah, it really is no
Yeah,
difference.
yeah.
Where'd you say, Colgate?
I said Colgate. They're the same
there
thing,
is
are
no
they?
difference.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, maybe literally there's no
Are they
difference.
both Ivy League?
I think
Colgate?
so.
No, Colgate's not Ivy League.
Oh, they're not?
Cornell's Ivy League.
Colgate's
Yeah,
the
they're
one
both-
in New York State, right? In the middle of New York State.
Well,
where
Cornell's in Ithaca.
Where did Donna Foyle go?
Colgate.
I don't know who Donna Foyle is.
Colgate.
Basketball player. He went to
Yes,
Colgate.
yes.
Okay, maybe that's why I'm thinking Colgate.
Nice.
That's not Ivy League?
No.
Oh, I thought
I
it
think
was.
it's the American. It's like Bucknell, Lehigh.
Bucknell's not Ivy League, huh?
No, it's like Ivy Light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Lehigh, Lafayette, Bucknell, Colgate.
Oh, that's all the same. Okay.
They could add Fritz's services in college.
That's why he knows. Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say, man, Jack knows a lot about
he's
this.
big on the Patriots.
The SATs weren't high enough.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm sitting here.
We'll get Ike's
in a much better position.
We'll get Ike's last U.S. Open update of the day coming up next. Also, we will close out your calls on Jalen again
For today.
No promises about tomorrow. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You might want to close the door on this conversation, but you need to close your brand new door from Gaida. That's pretty close, right? It's summer's here, and summer is one of those times, summer and winter, when the temperatures are extreme, when your energy bills go through the roof, if your windows and doors are not up to par. If they need to be replaced, like I needed almost all my windows replaced, front door as well, sliding patio door, Gaida is the place to do it. They are the people to do it. Right now, 20% off everything. You want an efficient window. An expertly installed energy-efficient window. Gaida can do it with 20% off. You want a brand new insulated front entry door. You want a sliding patio door. You want a garage door. Gaida can do it 20% off. And while you're enjoying these new windows and doors and your lower energy bills and your higher home value, you're going to be doing it interest-free for up to 3 years and no money down. No money to start your project. It is excellent. It's a limited time. There are restrictions. Do me a favor. Call 877-GO-GAIDA. Get your free no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Looking to avoid 95 traffic? SIPTA's Wilmington-Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the 95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak commuter traffic. Check dctma.org/commute95 for weekly I-95 updates.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
I cried out.
They're partners with B101. And the fellas were like, you guys sing Creed at 5:30? And I was like, yes, sir.
Does a bear bleep in the woods?
Yes, sir.
And what else? What is he wipe with?
A leaf.
Sometimes I wonder about my dogs when they do that. I'm like,
what do they wipe with?
They're not wiping.
A fluffy white rabbit.
Yeah.
What is that from?
Never mind.
All right. Glad we cleared this up.
Is
an albatross a double eagle?
Yeah. Before we
Is a ship a boat?
We are going to debut the first official top 11 list from a WIP staff member in a moment.
Who couldn't wait.
Couldn't wait.
For next week.
Look at me.
Engagement. My show's on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. 2 to 6 a.m.
We'll get to that in a minute. Andy in Westchester.
Hold on. The U.S. Open.
Oh, shoot. Andy, you got to hang on. Oh.
And now,
like Reese on the U.S. Open.
Oh, shut up! It was dumb. Shut up! Shut up! I changed the deck it was in.
Oh, wow.
Well, you were late and it was all thrown up. We had to rush into it. It'd be funny if I got into it late.
Wow, Justin over here.
Please lower your voice. Please lower your voice. Please lower.
Not video, Justin. Gerazio.
All right. So far, our final update.
Yes.
I got to catch my breath now.
Okay, sorry.
All right. No change at the top of the leaderboard. JJ Spawn. Oh! Just 1 second. There is change. Someone's joined him at the top of the leaderboard. That would be Sung J.M.
Your boy.
Oh, man.
Still can't figure out if he won a tournament.
Oh, man. Great Japan golfer. Awesome. Siwoo Lee is on 4th place still. Also another great Japan golfer at -2. Tied for 5th. All right. Sam Barnes.
South Korean, by the way.
Yeah, same thing. Brooks Koepka. -1. I knew that wasn't flying.
Yep.
I took a shot with Japanese. I took a shot with it, man.
Jack saved you.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
No, he was waiting to correct me.
Yep.
I don't think that's right.
All right. So here's what I'll say. Tomorrow is a big day. Now you're sitting at -4. Cut line is probably going to be somewhere around +3, +2, depending on what that final score is tomorrow. Yeah, we got some notables that are going to have to give us a good day tomorrow if they want to make it to the weekend. I'm talking about guys like Xander Schauffele, Corey Connors. We're looking at Keegan Bradley, who's down there. Hold on, where's Roy? Oh, yeah, there's Roy. +4. Not looking good for Rory McIlroy right now. Wow. Tied for 70.
Rory and Scheffler not having a good round.
Yeah, not real good for those guys. By the way, Min Woo Lee is now tied for 70s to a second as well.
Oh, wow.
I figured I brought him up enough. I'm just going to give a score.
He's tied for what?
72nd.
72nd. Not good.
Not good.
There you go.
There you go.
Are we going to have more U.S. Open updates tomorrow?
Yeah, it's all weekend.
Okay. Ike's coming in this weekend?
Well, you know.
Andy in Westchester. You're on WIP. What's up, Andy?
I'm pretty sure Medellin is where all the cartels are, right?
Yep.
So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Herb got the benefits of some human trafficking.
Well, there's no benefits of that. We're not making jokes about human trafficking now.
I don't mean it as a joke.
Yes,
I know.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Yes.
we're all having fun.
Yeah.
It's okay, Andy. We're gonna stop that right there.
All right. Well, I'll get on to you then.
Oh, what did I do?
What did you do? I don't know whether to call you Mr. Eskin or Mrs. Shore Parks.
What?
Biggest Elliott apologist ever. Like, yesterday.
An Elliott apologist? Me?
Yeah.
I yell at Elliott more than anybody in America.
I know. You think like you're his personal bully. You leave some for us, man. When somebody else tries to talk about him. Yesterday, Corey called in, and he was making fun of him, and you started defending him. Like, oh, no, I could see what he was talking about. When I called him his win, a fraud win, you're like, no, but you can win many ways. And then he called up later. You're saying, you had a fraud win.
Well, you know what it is? It's like this is a family here, and you know the whole thing where if I can talk crap about my brother, but you can't. So that's pretty much it. Yeah.
You're his personal bully. We're not allowed to have a
Well, yeah. Well, I needed my own punching bag to get stronger, you know.
Well, I'm still coming after him. But so on to Jalen. It's funny. I feel like people think if you don't think he's the best quarterback in the league, then you hate him. And it's like he's good. I love him as our quarterback. You know, he didn't have the best regular season last year, but he's clutch in the playoffs. You know, he does what we need him to do. And people talk about, like, you know, a game manager like it's a bad thing. That's exactly what they need him to be. And he's good at it. He's efficient. He's effective. You know, he's not I'm not going to call him any other quarterback name, but he's not, the best quarterback in the world. But I think he's good. He's a good quarterback for us, and I don't know why that's a bad thing to say.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, I think it maybe gets caught in the vortex of hater versus biggest fan in the world thing, and everybody, like with most of these things, thank you for the call, Andy, most of these things, it turns into that, and that's pretty much it.
Yep. You almost get put into like you said, you get backed into one corner or the other.
Yep.
That's where you are.
Sometimes, and I'm sure this happens the other way, I'll concede on a bunch of stuff. I'll be like, yeah, I think he's good at this, good at this, good at this, and then they'll go, oh, yeah, but you said Josh Allen, and I'm like, all right. I'm not going to.
Let me ask you, will we ever get past the Josh Allen thing?
I don't even know.
I thought it was settled last year. I really did. With what he did without Diggs, with winning the MVP, and I know they lost to Mahomes. He's lost to Mahomes by a combined in the last 2 games, 6 points in the AFC Championship game, and then the one game, Tyreek went down the field in 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. He had the lead there. I thought it was settled last year, but apparently not.
I think he's good. I think he's better. We'll see. That's it. So instead of the Twitter question, we are bringing you Twitter big news. Twitter question, or the Twitter big news in this case, is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. You may ask, Ike, what is the big news? Well, the big news is that Buzz has released his top 11 just moments after he submitted the internal form on Twitter.
Oh, he released it on Twitter.
Yep.
Even though next week is when we release all of them.
Right, which means he's probably going to do a show on this weekend.
I'm sure.
And try to get ahead of it.
Trying to get ahead of his content,
but that's cool.
Man.
That's cool.
Yes.
If he talks about it this weekend, if he does, as long as he doesn't do what Go Birds Radio did and steal our topic and not give any.
All of a sudden, it's like top 9.
Yeah, top 9. So, would you like to hear Buzz's top 11?
Oh yeah.
Do I want to start at 11?
Yes.
Okay. Number 11, Zach Bond.
Zach Bond's number 11.
Yes.
Well, this ought to get good from this point.
Number 10, Joel Embiid.
That was Defensive Player of the Year runner-up.
I feel like he's actually been slept on a lot, at least the internal voting.
Yeah. The internal lists I've looked at, there hasn't been a ton of Bond.
Does he deserve to be on it more than Quinyon and Coop?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a better player.
So I agree.
He has an argument as the best defensive player last year.
So I agree.
It's him and Jalen Carter.
It's just on the early returns, I think there's more Quinyon and Coop on there over Bond.
Right.
Well, because they're young.
Yeah.
Drafted, all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
All right, number 10, Joel Embiid.
Okay.
Number 9, Kyle Schwarber.
Okay.
Number 8, Jalen Carter.
Wow. Okay, where we going?
That is insane.
Right, 8 there. Where we going?
Number 7, A.J. Brown.
AJ at 7, okay.
Number 6, Bryce Harper.
Huh.
Number 5, Jalen Hurts.
Oh, that's where your ass Hurts at 5.
It feels fair. Maybe a little high. Number 4, Lane Johnson. Lane at 4.
Okay, Lane at 4.
Number 3, Zach Wheeler.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you who number 1 is, and I need you to guess who number 2 is. Okay? So number 1 is Saquon.
Yeah.
Wheeler at 3.
You already said Lane Johnson?
Said Lane Johnson. It's not Lane Johnson at number 2.
Trey Turner?
Not Trey Turner.
Oh, I was going to say, no, Trey. It's got to be, at 2, it's got to be an Eagle, right?
Yeah, you'd think.
Oh, did he go Cooper?
Nope, did not go Cooper.
Didn't go Cooper. Landon Dickerson?
Nope.
He went Jordan Mailata.
Jordan Mailata, number 2.
He put. Listen, I love Jordan. We got Jordan Mailata as the number 2 guy in the city.
Yes.
Okay, that's a little different.
Over Zach Wheeler.
I didn't see that one coming.
A.J. Brown.
Over Lane Johnson.
Yeah. Again, we are a pro Mailata show.
Yes.
Very pro.
Yes, this is a pro Mailata show. I don't think Jordan would have himself ahead of Lane Johnson.
I agree.
That's a list.
That's rage bait.
Yeah, that is rage
that's
bait.
Rage bait. That's rage bait. All right, Buzz. Buzz got his list out there first.
So if he's producing us tomorrow, which I would assume that he is.
Yeah, well.
He's going to get tortured tomorrow.
By the way, it can't be Justin 2 weeks in a row after last week.
As you just learned, we can all make mistakes back here.
100%. I'm just saying he was so shaken at the end of that show. He might need a week to recover, I think
Fran and Justin might start their own podcast just to trash this show.
Just to trash this show.
And then Buzz is just the producer.
Yeah. Aaron in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, dude?
What up, A?
I'm good. Yo,
Did you see your guy said that the basketball in the bubble was the most pure form of basketball?
He's dead right.
Wonder why he said that.
Well. No, it has nothing to do with the championship. He's
Oh.
saying, no. I mean, listen.
This is good stuff. Keep going, Ed. Keep going, Ed.
No. Listen, we're gonna be real for a second. Haters,
we are being real.
I'm being real.
No. Here's the thing. Haters will twist anything someone say to fit whatever narrative they want to push, and that's okay. This is what he's saying because he's pushing back against everyone that wants to talk negative about what he did. Because we as Sixers fans, if we would have won, we'd be campaigning that championship. And I said this a couple weeks ago. I don't care about that bubble ring because that has nothing to do with how I feel about him as a player. I don't rank him. I just say he's the greatest basketball player ever. If he wants to say it's Jordan, if he wants to say it's Kobe, I'm just going to say it's LeBron. But he's pushing back against the haters. But here's the thing. He needs to stop doing that because it gives the haters more fuel.
Yep.
It gives the haters more fuel. That's the thing. But listen, man.
Yes.
I'm trying to get my voice back. I was down there in Hugh Hood, and I brought some stuff back. You know how I go down in Atlanta. But listen,
He said Hugh Hood.
Atlanta is Hughes Hood?
Or he's talking about Delaware.
Delaware?
Which one?
I was talking about Atlanta. It
Oh,
ain't
okay.
nothing in Delaware. Ain't nothing in Delaware. So, here's the thing.
Man, are you sure you can take it?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Pause.
Okay.
But this is going to be Spike's, Jahai Campbell, and my man Devin White, the defense this summer. And Spike don't get on underneath my skin like he has been about the defense. Because this is what I say. About the contenders, also in the NFC, who's the great defenders on the Rams, on the Niners, in the secondary, and in the linebacker? You got Fred Warner, but everyone else is improving. Who do the Rams have? Because this is what I say. When we signed Zach Ball last season, I didn't know who he was because they saw a picture. I saw a black man. When I used to watch the Saints, I thought Zach Ball was white. I had no clue. So I was like, we signed Zach Ball. So I did. I looked up his highlights from 2023. Mm-hmm. He was a pass rusher, and one of the highlights he beat Penn School. So I started thinking, we're now going to be a 34 defense because we have no ends on the roster. We're going to be a 34 defensive base. What's to say that when we're in the sub, well, we're always going to be in sub, but we're going to have Zach Bond, Jacoby Dean, when he gets healthy, Jahai Campbell on the field with one another. And we know Jahai Campbell can rush a passer, and we know Zach Bond can rush a passer. Zach Bond had to learn how to play linebacker, but he knows how to rush the passer. Mm-hmm. So what's to say we can't do that when the other pass rushers on the team aren't necessarily doing their job on third down? So we don't look at what Vic Fangio can do with the pieces he has because he moved Cooper DeJean all around, and he can possibly move Zach Bond around, or he could use Jahai Campbell to move him all around the defense to help make the defense. Because we didn't have a dominant pass rusher last year, we made it through. Who led the league team in sacks? Because Nolan Smith had 6.5.
Well, but
Josh Sweat did with 8.5, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, Jahad Campbell might not even play the first month of the season.
Yeah.
I understand that. But eventually he'll play. Eventually. Just like eventually the Kobe Dean will be back probably towards the end of the season. I think I just have faith in Vic Fangio. And he doesn't have always had number one defenses. When you look at when he had talent with the Niners, the first number one defense 2 years in a row, number two defense early years with the Panthers when they were what's it called? When you bring a new team expansion, they had great defenses because you had linebackers. I want people to put faith in Vic Fangio and what he could do with these players. We don't need the big names. We don't need them. I don't think we need them.
All right.
And then let's say we have a top 10 scoring defense, and we bump the offense up to a top 3 scoring offense. We can't win with that.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
But you're expecting a completely different performance out of the offense with a. I'm sure. I hope so. If they're going to need a top 3 scoring offense, if their defense is 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
But let's say, okay, we say 10, so we're looking at like, that's 10th. But let's say they're only giving up 21 points a game. 21 points is not bad. What we give up last year? 17.
17. Yeah. We scored 26 and a half.
Let's say we bumped that up to 30 points.
Well, that's huge. But that makes them. By the way, that makes them the number 2 offense in the NFL.
Yeah, so we have to pick a struggle. Is it going to be Jalen Hurts or is it going to be the defense? We got to pick a struggle because we're the best team in the league. So we have to pick a struggle. What side of the ball is going to struggle? Because you can't ram on Jalen Hurts all summer. What you're going to do, and then also one day out of the week say, I don't know about the defense. You got to pick a struggle, Spike, or you going to think we're going to go 7-9.
Well, I don't have to pick anything. I don't understand. I can have questions about the offense's ability to step up from last year, and I can have questions about their ability to replace the defensive players they lost. And you know what? I could be right about both of them or wrong about both of them. I don't know. But it doesn't. Your point. They both. Neither thing has to happen. They could be the same exact offense from last year, and they don't adjust on defense, and they're worse. And then they're just worse than they were. That can happen.
So we're the same exact offense, but we had 1,500 rushing yards, and Jalen Hurts going for 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns. Would the offense be better?
But that's
unlikely.
How many times has he thrown for 30 touchdowns in his career?
That's why I said unlikely.
Breakout season coming.
I'm just saying, Aaron. Like I think your point is, and we got to do text now. We got to go. I think the point is, he's saying, well, if neither of these things happen, then the team might not be any good, or might not be as good as we want. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's possible. You know, I hope it's not likely, but the bet that they make that the offense levels up might be a bad bet.
Right.
I don't know. Hopefully it's not,
right.
but it might be.
Yeah.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Just catching up. Does LA think we should pitch down in the zone? The Phillies pitchers at Citizens Bank Park.
Man, LA was doing his own show today.
Yeah, he was locked in.
I think he made that clear.
Yeah. If you missed Larry Anderson today at 3 o'clock on the show, I suggest you use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
From about 3:07 to 3:14.
Yeah.
Strictly just about throwing low in the zone.
He's like, I just don't understand what they're teaching these guys.
I love it, man. He's been passionate about it for so long.
He's right.
Yeah. And finally, listen, in the analytics community, they're finally starting to realize that you can throw the fastball down and away.
Yeah.
And no one's going to hit it.
Yeah.
Trust your eyes, not those numbers.
Well, it's just like, it's so funny about analytics. Like every 5 years, it comes back around to, oh, this has been working for a long time. And then they act like it's the biggest reveal ever. And, you know, it's crazy.
That pitch is hard to hit. Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hit the breaking news sounder.
What's next?
Interesting how Spike will call Chuck short, but not Rios.
Well,
I
yeah.
wonder why. Mark and Mutko.
Now, Rios never comes at me like Chuck does.
No, he does not.
True.
The Rios doesn't hop on the phone and go, we all know your dad's why you got your job. It's like, now I still wouldn't say anything to Rios, but...
He will show up.
Yes. What's next?
Jack, when most callers bring up Bryce Harper and Jalen debates. Oh, here we go. All you idiots have to bring up the Phillies, don't you? Jack, when Rios brought up Bryce Harper.
That is a sound and valid point. I appreciate your input, Rios.
Alex in Lancaster.
I was ready to cook him. I'll pick Rios down.
I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah. We got to pick our battles.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's next?
Valid points, KOC, but to me, he's Kevin Durant. Elliot in his basement.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, KOC really does have me in a blender right now.
Yeah,
man.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
He's not an Ace Bailey guy. I know KOC pretty well.
He's got me in a blender right now.
Although Rudy Gay's not terrible. No.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of wound up telling myself. Like, oh, okay, if he's Rudy Gay.
Yeah, but you want to wait 5 years for Rudy Gay? You know, which is...
It all depends on what they think next year is, right? Like, if they think this is a rebuild, Ace Bailey's fine. But, like, if they're going to try to make next year competitive, you should take the best, quote-unquote, role player.
Well, and for what it's worth, again, they probably don't have their pick next year.
Right.
Like,
That's
because
true.
like, they almost have to try to be competitive next year. It doesn't make any sense.
The East isn't that good. I think there's this whole...
Dang.
Well, the Celtics will be...
Well, Tatum's dead.
No, that's what I'm saying. The
Oh.
Celtics won't be the same.
He's not dead.
Yeah.
We all get the point. And they might trade Jaylen Brown or Derek White.
Yeah, I saw that. What's next?